system summons the invincible, domineering, and decisive emperor. Transmigrating to a fantasy world, Taicang became the son of the emperor and the former empress. His sensitive identity forced him to live a secluded life and act with extreme discretion. However, his father, on his deathbed, bequeathed the imperial seal to him. Instantly, the current empress, Empress Yi, his brothers, and all the powerful clans and sects turned their attention to him. His best fate was to be imprisoned until his death. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he awakened the all-heavens conquest system. Starting with a century's worth of cultivation, he summoned the notorious general Yuan Tiangang. From then on, he began to summon Zhuge Liang, Zhang Liang, Xiang, Xiang Yu, Huo Qubing, Yue Fei. Overnight, he went from the most useless prince to the most powerful prince. Yuan Tiangang. The bad guys are willing to die for your majesty. Zhuge Liang. I am willing to serve your majesty like a dog or a horse. Zhang Liang. Your majesty need not worry, I have a plan. Xiang. However many soldiers your majesty gives me, I will conquer as much territory as your majesty can. Huo Qubing. Your majesty, the steppe wolves have not yet been wiped out. How can I have a home? Yue Fei. My ambition is to feast on the flesh of the barbarians. General Hua. How could you kill all the foreign tribes? Chapter 1. The throne falls in my hands? In the year 2672 of the Great Qin dynasty, Emperor Li Yutian was gravely ill and urgently summoned his second son, Taicang, to the palace. In an instant, the atmosphere in Chang'an became charged with anticipation. Could it be that His Majesty intends to pass the throne to the second prince? Though the second prince is the legitimate son of the late empress, his mother, Empress Zhao, passed away early, and his maternal family is in decline. With his mediocre talents, how could he possibly govern this vast empire? While the ninth prince, born of Empress Yi, is still young, he has the support of the Yi family, and numerous ministers secretly align with him. How could this faction willingly concede the throne to the second prince? Not only the Yi empress, but the other princes and princesses are also extraordinary talents, each backed by powerful families. His Majesty's decision may incite a bloody storm. How foolish His Majesty is. The Great Qin is on the brink of chaos. Meanwhile, within the emperor's chamber, Li Yutian handed the imperial seal to Taicang. The Great Qin is now yours. Taicang lowered his gaze, the seal casting a shadow over his pale face. Father, you know I have no desire for the throne. Why must you? Li Yutian suddenly let out a hoarse, cold laugh, his murky eyes fixed fiercely on Taicang. Within that gaze swirled a tumult of emotions, a father's affection, a ruler's reluctance, and a disquieting fury. Do not blame your father. Only by you ascending to that position can the Li royal line endure. You may leave now. I am weary. With those final words, the sovereign who had ruled the Great Qin for 2 decades closed his eyes. From the palace to his own residence, Taicang remained in a daze. He caressed the imperial seal in his hands, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just yesterday, he was renowned as the virtuous prince of the Great Qin, bearing the title of the late empress's legitimate son, yet living a life removed from the center of power, secluded in his residence. His estate was devoid of soldiers. He refrained from mingling with court officials, and he did not partake in any factional strife. It was well known that the second prince, Taicang, had no interest in power, preferring a life of leisure and wealth. Yet now, his father, that sagacious ruler of the Great Qin, had, in his dying moments, bequeathed the throne to him. Furthermore, without granting anyone time to react, he had made a grand announcement for Taicang to move into the palace. After a long period of reflection, Taicang slammed the imperial seal onto his desk. Why did you not inform me sooner that you intended to pass the throne to me? Now that you have, what difference is there between me and a puppet, aside from the hollow title of emperor? The elite troops are withheld. The secret guards and spies are not assigned to me. Half the court has already sided with others. Am I to merely hold the seal and await my demise? He now bore the title of emperor, but lacked the essence of one. The imperial throne of the Great Qin was never merely a label. Taicang had already fallen too far behind. This vast dynasty was riddled with powerful families and sects that had long ceased to regard the court's authority with respect, essentially forming a nation within a nation. Beyond the borders, the iron cavalry of the Tianlang dynasty trained day and night, poised to march south at any moment. Within the court, his brothers, as well as the Yi empress, were gathering strength, unwilling to yield easily. And even if Taicang relinquished the title of emperor, his fate would not fare much better. for now that he held the title, countless ambitious individuals would wreak havoc in his name. The best outcome would be to be confined to death by the new ruler. Realizing this, Taicang let out a bitter laugh and raised a hand to his forehead. Having traversed this realm for over 20 years, he once harbored thoughts of seizing the throne. However, since the death of his mother, not only had the empress suppressed him at every turn, but even his father, Liu Qian, had intentionally diminished his status as the legitimate heir. Recognizing the futility of his ambitions, he had immersed himself in cultivation, seeking to detach from the royal family and roam freely in the world. Yet, 2 decades of training proved insufficient. His talents were not extraordinary. Thus, he was merely at the 7th level of the condensation realm. It is worth noting that in this world, cultivation was divided into several realms: mortality, rhythm spirit, condensation, mysterious sea, master, grandmaster, and celestial, being each with 9 levels. At the 7th level of condensation, he might have been decent in the martial world, but in the face of power struggles, he was akin to a mere ant. Those formidable figures could crush him with a mere finger. What if I feigned death to escape? Suddenly, Taicang recalled a certain emperor from his past life with the surname Zhu. Once this thought surfaced, it burgeoned in his mind like wild grass. After all, they do not care for my life or death as long as. He rapidly contemplated the feasibility of his plan. All that was needed was an accidental fire, a body beyond recognition, and then he could escape like a golden cicada shedding its shell. At that time, with his 7th level cultivation, combined with the royal family's martial arts, he would be well equipped to start anew far from Chang'an. Once he left Chang'an, it would be akin to a bird soaring into the azure sky, a fish plunging into the vast ocean. The Great Qin was so expansive that if he concealed himself in the deep mountains and forests for a few decades, who would still care about a burned emperor? Imagining the freedom of the future, a glimmer of anticipation ignited in Taicang's eyes. It was feasible. However, just as he was lost in his beautiful daydream of the future, an unexpected change surged forth. A thunderous roar exploded in his mind. The sorrow and anger contained in that voice nearly made his heart stop. The suffering of the masses, the blood of the myriad spirits cries out, will you save them or not? Boom! A violent wave of dizziness struck him, leaving Taicang's vision darkened as he nearly collapsed in that moment of blurred consciousness. A cold mechanical voice stirred him awake. Beep! Detection of host becoming an emperor. The celestial conquest system has been officially activated. Ultimate goal of the system: forge an unparalleled celestial dynasty spanning the myriad realms. A hint of a murderous aura suddenly permeated the cold mechanical voice. Beep! Detection of host's inclination to evade. The path of an emperor: advance or perish. Please immediately reign in your carefree heart, seize control of the world, and conquer the starry seas. A system. Taicang's pupils constricted sharply, and his form froze abruptly. Yet, after a brief moment of astonishment, veins throbbed on his forehead. Cursed wretch! Have you lost your way? I have played the fool for an entire 20 years. After a brief outburst, Taicang closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Upon reopening them, clarity returned to his gaze. What had just transpired was merely the exuberance of a long-awaited blessing. Now, it was time to contemplate how to leverage the system to resolve his predicaments. System: dispense with the trivialities and succinctly outline your functions. Also, do not skimp on a novice gift package. The system primarily has 2 functions. The first is the sign-in feature, which allows the host to sign in once daily, with rewards being random, including unparalleled talents, captivating beauties, cultivation insights, and magical elixirs. The second is the task feature, where the system will intermittently release tasks. Completing these tasks yields rewards, while failure incurs no penalties. The strength of both functions correlates with the territorial extent and civilization level of the host's ruling dynasty. Ding! The system has issued a task: ascend the throne. Task objective: eliminate all obstacles preventing the host from claiming the imperial seat. Task reward: talent, innate. Path: stellar eyes of eternal tribulation. A century of cultivation. 3 summoning opportunities. Ding! The system has sent the novice gift package. Do you accept? Accept. Taicang felt his breath quicken. The system's functions were refreshingly straightforward. Simplicity and directness were indeed preferable. In his previous life, he had been most vexed by systems that contrived to ensnare the host. Ding! The novice gift package has been opened, granting the cultivation method the imperial sovereign's command: 1 summoning opportunity, unparalleled talent and the Tai's sword. The imperial sovereign's command. In the primordial era, humanity was feeble and oppressed by myriad races. The first human emperor, observing the landscape and the will of the people, forged this supreme scripture based on unparalleled fortune, merging the path of emperors, the aspirations of all beings, and the laws of heaven and earth. Attaining mastery allows one to dictate the cosmos with a word and subdue myriad races with a thought. It is the foundation of humanity's dominion. Tai's sword. In ancient times, amidst chaos, humanity was weak. The swordsmith master Oyezi forged this blade using copper from the sacred mountains, gathering the essence of the 9 provinces, and harnessing the dragon veins of the land as a forge, tempered with the blood of emperors and enduring 81 tribulations. Upon its completion, all swords bowed in submission, and celestial phenomena manifested. It is a sacred artifact of humanity, only to be wielded by the true sovereign. Li Taicang's breath became increasingly rapid. The name of the imperial sovereign's command echoed with grandeur and supremacy, while the Tai's sword was undeniably a national treasure. Chapter 2. Summoning the unruly hero, Yuan Tiangang. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. Changing his cultivation technique required him to disperse his energy and start anew. Yet, what he lacked most at this moment was time. His royal residence was surrounded by layers upon layers of enemies, and he could not predict when they might burst through the door. If he were to disperse his energy and begin to rebuild now, he might not have even finished studying the technique before his head was severed and used as a lantern. With his current level of cultivation, he couldn't even lift the Tai's sword, let alone wield it. Possessing an unparalleled technique, yet being unable to utilize it felt akin to a eunuch visiting a brothel, able to see and touch, yet utterly incapable of achieving any fulfillment. At that moment, the system chimed in with its annoying notification. Current status detected. Willing but unable. Damn it. Li Taicang snapped the pen he was holding. This wretched system was specifically designed to mess with my mindset. Beep. Daily sign-in count has refreshed. Would the host like to sign in now? Sign in. Quick. Sign in. Though gritting his teeth, a flicker of anticipation arose within Li Taicang. He hoped that the items produced by the system would help him navigate through this crisis. At the very least, it would buy him some time. Beep. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a century's worth of cultivation. Would you like to proceed with the enlightenment now? Li Taicang paused for 3 seconds, then suddenly chuckled softly. System. I admit my voice may have been a bit loud just now. He then turned his gaze toward his dantian, where the culmination of his 20 years of arduous training lay. The true essence flowed within, a testament to 2 decades of relentless effort. 20 years of cultivation? Huh. A cold smile curled at the corners of Li Taicang's mouth. In the next moment, he clawed at his dantian with his fingers. Violent spiritual energy erupted from his 7 orifices, shattering the floor tiles of the room. Simultaneously, his cultivation level plummeted like a deflated balloon, swiftly reverting to the first stage of the mortal realm. Based on the human emperor's earth-subduing decision, let's proceed with the enlightenment. Li Taicang exhaled. Just 20 years of hard work. For him, the original royal technique was far too weak. Even without this crisis, he would have unhesitatingly dispersed his energy to start anew. Beep. Enlightenment commencing. In an instant, a supreme power, imbued with the laws of time and space, enveloped Li Taicang. At the same time, he felt the human emperor's earth-subduing decision beginning to operate autonomously. It was as if he could see the first human emperor seated at the end of the river of time, casting a meaningful glance in his direction. His mind became hazy, and he felt as though he had sat in this room for year upon year. Everything around him had come to a standstill. Only the human emperor's earth-subduing decision continued to operate. Although he absorbed the spiritual energy around him, it felt as if it could be drawn infinitely, showing no signs of diminishing. Meanwhile, his cultivation level continued to rise. First stage of the mortal realm, 9th stage of the mortal realm, first stage of the rhythm realm, 9th stage of the rhythm realm, peak of the 9th stage of the mastery realm. In the next moment, the supreme power of the law of time dissipated, and Li Taicang suddenly stood up. His eyes sparkled, his hair glistened, and his entire being radiated vitality. Even the slightest motion caused the surrounding air to tremble. He felt an overwhelming strength within, capable of crushing his former self with a mere finger. Peak of the 9th stage of the mastery realm. In the current world, with no celestial beings descending, the Grand Masters were the strongest. However, those Grand Masters were the ancestors of the major sects, and would not intervene unless the survival of their sects was at stake. Thus, the peak of the mastery realm represented the most formidable power in the visible realm of the Great Qin. Most clan leaders and sect masters resided within this realm. However, Li Taicang's mastery was not that of an ordinary Grand Master. Based on the human emperor's earth-subduing decision, he felt he could easily surpass Grand Masters and even stand a chance against celestial beings. To claim one could fight across two major realms, what kind of unparalleled technique was that? Did it truly live up to the name of the human emperor's earth-subduing decision? Moreover, his rapid ascent in cultivation came without any sense of instability. Instead, his foundation was solid and unshakable. The system's enlightenment did not merely stuff spiritual energy into his body, but allowed him to cultivate it himself. Li Taicang clenched his fists. The balance of power had shifted. The system chimed in again with a notification. Beep. Reminder, the host still possesses an opportunity to summon an extraordinary talent. Would you like to proceed with the summoning now? Note, anyone summoned by the system will be absolutely loyal. Summon. Li Taicang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, feeling the surging power within him, and commanded calmly. After these two exceptional items provided by the system, he was now convinced that the system's products were indeed top-notch. His safety was assured, and no one could usurp the throne from him. What he lacked now were loyal subordinates. The Great Qin Empire spanned vast territories, and the capital, Chang'an, was rife with intrigue. Although he possessed immense power, he could not be everywhere at once. Moreover, as the sovereign, he could not attend to every matter personally. He needed his trusted aides, representatives. For instance, he would never resort to harming his own brothers. As for slowly winning over local talents, he could not afford to wait that long. Additionally, human loyalty was notoriously fickle. Some might display unwavering loyalty at first, only to waver later. Others might initially be treacherous, but eventually become loyal martyrs. As he pondered, the system's notification sounded once more. Beep. Summoning in progress. Beep. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host, for summoning the unruly hero, Yuan Tiangang. The unruly hero, Yuan Tiangang. Li Taicang's spirit jolted. This was not the Taoist from history, but the extraordinary rogue from the Painting the Rivers and Lakes series, who played a game of fate against destiny over 3 centuries. The pinnacle of the Painting the Rivers and Lakes series, the one and only. With 300 years of cultivation, he suppressed the contemporary era, wielding the Tiangang sword to sever fate. Only he could transcend the heavens and predict the rise and fall of a millennium-old dynasty. To save the dwindling Li Tang dynasty, he engaged in a battle of wits against destiny, providing the Li Tang with a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, apart from that Emperor Taicang, he had never encountered a wise ruler again, ultimately meeting a successor even inferior to a Dou. However, in this life, the unruly hero would not be so constrained. In his mind, Yuan Tiangang's profile unfurled gradually. Character, Yuan Tiangang cultivation, peak of the mastery realm technique. Tiangang Ju, peak of the mastery realm. Li Taicang was stunned. With no celestial beings descending, Grand Masters were already the strongest. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Such a talent was now at my disposal. Li Taicang could hardly contain his excitement. System, when will the unruly hero make his appearance? Beep. The host need only call his name. Where is the unruly hero? As soon as he finished speaking, a great power of time and space manifested. Bang! With a sound akin to a heartbeat. The space 3 feet in front of Li Taicang suddenly warped. A figure clad in black robes, like ink, began to materialize in the void. The crimson light in the eyes behind the iron mask gleaming ominously. The black-robed figure knelt on both knees, bowing to Li Taicang with the utmost reverence. A hoarse voice emanated from beneath the iron mask. I, Yuan Tiangang, pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. There's no need for such formalities. Li Taicang rose and helped the unruly hero to his feet. With you, my Lord Yuan, assisting me, how could I possibly fail in my grand ambitions? Observing the respectful demeanor of the unruly hero, Li Taicang nodded in satisfaction. Just then, figures moved outside the door. Yuan Tiangang vanished into the shadows. Chapter 3. Addressing the Commander of the Imperial Guards, Your Highness. The Commander of the Imperial Guards seeks an audience. The young eunuch, Fuan, bowed and reported, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. As Li Taicang's personal attendant, Fuan had grown up alongside him and understood all too well how delicate his master's situation was at that moment. The Commander of the Imperial Guards? What could he possibly want at this time? Li Taicang narrowed his eyes, a flicker of intrigue flashing within. The Commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhao Yi, was a master of the 6th stage of the mastery realm. He was the absolute confidant of his father, Li Yutian, known for his unwavering loyalty. Commanding 30,000 Imperial Guards within the palace, he held immense power. However, this man is only loyal to his own emperor, and now that his emperor has passed away, Zhao Yi finds himself uncertain of whom to pledge his allegiance. I have never interacted with this individual. Rather, the Yi family has often sought to win him over. His intentions are far from benign. Li Taicang cast a glance at the imperial seal resting on the table. Let him in, he instructed, waving his hand. Under normal circumstances, Li Taicang would keep a distance from such sensitive figures. For a scion of a former empress, associating with the commander responsible for palace security is akin to courting disaster. Moreover, with Zhao Yi's mastery at the 6th level, he would hardly regard this mediocre prince. Although he maintained formalities, Li Taicang could discern the arrogance simmering in Zhao Yi's eyes. No one could tame this fierce tiger apart from his father. Yet, the situation has changed. Li Taicang, possessing the pinnacle strength of the 9th level, could easily extinguish Zhao Yi if he dared to show his teeth. Not to mention, he has the formidable Yuan Tiangang backing him. Should this fierce tiger dare to reveal its fangs, it would face annihilation. Bang! Just as Li Taicang pondered these matters, the door to his study was forcefully flung open. General, this is the prince's study. Such rudeness is intolerable. Fuan persistently urged the impatient Zhao Yi. Get out of my way. I have urgent matters to discuss with His Highness. Why should I heed a eunuch's words? Zhao Yi strode forward, his heavy steps echoing as his dark golden armor clanked ominously. He brushed aside the obstructive Fuan and entered the study like a mountain, his right hand resting ominously on the hilt of his sword. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Taicang's eyes as a sinister aura emerged from the shadows behind him. He scrutinized the somewhat disrespectful Zhao Yi, who radiated the aura of a battle-hardened warrior, reeking of bloodshed, an imposing presence forged from the countless lives lost on the battlefield. Indeed, a rare and formidable general. Alas, he cannot be of use to me. This humble soldier has seen His Highness. Forgive my armor. I cannot offer full courtesy. Zhao Yi reached the center of the study and casually cupped his hands. There was not a trace of respect in his demeanor. It seemed this gesture was merely out of deference to Li Taicang's lineage. Armor-clad, then remove it. Li Taicang suddenly chuckled lightly. Zhao Yi momentarily faltered, replying, Your Highness jests. I am tasked with guarding the imperial city, and my armor must remain. I can have you kneel to speak. Li Taicang's tone was calm, yet shocking. Zhao Yi stared incredulously at Li Taicang. What did you say? This worthless prince dares to demand he kneel? What merit does he possess? If not for being the emperor's offspring, even casting a glance at such a waste would feel like charity. Fuan, standing nearby, was already in shock, his face trembling as he gazed at Li Taicang behind the desk, unable to understand how the usually gentle second prince could utter such words. You, Zhao Yi roared, his breath heavy. Yet, just as he was about to explode with anger, Li Taicang raised his voice, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Zhao Yi. I am the legitimate son of the late emperor, born of Empress Zhao. Do you not kneel before such an identity? You, Commander Zhao, are you still a subject of the late emperor? You either kneel and speak to me or leave my palace. The study fell into a profound silence. Zhao Yi's eyes bulged with rage, veins throbbing on his forehead. However, the name of the late emperor restrained him from lashing out. Moreover, he had not forgotten the task for tonight. Bang! Zhao Yi clenched his teeth, dropping to his knees as the floor tiles cracked under the force. This humble soldier greets His Highness. Li Taicang returned to his calm demeanor, his tone once more neutral. Commander Zhao visits at this late hour for what purpose? Zhao Yi took a deep breath, his gaze lingering on the imperial seal for a moment before he solemnly declared. The late emperor's edict mandates the 9th prince inherit the throne. I have come to retrieve the seal. The 9th prince, the son of concubine Yi, bears the status of a legitimate heir, albeit he is but 4 years of age. He paused, continuing, moreover, it is by the Empress Dowager's command that I request His Highness to immediately proceed to Xinang Palace. Throughout this, his right hand remained firmly on the hilt of his sword, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. As his words fell, the temperature in the study seemed to plummet, and an undercurrent of tension surged from the shadows. Zhao Yi frowned, puzzled by the source of this chill. Li Taicang noted the change in Zhao Yi's wording. He had referred to the late emperor's edict and now switched to the Empress Dowager's command. Li Taicang did not grow angry but chuckled softly. Commander Zhao, you are well aware that the emperor has bestowed the throne upon me, yet you still seek to manipulate the edict? What benefits has concubine Yi bestowed upon you to make you, a supposedly loyal general, conspire against the imperial heirs? With the facade of civility torn away, Zhao Yi no longer pretended, his face darkening. Your Highness, the situation is settled. The Yi family controls the 6 ministries, and half of the imperial guards obey the Empress Dowager. Zhao Yi's voice was grave, Li Taicang slowly rose, picking up the imperial seal. I did not expect that Commander Zhao, after following the late emperor for so many years, would willingly become a pawn of the Yi family. Zhao Yi's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He understood that his actions were a betrayal to Li Yutian and recognized the treachery of his choices. Yet, he had no alternative. The second prince lacked foundation and was not worthy of great endeavors. The lives of thousands of soldiers in the imperial guards were at stake. The Yi family was formidable. Refusing to comply would lead to a dead end. He also knew the ninth prince was too young, and concubine Yi would inevitably hold the reins of power, allowing the maternal relatives to dominate the court. But history had shown that such occurrences were not unprecedented in the Qin dynasty. Most critically, even if he did not act this way, the second prince had no chance of turning the tide. His allegiance to concubine Yi would not significantly alter the situation. It was merely adding fuel to the fire. Zhao Yi stood with his sword drawn, gritting his teeth. Your Highness, please understand, I am merely following orders. If you comply and go to Xinang Palace, you may yet preserve your life. Do you even believe that? Li Taicang mocked. Zhao Yi remained silent. As the commander of the imperial guards, he understood the Yi family's methods better than anyone. Those ministers opposing concubine Yi either died suddenly or vanished without a trace. If the second prince truly went to Xinang Palace, the best outcome would be to leave behind a complete corpse. It seems, Your Highness, that you do not wish to preserve your dignity. Zhao Yi sighed, slowly drawing his sword. He had received orders before coming here. If the second prince did not desire to retain his grace, he would assist him in maintaining it. Just as the sword was drawn 3 inches from its sheath, a sudden gust of wind swept through the study. Impudence! A cold shout reverberated, and before Zhao Yi could comprehend what had transpired, he was sent flying as if struck by a battering ram. His heavy body embedded itself into the stone wall, the dark iron armor shattering into pieces as if it were made of paper. As the dust settled, Zhao Yi barely managed to open his eyes, only to be horrified to discover a shadow beside Li Taicang. The figure was clad in simple black robes, a bronze mask obscuring their face, with only a pair of emotionless eyes visible. A grandmaster? Zhao Yi coughed up blood, his voice hoarse beyond recognition. He had fought on the battlefield for 20 years and had never encountered such terrifying skill. In just one move, he, a master at the 6th level, was rendered utterly defenseless. Moreover, his life force was waning, leaving him without hope for recovery. This was merely the result of Yuan Tiangang not exerting his full strength. Otherwise, he could have turned him into a mist of blood with a mere flick of his hand. Yuan Tiangang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down coldly at the gasping commander of the Imperial Guards. With your abilities, you dare to draw your sword before His Highness? Outside the courtyard, the Imperial Guards, alerted by the commotion, were about to rush in, only to see Yuan Tiangang wave his sleeve, unleashing dozens of energy blasts. These elite soldiers barely had time to scream before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Zhao Yi gasped laboriously, his eyes filled with disbelief. He finally comprehended why the second prince appeared so fearless, with a grandmaster at his command, who in the entire imperial city could challenge him. Could it be a trump card left by the late emperor for the second prince? Impossible. If the late emperor could truly command such a grandmaster, the aristocratic families and sects would not have allowed him to be in such a precarious position. Li Taicang approached Zhao Yi, bending down to pick up the dagger that had fallen to the ground. He gently caressed the blade and remarked indifferently, I recall this dagger was bestowed upon you by our father. I offered you a chance, yet you failed to demonstrate even the most basic loyalty to the throne. Zhao Yi paused, a painful expression surfacing on his face. He had devoted his life to the late emperor, only to harbor treacherous thoughts in his final moments. As he looked at Li Taicang, a bitter smile crept across his face. No wonder the late emperor chose to pass the throne to the second prince. The ability to command a grandmaster was enough to reveal the terrifying depth and cunning of this seemingly refined second prince. Your Highness, I acknowledge my error. I implore you to give me and the Imperial Guard another chance. Zhao Yi pleaded desperately, but he was met with Li Taicang's cold, unyielding gaze. There is but one opportunity. The moment you chose to pledge allegiance to Yi, you should have anticipated this outcome. Before he could finish, Li Taicang's dagger pierced Zhao Yi's throat. Blood gushed forth. A disloyal general is of no use, Li Taicang declared as he withdrew the dagger, watching as Zhao Yi's eyes gradually lost their light. Fear not. Your journey to the underworld shall not be solitary. The entire Yi family will accompany you. At this opportune moment, Yuan Tiangang stepped forward and whispered, Your Highness, there are 30 Imperial Guards outside. Please allow me to handle it. Li Taicang cast the bloody dagger to the ground. Dispatch someone to deliver Zhao Yi's head to the Xinang Palace. stating that I will personally pay my respects to the Empress Dowager tomorrow. As you command, Yuan Tiangang replied, bowing before swiftly exiting. Chapter 4. Summoning Gao Lishur. The Wangfu soon returned to silence, with only the rustling of the night breeze sweeping through the courtyard. Li Taicang surveyed his surroundings, gazing at the empty Wangfu, feeling a sense of helplessness. Over the years, he had intentionally maintained a low profile to conceal his strength, and there were barely any competent guards in the residence. Now, as he sought to accomplish significant tasks, he found himself devoid of capable subordinates. Turning to the side, he glanced at the frightened eunuch, Fuan, who appeared as pale as a ghost, his trembling legs unable to support him. Li Taicang furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. Aside from Yuan Tiangang, there is not a single capable person. At that moment, the system prompted a notification. Ding. The hour has passed. Sign-in attempts have refreshed. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations. Host has gained one summoning attempt. Would you like to summon immediately? You truly are a worm in my gut. Having experienced so much, Li Taicang had nearly discerned the system's patterns. The sign-in random items were merely a reflection of what he desired. Whatever he wished for would materialize. Summon immediately. Congratulations. Host has successfully summoned the legendary eunuch, Gao Lishur. Character: Gao Lishur. Cultivation: peak of 9th level Grandmaster. Technique: Wuxiang Yinfuging. Summoning a eunuch. Li Taicang gazed at Gao Lishur's attributes, nodding in satisfaction. He was well aware of Gao Lishur, the eunuch who served Emperor Xuanzong of Tang. Historically, Gao Lishur was not only exceptional in martial arts, but also adept in handling affairs. Despite wielding immense power, he was never tyrannical. Instead, he often advised Emperor Xuanzong to govern diligently and care for the people. A man who could tolerate the arrogance of Li Bai without harboring resentment. In the court, he worked harmoniously with renowned officials like Yao Chong and Song Jing. In the harem, he skillfully managed the relationships between Yang Guifei and Mei Fei, always considering matters from Xuanzong's perspective. It is evident that Gao Lishur's excellence earned him the trust of the later Emperor Xuanzong. Gao Lishur, where are you? Amidst the flickering candlelight, a figure clad in a red robe appeared silently. The newcomer appeared to be in his 20s, with a fair complexion devoid of a beard, yet his eyes concealed a sharpness. This servant, Gao Lishur, pays respects to your highness. His voice was measured, imbued with a unique gentleness. Li Taicang nodded in satisfaction. Rise. From today onwards, you shall be my chief steward. Gao Lishur stood up, casting a glance at Zhao Yi's corpse and the blood on the ground. Your highness need not worry. I shall handle these trifles adequately. Fuan stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the mysterious eunuch. Watching as Gao Lishur waved his sleeve lightly, causing Zhao Yi's body and the bloodstains to gradually vanish. The display of such spiritual power proved that he was indeed a formidable grandmaster. At that moment, Fuan felt a surge of crisis within him. The chief steward beside his highness had supplanted his position. Moreover, for reasons unknown, his highness seemed to trust this sudden arrival of strength wholeheartedly. Having followed his highness since childhood, he was completely oblivious to when his highness had established connections with such powerful figures. His highness had concealed this from him thoroughly. As he pondered, Li Taicang called out to him, Fuan. Fuan snapped back to reality, stammering, Your Highness, forgive me. Gao Gongong's methods are extraordinary, and I was momentarily stunned. Li Taicang regarded him meaningfully. Fuan, how long have you been with me? Fuan respectfully knelt and recounted. This servant has attended to your highness since I was 4, and has served you faithfully for 20 years now. 20 years, Li Taicang softly repeated, a reminiscent light gleaming in his eyes. Fuan felt a sense of pride, regardless of whether his highness was wary of him. Those 20 years of experience could not be erased. During the countless humiliations at the hands of the Yi family, he had stood by his highness's side. This newly arrived Gao Gongong could never replace his position. However, the next words uttered by Li Taicang plunged him into an abyss of despair. Have I not treated you well? Why would you betray me? Fuan's entire body trembled, confusion and disbelief etched on his face. Your highness, what do you mean? This servant has devoted himself to serving you wholeheartedly since entering the palace at the age of 4. I have never harbored any ulterior motives. Is that so? Li Taicang replied coldly. Fuan's voice grew hoarse, his tone fragmented. This servant understands that your highness has been suppressed by the Yi family for many years. And if killing me would alleviate your burden, then go ahead and do so. His words were sincere, leaving no room for fault. Li Taicang chuckled lightly, sending shivers down Fuan's spine. He could not comprehend why the second prince's demeanor had shifted so drastically after his visit to the palace. In his memory, the second prince had always been gentle and amiable. Yet now, A mere sentence was enough to instill fear in him. Li Taicang rose, looking down at the kneeling Fuan with a cold demeanor. A retreat to advance. Fuan, you are not entirely useless, even if you refuse to admit it. I need no evidence to execute a mere servant. Mere suspicion is enough. As if sensing his impending fate, Fuan slowly straightened his posture. The panic and grievance in his eyes gradually giving way to an indescribable complexity. He sighed deeply. When did your highness begin to doubt me? Li Taicang's gaze deepened, a cold smile tugging at his lips. I have harbored doubts since I can remember. My identity is sensitive, as the son of the late empress. I am surrounded by layers of spies. Even my meals must be tested for poison thrice daily, let alone a personal eunuch. How could you possibly be trustworthy? If you were a person of the late emperor, that would be somewhat acceptable, for although the late emperor did not favor me, he would not seek my life. However, your background is too pristine, which inevitably suggests you are not aligned with the late emperor's interests. Fuan remained silent for a moment before finally giving a bitter smile. So, your highness has always been aware. I am aware of far more than you can imagine, Li Taicang replied as he slowly approached, towering over him. Fuan closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, a sense of calmness enveloped him. Your highness, since you have already seen through it, why do you still keep me here? Li Taicang chuckled softly. Sometimes, a known spy is more useful than an unknown enemy. If I were to eliminate you, their suppression of me would undoubtedly intensify, and I would likely lose even the most basic freedoms, becoming no different from a confined swine. Fuan was momentarily stunned, then understood, his face paling slightly. Your highness, have you been concealing your true abilities for the sake of this moment? Li Taicang did not respond, merely turning to gaze out into the inky night, speaking softly. In light of our master-servant relationship, I shall grant you a swift end. Gao Lisher, see him on his way. Gao Lisher respectfully complied, his right hand gently pressing down on Fuan's head. Fuan scarcely had time to emit a cry before collapsing to the ground like a rag doll, his exterior seemingly intact. Yet his insides were shattered. Clean it up. Li Taicang adjusted his garments. It is time to enter the palace and prepare for the enthronement. Chapter 5. Wily Qin often has wise rulers. Meanwhile, the Xinang palace was ablaze with light. At this moment, Empress Yi had changed into plain attire, her hair adorned with a white jade phoenix hairpin. Though she bore no makeup, her breathtaking beauty still radiated in the candlelight, rendering one breathless. She was gently patting the ninth prince, who, at merely 4 years of age, was soundly asleep, his innocent face adorned with a faint smile. Your highness. The night has deepened, one of her personal maids whispered softly. Empress Yi shook her head, her fingertips lightly brushing the little prince's forehead. There is no rush. There has been no news from Zhao Yi. Until the imperial seal is in hand, I cannot sleep. She then lowered her gaze, contemplating the sleeping child, a rare tenderness illuminating her eyes. Should this demeanor be witnessed by others, they would undoubtedly be astonished. The decisive Empress Yi could also exhibit maternal warmth. There is no need for concern, your highness. Zhao is always reliable in his dealings, and as for the second prince, you know well that he regards that position with utmost caution. Before she could finish, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the palace. A flustered eunuch knelt at the door, reporting to the Empress Dowager, there has been an incident at the Wang residence. The expression on Empress Yi changed abruptly, yet her hand continued its gentle motion. After entrusting the sleeping child to a maid, she coldly inquired, explain clearly, what has transpired? In that moment, her imposing demeanor was unmistakable. The softness of moments prior vanished, replaced by a chilling severity. The head of Zhao Yi has been delivered to the palace gates, accompanied by a letter stating that the second prince intends to pay his respects to the Empress Dowager tomorrow. Empress Yi abruptly rose, her hands trembling slightly from within her sleeves. Yet soon, she regained her usual authority. Send word to Yixiang to convene within the palace immediately. After a pause, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. Also, bring Fuan's family here. Once everyone had retreated, Empress Yi murmured softly, Li Taicang, do you think you can overturn everything with the backing of a master? The power of the Yi family is beyond your imagination. This realm can only belong to my Yuaner. No one can take it away. Yixiang, also known as Yi Qingzhou, is the current head of the Yi family and Empress Ye's elder brother. At this moment, he boldly strode through the palace gates, his crimson official robes standing out vividly against the night. According to the laws of the Great Qin, an outsider entering the inner palace at night, even to meet a sister, is considered an act of treason. The punishment could range from banishment to the execution of the entire family. Yet he entered without fear. The guards and palace attendants, upon seeing his figure in crimson, dared not obstruct him, averting their gazes and bowing their heads as they passed by. Inside the Xinang Palace, Empress Yi had already dismissed her attendants. Upon seeing Yi Qingzhou step through the palace door, she quickly approached, her expression grave. Brother, Zhao Yi has been killed. Yi Qingzhou nodded, signaling her to remain calm. I am already aware of the situation. The ability to silently assassinate Zhao Yi within the Wang residence cannot be attributed to a single individual's strength. Do not panic. The likelihood of a Grand Master being involved is exceedingly low. Our Yi family's intelligence network has yet to receive any reports of a Grand Master departing from their residence. Moreover, considering Li Taicang's current circumstances, what promise could he possibly offer a Grand Master? Zhao Yi, a 6th-grade Grand Master, was renowned for his prowess on the battlefield. Ordinary Grand Masters would hardly be his match. Even those 1 or 2 realms above him would struggle to subdue Zhao Yi. Yet, Zhao Yi met his demise within a short span of time in the Wang residence. Curiously, the entire process yielded no sound of battle. One must understand that when Grand Masters engage, even the residual force could devastate half of the Wang residence. I deduce that at least 3 or more peak Grand Masters must have cooperated in a surprise attack. Furthermore, these 3 Grand Masters likely hail from different factions. The forces capable of dispatching multiple Grand Masters to protect Li Taicang cannot belong to a single faction. Grand Masters are the backbone of any power, and peak Grand Masters, being the foremost figures of various families, would never abandon their strongholds. Thus, it is likely that several sects and families have united to assist Li Taicang. Their intentions are clear. Should Li Taicang ascend, he would inevitably suppress the Yi family. The current position of the Yi family draws the attention of many. If the 9th prince were to ascend, the Yi family's influence would only grow, a situation many would wish to avoid, particularly those families and sects that are merely a step below the Yi family. Brother, what should we do? Empress Ye's tone carried a hint of unease, her fingertips unconsciously digging into her palm. If it were merely a few Grand Masters, they would not pose much of a threat. But the forces they represent are indeed worrisome. They all seek to rise at the expense of the Yi family. Yi Qingzhou stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fierce. Li Taicang wishes to come to the palace to pay his respects, does he? Then let us set a trap for him. Immediately dispatch the imperial guards to surround the palace. I shall arrange for 4 elders and 2 protectors of the Yi family to enter the palace. Pausing, he added, to be prudent, I will awaken the Grand Master after returning. Tomorrow, at the spirit altar of Li Yutian, shall be his burial ground. After leaving the inner palace, Yi Qingzhou did not return to the Prime Minister's residence, but headed directly to the forbidden ground of the Yi family's rear mountain. At this moment, outside a secret chamber, Yi Qingzhou knelt reverently upon the ground. Unfilial descendant Yi Qingzhou seeks an audience with the ancestor. After a long while, the heavy door to the chamber opened silently. Yi Qingzhou crawled inside, and in the dim candlelight, he beheld an elderly figure seated upon a mat, his hair and beard entirely white. Although the old man was frail, he emanated an unfathomable aura. You dare to disturb my seclusion. Is the Yi family in peril? Yi Qingzhou did not dare to raise his head, responding solemnly. Reporting to the ancestor, it appears that Li Taicang has the support of a Grand Master, openly killing our loyal Zhao Yi. I humbly beseech the ancestor to emerge and oversee our affairs. The atmosphere fell into silence. Although the candlelight was dim, Yi Qingzhou could still feel the sharp gaze of the Yi family's ancestor. This is a Grand Master, the pinnacle of martial prowess in the Great Qin. It is also the foundation that allows the Yi family to remain unyielding. Do you not understand the rule that prohibits Grand Masters from intervening in the struggle for succession? Did you think that because the Li Qin royal family is weak, the Yi family could act with impunity? Yi Qingzhou lowered his head in silence, cold sweat beading on his forehead, tacitly acknowledging the truth. He indeed harbored such thoughts. In recent years, the Yi family's power had grown, and as a high-ranking minister, he oversaw the court's affairs, with many officials being his subordinates. Even Zhao Yi, the 6th-grade Grand Master Commander of the Imperial Guards, fell under the Yi family's domain. At one point, he even entertained thoughts of usurping power, but now the urgent matter is to secure the throne for his nephew. Seeing him silent, the ancestor snorted coldly. Humph, do you think that after all these years of turmoil, the Li Qin royal family has remained standing for no reason? Yi Qingzhou's heart jolted. He had pondered this question, believing it to be simply the royal lineage's endurance, as the Li Qin royal family would eventually produce a wise ruler to prolong its existence. In the depths of the Grand Temple, the elderly figures, though indifferent to worldly affairs, were fiercely protective of their foundation. Just as one of them began to speak, the patriarch was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit, revealing a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Patriarch, what ails you? Inquired Yi Qingzhou, astonished. Fear not, the patriarch replied. This is merely an old wound from when I was the head of the Yi family. A result of my encounters with those in the Grand Temple many years ago. Yi Qingzhou felt as if struck by lightning. He now understood that the patriarch had long since tested the royal family's limits. The throne could only be claimed by the Qin dynasty. Fortunately, the Yi family had the 9th prince as their heir. The patriarch slowly opened his murky eyes and said, "Do you think your actions in the court go unnoticed by the royal family?" A chill ran down Yi Qingzhou's spine as he suddenly realized that his machinations in the court, alliances formed and rivals eliminated, might very well have been overlooked or even condoned by the royal family. Given the royal family's profound influence, why would they tolerate a foolish monarch leading the nation astray? Why allow power-hungry ministers to reign unchecked? The patriarch chuckled softly. Such is the way of the Qin dynasty. They view external relatives, powerful ministers, and eunuchs as crucibles for tempering their sovereign. Yi Qingzhou's pupils constricted as he recalled the accounts of the wise rulers of the Qin dynasty, each of whom had matured in an environment surrounded by powerful ministers. This was also one reason why they forbade grandmasters from intervening in succession disputes. A grandmaster's extraordinary power was not a whetstone, but rather a guillotine. Take, for instance, my 4-year-old heir. Should he grow to challenge the Yi family, he would undoubtedly become a formidable ruler. If he cannot, we shall simply wait for the next generation. Do you think the Qin dynasty can produce wise rulers every few generations without reason? Return now. I shall not intervene in this matter. Remember, the Yi family may wield great influence, but we must never covet the throne. Observing Yi Qingzhou, who remained unsettled, the patriarch added meaningfully, rest easy. As long as the Yi family does not aspire to that position, even if you were to create chaos, those old men would not take action. Moreover, this time, those old men will stand with the Yi family. As these words settled in, Yi Qingzhou felt a sudden rush, as if an unseen force had propelled him out of the chamber. He pondered the patriarch's final statement. The royal family's deep-seated influence within the Grand Temple would align with the Yi family? Why? Could it be? A terrifying conjecture began to take shape in his mind. If what the patriarch claimed was true, there could be but one possibility. Taicang indeed had the support of a grandmaster, thus violating the royal decree that forbade interference in succession disputes. Zhao Yi had not merely been slain by a surprise attack from a master, but had been executed in one fell swoop by a grandmaster. Chapter 6. The princes are not simple folk. Hours earlier, when Yuan Tiangang struck down Zhao Yi, in the depths of the Grand Temple beneath the statue of Emperor Gao, 5 ancient and emaciated figures slowly materialized, their presence causing the candle flames to flicker. The explosive force from the royal mansion had drawn these venerable ancestors of the royal family together. The elder on the far left gazed towards the royal mansion. A grandmaster has made his move. When did the second prince gather such a formidable ally? The elder on the right remarked coldly. The ancestral edicts clearly state that the struggle for succession must not rely on foreign powers, nor allow intervention from those above grandmaster level. This Taicang has audacity. The elder in the center rose slowly, his aged voice laced with an uncontainable chill. The edicts established by the founding emperor were meant to prevent heirs from inviting wolves into the fold. It seems this prince seeks to destabilize our lineage. Let us go and discover which family's grandmaster has dared to confront the Qin dynasty. The 5 figures moved simultaneously, vanishing from the Grand Temple. Outside, the guards on duty suddenly collapsed to their knees, overwhelmed by an icy chill that seeped into their bones. As they raised their heads, they beheld the elderly caretakers of the temple walking upon the air, surrounded by ethereal dragon-like apparitions, and they broke into a cold sweat. Grandmasters. There were indeed 5 grandmaster-level figures within the Grand Temple, and they were all from the Qin royal family. The elder on the right frowned slightly and waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The bodies of over a dozen guards exploded simultaneously. The elder wiped his hands in disgust. I have long found them to be an eyesore. Even the Grand Temple has become a sieve. The younger generation has truly lost their way. This night was destined to be sleepless. In the residence of the first prince, 4 young men were engaged in a serious discussion within a private chamber. The first prince, Li Taiqian, wore a grave expression as he said, "A secret report from the palace reveals that our father has bestowed the imperial seal upon the second prince." As the implications of their next words loomed large, the 5th prince, Li Taiyan, remained silent for a long while before rising and stating solemnly, "Brothers, you know my disposition. I have refrained from participating in court struggles all these years. I cannot involve myself in today's matters." He turned to leave. The 4th prince, Li Taiheng, shot him a sidelong glance and snapped, "Halt. Do you think you can remain uninvolved?" The fifth prince paused, his back turned to the others, his shoulders trembling slightly. The fourth prince approached him step by step. You are too naive. The Yi family has long been scheming to elevate the ninth prince to power, with the aim of seizing control of the court. In that scenario, we elder princes would surely be the first to be eliminated. The first prince slammed his hand on the table, his voice cold. Do you remember how concubine Shun and our eighth brother met their demise a year ago? Just because the eighth brother accidentally upset the ninth brother while playing, the Yi matriarch found a pretext to have them both executed. In the eyes of the Yi family, we are no different from pigs and dogs. The third prince, Li Taiming, concurred, fifth brother, even if you truly have no ambition for power, your second brother's fate serves as a cautionary tale. The Yi family will not spare any adult prince. The fifth prince turned to face them, his complexion pale. Yes. His second brother, Li Taicang, kept to himself, formed no factions, and engaged in no self-serving schemes. Yet what has become of him? He has become a victim of power struggles. Now, he endures the wrath of the Yi family. If the ninth prince ascends, the Yi family will undoubtedly eliminate all potential threats among the adult princes to secure his position. The fifth prince lamented. But what can we do? The Yi family controls the 6 ministries, and the majority of the imperial guards are in their hands. That is why we must unite, urged the first prince, lowering his voice. Since our father has entrusted the imperial seal to the second prince, he must have left him some hidden cards. Tomorrow, the second prince is entering the palace. Rather than waiting idly, we should. He did not finish his sentence, but all present understood his implication. Suddenly, the third prince produced a confidential letter from his sleeve. I have already contacted my master. The Xiantian sect is willing to send 2 6th-level grandmasters to assist us. The Xiantian sect is one of the top sects in the Great Qin, its leader being a peak grandmaster, and the sect is rumored to house several grandmaster ancestors. The fourth prince added, my maternal family has some influence in Jiangnan. If necessary, I can mobilize 8,000 private soldiers. The fourth prince's maternal family, the Zhao family, is immensely wealthy, though they have been weakened over the years due to the Yi family's oppression. Nonetheless, they still possess formidable resources. The fifth prince sighed, gritted his teeth, and said, I am at a disadvantage, but my maternal family left me a guard who is a 5th-level grandmaster. The first prince nodded. I have secretly contacted the commander of the Northern Defense Army. He has made it clear that he opposes the Yi matriarch's interference in politics. The commander is an 8th-level grandmaster, leading an army of 200,000 valiant border troops. Although there have been conflicts with the Yi family, due to his critical responsibility guarding the borders, the Yi family does not dare to act rashly. The 4 princes exchanged glances, each seeing the resolve reflected in the other's eyes. Tomorrow morning shall herald the moment of revelation. If Empress Yi dares to openly defy the late emperor's commands, let it be known that we shall not regard the dignity of the royal family. Observing the expressions of those present, the third prince chuckled lightly. There is no need for excessive pessimism. Even a resolute figure like Zhao Yi could be eliminated. Hence it stands to reason that the leverage in the hands of my second brother is likely substantial. Upon uttering these words, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in the eyes of the other 3 princes. The atmosphere within the dimly lit chamber shifted, the facade of fraternal camaraderie shattering in an instant. Beneath the flickering candlelight, the shadows of the 4 princes resembled 4 dormant dragons, biding their time for transformation. Although none of them explicitly mentioned the matter of succession, each was acutely aware that the true contest would commence once Empress Yi was toppled. After all, who would not covet that exalted position? The first prince, despite his maternal lineage being diminished, possesses deep ties with the Northern Guardian Army, having served alongside its commander in his youth. With the Northern Guardian Army as his trump card, the 200,000 frontier troops are more than capable of instilling fear across the realm. The third prince enjoys the backing of the Xiantian sect, a prominent force in the contemporary world, boasting several formidable masters whose influence in the martial world cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, the third prince is not only a direct disciple of the sect's grand elder, but has also formed a marital bond with the sect leader's daughter, solidifying their close relationship. Meanwhile, the fourth prince's maternal clan has been entrenched in the Jiangnan region for years. Despite facing severe suppression from the Yi family, they still managed to maintain an army of 8,000 private soldiers, elite troops imbued with martial prowess. Moreover, this 8,000 is but a fraction of the Zhao family's full strength. Even the seemingly least powerful 5th prince, Li Tian, is guarded by a master of the 5th rank. Such a master is a distinguished guest wherever they go, and the willingness to serve as Li Tian's protector hints at the formidable forces lurking in the shadows. Of course, amidst these princes, Li Taicang, who has remained inconspicuous, is equally enigmatic. Having endured in the eyes of the Yi family for so many years, his sudden emergence now reveals a formidable backing. With the imperial seal in hand and the late emperor's decree in his favor, he has gained a significant legal advantage. What is even more concerning is the unseen force capable of silently eliminating a master like Zhao Yi. Its power likely surpasses common imagination. This is precisely the terrifying nature of the Liqin royal family, which seemingly produces a rejuvenating leader every few generations. The princes find themselves entangled in a vortex of power, striving for survival, either growing through struggle or becoming stepping stones for others to ascend. Those lacking wisdom often meet their demise before even reaching the throne. Ultimately, those who ascend to power are invariably the dragons among men, tempered by trials. The sons of Liu Tian may appear to have spoken lightly of the Yi family's ascendance, yet they understand that their fates are not sealed. Even if they fail in their quest for power, they possess the means to retreat to their strongholds and reclaim their territories. Even without the anomaly that is Li Taicang, Empress Yi and her ninth son, Li Taiyuan, may not necessarily secure their positions. None of Liu Tian's sons are to be underestimated. Chapter 7. The divergent choices of the two princesses' ambition is not solely the domain of men within the Liqin royal family. In the residence of the sixth princess, an urgent command was issued. Longan is no longer safe. Escort me out of the city at once. Once the situation clarifies, I shall return with my troops. Clad in agile attire, Li Yegao spoke with a gravity that brooked no dissent to the cloaked figure before her. She had received news of Zhao Yi's demise within the second prince's residence. Many had long regarded a figure like Zhao Yi with heightened scrutiny, especially given his visit to the second prince's abode that night. It was evident to all that he had gone there to settle matters. Yet, he had departed with a contingent of imperial guards, leaving only a lone attendant hastily making his way to Xinang Palace, the stench of blood unmistakable. Zhao Yi's head had been sent forth from the second prince's estate. How deeply concealed was the strength of my second brother, capable of dispatching a master of the sixth rank with such ease? The thought left Li Yegao's eyelids fluttering. She had never anticipated that the most overlooked second prince would harbor such formidable power. In her memory, the second prince had always been a weak and mediocre figure, one who wore an apologetic smile even when bullied. She once scorned the notion that such a person could possess royal blood and hold a legitimate position. Yet now, her perspective had shifted. Concealed dragons do not reveal their strength, and a guarded approach can often be the most prudent. At present, Li Taicang looms larger in her mind than anyone else. Empress Yi and her elder brothers are formidable adversaries. Remaining in Longan to engage with them would yield scant chances of success. The first brother is well connected with the commander of the Northern Guardian Army and will undoubtedly leverage that relationship. In such turbulent times, it would present an opportune moment for me to return with my forces and seize the throne under the pretext of purging the court. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Li Yegao's eyes. Her mother was a princess of the Tianlang dynasty, with the grasslands as her ancestral home. This has rendered Li Yegao's status among the princes and princesses distinctly unique. Though the court officials may feign respect, their disdain and contempt for her are palpable. Even her father, Liu Tian, rarely casts her a glance. To the world, a daughter of a foreign lineage, even with the blood of the late emperor, holds little distinction from a tainted royal bloodline. Yet Li Yegao harbors no inferiority. She believes her lineage to be the most noble. What could those narrow-minded individuals comprehend? My veins pulse with the blood of two great royal families. That is the true supreme lineage. Li Yegao retrieved a bronze wolf talisman from her bosom and handed it to the cloaked figure. Time is of the essence. Dispatch someone to the Tianlang dynasty at once, instructing my uncle to mobilize 30,000 elite cavalry to stand by at the border. Ensure it is the most elite Sanglong Guard. After a moment's pause, she added, "Convey to my uncle that this time, I aim for that position." She gestured towards the palace. Li Yegao was acutely aware of her advantages. With the Sanglong Guard as her elite cavalry and the clandestine forces she had cultivated over the years, she might well ascend in this struggle for succession. Let us depart through the secret passage. Before leaving, she stood in the courtyard, casting one last look at the residence she had called home for over 20 years. Under the moonlight, her gaze was imbued with a fervent madness. When I return to Longan, I shall undoubtedly become the third empress of Deqin. Ambition burned fiercely within Li Yegao's heart. She could almost envision herself clad in the dragon and phoenix imperial robes. In the Liqin royal family, the desire for that supreme throne does not rest solely with the princes. The princesses harbor ambitions as well. History has shown that it is not only princes who can ascend to that exalted position. The illustrious Empress Xiaoming from 13 centuries ago and and the renowned Empress Jinghe from 6 centuries past were both formidable sovereigns. If they could achieve such heights, why could not I, Li Yegao? In the misty reign of Zhang Liang and Zhang Nan, within an elegantly constructed courtyard by the water, the 7th princess Li Fuyao reclined lazily in a rocking chair, gnawing on a chicken leg. Suddenly, her brow furrowed, and the chicken leg hovered suspended in midair. Has her biological father passed away? Li Fuyao, the 7th princess of Deqin, is the daughter of a prominent family in Jiangnan, the Su clan. When Li Yutian journeyed south, he fell in love at first sight with the talented and beautiful Miss Su, resulting in her birth. As a fusion of royal and esteemed family bloodlines, Li Fuyao is blessed with striking features and an ethereal presence, winning the favor of Li Yutian. In contrast to the indifferent Li Yegao, Li Fuyao is the epitome of being cherished. The Su family has risen to prominence in Jiangnan. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the Zhao family, Li Fuyao embodies the essence of languid grace. She would rather recline than sit, and would rather sit than stand, spending her days indulging in the culinary delights of various regions. Her departure from Long'an to Jinling was purely motivated by her weariness of northern cuisine, as she yearned to savor the flavors of Jiangnan. However, she bears another identity, that of the empress of the great Xian Phoenix dynasty. Her realm has long surpassed that of mere mortals. In her eyes, dynasties like the Great Qin are but a mere drop in the ocean. In the past, she selflessly sacrificed herself to defend against formidable foes, leaving only a fragment of her soul to undergo the cycle of reincarnation. The emperor guards the nation's gates, and the sovereign dies for the state. She has always believed this to be an undeniable truth. Yet, she wonders how the current Great Xian Phoenix dynasty fares. It was only 3 days ago that she began to awaken fragments of her memories, uncovering her true origins. Alas, with Li Yutian's talents, he ought not to be constrained within the confines of this modest Great Qin dynasty. Is the allure of power truly greater than that of martial prowess? Li Fuyao sighed while gnawing on a chicken leg, the weariness in her ancient eyes starkly contrasting with the grease on her lips. Though she possesses extraordinary insight, she never underestimates the inhabitants of this realm. To her, the limitations of the world cannot obscure the brilliance of these talented individuals. Were they to exist in the higher realm, those who stand at the pinnacle of this world would still look down upon all others with pride. Just like Li Yutian, a figure capable of commanding mountains and rivers would undoubtedly be a great sovereign in their domain. Just moments ago, the bloodline of this body stirred, revealing to her that its biological father had passed away. It is regrettable that such a prodigy is trapped in a world where even celestial beings struggle to transcend. That Yiho must be ascending to power now. However, the brothers of this body are no trifles. They are individuals with darkness ingrained in their very beings. TSK. It seems that in any realm, nothing is truly new under the sun. As an empress, she is all too familiar with such individuals. In their relentless pursuit of power and profit, even kin can be manipulated and betrayed. The faces of several princes flit through her mind, although they hide their intentions well. She can discern the depth of their cunning and the ruthlessness of their methods. Yet, her second brother stands out as a rare good man. Unfortunately, his sensitive identity means that Yiho will not let her off easily. In her memories, Li Taicang was always humble and courteous, engrossed in his cultivation. Never participating in power struggles, he treated his younger siblings with a certain degree of integrity. One must remember, even his doting father had ulterior motives regarding the Su family. A good person born into royalty is destined for tragedy. Nonetheless, restoring her cultivation requires time. A good person should not meet such a fate. She discarded the chicken bone, stretched lazily, and her figure gradually faded away, leaving only the rocking chair gently swaying. It was merely a consequence for this body. Li's character has always been carefree and unrestrained, indifferent to worldly laws. Were it not for such an otherworldly disposition, she would not have chosen to sacrifice herself in a moment of peril to preserve the entire dynasty in her past life. Though her cultivation has yet to be fully restored, with her current strength, it would be a trivial matter to protect an ordinary person from the shadows. Chapter 8. To die beneath this sword is your honor. As various factions reacted, in just one night, the entire city of Chang'an was shrouded in an ominous atmosphere. The sky was barely brightening. The courtyard of the second prince, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, slowly opened its crimson doors. Li Taicang stepped out, followed by a eunuch clad in red and a figure draped in a black robe. His steps were steady and composed, devoid of the previous caution. One hand cradled the imperial seal, its luminous jade surface openly displayed for all to see. As the three of them emerged, spies hidden throughout the area held their breath. Some turned to relay the news, while others remained concealed and observant. Although Li Taicang and his companions did not glance in their direction, the spies were overwhelmed with a peculiar sensation, as though their lives hung by a thread in the balance of the trio's intentions. The empty streets were eerily silent, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing. Li Taicang walked directly towards the palace, his expression calm as water, betraying no hint of anxiety or fear. Yet everyone understood that the legitimate son of the late emperor and empress Xiao De was about to unleash a cataclysmic storm. As he approached the main thoroughfare leading to the palace, a squad of imperial guards obstructed his path. The leader of this unit was a trusted confidant of Zhao Yi, aware that his superior had met with misfortune. However, he could not defy the orders from above as a mere vice commander. He could only steel himself and step forward to block Li Taicang. "Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has issued a decree." Before he could finish, the figure in the black robe slightly raised his head, and a cold glint flashed beneath the mask. The commander felt as though he had plunged into an ice cave. Swallowing the remainder of his words and lowering his head to clear the way, Li Taicang continued forward, seemingly unperturbed by the interruption. Not far away, on the top floor of a tea house, four princes stood leaning against the railing. They observed Li Taicang and his companions with significant expressions. The eunuch exuded an aura of high mastery, while the black-robed figure was inscrutable even to them. It was highly likely that he was a peak master. One of the princes beside them, a formidable master, spoke gravely. Upon hearing this, all present fixed their gaze upon the black-robed figure. They were uncertain of his identity. The peak masters are typically the leaders of various prestigious families and sections. They stand on the cusp of becoming grand masters, and upon breaking through, they retreat to seclusion, becoming the foundation of their clans. Such individuals seldom take action. The reason for the black-robed figure's concealment likely stems from a desire to keep his sect's identity hidden. "The second brother has not truly been indifferent to the world these past years," remarked the third prince with an insightful tone. The fifth prince, Li Tian, frowned. To summon a peak master, the second brother must have paid a considerable price. The fourth prince scoffed, his tone laden with evident dissatisfaction. "It could also be a trump card left for him by our father. The emperor truly shows favoritism by bequeathing such a powerful ally to the second brother." The first prince narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Esteemed elders, please ensure the safety of my second brother." The masters exchanged glances but did not respond immediately. Instead, they looked toward the princes they were assisting. The three princes nodded in agreement. Upon receiving the signal, almost simultaneously, several figures leapt from the tea-house windows. Their movements were astonishingly swift. Even masters in the Xianhai realm could scarcely perceive their forms, catching only fleeting shadows. In an instant, these masters had appeared behind Li Taicang's group. The leading elder in gray stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute. "Your Highness, your brothers have sent us to assist you." Li Taicang seemed to have anticipated this, glancing toward the direction of the tea-house with a knowing gaze. The fifth prince, Li Tian, furrowed his brow. "Did the second brother just glance at us?" "Fifth brother, you must be mistaken. There is a concealment array in operation here. Relax. We need only to observe the unfolding drama. Regardless of who prevails in the contest between the second brother and Yi Ho, it benefits us." In fact, the four princes had reached a consensus not to personally step into the palace. The palace had long been fortified by the Yi family, and they would not risk themselves. Sending a few masters to assist Li Taicang was the extent of their capabilities. More discreetly, before departing, the four princes had issued identical secret orders to their respective masters. When Li Taicang and Yi Ho were mutually weakened, they were to act swiftly to eliminate both parties. At that time, the four would each compete for the throne based on their own merits. The first prince, Li Taiqian, narrowed his eyes. "Gentlemen, the grand performance is about to commence." Inside the tea-house, a brief silence ensued. Each prince harbored their own thoughts, yet they tacitly refrained from revealing their unspoken plan. The clam and the clam digger both benefit from the struggle. Regardless of what transpires within the palace today, they had prepared thoroughly. However, an unexpected twist was on the horizon. Li Taicang gazed coldly at the masters before him. "What promises have your families made to you?" His tone was brusque, causing the masters to furrow their brows. The leading elder in gray darkened his expression. "Your Highness, it would be wise to prioritize your own well-being. We have been commanded to assist, and will help His Highness deal with the Empress Yi. Yuanqing, eliminate them." As the order was given, a cold glint flashed. The energy of the celestial gang descended like a torrential downpour, and several master-level warriors did not even have time to react before they were severed from life. These renowned high-tier masters of the great Qin dynasty met their demise in an instant. Crash! The four princes at the tea-house suddenly stood up, their teacups shattering into fragments. The eldest prince, Li Taiqian, turned pale. A grandmaster. The second brother actually commanded a grandmaster to take action. The ability to instantaneously annihilate so many masters could only be attributed to a grandmaster. The third prince, Li Taiming, trembled with disbelief. It was inconceivable. They were aware that the forces backing them also had grandmasters overseeing them, yet no matter how they pleaded, the response was always that the grandmasters would not intervene in the power struggle. They were unaware of the price Li Taicang had paid to persuade the grandmaster. As they were in shock, the red-robed eunuch beside Li Taicang suddenly vanished. Not good. The fifth prince, Li Tian, was the first to react, but it was too late. Your highnesses, please follow me. In the next moment, a gust of wind swept them away from the tea house. It was at this moment they realized that the red-robed eunuch who had been following Li Taicang was a peak master. Their own realm barely reached the Xianhai level. Though they were all considered prodigies, they were still far from becoming masters. Moreover, this peak master was capable of leading a sect. By the time they regained their senses, they found themselves standing before Li Taicang. Their faces were ashen, sweat beading on their foreheads. They finally realized they had made a fatal mistake by sending away all their protective masters, leaving them vulnerable to the black-robed Grand Master, who had slaughtered them all, leaving them without any guardians. It was this oversight that allowed the red-robed eunuch to so easily capture them. The eldest prince, Li Taiqian, was the first to regain his composure, suppressing the fear within him, and solemnly questioned, "Second brother, what is the meaning of this? We kindly sent masters to assist, yet you command a Grand Master to strike mercilessly? Do you know who stands behind these masters?" The third prince, Li Taiming, took a deep breath, his expression grim. 5 masters had perished here. Was the second brother digging his own grave? The forces behind them would never let this go unpunished. In the face of his brother's inquiries, Li Taicang remained calm. He spoke slowly, his voice as indifferent as ice. General of the North, Xiantian sect, Zhao family, hidden sections. With each name he uttered, the expressions of the 4 princes grew increasingly grim. What benefits did you promise them? Ceding territory? Human trafficking? Or handing over the lifeblood of the court? The 4 princes' faces darkened. Although they had close ties with the forces behind them, it was not enough to compel those pillars of strength to heed their commands. They had also made numerous promises. The eldest prince promised the command of the northern army, designating the 3 northern counties as autonomous territories. The third prince assured the Xiantian sect access to the royal family's secret cultivation tomes. The fourth prince pledged to the Zhao family all the taxes from the Jiangnan shipping trade. The fifth prince even promised the hidden sects the freedom to select royal offspring as disciples. However, they were confident that once they ascended to the throne, they would reclaim these concessions from the forces behind them. Suddenly, the fourth prince, Li Taiheng, coldly laughed and forced himself to maintain composure. Second brother, why pretend to be virtuous here? If you could summon a Grand Master to act, surely there was a price paid? Let me guess. Was it a shared governance of the realm? Upon hearing this, Li Taicang's lips curled into a knowing smile. This smile made the 4 princes' hearts tighten, and they instinctively took a step back. I require no promises to anyone. As for your collusion with the sects and betrayal of the nation, your crimes are unforgivable. An ancient, regal sword materialized in Li Taicang's hand, exuding an aura of ancient nobility. To perish beneath this sword is your honor. The pupils of the 4 princes constricted. Li Taicang, have you lost your mind? To slay a royal heir in public, especially your own kin, how will you justify this to the people? How will you secure your throne? The Empress Yi is watching us from within the palace as we turn against one another. Do you wish to hand over the kingdom of Li Qin to the Yi family? Chapter 9. The death of the eldest prince. The scene abruptly shifted, leaving only the blood-soaked headless corpse in Li Taicang's sight. Yuan Tiangang stood like an iron tower before Li Taicang, his long knife dripping with blood. Gao Lisher squinted, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Your Highness, just now a Grand Master acted, and not just one. Yuan Tiangang spoke solemnly. Just as Li Taicang's sword was about to fall upon the princes' necks, several attacks surged forth. Yuan Tiangang shielded Li Taicang, allowing them to rescue a few princes. Of course, they could not save them all. The eldest prince, Li Taiqian, was left behind. As the commander of the northern army, he had no Grand Master as his backing. In the chaos, the other 3 princes were rescued by their respective Grand Masters, leaving him as the sole claimed by Li Taicang's sword. In truth, Yuan Tiangang had the capability to pursue those Grand Masters. To prevent falling for their diversionary tactics, he did not leave Li Taicang's side. However, he had just severely injured a Grand Master, and the blood on his blade was proof. If it were not for his concern for Li Taicang's safety, Yuan Tiangang would have been confident in capturing several of them. In fact, Li Taicang had not needed Yuan Tiangang's protection earlier. Though the gap between masters and grandmasters was vast, with the human sovereign's command, even a grandmaster would find difficulty in gaining the upper hand. But now, those grandmasters had fled far away, and pursuing them would lead Li Taicang into their territory. They could escape for a moment, but not for eternity. Li Taicang gazed at the headless corpse of the eldest prince and remarked, "They cannot escape from the great Qin. Once I ascend the throne, I shall deal with them. Zhao family, Xintian sect, hidden sects, I shall spare none." Subsequently, the three turned and departed. The body of the eldest prince, Li Taiqian, lay exposed in the marketplace. The remains of a noble from the heavenly family were now left unclaimed. Countless spies hidden in the shadows were already left astonished. Madness, sheer madness. The second prince truly dared to slay his brother in public, not fearing the stain it would leave upon himself? That was merely a minor issue. What truly shocked them was the appearance of Grand Masters, and not just one. Those were legendary figures who seldom revealed themselves for decades. The third, fourth, and fifth princes had all been rescued by Grand Masters, returning to their strongholds. Chaos was imminent. With the imperial seal in hand, Li Taicang smoothly made his way to the palace. It was evident to all observers that this second prince had a singular intention. I am the rightful heir. Today, only one prince shall ascend the throne, and that is I, Li Taicang. Those who dare oppose me are traitors and rebels. At this moment, the palace gates had already changed guards, with the Yi family's master, Yi Qingshan, taking watch. Yi Qingshan did not obstruct him, opening the gates to allow passage. However, as Li Taicang entered the palace, the heavy gates thunderously slammed shut behind him, echoing ominously. The palace had become a fortress. Yi Qingshan, the master of the Yi family, clasped his hands and said, "Your Highness, please follow me. The Empress Dowager and the Prime Minister are awaiting you in the Taiji Hall." The Taiji Hall was the location of Li Yutian's memorial. Instead of the Xinang Palace, the Yi family had deliberately chosen this venue for their meeting. Making their intentions glaringly obvious, they sought to forcibly seize the imperial seal in front of the former emperor's spirit and complete the so-called enthronement ceremony. Upon entering the inner palace, Li Taicang immediately sensed something was amiss. On either side of the palace path stood a multitude of guards and palace maids, all eyes fixed intently upon them. The gaze of these individuals was frigid and vigilant, entirely unlike that of ordinary palace attendants. It was evident that the entire imperial palace had been meticulously purged by the Yi family, and those stationed here were the meticulously trained assassins of the Yi clan. However, Li Taicang regarded these individuals with disdain. Even a multitude of ants remained mere ants. Thus, he made his way unobstructed to the Taiji Hall. Here, white cloth hung high, and candlelight flickered dimly. The coffin of Li Yutian rested in the center of the grand hall, surrounded by over 100 monks chanting in hushed tones. 5 frail, elderly figures stood nearby, eyes closed in contemplation. Though they appeared to be 5 ordinary old men, they radiated an overwhelming aura of pressure. Behind them knelt the Empress Yi, clad in simple white mourning attire, before the spirit tablet. The 4-year-old 9th prince, Li Taiyuan, sat innocently in the position designated for the heir apparent. The child clutched his own sleeve, oblivious to the fact that he was being used as a pawn. The Empress's stunning visage was now as pale as paper, her phoenix eyes reddened, and fresh tears stained her porcelain-like cheeks. Little did anyone suspect that within those tear-filled eyes lay a chilling calculation. Not far from them stood the Prime Minister Yi, an expression of sorrow etched upon his face, seemingly mourning the late emperor. Yet his gaze continually flickered between Li Taicang and the 5 frail figures. Yuan Tiangang stepped forward and spoke in a low voice, "Your Highness. Among those 5, 1 is a Grandmaster of the 9th rank, 2 are Grandmasters of the 8th rank, and 2 are Grandmasters of the 7th rank." Li Taicang nodded calmly, though tumultuous waves surged within his heart. He recognized these 5 men. He had seen them years ago when they accompanied Li Yutian at the ancestral temple rites. These individuals were all members of the royal lineage, their ages a mystery even to Li Yutian. It was known that they had guarded the ancestral temple for a long time, never involving themselves in worldly affairs. Who would have thought that these elderly guardians of the temple were actually 5 grandmasters, and all of them belonged to the Li Qin royal clan? At this moment, the 5 elders disregarded everyone else, their gazes fixed intently on Yuan Tiangang. Those present could feel an almost imperceptible killing intent permeating the air. Yuan Tiangang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing the 5 grandmasters, exuding a chilling and ruthless aura. In all the world, only one person could compel Yuan Tiangang to bow. These 5 were not worthy of such distinction. The palpable killing intent sent cold sweat cascading down the brows of the chanting monks. The candle flames flickered violently. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, an oppressive atmosphere filled the grand hall. These old men, ignoring the Yi family's regency, dared to target me? Li Taicang felt a surge of dissatisfaction. As members of the royal lineage, they should assist their juniors rather than support the oppressive families. Clearly, these elders had grown senile. The Empress Yi was the first to shatter the solemn atmosphere within the hall. She raised her tear-filled phoenix eyes, her voice trembling as she called out, "Sung, have you come to see your father?" She reached out a trembling hand. "Come quickly, your father adored you most dearly." Suddenly, Li Taicang barked in a commanding tone, "Someone." His voice boomed like thunder, startling the chanting monks into silence. He pointed at the palace maid kneeling beside the Empress. "Do you not see that the Empress is unwell? If anything goes awry, I shall hold you accountable." Before his words faded, several eunuchs hurriedly approached with a warming stove. Turning to the young ninth prince, Li Taicang's tone softened. "Ninth brother, you are still young and frail. How can you endure the cold here? Quickly, take him away and care for him properly." To the astonishment of all present, Li Taicang strode directly to the most esteemed position before the spirit tablet. With steady steps, he approached the ninth prince and gently said, "Ninth brother, rise for a moment. You are occupying your second brother's place." The young prince, startled by Li Taicang's sudden outburst, hurriedly ran into the empress's embrace. Li Taicang knelt firmly in the position that rightfully belonged to the heir apparent, placing the imperial jade seal upon the altar. "My father has entrusted this jade seal to his son, assigning the monumental task of revitalizing the Qin to me. Before the spirit of my father, I vow to diligently govern and restore order to the realm, eradicate corruption, and rejuvenate the great Qin. Should I violate this oath, may heaven and earth punish me, and may I meet a most dreadful end." Li Taicang turned to face the crowd, the Taia sword gripped firmly in his hand. "From this day forth, I am the new sovereign of the Qin." The Empress, cradling the ninth prince, wore a countenance as dark as stormy waters. "Is the second prince conspiring against us?" Li Taicang's actions caught them completely off guard. They had never anticipated that Li Taicang would declare his ascension directly before the spirit of Li Yutian. Yet, upon reflection, Li Taicang's actions were not without justification. He possessed the status of the legitimate eldest son and held the imperial jade seal entrusted by Li Yutian. Ascending to the throne before the spirit posed no legal dilemma. In her eyes, that throne rightfully belonged to her son, and that jade seal should have been the ninth prince's possession. Li Taicang's actions were tantamount to usurping everything she had painstakingly orchestrated. "How dare you, you ungrateful wretch!" The empress's voice, though soft, carried a bone-chilling coldness. "Is the second prince plotting rebellion?" The late emperor's will clearly designated the ninth prince as the successor. Before she could finish, Li Taicang interrupted, "Empress, tread carefully. My father is the emperor, and my mother is Empress Zhao. Regardless of whether it is a matter of legitimacy or priority, I am the foremost claimant. Am I to rebel against my own family?" Seeing Li Taicang now refer to himself as I, the empress felt her heart nearly explode with indignation. Yi Guizhou narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within. He regarded the veiled Yuan Tiangang with trepidation. The grandmasters were not figures they could confront. However, glancing at the five stern-faced royal ancestors brought him a measure of relief. Fortunately, the edicts of the High Emperor constrained these royal ancestors, who would balance out that veiled figure. With this thought, he couldn't help but feel a touch of disdain. Truly, they were hopelessly obstinate. These old fogies possessed the mightiest strength of the Qin, but merely sat by and watched as the royal house fell into turmoil. Even if they raised a formidable leader, what good would it do? In the face of a shattered realm, even the mightiest leader would be powerless. Yi Guizhou stepped forward, his voice icy and piercing. "Second prince, what evidence do you possess to prove that this imperial jade seal was entrusted to you by the late emperor? I have serious doubts that it was not you who harmed the late emperor and seized the jade seal from the palace last night." He fixed a sharp gaze upon Li Taicang. "Otherwise, how do you explain that immediately after you left the late emperor's chamber, he perished? Furthermore, the late emperor had long foreseen your wolfish ambitions and entrusted the succession document to me for safekeeping. With that, he produced a roll of bright yellow silk. This is the true will of the late emperor. I ask all to examine it." One of the five royal ancestors, Li Yi, raised a hand and summoned the silk into his grasp. The hall fell silent, with the Yi family's faction holding their breath in anticipation of this grandmaster's judgment. Li Taicang remained non-committal, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed those present. This marked an opportune moment to test the stance of the five royal ancestors, while also gauging what other trump cards the Yi family might possess. Seizing the moment, the empress stepped forward, her voice choked with emotion. Esteemed ancestors, before his passing, the late emperor expressly told me that he wished to pass the throne to Yuan. This ungrateful wretch harbors wolfish ambitions. Not only has he harmed the late emperor, but now he seeks to usurp his younger brother's throne. Li Yi's murky eyes scanned the will, then lifted his gaze to Yi Guizhou, his expression enigmatic, a blend of mockery and intrigue. Yi Guizhou felt a chill run down his spine from that gaze, yet the subsequent words eased his taut nerves, causing a triumphant smile to unconsciously creep upon his lips. His voice was hoarse, yet undeniable. This document is indeed penned in the late emperor's own hand, and the seal of the imperial jade is unmistakably authentic. The assembled members of the Yi family collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. They understood that the endorsement from the 5 royal ancestors signified that the Yi family had surmounted the most critical obstacle in this struggle for power. More importantly, it affirmed that the enigmatic grandmaster in the black robe, as the Yi family's ancestors had asserted, would indeed refrain from intervening in the succession struggle, instead choosing to restrain the forces under Li Taicang. The pressure exerted by the grandmaster was immense. Without his interference, and with only a solitary master eunuch to assist, the Yi family regarded Li Taicang with utter disdain. Li Yi smirked internally, fully aware that the imperial edict was a fabrication by Yi Guizhou. Despite being gravely ill, the imperial seal of the kingdom had never left Li Yutian's side. There was no way the Yi family could lay claim to the real imperial seal. This left only one possibility. The Yi family had audaciously forged a replica that was convincing enough to deceive. Such audacity was indeed outrageous. It also served as an excellent sharpening stone for Li Yi. He had no intention of personally dealing with this treacherous rebel. Rather, he was eager to observe how Li Taicang would respond to the unfolding situation. This prince, who had always concealed his brilliance. What strategies could he possibly employ to counter the Yi family now that he had lost the advantage of the grandmaster? However, even if Li Taicang were to falter, it mattered not. Beyond Chang'an lay several other princes who would rally their forces and vie for supremacy in the Central Plains. As for the 9th prince, who had been put forth by the Yi matriarch, although he currently appeared meek, Li Yi knew that this child, with the blood of the Li family coursing through his veins, would eventually unveil his innate political acumen. The Li family was, after all, a merciless political machine by nature. Historical precedents in the Qin dynasty abound, showcasing young sovereigns who countered the influence of external relatives and regained authority. A sense of anticipation flickered in Li Yi's heart. Whoever among this generation of princes ultimately ascended to the zenith would surely become a formidable ruler. Li Taicang's eyes glinted with cold resolve. The 5 royal ancestors truly seemed to have exhausted their patience, watching as treacherous rebels distorted the truth and harmed the rightful heir. Seizing the moment, the Yi matriarch bellowed with fervor, "Li Taicang, you traitor who has committed patricide and usurpation. The late emperor was your biological father. Do you intend to harm him simply because he did not pass the throne to you?" Yi Guizhou coldly echoed. "How dare such treacherous wretches stand before the spirit of the late emperor? Surrender the imperial seal, and the Yi family shall grant you the dignity befitting a prince." With a disdainful snort, Yi Guizhou unleashed his peak master-level prowess. As the head of the family, it was not surprising that he possessed such formidable abilities. Having once fought alongside Li Yutian on the steppes, the Yi matriarch led the 9th prince to retreat to the rear of the grand hall. Yi Guizhou's eruption served as a signal. In an instant, the chanting monks surged forth, encircling Li Taicang and Gao Li. At this moment, the monks exuded an aura of violence rather than tranquility, their intentions drenched in bloodlust. To their astonishment, these monks were all at the Xianhai level, and their combined might was such that even high-ranking masters would not dare to underestimate them. The 5 hidden Yi family masters emerged, drawing their blades in confrontation. All 5 were above the 7th realm. Yuan Tianggang's eyes turned icy as he sought to intervene, only to find himself encircled by the 5 royal elders, forming a pentagon around him. Chapter 11. Do you not hold the emperor in esteem? As the Yi family tore off their facade, Li Taicang gazed at the 5 royal ancestors surrounding Yuan Tiangang. Did the Yi family intend to commit regicide, and would the elders remain indifferent? Among the 5 elders, only the youngest, Li Wu, frowned at the Yi family's actions. Yet, when he raised his hand, the other 4 elders' glares compelled him to lower it once more. Seeing this, Yi Guizhou sighed in relief. Had those elders chosen to aid Li Taicang, the Yi family would have faced certain demise. Even the Grandmaster from the back mountain might not have been able to save them. The Yi family members drew their long blades, their intent to kill palpable. Li Taicang, today marks your end. Descend and plead for forgiveness from the late emperor. Upon witnessing their unsheathing of weapons, Yuan Tiangang wrath ignited. As a loyal subject, how could he stand idly by while his sovereign was humiliated? Enough! Yuan Tiangang roared, his killing intent surging like a torrent. Instantly, the imposing aura of the Yi family masters was shattered by his ferocity. Though the Yi family had many powerful masters, he was a grandmaster. Yet, just as he was about to act, the 5 royal elders sprang into action. The torrent of killing intent was momentarily halted, and in a blink, Yuan Tiangang's aura was suppressed. The leading figure, Li Yi, questioned, "Which sect do you belong to? Why do you hide your face from us? Are you unaware of the rule that forbids grandmasters from intervening in matters of succession? Is your sect courting death?" Yuan Tiangang replied solemnly, "I am a subject of His Majesty. I implore the esteemed elders to step aside." Hearing Yuan Tiangang's response, the elder at the forefront had veins bulging from his forehead, his voice hoarse yet thunderous. "Even now, you choose to feign ignorance. Do you believe we are unaware of your true intentions? I ask you one last time, under whose tutelage do you serve? Do you intend to usurp the Li Qin dynasty and rule the world?" Simultaneously, the formidable auras of the 5 grandmasters erupted, unleashing a tempest of spiritual pressure within the hall. Prayer flags tore apart, candelabras toppled, and even the coffin of Li Yutian emitted a grating sound. The palace attendants were thrown into disarray, yet Li Taicang remained unmoved, seated in the principal position, his robes billowing and his gaze growing ever colder. Li Si also turned his attention to Li Taicang. "And you, incompetent descendant, how dare you conspire with a grandmaster? Do you think you can manipulate a grandmaster? Do you wish for the Li Qin dynasty's reign to be cut short?" Li Yutian had also lost his mind, handing the imperial seal to this fool. Yi Guzhou's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the meticulously crafted edict would fail to deceive these 5 royal ancestors. However, it was evident that while the 5 royal ancestors tolerated the Yi family's forged edict, they would not permit the grandmaster to meddle in royal affairs. As Li Taicang's dignity was insulted, Gao Lishur could no longer contain himself and made to step forward. Yet, in the next moment, he was rooted in place by the grandmaster's overwhelming pressure. Gao Lishur was a prodigy, but his peak master-level prowess paled in comparison to that of a grandmaster. The Yi matriarch wore a smug expression at the rear of the hall. It was an ironclad rule of the Qin dynasty that grandmasters must not interfere in royal matters. As long as the 5 grandmasters remained alive, no one could overturn the status of the Li Qin dynasty. As for which of the Li family's sons ascended to the throne, they were indifferent. Seizing the opportunity, the Yi matriarch tightened her hold on the 9th prince, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "Yuan, you are destined to be emperor. Be sure to treat your mother and your uncle well. Do you understand?" The 9th prince, bewildered, nodded. Yet, what the Yi matriarch failed to notice was the glimmer of coldness lurking within the depths of his clear eyes. At this moment, Li Taicang comprehended why these royal ancestors could tolerate the external relative's usurpation of power while refusing to support the royal descendants. The might of a grandmaster was beyond that which could be countered by mere masters. Their very existence was meant to instill fear across the realm. In essence, a grandmaster was akin to a nuclear weapon from Earth's past, their deterrent power surpassing their destructive capability. Li Taicang did not extend any courtesy to the 5 elders. His tone was as frigid as ice. "Elders, to openly defy my edict, do you believe yourselves to be above the emperor?" Li Yi scoffed. "What are you, to presume to call me your majesty? Until this grandmaster is dealt with, we will not depart. As for you, pray for your own fortune." As he spoke, the pressure from the 5 royal elders intensified, causing the Taiji hall to creak under the strain. The spirit hall of Li Yutian descended into chaos. Yet, the Yi matriarch wore a mocking smile, and Yi Guzhou's expression trembled, barely concealing his excitement. Just as they envisioned the future of Li Taoyuan ascending to power, a sudden eruption of celestial might reverberated through the hall. A true dragon seems to have awakened, roaring across the heavens. How audacious! With a resounding clang, Li Taicang's Tai sword responded, leaping from its sheath. In an instant, a blinding golden light erupted from the blade, radiant as the sun at dawn, scorching the air and leaving cracks in its wake. The overwhelming pressure unleashed by the 5 royal ancestors, which had previously surged through the great hall like raging waves, was violently torn apart in the moment the sword light descended. The hall was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. What? Impossible. A peak master at merely 20 years of age. It must be an illusion. Yi Guzhou's eyes widened in disbelief, his hand trembling around the sword. Yi Ho's pupils constricted as she gasped in astonishment. The siblings, both high-ranking masters themselves, could distinctly perceive Li Taicang's current realm, the pinnacle of mastery. the very pinnacle of the master realm, just one step away from becoming a transcendent grandmaster. How could he have progressed so rapidly at just 20? In the annals of Great Qin's history, the last peak master at 20 dates back to the founding years. Such a prodigy is destined to transcend the mortal realm and ascend to greatness. Is this truly the second prince, Li Taicang? Although he has always been engrossed in his training, the royal resources allocated to him were scarce. Moreover, with Fu Wen acting as his shadow, the Yi family has persistently monitored Li Taicang's progress. While it is understandable to connect with that masked grandmaster, given the numerous ambitious individuals who regard Li Taicang's status as the eldest son with great interest, how could he quietly reach the peak of mastery at 20? This defies all logic of martial arts. Most importantly, this prince, at the pinnacle of mastery, has directly shattered the storm generated by the 5 grandmasters. The chasm between a master and a grandmaster is as vast as the heavens. This is precisely why grandmasters are so rare in the world today. Master-level warriors can still be worn down by practitioners of the Xianhai, while even numerous master-level warriors cannot contend with a grandmaster. Yet, what has Li Taicang done? He has boldly clashed with grandmasters with mere mastery. It is crucial to note that he faced not 1, but 5. The 5 royal ancestors furrowed their brows, their expressions grave as they regarded the figure emanating supreme authority, their minds racing with myriad thoughts. On one hand, they were astonished by Li Taicang's astonishing cultivation, and on the other, they were startled that he dared to confront grandmasters with his mastery at the 9th level. Li Taicang stepped forward, the blue bricks beneath him crumbling to dust. In that moment, he resembled an ancient emperor descending upon the world, his oppressive aura as deep as the ocean, leaving all present gasping for breath. This sacred hall of the late emperor is no place for your unruly antics. Do you 5 truly disregard the emperor? Li Taicang emphasized the word emperor with great weight. The emperor, the supreme ruler of Great Qin, whose words are law and whose commands must be obeyed. All beings must submit, and none dare overstep their bounds. Yet, these 5 ancestors had the audacity to act within the emperor's sacred hall. This is nothing short of great disrespect. His voice rang out like thunder from the heavens, causing the 5 to retreat a step in unison. The 5 royal ancestors appeared grim. They sensed a threat emanating from Li Taicang. The mere notion of this was chilling, for 5 pinnacle grandmasters felt intimidated by a peak master. However, Li Taicang was unfazed. He possessed a clear understanding of his own strength. Despite only being at the peak of mastery, the technique he practiced was the unparalleled human emperor's suppression of the world. One cannot be deemed supreme if they cannot transcend 1 or 2 great realms to defeat their foes. Moreover, Li Taicang's vitality surged like a flood. While the 5 ancestors' energies had long since waned, it was only reasonable they would feel such trepidation. Chapter 12. The Empress Dowager may test her fortitude observing the tense atmosphere. Yi Guizhou felt a twinge of unease. He discreetly assessed the situation, his anxiety intensifying. Li Taicang's performance exceeded all his expectations. This prince, whom they should have firmly controlled, now resembled a drawn sword, radiating lethal brilliance. Yi Guizhou's gaze subtly swept across the assembly, finally landing on Yi Ho. When their eyes met, Yi Ho imperceptibly nodded. The siblings shared an unspoken understanding, needing no words to convey their intent. They must ensure the 9th prince, Li Taiyuan, departs safely. Yi Ho pulled the 9th prince behind her, whispering instructions. Yuan, you and the old nanny should return home first. When she referred to home, she did not mean the Xinang palace, but rather the Yi family. She entrusted Li Taiyuan to the old nanny beside her, who immediately understood, taking the young prince's small hand. As long as they left the palace and returned to the Yi family, regardless of how this conflict unfolds, the Yi family would still hold a significant stake. The worst outcome would merely be Li Taicang ascending to power while the Yi family was forced to vacate Chang'an. However, given the Yi family's extensive connections, they could swiftly gather strength. The private soldiers of Jiangnan, the trade routes of the northern borders, and the hidden agents in the western regions, these pieces, long laid in secret, would all play a crucial role at the pivotal moment. The 9th prince was their most vital bargaining chip. As long as they protected this lone seedling, he could contend with the other princes for supremacy. The Yi family would still possess the qualification to vie for the throne. In that case, the reigning Li Taicang would inevitably become a target for the other princes. The fate of the throne remains uncertain. The old nanny began to retreat slowly with the 9th prince, making their way towards the palace door. Yi Guizhou's gaze remained fixed on Li Taicang and Yuan Tiangang, ensuring their attention was fully occupied by the 5 royal ancestors. A flicker of relief crossed the tense face of the 9th prince, Li Taiyuan. Despite his sharp intellect, The brutal atmosphere of this power struggle left him breathless. Escaping this arena of strife was undoubtedly a form of liberation for him. However, just as the old nanny and Li Taiyuan were mere steps away from the grand doors of the Taiji Hall, a eunuch obstructed their path. His fiery red attire blocked out the sunlight, casting a shadow over the old nanny and the ninth prince. It was none other than Gao Lisher. His face bore a formulaic smile, yet his gaze was as cold as ice. He slowly closed the grand doors, his voice soft, yet irresistibly authoritative. The emperor did not grant you leave to depart. The old nanny's expression shifted. Her already numerous wrinkles twisted grotesquely, resembling the bark of an ancient tree. Her murky eyes erupted with a terrifying ferocity. In an instant, she transformed into a figure of danger. How dare you? Open your eyes and see. This is His Highness, the ninth prince. You, a mere eunuch, dare to block the ninth prince. Her voice was laced with sharp, killing intent, and an overwhelming spiritual pressure surged forth, revealing her to be a deeply concealed master. The Yi family boasted profound roots. This old nanny was not only Yi Ho's wet nurse, but also the protector of the ninth prince. Gao Lisher's demeanor remained calm, his narrow eyes scrutinizing the old nanny. The Wuxiang Yinfu scripture activated. Shadows began to swirl beneath his feet. Countless eerie and cold runes spread forth, swiftly adhering to the grand doors of the Taiji Hall, forming a black barrier. I am but a servant of the emperor, not one of your Yi family. Stay put and await the emperor's judgment. The old nanny's expression darkened, caught between indecision. In that moment, she recognized the strength of this red-clad eunuch, a peak master, at the same level as the family head. She herself had not even reached the 8th level of mastery. There was no way she could contend with him. Yet, seeing someone so young, how could he renounce his prodigious status to serve as a eunuch beside the second prince? The ninth prince, Li Taiyuan, was also taken aback by this sudden turn of events, his face drained of color as he huddled behind the old nanny, clutching her garment tightly. Simultaneously, at the tender age of 4, resentment began to stir within him. I am a prince. How dare a mere eunuch show me disrespect? Once I ascend to the throne, I shall purge the palace of all eunuchs. Yi Guzhou's countenance darkened instantly. At that moment, he realized he had committed a grave error. He had focused all his attention on Li Taicang, neglecting the red-robed eunuch by his side. The chilling talismans released by the eunuch caused even him, a master at the pinnacle of his craft, to feel an inexplicable sense of dread. As the head of the Yi family, he had practiced the most exquisite martial arts since childhood, his foundation fortified by countless rare treasures, making him a prodigy unmatched among his peers. Yet now, he sensed danger emanating from a mere eunuch. Seeing her son in fear, Lady Yi stepped forward, drawing the ninth prince into her embrace. Her phoenix eyes narrowed, revealing an undeniable fury. Impudent, Lady Yi scolded sharply. You, a lowly eunuch, dare show disrespect to a prince? Today, I shall leave the palace. Do you intend to lay hands on me? In that moment, Lady Yi exuded an air of regal elegance, her authority palpable. Gao Lisher stood tall as a pine, calmly observing Lady Yi. With neither subservience nor arrogance, he replied, Your Majesty, you exaggerate. How could a servant dare show disrespect to the royal family? Please, step aside. His Majesty has not issued an edict. He is not yet emperor. I command you to move aside. Gao Lisher's eyes narrowed, glinting with cold light. He shifted slightly to allow passage. However, the chilling talismans affixed to the Tai Chi Hall grew more complex. It was difficult to approach within 10 feet. Lady Yi glared at Gao Lisher, yet he maintained his formal smile, hands neatly clasped before him, embodying the standard posture of a servant. But anyone could see the latent menace concealed beneath the calm demeanor of the red-robed eunuch. He was practically stating outright to Lady Yi, should you dare approach the entrance, I shall take action. He deliberately controlled the release of his power, creating pressure without forcing Lady Yi and her companions into a corner. In this grand hall, aside from the few grandmasters he could not contend with, he regarded the rest with disdain. Gao Lisher understood his duties well. He did not need to act unless absolutely necessary, merely ensuring that no one could leave the Tai Chi Hall unbidden. As for how to handle the aftermath, that would be determined by his master. Of course, should Lady Yi take action, he would not hesitate to deal with family matters on behalf of his sovereign. In the Great Qin, he answered only to his emperor's commands. It would be best for the ninth prince and Her Majesty to remain within the hall. His Majesty is quite concerned for your safety. Her Majesty may attempt to leave, but the outside world is fraught with danger. I cannot guarantee your safety. Gao Lisher had abandoned subtlety, almost openly threatening Lady Yi and her son. Lady Yi suppressed her fury, her aura brimming with spiritual energy, yet she dared not strike. She could not gamble on the consequences of her actions. She and the old matron together could not match this red-robed eunuch's strength. Her brother, Yi Guzhou, was also preoccupied and could not assist her at this moment. Li Taicang noticed the unfolding situation and silently nodded. Gao Lishi's performance pleased him immensely. Truly, a wise minister of the ages, he grasped the situation with clarity. While he faced off against the royal ancestors and the Yi family's masters, Gao Lishi expertly controlled the situation, preventing the ninth prince from fleeing back to the Yi family. If the ninth prince Li Taiyuan were to escape back to the Yi family, it would not shake the overall situation, but it would certainly lead to numerous complications. The Yi family had operated for many years, their influence deeply entrenched. Should they manage to leave Chang'an with the prince, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to create turmoil. Although Li Taicang did not fear this, it would nonetheless require considerable effort. In the struggle for power, potential threats must be eradicated in their infancy. The situation within the hall was now clear. Gao Lishi firmly controlled the exit, leaving Lady Yi and her faction with no means of escape. It was time to resolve the bothersome royal ancestors and Yi family masters before him. Chapter 13. Destroying the Great Wall? Do I resemble Zhao Go? The five royal ancestors gazed at Li Taicang with complex expressions. The depth of this young man's cunning, the sophistication of his methods, and his extraordinary talent truly astonished them. For 20 years, he had concealed his strength, biding his time, deceiving even these grandmasters. Moreover, he had a peak master serve him in the guise of a eunuch. Now, seizing the occasion of Li Yutian's funeral, he had gathered Lady Yi and her son, with Yi Guzhou, into a single net. Such temperament, foundation, and strategy made them feel that Li Taicang was nothing less than the reincarnation of Emperor Taizong. Exchanging glances, the five royal ancestors reached a silent consensus. A ruler of such caliber must be preserved. Li reined in his aura and spoke slowly. Since Li Yutian has bequeathed the imperial seal to you, you are now the new emperor of Great Qin. As for that edict, it shall be disregarded. His words were like a thunderclap, leaving the Yi family and others pale and speechless. The five royal ancestors did not restrain the veiled grandmaster's words. What could the Yi family use to contend with Li Taicang? Should a grandmaster strike, they would be hard-pressed to withstand even a single blow. Lady Ye's complexion turned ashen as she clutched Li Taiyuan tightly. Yi Guzhou, summoning his courage, spoke, "Esteemed elders, the edicts of Emperor Gao explicitly state that grandmasters must not interfere in matters of succession." Before he could finish, Li Wu interjected sharply, "Silence. Do we need your reminders of Emperor Gao's edicts? Does your Yi family's ancestral teachings instruct you to disrupt the court and harm the imperial heirs?" Yi Guzhou immediately broke into a cold sweat, repeatedly declaring his innocence. Li Yi disregarded Yi Guzhou and continued addressing Li Taicang. "We believe you can revitalize Great Qin, but the edicts of Emperor Gao must not be violated." He pointed at Yuan Tiangang, saying, "Hand him over to us, and we five shall immediately return to the ancestral temple, no longer concerning ourselves with your affairs." Li Xin spoke earnestly, "Child, grandmasters are not so easily managed. Emperor Gao's edicts carry profound meaning. Everything we old bones do is for the eternal stability of Great Qin." The royal lineage of the Li Qin dynasty had been preparing since the time of Emperor Gao. They were the prodigies of the Li Qin royal family, selected and raised in the ancestral temple by the previous generation of grandmasters. Their names were erased, and upon becoming grandmasters, they were designated by numbers, passed down through generations. Just as Li Yi passed away, Li Er would take on the name of Li Yi, and Li San would become Li Er, and so forth. They had never known freedom, born as protectors of the Li Qin royal family. Having seldom left the ancestral temple, they valued Emperor Gao's edicts above all else. For them, allowing Li Taicang to scheme and contend for the throne against grandmasters was already a considerable concession. However, the veiled grandmaster who violated the edicts and intervened in the succession must pay the price. After hearing the words of the royal ancestors, Yi Guzhou felt a sense of relief. As long as there were no grandmasters involved, the Yi family still had hope, for the Yi family's influence was deeply intertwined. In the realm of political maneuvering, Li Taicang was no match for them. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the Yi family also had the foundation of grandmasters. As long as the Yi family's grandmasters did not involve themselves in royal matters, the royal grandmasters would not target the Yi family. Should Li Taicang wish to eradicate the Yi family, he must weigh the presence of the Yi family's grandmasters. This was one of the reasons why many formidable rulers in Li Qin's history could not completely eliminate the aristocratic families. The balance of power between the imperial authority and the noble families was deeply ingrained in the very marrow of Great Qin. If your royal grandmasters do not intervene to restrain the grandmasters of the noble families, emperors, even if they desire to eradicate the noble families, would find themselves powerless to act. If the emperor insists on taking action, the royal grandmasters will undoubtedly hinder him, just as they do today. Li Taicang's expression was as cold as frost, his gaze sharp as a sword sweeping across the 5 royal ancestors as he spoke solemnly. If I do not hand over Yuan Qing to you, what will you do? Li Yi let out a cold snort, his eyes glinting with intensity. The aura emanating from him surging like a tide, the pressure of the grandmasters washing over the entire hall. Then we shall see if this new ruler can withstand the wrath of 5 grandmasters. Li San, perceiving the tension, softened his tone and advised, "Child, with your skills, even without the grandmasters, you could quell the chaos of the Yi family. Why must you defy the edicts of the High Emperor for an outsider? We are all doing this for your own good." Yuan Tiangang sheathed his sword, his gaze complex as he looked at Li Taicang. Though summoned by the system with an absolute loyalty to Li Taicang, he did not fully understand the character of this ruler. In Yuan Tiangang's view, if Li Taicang were to surrender him, it might quell the anger of the 5 royal ancestors. However, if he did not comply, although he was confident he could withstand the 5 grandmasters, he still had to contend with the ever-watchful Yi family, adding to Li Taicang's peril. It was not unreasonable for Li Taicang to be selfish. After all, a ruler is inherently self-serving. Should Li Taicang agree to the demands of the 5 royal ancestors, Yuan Tiangang would immediately draw his blade to end his own life. The once unyielding Yuan Tiangang was loyal to the throne and the nation, especially with the system's loyalty buff. Regardless of Li Taicang's choice, Yuan Tiangang would unconditionally follow through. Observing the aggressive demeanor of the 5 royal ancestors and the determined gaze of Yuan Tiangang, Li Taicang was almost amused. What do you take me for? A fool who would destroy his own stronghold? You 5, bound together, cannot compare to Yuan Qing. Damn it, he is not Zhao Go, who compromised by sacrificing Yupengju. Would the friendship of the 5 royal ancestors be exchanged for his loyal subject? Does Li Taicang resemble Zhao Go? How foolish must one be to commit such an act? Do you truly believe I would sever my own limbs for the sake of so-called ancestral teachings? If I were to hand over a loyal minister today, who would dare serve me tomorrow? Would I still have the face to be emperor? Li Yi, his expression darkening, was about to speak when Li Taicang raised his hand to silence him. Enough. I will make my stance clear today. Yuan Tiangang is my right-hand man. Whoever dares to harm him shall be my enemy. The hall fell into a profound silence, the 5 royal ancestors' faces dark as water, clearly unprepared for the young new ruler to be so resolute as to oppose them. Chapter 14. Is the High Emperor the ruler, and I am not? Yuan Tiangang looked at Li Taicang with a hint of emotion. No minister could dislike such an emperor, one willing to take risks to protect his loyal subjects. In the original narrative, Yuan Tiangang had encountered only one such monarch throughout the reign of 21 emperors, that being the illustrious Tian Khan. Afterward, even when meeting formidable rulers, none could compare. Unfortunately, this Yuan Tiangang lacked memories of his past life. Yet, subconsciously, he was thrilled to assist such a monarch. What kind of sage would a subject dare not to die for? Meanwhile, the Yi family was elated. Yiho excitedly embraced Li Taiyuan, unable to conceal the joy on her face. This little beast is truly audacious. Even though he is extraordinary, a pinnacle grandmaster could never slay a grandmaster. It seems today my Yuan shall certainly ascend to the throne. Her nails dug deep into her palm, yet she felt no pain, her eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. Yi Guizhou was equally ecstatic, trembling with excitement, his heart racing with fervor. Let them fight, let them fight. Best if both sides suffer greatly. Then, my Yi family need not persist in supporting Taiyuan. We can establish ourselves as emperor. Excited, Yi Guizhou's eyes turned crimson, and he envisioned himself seated upon the throne of supremacy. Words become law, and decrees become reality. In contrast, the 5 royal ancestors were furious. Li Yi bellowed, Li Taicang, are you truly determined to act recklessly and defy the teachings of the great ancestor? Li Si glared at Li Taicang, his teeth clenched, practically ready to devour him. Do you think that being a pinnacle grandmaster at 20 makes you invincible? Li Wu's aura surged, resembling a volcano on the brink of eruption. What are you to question the sacred edicts of the great ancestor? Do you think you are greater than the High Emperor? The terrifying pressure bore down upon Li Taicang, disheveling his hairpiece. His long black hair billowed wildly in the turbulence of spiritual energy. His sword-like brows and brilliant eyes shone fiercely. Is the High Emperor the ruler? And I am not. I believe the edicts of the High Emperor should have been revised long ago. The guardians of the ancestral temple who do not heed the emperor's decrees are no different from traitors. Hearing Li Taicang's sharp retorts, the 5 ancestors lost control. You have truly rebelled, Li Taicang. A traitor to the nation. You insolent child. Can you dare insult the edicts of the High Emperor? You are a presumptuous child. Forgetting your roots. Li Taicang's cold gaze sparked with fury, his presence radiating like heavenly authority. The laws of our ancestors govern our ancestral land. Yet how much of that land has been lost? Who listens to the decrees issued from Chang'an? The current great families run rampant. And I believe it is due to the High Emperor's archaic regulations. You 5, today you shall either submit to the new ruler or meet your High Emperor. Li Er roared, his spiritual energy surging, his white hair standing on end. What a disloyal and unfilial spawn. Today, I shall act on behalf of the heavens. Li Taicang, with brows raised defiantly, replied indifferently, Yuan Qing, proceed. Boom. Yuan Tiangang surged forth, channeling the Tiangang technique to its utmost. The entire Taiji hall was enveloped in a dense aura of Tiangang. He had long harbored resentment towards these 5 royal ancestors. How dare they insult his sovereign? An insult to the sovereign means death for the subjects. Slap. A crisp sound echoed through the hall as Yuan Tiangang swung his right palm, delivering a resounding slap across Li Er's face. The violent force ripped the carpet behind Li Er to shreds, the residual energy carving a deep gash into the hall's floor. Li Er's body flew backward like a cannonball, tracing an arc through the air, the pressure of the air creating explosive sounds. Li Yi, quick to react, darted forward to catch Li Er, retreating several steps to absorb the impact. If you dare insult his majesty again, I shall tear your mouth apart. At that moment, Li Er was dizzy, his vision blurred, a few of his teeth gone, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and the humiliation almost overwhelmed him. Having lived for hundreds of years, he had never suffered such disgrace, especially not from a junior in public. You are courting death. To insult a guardian of our great Qin's ancestral temple, you clearly regard our Li Qin royal family with contempt. Your sect shall face extermination from this day forth. The 5 royal ancestors shouted fiercely. The terrifying pressure shook the entire hall. Truly foolish. I am the supreme ruler of Li Qin. What are you 5? Li Taicang replied coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. He pointed towards Yi Guzhou and his mother. You neglect the rebellious traitors and instead wish to harm my loyal ministers. Stubborn and outdated, there is no place for you in this new dynasty. Considering your years of service to the ancestral temple, Yuan Qing, let them have some dignity. As you command. As he spoke, Yuan Tiangang unsheathed his long knife, the aura of Tiangang enveloping it, emitting a sharp energy capable of severing all. An overwhelming intent to kill swept over everything nearby. In that moment, Yuan Tiangang appeared as fearsome as an azura. The blade's glimmer swept across, striking at the 5 royal ancestors. You overestimate yourselves. Li Yi, filled with rage, unleashed his artifact. This instrument, nurtured through countless generations of grandmasters, exuded a terrifying aura. In an instant, the artifact transformed into an ancient bell, standing resiliently and suppressing all in its presence. Yuan Tiangang's long blade struck the bell, producing a deafening explosion. However, the ancient bell remained unscathed, absorbing the light of the blade instead. The other 4 ancestors simultaneously directed their spiritual attacks at the bell. The absorbed blade light became even more fearsome, rebounding back toward Yuan Tiangang. With a grave expression, Yuan Tiangang raised his long blade in defense. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed. Yuan Tiangang was forced back several dozen steps, and his blade shattered in his grasp. Li Yi wore a smug expression. Humph. Can you contend with the profound heritage of my Qin, stretching over 2,600 years? This artifact has been nurtured since the first protector of the ancestral temple. It is far beyond the reach of ordinary weapons. Yuan Tiangang discarded the remnants of his sword, channeling his celestial energy into a longsword, preparing to strike the ancient bell once more. Yet, Li Taicang suddenly interjected, I shall see if your turtle shells are harder, or if my sword is. With that, Li Taicang fully activated the Emperor's Edict of Suppression, causing the Tai sword to tremble violently, radiating an overwhelming imperial aura. The 5 royal ancestors sensed Li Taicang's extraordinary nature. The ancient longsword evoked a sense of life-threatening danger within them. A grandmaster's intuition is never unfounded. The 5 dared not be arrogant, simultaneously forming seals and channeling their potent spiritual power into the ancient bell once more. The artifact, passed down for over 2,000 years, instantly gleamed with golden light. expanding to envelop the grand hall. Waves of golden ripples radiated from the bell, standing resolute like a divine mountain. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the ancient bell descended upon Li Taicang with a cataclysmic force. The bell's divine presence caused the pillars of the Tai Chi Hall to tremble, and the ceiling began to fracture, tiles crashing down. Humph! History will record you as the most foolish emperor of my Qin. To recklessly alter ancestral laws, one must weigh their own worth. Your Majesty, Yuan Tiangang's eyes revealed urgency for the first time. He felt the terror of this impending strike. Even an ordinary grandmaster at the 9th level would meet their demise beneath this ancient bell. Even he knew to evade its deadly edge. Moreover, their Majesty was but at the pinnacle of the grandmaster level. No matter how monstrous their emperor might be, even a reincarnation of the human emperor could not withstand such might. Yet, Li Taicang shouted fiercely, "Stand aside." Yuan Tiangang remained rooted. Li Taicang's long hair billowed, his sword-like brows erect, and his starry eyes sparkled brilliantly. His golden robe rustled, complementing his overwhelming presence, reminiscent of a youthful ancient human emperor re-emerging in the mortal realm. Let your lives serve to inform the world. There can only be one voice for the Qin. The domineering sword intent of the Tai, the sword shone blindingly, seemingly awakening a fragment of its spirit, capable of commanding the submission of a myriad of swords. As the emperor's edict of suppression surged madly, Li Taicang's body radiated resplendent light, akin to a torrential river bursting forth. Die! Accompanied by Li Taicang's earth-shattering roar, the sword light cleaved forth. Its brilliance was unstoppable. Like a thunderclap, the deafening sound of the sword ringing through the heavens. The divine sword split the sky. It clashed with the golden ancient bell. Boom! To the astonishment of all, the ancient bell instantly became adorned with spiderweb-like cracks. What? This is impossible. Is he truly human? The 5 royal ancestors widened their eyes in disbelief. That was an artifact forged by countless grandmasters, their source of pride against the world's grandmasters. But what had just transpired? A peak grandmaster had nearly shattered their artifact with a single sword strike? Li Taicang snorted coldly. Your ancient bell is an artifact forged by countless grandmasters. My Tai sword, however, is a national treasure nurtured through generations of kings. Li Taicang even questioned whether he had unleashed even a fraction of the Tai sword's true potential. Were it not for the harmony of the emperor's edict of suppression in the system, he would have doubted his own qualification to wield the Tai sword. The rules of the ancestors shall be shattered and rebuilt, just like your broken bell. Li Taicang chuckled coldly. The sword intent of the Tai sword intensified, as if it were dissatisfied with not having shattered the bell in a single strike. Boom! In the next moment, the artifact, safeguarded through countless generations, was utterly destroyed, transforming into a cascade of golden light. Uft! The 5 royal ancestors were struck by backlash, spitting blood. Their faces turned pale, filled with fear and disbelief. Meanwhile, the Yi family appeared ashen, especially the over 100 monks of the Xianhai realm, who had already suffered catastrophic losses in the aftermath. Those who survived inwardly cursed their fate. What the hell? Are you even human? A peak grandmaster nearly wiped out 5 grandmasters with a single sword, having lived so long. They had only encountered such tales in the mythological stories of Buddhist scriptures. Those were mere fabrications to deceive. Yet now, a true prodigy manifested before their eyes. Yi Guzhou's expression fluctuated, his teeth clenched tightly. He glanced around, seeking to retreat first. However, Gao Lisher's calm and profound gaze remained fixated on him and the Yi matriarch. A member of the Yi family attempted to flee, but Gao Lisher didn't even glance at him. His gaze locked onto the 3 of them. The Yi matriarch tightly held the trembling Li Taiyuan, her exquisite makeup already drenched in cold sweat. In mere minutes, she had plummeted from the heights of assured victory into the depths of despair, the drastic shift leaving her nearly breathless. In her arms, Li Taiyuan seemed to sense his mother's terror, his small body trembling incessantly. Li Taicang's eyes dimmed, the sword's aura concealed, and the divine presence receded. He paid no heed to the 5 royal ancestors, but instead gazed in astonishment at the Tai sword in his hand. The sword had become akin to an ordinary longsword. Its brilliance dimmed, resembling a common ceremonial object, devoid of the previous heart-stirring might. Li Taicang no longer felt the overwhelming sense of supremacy that had accompanied him when he wielded the sword. It was known that just moments ago, he had dared to confront the onslaught of 5 grandmasters precisely because he felt an invincible aura when grasping the Tai sword. Li Taicang's slender fingers lightly flicked the sword's blade, producing a clear, resonant sound. Did they provoke you? The divine sword possessed a spirit, and particularly a king's sword like the Tai Clearly, the insults from those royal ancestors and the oppressive act of the golden ancient bell had incited the wrath of this proud imperial sword. How dare a mere subject's artifact attempt to suppress a true emperor? It deserved to be shattered. Yet now, with the enemy vanquished, it returned to its previous restraint, as if the earth-shattering strike had never occurred. Cough, cough. Li Yi coughed blood, their power depleted from the artifact's backlash, leaving them incapable of further combat. As they regarded Li Taicang, their expressions were complex, filled with gratification, admiration, yet also helplessness and resentment. Truly an extraordinary prodigy, far surpassing both the founding emperor and the second monarch. It was highly likely that the Qin under his command would once again bask in the glory of uniting the realms. But soon, the eldest among them, Li Yi, admonished Li Taicang, "Your Majesty, this masked grandmaster who dares not reveal himself surely harbors ulterior motives. Be wary not to be deceived. If you can, eliminate him. The sect behind him undoubtedly harbors ambitions to replace the Li of Qin. Should Qin fall under your reign, how will you face our ancestors in the afterlife?" Li Taicang sighed. He truly found these old hardliners exasperating. However, he could also understand. These individuals had been brought to the ancestral temple from a young age, regarding the teachings of the great emperor as their faith. Even in death, they would adhere to their chosen path. He held no doubt about the loyalty of these five. If the Li of Qin were truly at the brink of extinction, they would willingly sacrifice their lives. Yet, allowing these five to remain would only sow the seeds of future calamity, constantly conspiring against his loyal ministers. Even the assurances of Li Taicang regarding their unwavering loyalty proved futile. People tend to believe only what they wish to believe. Moreover, these individuals placed themselves above the emperor, disregarding his decree. Such characters, if left unpunished, would only invite trouble. Yuan Qing, grant them some dignity. As commanded, Yuan Tiangang gazed at these royal ancestors, who harbored animosity towards him, and unleashed 5 palm strikes, shattering their vital hearts. Soon, the 5 royal ancestors met their demise. The Yi family watched in silence, not daring to breathe. Yi Guzhou, drenched in sweat, opened his mouth to speak, but noticed Li Taicang stroking the blade of the Tai's sword, his brow furrowed, seemingly pondering something of great significance. In the next moment, Li Taicang vanished and swung his sword. A dull thud echoed as one of the Yi family's masters had his head explode like a ripe watermelon. Blood sprayed forth, creating a crimson rain. This left all present, except for the 3 individuals with Li Taicang, in a state of shock. For Li Taicang had not used spiritual power, but sheer brute strength to obliterate a master's head. Amidst the blood rain, Li Taicang gently caressed the blade of the Tai sword, appearing indifferent to the surrounding events, muttering to himself. Though the sword's essence may be reined in, its hardness remains intact. Quite remarkable. Yi Guzhou managed to utter a single word, but dared not continue. Chapter 16. Sacrificing the pawn to save the king. Truly the head of a millennia-old family, Yi Guzhou's expression fluctuated, his heart tumultuous with indescribable horror. He could hardly fathom that Li Taicang was even more terrifying and perilous than the masked grandmaster. Even more alarming was his age of merely 20. Rising like the sun at dawn, coupled with the support of pinnacle masters and grandmasters, could the princes truly contend with Li Taicang? The so-called competition among heroes was nothing but a farce before Li Taicang. Were they worthy? In this world that reveres martial prowess, absolute strength suffices to crush all schemes and intrigues. Yi Guzhou observed Li Taicang, who was tenderly stroking his long sword, and a sense of bitter humiliation surged within him. At that moment, he found himself devoid of the courage to draw his sword. Fortunately, the Yi family still had a grandmaster to preside over them. Though the family had sustained grievous injuries in this conflict, it could still endure. However, it would be challenging to regain the former dominance it once held. Suddenly, Yi Guzhou seemed to have an epiphany. He looked at Li Taicang and his companions. Li Taicang, who typically shunned the limelight and was indifferent to power, had only these 2 companions by his side, not a single servant in attendance. With this thought, a glimmer of hope reignited in Yi Guzhou's eyes. With a clang, the sound of a sword unsheathing resonated. Yi Guzhou drew his sword, delivering his strongest strike. However, to everyone's astonishment, his full-force attack at the pinnacle of mastery was not directed at Li Taicang. With a splatter, 3 streams of blood erupted as 3 masters of the Yi family fell, severed at the waist. Patriarch, why such folly? We are willing to die for the family. The patriarch, Yu, the masters of the family, renowned for their resilience, would not perish immediately even when bisected. At this moment, they stared wide-eyed, incredulously at Yi Guzhou. Normally, Even Ye Guizhou could not slay 3 men in one blow. Yet, their attention was entirely on Li Taicang, leaving them unprepared for their own patriarch's sudden attack. Ye Ho gazed at her brother in shock, scarcely believing what was unfolding. Had her brother gone mad? Already at a disadvantage against Li Taicang, he had now turned on his own subordinates? Had the successive blows rendered him irrational? Li Taicang raised an eyebrow, regarding Ye Guizhou with a meaningful gaze. Ye Guizhou's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks, his entire body trembling violently. But soon, he took a deep breath, forcibly calming his emotions, his face regaining composure. He knelt heavily, pressing his forehead to the ground, executing the most respectful bow. The sinner Ye Guizhou has failed to discipline his kin, allowing them to dare draw swords against your majesty, a crime deserving of death. The sinner has personally cleared the ranks and implores your majesty for mercy, to spare the Yi family from death. From this day forth, the entire Yi family is willing to serve your majesty like dogs and horses to atone for our sins. Ye Guizhou's calculations were clear. He had discerned Li Taicang's Achilles heel. Though his personal strength was unparalleled, his foundation was still shallow, and he had few capable subordinates. Even if he ascended to the throne, he would struggle to control the court in the short term. Those shrewd court officials were all cunning and duplicitous, and local powers were deeply entrenched. Their networks intricate and convoluted. Li Taicang's edicts would be hard to implement, even in Chang'an. Li Taicang resembled half the governor of Chang'an in his role as an emperor. Of course, Li Taicang could choose to kill, but could he manage it? During the reign of the High Emperor, harsh laws were enacted to punish corrupt officials. Punishments included dismemberment and even the execution of entire clans. Officials would often leave for court after tearful farewells with their families. Yet, even then, corrupt officials thrived like wild grass, revived by the gentle spring breeze. No matter how many Li Taicang killed, new ones would always emerge, attempting to deceive him. It is human nature, unchangeable. The Yi family, however, was deeply rooted in the court. As long as they fully cooperated with Li Taicang, he could swiftly seize control of the political landscape. He could rapidly muster an army to eradicate the princes and their clans across the nation. It must be noted that although Li Taicang and his companions were immensely powerful, the vast territories of the Qin meant that the princes and their backing forces could easily remain dormant, like lurking serpents awaiting their moment. To entirely eliminate these hidden dangers was no simple feat for Li Taicang and his companions. This was the true value of the Yi family, to purge these stubborn ailments. Their assistance was indispensable. Ye Guizhou had no extravagant demands. He only sought to preserve his own life. To live was to have hope. Ye Guizhou's act of slaying 3 Yi family masters was a declaration of loyalty to Li Taicang. Whether Li Taicang would accept this proposal, Ye Guizhou believed, was beyond doubt. If Li Taicang were a mere tyrant, he might not dare make such an assumption. But his 20 years of restraint followed by a sudden rise revealed him to be a ruler with great vision. His perspective undoubtedly encompassed these considerations. As a sovereign, he desired a complete and stable realm to realize his ambitions, not a fractured one. In light of such grand aspirations, what was the Yi family worth? Li Taicang's insight would surely recognize this. Rather than expending energy entangled with the Yi family, it was far more beneficial to turn foes into allies, leveraging the Yi family's strength to swiftly stabilize the political situation. As for the enmity between the Yi family and Li Taicang, Ye Guizhou dismissed it entirely. In the struggle for power, there are no permanent friends or foes. Even kin may turn against one another, while bitter enemies can share a drink and discuss heroes. In the face of monumental benefits that could alter the course of the realm, personal grievances are utterly trivial. Truly, as the head of a millennia-old family, he managed to find a glimmer of hope in such dire circumstances. A smile graced Li Taicang's lips, his tone unmistakably filled with admiration. Upon hearing this, Ye Guizhou's heart surged with ecstatic joy. Indeed, Li Taicang had grasped the situation at hand. Yet, Ye Ho stood to the side, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the shift in circumstances. How could it be that just moments ago they were locked in battle, and now Li Taicang was praising her brother? Ye Guizhou, catching sight of his sister's confusion, couldn't help but sigh heavily within. This sister, who had been coddled since childhood, might excel in the art of courtly intrigue. But when it came to matters of political strategy and the grand currents of the world, she was woefully naive. If she were to preside over the grand affairs of the Yi family, it is likely that the family would have been reduced to ashes long before Li Yutian's reign. Fortunately, the Yi family still remains under his control, and he is confident that during Li Taicang's era, he can still navigate the waters with ease. Just as he rose from his seat, Li Taicang pressed a hand firmly on Ye Guizhou's shoulder. That hand, seemingly casual, bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, rendering Yi Guizhou immobile. A tremor coursed through his heart as he slowly raised his gaze to meet Li Taicang's eyes, which sparkled with mirth yet concealed a glint of icy coldness deep within. Yi family head, how do you believe they should be dealt with? After speaking, he glanced behind Yi Guizhou. A weight sank in Yi Guizhou's heart. Behind him stood the Yi matriarch and her children. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. The Yi matriarch had some hope, as she was Li Yutian's empress, but Li Taiyuan, the ninth prince, was a living threat. Legally, he was also Li Yutian's legitimate son, and as long as he lived, he would forever pose a danger to Li Taicang's throne. Yi Guizhou's throat constricted painfully. He understood that to protect the Yi family, he must sacrifice the pawn to save the king. Li Taicang was forcing him to make a blood oath, one that left no room for retreat. Yi Guizhou cast a helpless glance back, a look of heartbreaking complexity etched on his face. Upon witnessing that expression, the Yi matriarch felt as if struck by lightning. Though politically naive, she discerned the meaning behind her brother's gaze. Whenever he was about to forsake something, that look would surface. And now, that look was directed at her child, Yuan. No, you cannot do this. The Yi matriarch suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream, her voice laced with unprecedented fear and despair. Yuan was merely 4 years old. He understood nothing. She cried out hysterically, tears cascading down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls. She buried her child's face deep against her chest, like a lioness protecting her cub. Li Taiyuan was terrified by his mother's actions, squirming uneasily in her embrace. Emitting soft whimpers. Chapter 17. The Yi matriarch's descent into madness. Li Taicang approached the Yi matriarch with measured steps. In the silent hall, the sound of his footsteps resonated ominously, amplifying the fear felt by the mother and child. An elderly matron, a master of her realm, stood defiantly before them, her face etched with determination. Just as she was about to speak, a dull thud echoed through the air as Li Taicang casually waved his hand, infusing terrifying spiritual energy into the elderly matron. She exploded like a balloon, blood and flesh scattering, splattering the Yi matriarch and her child. The Yi matriarch, dazed, wiped her face, her breath quickening, her pupils narrowing in horror. Though she had often executed palace servants for minor offenses, she had never witnessed such a grisly scene. Someone she knew, a living being, had been obliterated before her eyes. Even a master of her caliber was shaken, let alone the 4-year-old Li Taiyuan. Li Taiyuan, now petrified, stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, as if to swallow an egg. Yet, he emitted no sound, even forgetting to cry. His face turned pale, and he trembled uncontrollably. Despite his intelligence, he was still but a child. In his innocent, bright eyes, only the most primal fear remained. Seeing her son in such a state, the Yi matriarch's heart ached unbearably. She wished to wipe the blood from Li Taiyuan's face, but forgot that her hands were already stained with blood, leaving streaks of crimson across her child's pale visage. Li Taicang reached out, seizing Li Taiyuan from his mother's arms. Mother, being pulled from his mother's embrace. Li Taiyuan finally found his voice, letting out a heart-rending scream. He struggled desperately, trying to free himself from Li Taicang's grip. Yet, in Li Taicang's eyes, Li Taiyuan was nothing more than an insect. How could an insect escape the grasp of a dragon? You wanna know? The Yi matriarch lunged forward frantically, attempting to reclaim her child. She summoned all her spiritual energy, but her feeble strength was like an ant attempting to shake a tree in front of Li Taicang. Utterly futile, she could only watch helplessly as her beloved son fell into Li Taicang's clutches. Like a hawk capturing a young rabbit, the mother rabbit's struggles were in vain. Li Taicang held Li Taiyuan before him, barking an order, "Stop crying." Though his voice was soft, it thundered in Li Taiyuan's ears. The child's cries ceased abruptly. His small body stiffening in midair, even his breathing became cautious. Li Taicang's expression softened, a familiar tenderness glimmering in his eyes. "Ninth brother, are you so afraid of your elder brother?" Li Taiyuan summoned his courage to gaze up at Li Taicang. Normally, his elder brother treated him with such gentleness. Yet now, seeing Li Taicang's familiar face, he felt an unprecedented terror rising within him. He could not comprehend why the brother who always inquired about his well-being had transformed into a figure of horror, akin to a demon from a storybook. Li Taicang gently stroked Li Taiyuan's head, speaking in soothing tones. "Ninth brother, if I were to release you, what would you do in the future? Be honest with your elder brother. I shall not blame you." The very hand that caressed Li Taiyuan's head had just moments ago struck down the elderly matron. Still stained with her thick blood, vivid red droplets trickled down Li Taiyuan's forehead, one glistening drop clinging to his eyelashes, blurring his vision. The familiar scent of blood filled his nostrils, the matron's essence lingering. Suddenly, a surge of anger welled within Li Taiyuan. The matron had treated him exceptionally well, often sneaking him treats and telling stories to lull him to sleep. She even concealed his truant escapades from his mother. Yet now, she lay brutally slain at the hands of this gentle elder brother. Li Taiyuan's voice trembled but came out clear. In his youthful eyes, a determination far beyond his years sparkled. I am not strong yet, but when I am, there will be change. Good. You have spirit. You are indeed a prince of the Li family. You do not disgrace your father. Li Taicang laughed heartily. The sound echoed through the silent hall, instilling terror. The Yi matriarch collapsed to the ground, her face devoid of color. Yi Guzhou lowered his head, closing his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Ninth brother. Do you remember your eighth brother? Li Taicang suddenly mentioned the deceased eighth prince. Li Taiyuan appeared bewildered, clearly having a vague impression of the prematurely departed sibling. However, the Yi matriarch and Yi Guzhou trembled at the mention, their faces paling. The eighth prince, who had died mysteriously 2 years prior. Even her own mother had perished shortly after the eighth prince's death, though publicly declared an accident. Those privy to palace secrets understood that the eighth prince and his mother had been murdered. It was merely an ordinary afternoon when Li Taiyuan insisted on finding the eighth prince to play. The 5-year-old eighth prince took the 2-year-old Li Taiyuan to the imperial garden to play. In the midst of their childish frolic, Li Taiyuan accidentally fell and cried incessantly. 2 children, one 5 years old and the other 2, falling was a perfectly normal occurrence. Yet, the following morning, the palace attendants discovered the eighth prince's lifeless body outside his chambers. The cause of death was absurd. He had supposedly fallen from the roof of his quarters. A 5-year-old child, unless he sprouted wings, how could he reach the rooftop? The death of his mother was equally ludicrous. The lowly concubine had been crushed by a candlestick that fell within the chamber. Such accidents were patently absurd. Everyone understood that the true mastermind was none other than the powerful Yi matriarch at that time. Yet, no one dared to inquire further. Even Li Yutian merely sighed, symbolically ordering an increase in palace guards without further inquiry. This was solely due to the fact that the mother of the eighth prince originated from humble beginnings as an ordinary palace maid, devoid of any cultivation or connections. Thus, their lives in this deep palace were as insignificant as weeds. A pair of utterly ordinary mother and son. Yet, there were those with hearts as venomous as snakes, intent on ruthlessly ending the life of a 5-year-old child, determined to extinguish the life of an ordinary mother. Within the city of Chang'an, the eighth prince and his mother were the only 2 willing to engage with Li Taicang, and indeed, they were among the few individuals he held any fondness for. Their lowly origins rendered them incapable of comprehending the sensitivity surrounding Li Taicang's identity as the son of the former empress. Yet, it was precisely their ignorance that provoked the wrath of Empress Yi. Perhaps the mother of the eighth prince naively believed they were all one family. But in the imperial family, where is the notion of family? At this moment, Empress Ye's face was ashen. She never anticipated Li Taicang would suddenly bring up this old matter. His gaze sliced through the trembling figure of Empress Yi, his voice chilling to the bone. The innocent laughter of children had incurred such brutal retribution. A 5-year-old child, an innocent mother. Must they perish simply due to their lack of connections? Li Taicang lightly tapped Li Taiyuan's forehead, his voice eerily calm. Ninth brother, like your eighth brother, shall meet the same fate. This sentence shattered the last vestige of sanity within Empress Yi. Your Majesty, no? She suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to the ground, her forehead striking heavily against the hard, bluestone slab. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds echoed throughout the grand hall as Empress Yi crazily bashed her head, blood soon staining her forehead, trickling down her pale cheeks. The bluestone slab cracked under the force of her impact, revealing the extent of her desperation. Your Majesty, I beg you. She lifted her bloodied face, trembling as she crawled forward. Punish me, for it was all my doing. I caused the death of the eighth prince. I am the one who killed his mother. I am willing to suffer 1,000 cuts. Just spare you honor. Empress Yi rose, madly slapping her own face. Her voice had become hoarse beyond recognition. I admit it. I confess. I am the one with a heart as venomous as a snake. I have harmed the royal offspring. Your honor knows nothing. I implore you for mercy. Your honor is your brother. He is only 4 years old. Li Taicang's eyes were as indifferent as ancient, unyielding ice. The chilling intent to kill caused the temperature around them to drop several degrees. My eighth brother is also merely 5 years old. Li Taicang disregarded Empress Yi's pleas, his gaze devoid of warmth. He seized Li Taiyuan, lifting him high above his head. Empress Yi screamed, lowering her head, covering her eyes. She could not bear to look. As a mother, Witnessing her child ensnared and powerless was too cruel. Li Taicang signaled, and Gao Lisher immediately understood. He stepped forward, gripping Empress Ye's hair, forcing her to witness the fate of Li Taiyuan. Demon Empress, you shall witness how your son meets his end. This is the first time, Li Taicang declared coldly. Then gently let him fall. Bang! From birth, Li Taiyuan's body had been tempered by precious celestial materials. Thus, this first fall did not claim his life. Instead, the bluestone slab shattered. Struggling to rise, he attempted to escape. Second brother, no? I beg you. Li Taiyuan cried out to Li Taicang. Hearing the cries of Li Taiyuan only fueled Li Taicang's fury. Who had spared his eighth brother, his beloved eighth brother? Yi Guzhou's shoulders trembled, suppressing the emotions within. Empress Yi screamed in agony, her eyes nearly bursting with fury. She desperately struggled to embrace Li Taiyuan, but was firmly restrained by Gao Lisher. She could only watch helplessly as Li Taiyuan's frail form was seized back by Li Taicang. Li Taicang expressionlessly lifted Li Taiyuan once more. Go below and properly apologize to your eighth brother. Bang! Mother, Uncle Yuana hurts. Empress Yi let out a scream that resembled no human sound. Her nails digging deep into her palms, blood dripping through her fingers. Yuana is innocent. He is only 4 years old, knowing nothing. Why must you target a child? Yi Guzhou bit his lip, drawing blood, the metallic taste spreading in his mouth. He rasped, Your Majesty, he is still your blood relative. Li Taicang appeared oblivious to their words. My eighth brother is also my blood relative. According to etiquette, he too calls you mother, addresses your uncle. The laws of the Great Qin are strict. Even the illegitimate offspring must refer to the family head and matriarch as a mother, even in the presence of their biological mother. These offspring must still call their aunt mother. Empress Yi collapsed to the ground, tears mingling with blood blurring her vision. She desperately knocked her head against the floor, her lips trembling but unable to produce a sound. Yi Guzhou could no longer hold back his tears. Humans are not mere wood, who can be devoid of emotions. Although he had resolved to abandon the ninth prince, he was still the nephew who called him uncle. Suddenly, Empress Yi ceased her struggles, her gaze becoming hollow, as if her soul had departed from her body. Only her trembling hands proved that she was still alive. Li Taicang's mind conjured an image. Ying Zheng had killed Zhao Ji's 2 children before her eyes. Now, who among them had a colder heart than the youthful Ying Zheng? Li Taicang exclaimed in shock. To endure 5 times. Yi Xiang, how many celestial materials must be expended to raise such a child? You truly are generous. Gao Lisher released Empress Yi from her restraints. The moment she was freed, Empress Yi lunged toward the small body like an arrow released from a bow. Trembling, she embraced her child, carefully wiping the blood from his face. Yuan, wake up. Mother is here, do not be afraid. Her voice was barely a whisper. Yi Guzhou lowered his head, his body shaking. Li Taicang coldly observed the scene, his voice unsettlingly calm. Now, do you understand the feeling of losing a loved one? Empress Yi slowly raised her head, her gaze utterly vacant, yet her lips curled into a strange smile. Hee hee. She laughed neurotically, clutching Li Taiyuan's small body tightly. Yuan is asleep. Shoo, do not wake him. Yi Guzhou watched his sister's deranged state, his heart writhing in agony. Witnessing this tragic scene, Li Taicang felt no stirrings within his heart. He was all too aware of the deeds the Yi family had committed over the years. The ordinary citizens whose lives had been shattered by their actions. Those small families driven to desperation due to their greed. The merchants who mysteriously vanished merely for obstructing the Yi family's wealth. His son, Li Taiyuan, was a child. Were the other children not also innocent? Possessing boundless wealth and wielding immense power, yet still unsatisfied. They reached for what they should not covet. Li Taiyuan might indeed be innocent, but the entire Yi family, from Empress Yi to Yi Guzhou, and even the sycophantic retainers, whose hands were not stained with blood, while they reveled in luxury, did they ever consider the families shattered by their greed? In their lofty discussions, did they remember the citizens whose lives had been wrecked by their ambition? Li Taicang harbored no hatred for Li Taiyuan. It was solely because he was the most cherished possession of Empress Yi that Li Taicang sought to destroy him before her eyes. To let this venomous-hearted demon empress experience the taste of regret. Clang. Li Taicang drew the Tai's sword, coldly gazing at the now delirious Empress Yi. Yi Guzhou was taken aback, stumbling over to kneel beside Empress Yi. This former imperious head of the Yi family now lay humbly upon the ground. Your Majesty, the 9th prince has perished, and the Yi family poses no further threat to you. I beseech you for mercy. Li Taicang remained unmoved, coldly surveying the Empress Yi. Yi Guzhou implored, mirroring the earlier desperation of Empress Yi when she sought Li Taicang's favor. Your Majesty, You are the emperor of the Great Qin, a sage. Regardless of Empress Ye's shortcomings, she was once the consort of the late emperor, and according to propriety, you must still address her as Mother Empress. He raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. How can the sovereign of the Great Qin commit such an atrocity against his own mother? You may confine Empress Yi to the depths of the palace, out of sight, for she has lost her sanity. Spare her life. Li Taicang cast a glance at Ye Guizhou. In the annals of Great Qin's history, there have been rulers who, in their quest to solidify their power, did not shy away from the slaughter of brothers and uncles, yet none have slain their mothers. Even during the most intense power struggles of the Wu Emperor's reign, the Empress Dowager's maternal clan was exterminated, and she was placed under house arrest. Your Majesty, the Yi family will assist you in purging the remaining factions of the other princes within 3 years, or within a year, ensuring the everlasting stability of the Great Qin. Li Taicang's gaze lingered for a moment on the deranged visage of Empress Yi. You speak truthfully. The Great Qin rules through filial piety, and I cannot bear the infamy of patricide. This declaration sounded like celestial music to Ye Guizhou, whose taut body finally relaxed slightly as cold sweat trickled down his cheek. Suddenly, Li Taicang raised his hand, pointing toward the side where Gao Lishur stood. You. Gao Lishur understood and withdrew a white silk cord from his sleeve, preparing to strangle the Empress. Li Taicang's lips twitched, as if to say, you had this planned before my arrival? However, he shook his head. You cannot do this. You are my personal attendant, and such a person cannot be the executioner of the Empress. Gao Lishur froze, taken aback. Li Taicang's gaze shifted to Yuan Tiangang, who had been standing silently nearby. Yuan, you come forth. After all, you are clad in a dark robe, and no one will recognize you. Yuan Tiangang nodded, taking the white silk cord from Gao Lishur's hands. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Guizhou's countenance turned ashen. He finally comprehended that he had been utterly deceived. Immediately, he exclaimed, Your Majesty, should you proceed this way, the Yi family will descend into chaos, rendering it impossible to assist you effectively. Li Taicang replied indifferently, I had no intention of relying on your Yi family. Soon, I shall send people to slaughter your entire clan. I will also hang your and the Empress's heads at the entrance of the Yi residence, so you may witness how I annihilate your family. Ye Guizhou felt as though struck by lightning, trembling as he stammered, You betray me. Li Taicang frowned, glancing at Gao Lishur. Did I promise anything to Minister Yi? Gao Lishur shook his head. I did not hear anything. Ye Guizhou suddenly rose, pointing at Li Taicang and cursing vehemently. I never imagined you would be so short-sighted. Without the Yi family's support, do you think you can command the court? With the other princes in hiding, can you find them? Governance cannot emerge from Chang'an. Who recognizes you as emperor? Li Taicang burst into laughter, his mirth laced with scorn. The Great Qin has already been corroded by you noble families, riddled with wounds. Without the Yi family, could it possibly worsen? How I govern the realm is of no concern to you. Just know this, to me, your Yi family is of no importance. Return my Yuan. Meanwhile, Yuan Tiangang forcefully tore the child from the deranged Empress, who let out a piercing scream. She lunged at Yuan Tiangang, but was ensnared by the white silk cord around her neck mid-stride. The cord tightened suddenly, and her cries ceased abruptly. She desperately clawed at the cord around her neck, her nails drawing blood from her skin. Her legs kicked violently against the ground. Her once beautiful face turned a deep shade of purple, veins bulging. Her swan-like neck darkened with bruises. Yuan Tiangang maintained his grip without faltering. The Empress's struggles gradually weakened. Her eyes began to roll back, and foam spilled from her lips. Her legs convulsed a few final times before going utterly limp. Only her bloodshot eyes remained wide open. When the silk cord was released, the Empress's lifeless body thudded to the ground, collapsing atop the small corpse of Li Taoyuan. Ye Guizhou hung his head, unable to bear the sight of his sister's tragic fate. His disheveled hair concealed much of his face as tears streamed down his cheeks, enveloped in silence. Behind him lay the overlapping corpses of his sister and nephew. Soon, his Yi family would face annihilation. He envisioned the impending tragedy, the family estate ablaze. Familiar bodies falling in pools of blood. These images haunted his mind, transforming into overwhelming sorrow that threatened to engulf him entirely. It is my fault, all my fault. Why did I vie for that position? Why did I allow things to reach this point? Ye Guizhou choked back sobs, frantically pounding the floor. He had been as close as brothers with Li Yutian, sharing a bond forged in arms. Later, he became Li Yutian's most trusted minister, enjoying immense favor. After the death of the former empress, he had fought against opposition to elevate his sister to the position of empress. Yet, he did not know when he had transitioned from Li Yutian's loyal confidant to the scheming head of the Yi family. It was he who had nurtured his once innocent sister into a ruthless matriarch, leading the entire Yi family down this irretrievable path. Yi Guzhou's fists were bloodied and bruised. Yet he continued to pound the ground in a mechanical rhythm. Each strike seemed to question himself. At what moment did he stray from the righteous path? Was it the first time he exploited his sister's position as empress for personal gain? Was it the first time he ensnared the loyal for the sake of the family? Or was it the first time he harbored an unwarranted desire for power? The hall echoed with his anguished wails. His disheveled black hair gradually turned gray. Chapter 19. Is Empress Zhao still alive? Yi Guzhou's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground, eyes wide open, refusing to close. He had been carelessly slain by Gao Lisher with a single sword stroke. This once mighty head of the Yi family met such a swift demise. His heart had already perished, thus he offered no resistance. The remaining members of the Yi family in the Taicang Hall were also entirely eliminated by Gao Lisher and Yuan Tiangang. Ignoring their pleas for mercy, Li Taicang sat expressionless as he observed the massacre. The mourning hall for Li Yutian had transformed into a hellish battlefield. Li Yutian's coffin lay in ruins. Li Taicang chuckled softly, murmuring, "Father, you played a trick on me before your death. Today, I have vandalized your mourning hall, and thus, we are even." To this day, he still could not fathom why Li Yutian had bequeathed the throne to him, an unanchored prince. At that time, he had been as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of others. However, now he bore no grudge against Li Yutian. Gao Lisher severed the heads of the empress and Yi Guzhou, holding them aloft, waiting quietly for Li Taicang's command. Li Taicang frowned as he regarded Gao Lisher, who bore the two bloodied heads. "What are you doing?" Gao Lisher replied respectfully, "Your Majesty. Did you not say you wanted them to witness the fall of the Yi family?" Li Taicang paused, then burst into laughter. "Ah, well done. It must be said. You truly are a sage summoned by the system. Your every action aligns perfectly with my desires." Thinking of the system, at that moment, the notification sound for task completion also arrived. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and ascending to the throne. Reward, talent, innate path, 10,000 calamity star eyes. A century of cultivation, 3 summoning opportunities. Li Taicang's pupils contracted, disbelief etched across his face. The criteria for task completion were so simple. He had assumed he needed to eradicate the Yi family and eliminate the other princes before the task would be deemed complete. He never expected that merely killing the empress and the 3 others would suffice for the system to recognize his claim to the throne. Is the system this hasty? One day in the future, it would not surprise him if the system offered him a loan in advance for rewards. System, bestow upon me those 2 talents. Innate path. 10,000 calamity star eyes. The very names evoke grandeur. Ding. Born to the path. The 10,000 calamity starry eye is loading. Ding. The 10,000 calamity starry eye has successfully loaded. Born to the path. This constitution is innately close to the great Tao, resonating with the laws of heaven and earth from birth, drawing forth the tides of spiritual energy effortlessly. Your future cultivation will flow smoothly, with bottlenecks akin to mere thin paper. 10,000 calamities starry eye. With this eye, the host's gaze encompasses the vastness of the starry river, summoning the power of the stars to unleash calamities upon foes, leading them to decay and annihilation. It can penetrate all disguises and illusions not exceeding 2 realms. As Li Taicang regained his senses, he felt as though his entire world had transformed. Without the need to circulate any techniques, he could clearly perceive the flow of spiritual energy. With each breath, countless luminous points surged into his body, and spiritual energy naturally converged. The esoteric teachings of the Emperor's suppression technique, which had once been elusive, now unfurled before him as if it were the most natural thing. This was the essence of being born to the path, a primal affinity with the universe. Simultaneously, his gaze shimmered with profound light, as if myriad stars danced within. He lifted his eyes, peering through the roof to behold the sky. At that moment, he could actually see countless twinkling star trails, even in broad daylight. He could even sense an ethereal connection between his eyes and them. Retracting his gaze, Li Taicang's eyes transformed from the vastness of the starry river to an inky abyss. He now felt an overwhelming conviction that even without wielding the Taicang sword, he could vanquish those 5 royal ancestors. Feeling the monumental shift within himself, Li Taicang murmured, "Born to the path, 10,000 calamities starry eye, is this all there is?" Yet even as he spoke, he could not conceal the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Li Taicang commanded, "System, use a century's worth of cultivation." Though he felt an unprecedented surge of power at that moment, Years of cautious experience instilled a constant sense of crisis within him. Only formidable cultivation could offer him a semblance of solace. Ding. 1 century of cultivation begins to pour in. Ding. Born to the path begins to activate. In an instant, a supreme power imbued with the laws of time and space enveloped Li Taicang. The emperor's suppression technique began to operate autonomously. The innate talent of being born to the path allowed him to perceive the rhythmic cadence of the great Tao in the world. Boom. The barrier between the master and grandmaster realms crumbled like paper beneath his touch, and he effortlessly broke through. Concurrently, his cultivation continued to ascend. Grandmaster 1st level, Grandmaster 2nd level, Grandmaster 9th level. In the blink of an eye, Li Taicang reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. However, possessing the innate talent of being born to the path, how could a century of cultivation possibly halt there? His power surged wildly. His understanding of martial arts deepened. Yet, just as he was about to breach the boundary of the celestial being realm, a sudden hum resonated. Countless restraints materialized within him. They transformed into spiritual locks, fiercely constraining his cultivation. Li Taicang's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed a strange, yet familiar aura emanating from those restraints. But how could these restraints possibly impede him? The 10,000 calamities starry eye activated abruptly, and the starry river flowed within his gaze. He beckoned the stars, unleashing the calamity of the stars. The restraints within him began to dissolve at a visible rate. Boom. Li Taicang shattered the restraints. His cultivation broke free from the confines of the Grandmaster realm, stepping into the Celestial Being realm. Celestial Being 1st level, Celestial Being 2nd level, Celestial Being 3rd level. It was only upon reaching the pinnacle of the Celestial Being 3rd level that this explosive surge of cultivation began to stabilize. Ding. Cultivation infusion complete. As the system's notification resounded once more, Li Taicang emerged from this extraordinary state. He felt the tumultuous power within him, but did not experience elation. Instead, his countenance darkened ominously. The aura from those restraints was both familiar and foreign. It belonged to his late mother, Empress Xiao Yu. Chapter 20. Unquenchable Fury. Summoning the Black Dragon Forbidden Army compared to Li Taicang's terrifyingly grim expression, Gao Lisher and Yuan Tiangang's faces were a vivid tapestry of shock as they exchanged incredulous glances, each perceiving the other's disbelief. What had they witnessed? Their sovereign's cultivation had skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, from the pinnacle of master to the pinnacle of grandmaster. Even the Grandmaster Yuan Tiangang could not fathom it. All he knew was that Li Taicang's spiritual energy was reined in, his aura flowing with a profound rhythm. Gao Lisher's mouth hung agape, while Yuan Tiangang, masked though he was, revealed eyes brimming with astonishment. For a moment, they even doubted if their sovereign was a reincarnated celestial being. How else could one explain his cultivation reaching unfathomable heights in the blink of an eye? At this moment, however, Li Taicang did not rejoice at his breakthrough. On the contrary, he felt an overwhelming anger. His mother, Empress Xiao Yu, had passed away when he was merely 3 years old. Though he had been reborn into this realm, possessing his own soul and body, his physical form had been too frail at that time, and his soul often fell into slumber, resulting in fragmented memories. Yet within those scattered recollections, his mother had always held him tenderly, radiating a comforting aura. His greatest delight had been to curl up in her embrace, inhaling her soothing scent as he drifted into slumber. But now, reality unveiled a grand secret about his mother. The mysterious restraints within him that hindered his ascension to the celestial being realm bore the essence of his mother. This revelation plunged Li Taicang into a chilling abyss. He even began to doubt whether his mother had truly been as warm and kind as he remembered. Those formidable restraints had clearly been planted when he was but a child. Had it not been for the 10,000 calamities starry eye and the century of cultivation, he might have sustained grave injuries or even lost his cultivation upon attempting to breach the celestial being realm. What kind of enmity could inspire such a malevolent restraint to be placed upon him? No wonder his father, Liu Yutian, had continuously undermined his position as the legitimate heir while providing protection against the Yi family's attempts on his life. No wonder, on his deathbed, his father had uttered cryptic words and entrusted him with the imperial jade seal. All the doubts coalesced into a singular truth at that moment. His father did not trust or value him. Instead, he feared his mother. Li Taicang's forehead bulged with veins as he glared at Liu Yutian's coffin. Since his rebirth, his mother had been one of the few sources of warmth he had felt in this world. Yet every clue he uncovered suggested that nothing was as he had believed. The image of his mother crumbled in his heart. The embrace that had once provided him comfort was likely a fabricated illusion from the very beginning. Suddenly, an inferno of rage threatened to consume him. That old wretch, even in death, concealed secrets within his coffin. Li Taicang kicked the coffin of Li Yutian to pieces. The pale, stiff corpse tumbled out. Li Taicang stared at Li Yutian's face, which retained an air of authority even in death, his fury intensifying. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, he stepped upon Li Yutian's corpse. Old wretch, neither a true ruler nor a father. Do you dare to face the ancestors of the past? The power of the celestial being realm erupted in an instant. The long cold corpse shattered beneath his foot. The sound of splintering bones echoed hauntingly throughout the hall. Yet, Li Taicang did not cease his assault. His foot ignited with fierce spiritual flames, rapidly consuming all the corpses upon the ground. Before long, whether it was the remnants of Li Yutian, the remains of the royal ancestors, or the bodies of the Yi family members, all were reduced to ashes beneath the purifying flames of the celestial being realm. The Grand Tai Chi Hall was left with only Li Taicang and two others standing. Of course, there was also Gao Lishur, holding the severed heads of the Yi siblings. Yet, witnessing this scene, even the seasoned Gao Lishur and Yuan Tiangang couldn't help but flinch at the corners of their eyes. Their sovereign was truly beyond the ordinary. This individual is no mere traitor like Yi Ho or Yi Guzhou. He is the biological father of our current sovereign, the previous emperor. The legitimacy with which our sovereign ascended to the throne is rooted in his status as the legitimate heir of Li Yutian. Yet, he has audaciously shattered the coffin of the late emperor. Ultimately, he reduced the remains of the former emperor and the ancestral lineage of the royal family, along with the Yi clan, to mere ashes. Such ruthlessness is truly unparalleled. Indeed, Li Taicang's scathing remarks about Li Yutian are not without merit. He has failed as a ruler and as a father. During his reign, Li Yutian permitted the Yi family to grow powerful, allowing the consort's family to wield excessive influence. As a father, he has been woefully negligent. The investigation into the assassination of the 8th prince points unequivocally to Yi Ho, yet he merely glosses over it. That innocent 5-year-old child, that blameless consort, met their untimely demise without cause. As for Li Taicang, the legitimate heir, he has been manipulated more than cherished. From a young age, his status as the eldest son has been deliberately undermined, while he has been covertly shielded from the Yi family's malice. Such contradictory actions serve only to treat Li Taicang as a mere pawn. Ultimately, to fulfill his own schemes, Li Yutian forcibly placed Li Taicang upon the throne. Does he not realize that, in such circumstances, Li Taicang is destined to suffer at the hands of the Yi family? Perhaps this is precisely what Li Yutian desires to witness. Li Taicang gazes upon the room filled with ashes, a cold smirk spreading across his face. His father has used him, his mother has implanted restrictions within him, and his brothers wish to end his life. He once thought that traversing into this world would allow him to experience the warmth of familial bonds, yet in the end, even the mother he cherished in his memories has treated him as a mere piece on a chessboard. An emperor truly stands alone. Li Taicang is filled with melancholy. In the next moment, a fierce glint flickers in his eyes. Let us eradicate the Yi family. The fury within Li Taicang has not subsided with the destruction of Li Yutian's coffin. Rather, it has intensified. The Yi family has long been inscribed on his death list. He shall unleash his wrath upon them. Gao Lishur and Yuan Tiangang promptly bow and follow closely behind. Just before stepping out of the palace doors, Li Taicang, with a focused thought, activated the summoning system. Ding. The host has used a summoning opportunity. The system is summoning. Ding. Congratulations to the host for summoning 5,000 Black Dragon Forbidden Troops. Black Dragon Forbidden Troops. The blade of the Empire, the shadow of imperial power. All members of the Forbidden Troops don abyssal Black Dragon scale heavy armor, their cultivation ranging from the peak of Xianhai to the 5th level of Master. A killing machine directly under the Empire. Where are the Black Dragon Forbidden Troops? Li Taicang pushes open the grand doors of the Taiji Hall and demands in a deep voice. In an instant, the entire palace seems to tremble. The Black Dragon Forbidden Troops are willing to serve the Emperor unto death. A thunderous roar resounds from the outer courtyard. Outside the grand doors, 5,000 warriors clad in pitch-black heavy armor stand in formation. They are all masked with black dragon visages, wielding long swords and heavy blades at their waists. Iron-blooded, cold, ruthless, and domineering. We shall eradicate the rebels alongside me. We shall obey the Emperor's decree. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 21. The Annihilation of the Yi Family. The atmosphere within the Yi family is so tense it is almost suffocating. The patriarch of the Yi family sits in the main seat of the family hall, his wrinkled face clouded with shadows. In his eyes, which have weathered the storms of time, an unprecedented gravity flickers at this moment. Just moments ago, while cultivating in the hidden chamber, he distinctly sensed the explosive battle erupting from the Taiji Hall's direction. The terrifying fluctuations of power send shivers down the spine of this venerable grandmaster, who has lived for centuries. This force is beyond anything I can contend with at present. The patriarch of the Yi family murmurs to himself. A thought flashes through his mind. Escape. Now is the time to flee. With his cultivation, if he wishes to hide, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Yet, as his gaze sweeps over the bustling Yi family members outside the hall, his feet feel as heavy as lead, rendering him unable to move. Alas! A long sigh echoes through the empty hall as the patriarch slowly closes his eyes. Perhaps this is the fate of one belonging to a family. In youth, nurtured and protected by the family's elders. In old age, like the predecessors before him, shielding the younger generation from storms. As the thought of escape resurfaces, a bitter smile appears at the corners of his mouth. He knows better than anyone that if he abandons the family today, his resolve will undoubtedly suffer. Not only will his cultivation stagnate, but he may even fall from his current station. More importantly, he would be condemned to live in perpetual guilt and remorse, a fate worse than death. This is a responsibility he cannot escape. In the family's time of peril, he must uphold the last bastion of hope. Suddenly, the patriarch of the Yi family opens his eyes, gazing at the clear sky, his voice hoarse. They are coming. Boom. A thunderclap erupts without warning, shaking the entire Yi family estate. In an instant, the clear sky is engulfed by rolling dark clouds, the daylight darkening to an inky hue. The heavy clouds hang low, as if suspended above the eaves of the Yi family residence, enveloping the entire estate in a stifling gloom. The members of the Yi family gather in terror within the courtyard, gazing up at the sudden and inexplicable atmospheric change. They see, amidst the thick clouds, ominous black dragons writhing and twisting, their chilling roars piercing through the clouds, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Boom. Another thunderclap strikes. A blinding flash of lightning tearing open a massive rift in the clouds, from which 5,000 formidable warriors emerge. The three leaders, their gazes cold and indifferent, survey the vast Yi family like one would observe ants. The Black Dragon Forbidden troops have arrived at the Yi family. The patriarch of the Yi family sees Li Taicang, the figure clad in a black cloak, and also notices Gao Lishir holding the severed heads of Yi Guizhou and his sister. A heavy weight descends upon his heart. The Yi family has lost utterly. He never anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous second prince possessed such formidable strength and depth, withstanding 5 royal ancestors without defeat. All the Yi family's decades of effort reduced to naught. The patriarch of the Yi family leaps forward, seeking to make a final stand. He approaches Li Taicang and bows deeply. Your Majesty, I implore you to grant the Yi family a chance at survival. The entire Yi clan pledges lifelong loyalty to your Majesty. He lowers himself to the utmost extent. It is too late. Li Taicang replies coldly, his killing intent palpable as he gazes at the members of the Yi family, his inner fury nearly boiling over. The patriarch of the Yi family sighs, speaking in a grave tone. Your Majesty, do you truly intend to annihilate a noble family? The noble families of the realm are watching this unfold. Does your Majesty wish for the people of the Great Qin to be plunged into misery? Li Taicang sneers dismissively, responding, the Great Qin suffers precisely because of noble families like yours. Your family head and the demoness have perished. It is inappropriate for you, as the patriarch, to remain alive. Yuan Qing, execute him. As commanded. Yuan Tiangang responds and charges directly toward the patriarch of the Yi family, his long blade unsheathed, emitting a chilling gleam. The blade strikes forth like a torrential downpour, summoning a howling tempest. The patriarch of the Yi family's expression changes as he twists and maneuvers. How formidable! He has actually touched the realm of transcendent beings. This is the Yi family's patriarch's first impression of Yuan Tiangang. He never expected that the grandmaster he sensed at the second prince's estate would turn out to be at the pinnacle of grandmasters. And he, at only the 7th level of grandmaster, is no match for this individual. The patriarch of the Yi family draws his long sword, silently reciting incantations. In an instant, the sword is enveloped in a radiant glow, emanating an exceptionally sharp sword aura. This is not the end. The patriarch of the Yi family bites his tongue. Immediately, a jet of blood shoots toward the long sword. The sword's radiant glow now tinged with crimson. This is my strongest strike. It is a technique I have prepared for the royal ancestors over the years. Today, let it be unleashed upon you. The patriarch of the Yi family declares. He then swings the long sword, severing Yuan Tiangang's blade light. Just as the patriarch of the Yi family revels in his success, an unexpected turn occurs. A dense aura of celestial energy spreads out, transforming into a gigantic long blade. The long blade seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth, enveloped in swirling thunder. This colossal sword appeared to have touched the threshold of the celestial beings, evoking awe in all who beheld it. The elder of the Yi clan was struck with terror. He realized that he could not withstand this blade. This thought resonated most vividly in his mind. Yuan Tiangang whispered, "This move was intended to confront 5 royal ancestors." Li Taicang raised an eyebrow, as he seemed to have underestimated Yuan Tiangang's prowess. Even without the Teia's sword, Yuan Tiangang could easily slay those 5 royal ancestors. He could distinctly sense that this immense blade, forged from the power of the Tiangang, had attained the might of a second-tier celestial being, a grand master shaking the heavens. Yuan Tiangang truly was the apex of that world. Boom. The elder of the Yi clan's radiant sword clashed against the Tiangang blade. However, the standoff lasted but a few breaths before a resounding crack echoed. The long sword gradually shattered, transforming into ephemeral glimmers of light. You are on the verge of becoming a celestial being. The elder of the Yi clan roared, jealousy surging within him. In this era, where celestial beings were but myths, there emerged an individual on the cusp of transcending to that realm, and he was so remarkably young. Yet, the elder of the Yi clan would never fathom that beside Yuan Tiangang stood a 20-year-old prince, already at the 3rd tier of celestial being. Perish. The Tiangang blade continued its descent, aimed at the elder of the Yi clan's form. As he beheld the oncoming strike, his eyes widened with despair. He glanced back at the Yi clan. If he were to block the strike with his flesh, he would perish, but the Yi clan could still endure the loss. Yet if he did not intervene, his younger kin would undoubtedly suffer grievous fates. In that moment, countless thoughts surged within his heart. Yet, time and again, the weight of familial duty pressed down upon him. At the precipice of life and death, he bellowed in a fit of rage, "To hell with it. If I must die, I shall not be a coward." The elder of the Yi clan charged directly at the Tiangang blade. Boom. The elder of the Yi clan's body shattered, his soul extinguished. Chapter 22. The nobility of Chang. And witnessing the elder of the Yi clan collide with the Tiangang blade, Li Taicang let out a cold snort. The Yi clan, after all, possessed some backbone. The disparity between the elder and Yuan Tiangang was insurmountable. Yuan Tiangang's realm overshadowed him, his techniques eclipsed him, and his talent dwarfed him. Slaying the elder of the Yi clan was a mere trifle. Nevertheless, Yuan Tiangang felt a flicker of respect for the elder, who, aware of his impending demise, upheld his duty as the clan's ancestor, willingly embracing death. Such a person deserved a grand finale. This magnificent spectacle inevitably captured the attention of the nobility within Chang'an. Who could have imagined that the second princess retainer was a grand master? And that this grand master had slain the elder of the Yi clan? Where had the queen and the prime minister gone? Had they left the city in advance to evade calamity? Open your eyes wide, and behold whose head that red-robed eunuch carries. The queen, the prime minister. Mind your words. Now it is the demon empress and the thieving chancellor. Li Taicang stood proudly in the air, surveying the vast Yi clan beneath him. A clan of such magnitude, numbering at least tens of thousands, surpassed even his own Li Qin royal family, which had endured for over 2,600 years. However, his royal lineage had seen countless struggles, with its members often slaughtered. To maintain their current numbers was already commendable. Li Taicang regarded the thousands of Yi clan members with indifference. Some were sorrowful, others terrified, and some wept blood while vowing revenge. Yet, to Li Taicang, these thousands appeared identical. Lambs awaiting slaughter. Li Taicang raised his hand and waved it gently downward. Annihilation. The Black Dragon Imperial Guards roared, akin to a true dragon howling at the heavens. Kill, kill, kill. 5,000 Black Dragon Guards surged into the Yi clan, harvesting all living beings as though a tiger had entered a flock of sheep. The Yi clan's masters were slain, and with the Black Dragon Guard's lowest ranks at the pinnacle of the Xianhai realm, claiming these lives was as effortless as reaching into a pocket. No. 10 years of hard study. I have just become a son-in-law of the Yi clan, poised to ascend. How can I die here? I refuse to accept it. I shall not share the same fate as the Yi clan. My lord, I know their hiding places. Why kill me? My lord, my child is only 7 years old. Still so innocent. Can you spare him? Be resolute. The ancestor sacrificed for the clan. How can we bring shame upon him? Li Taicang. May you meet with a wretched end. Watch closely. The world's noble families will unite against you. Laughter rang out. I, the Yi clan, shall await you on the path to the Yellow Springs. Within the Yi clan, a myriad of reactions unfolded. Some betrayed their kin, becoming guides for the Black Dragon Guards. However, the Black Dragon Guards despised such traitors. If you willingly surrendered, they might grant you a swift death. But if you chose betrayal, they would cleave you in two. Those severed would not die immediately. They would writhe in a pool of their own blood, helplessly watching their lives ebb away, gasping for their final breath amidst prolonged agony. As for those with unwavering resolve, who chose to take their own lives, the Black Dragon Guards would not attack them, allowing these valiant souls to retain their final dignity. Yet, the elderly, women, and children were not spared. The Black Dragon Guards callously harvested their lives. When they declared annihilation, they executed it with unwavering precision. Each soldier meticulously cleansing the Yi clan of all living beings. Perhaps the only solace for the Yi clan was that the Black Dragon Guards adhered strictly to their discipline, sparing the womenfolk from humiliation before their deaths. Gao Lishur had not forgotten his duty. He hung the heads of the Yi matriarch and Yi Guzhou at the highest point of the Yi estate, forcing them to witness the demise of their clan. An hour later, the Yi clan, totaling 37,000 souls, was utterly slaughtered. Not a single survivor remained. The grand estate had transformed into a scene of carnage. Corpses piled high, rivers of blood flowing. The air was saturated with a nauseating stench of blood. The horror of the scene so profound that even the fiercest demons of hell would tremble. The 18 layers of hell could scarcely rival it. Alas, the Yi clan had been completely exterminated. This was indeed a prestigious family. Not even a Grand Master could protect himself. How swiftly the world had changed. How could one not have seen the second prince's brutality, slaughtering tens of thousands? You have been suppressed for so many years. Teetering on the brink of life and death, your psyche is not far from madness. What? The new ruler has just ascended and can no longer restrain his loyalty? Best be cautious. The new ruler harbors hatred for the Yi clan, and you should pray that your connections to the Yi clan do not lead to your reckoning. Li Taicang stood atop the ruins of the Yi clan, surveying the ravaged battlefield, under the iron hooves of the Black Dragon Guards. This once magnificent estate had been reduced to cinders. He bellowed, his voice echoing throughout Chang'an. Tomorrow's court assembly. Those who do not attend shall die. He then led the 5,000 Black Dragon Guards back to the palace. After a brief silence, the nobles of Chang'an resumed their conversations. The new ruler's dominance is not a favorable omen for us. What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful the new ruler is, he still requires officials to govern the realm. Otherwise, how will taxes be collected? Who will oversee the appointment of officials? Who will handle the judicial matters? Can such complex governance be resolved through bloodshed? It is precisely for this reason that he could annihilate the Yi clan today. Tomorrow he could not possibly slay all the officials. Governing the realm ultimately requires the talents of the esteemed. Everyone, remain at ease. The new ruler is young. And such monarchs are often prone to grand ambitions. We merely need to indulge his whims with auspicious offerings and praises. The nobles of Chang'an were already plotting how to deceive Li Taicang. They cannot see the countless bloodied heads of the Yi family? Do they not fear that Li Taicang's slaughtering knife may one day descend upon them? They are fully aware of everything. These esteemed ministers and heads of noble families are among the most astute and cunning individuals in the Great Qin. The court itself comprises the most intelligent minds, skillfully flattering the most exalted personage. Of course, they fear death. Yet, as the saying goes, when profit is 3 parts, they will trample upon the law. When profit reaches 7 parts, they will dare to deceive the emperor, and when it is a full 10 parts, they may even contemplate regicide. Chapter 23. Li Fuyao returns to the capital. I speak only the truth. Meanwhile, the 7th princess, Li Fuyao, finally made her way back to Chang'an. In her mind, she envisioned Li Taicang being confined by the Yi family, only to be secretly executed once the 9th prince ascended the throne. Her plan was meticulously crafted. She merely needed to rescue Li Taicang, while the Yi family was preoccupied with the ascension preparations. However, the moment she stepped into Chang'an, the overwhelming stench of blood caused her countenance to change dramatically. Could the Yi family be so ruthless as to bathe Chang'an in blood? Yet, as she followed the source of the foul odor, she found herself frozen in place. The thick scent of blood emanated directly from the Yi family's stronghold. At that moment, the remnants of the Yi family lay in ruins, corpses piled high, rivers of blood flowing, resembling a hellish inferno. Li Fuyao was horrified. The Yi family had been annihilated. Not a single woman, child, or elder had been spared. Furthermore, she spotted the severed heads of the Yi matriarch and Yi Gazu atop a high building. Their faces were contorted in agony, eyes wide open in death. They had evidently endured unspeakable torment in life. Who could be so brutal? Had her brothers banded together to execute such a massacre of the Yi family? The first thought that crossed Li Fuyao's mind was of the princes aside from Li Taicang. In her eyes, those princes were beneath her, and they would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to act. Yet, she never anticipated their cruelty would extend to the total slaughter of an entire clan. Just as Li Fuyao remained engulfed in shock, a sudden exclamation interrupted her thoughts. A few rogue cultivators were stealthily rummaging through the ruins for valuables, one of whom recognized her identity. The seventh princess. Upon realizing who she was, the rogue's eyes gleamed with malevolent intent. The maternal lineage of the seventh princess was the Su family, and given the current emperor's deep-seated enmity with the noble clans, delivering the seventh princess to him would undoubtedly yield a generous reward. Capture her, present her to the new emperor, and we shall prosper. Driven by greed, the rogues let out sinister laughs and unleashed their spiritual powers. Seeking death, a cold glint flashed in Li Fuyao's eyes. With a delicate lift of her hand, an intangible pressure descended abruptly. Bang, bang, bang. The rogue cultivators, not yet within 3 yards of her, burst like balloons crushed by an unseen hand, one after another exploding in midair. Amidst the shower of blood and flesh, Li Fuyao spared one of them alive. That rogue's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his trousers already soaked. He had no capacity for resistance and was swiftly seized. The rogue was utterly terrified by Li Fuyao's display of power. A grandmaster. The seventh princess is actually a grandmaster. Are you also here to contest for the throne? Li Fuyao had now restored her cultivation to that of a grandmaster, easily dispatching these rogues. With a slight frown, she spoke in a grave tone. There is no time for idle chatter. Reveal everything you know. Should you utter even a single falsehood, your death shall be far more excruciating than theirs. The coldness of her voice starkly contrasted with the usual languid charm of the seventh princess. Li Fuyao harbored no fondness for these rogues. They were all desperate outlaws, refusing to heed the court's teachings, engaging in blood-soaked antics. Now that the Yi family had just been obliterated, they swarmed like vultures scenting carrion, scavenging through the heaps of corpses, an act that repulsed her. Even more audacious was their attempt to lay hands on her. The rogue cultivators, gripped by terror, dared not conceal anything, and immediately divulged all they knew. The first prince was publicly executed by Li Taicang, his body left unattended. After emerging from the palace, Li Taicang led a mysterious force of black dragon soldiers, slaughtering the entire Yi family. Each of those black dragon soldiers was a peak practitioner of the Xianhai realm. Accompanying them was a grand master of the highest caliber, who beheaded the Yi family's patriarch. Moreover, rumors suggested that Li Taicang had already attained grandmaster abilities. With each revelation, the rogue's complexion grew paler. By the end, he trembled uncontrollably, fearing that the seventh princess might crush him in her displeasure. Impossible. A cold light flickered in Li Fuyao's eyes. As death approached, you still dare to weave such absurd lies. Speak. Whose spy are you? The more Li Fuyao pondered, the more suspicious she became. These individuals were not merely aimless rogues. They were spies sent by certain factions. A typical rogue would not exhibit such stubbornness in the face of death, and this one's life threatened. Yet he still refrained from speaking the truth. Was he not a death warrior? Li Fuyao unleashed her lethal technique, channeling spiritual energy into the rogue's head. In an instant, he let out a heart-wrenching scream, feeling as if his very soul were being torn apart. Though she had once been an unrestrained empress in her past life, she was no benevolent saint. She had acquired quite a repertoire of torturous methods. In mere moments, the rogue rolled his eyes back, foam spilling from his mouth, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. Even visions of a revolving lantern appeared before him. Seeing the rogue's consciousness nearing collapse, Li Fuyao promptly withdrew her lethal technique. I shall grant you one final chance. Speak. Reveal everything you know. Otherwise, I will subject you to a torment 100-fold worse than before. The rogue regained his composure, tears streaming down his face, his forehead bloodied from banging it against the ground. My lady, I am wronged. Every word I speak is the truth. If I tell a single lie, may the heavens strike me down and annihilate my entire clan. Observing the rogue's pitiful state of pleading, Li Fuyao could not help but smile coldly. Such fine acting. Were it not for her understanding of the situation in Chang'an, she might have been deceived by his performance. Good acting indeed. Yet did you not consider the logic of your lies before you spoke? You claim the second prince executed the first prince in the streets? He has always been as gentle as jade. How could he act so violently? The second prince lives in seclusion, monitored by others. Where would he have gathered 5,000 private soldiers? How could they possibly command a peak grandmaster? Most importantly, he is merely 20 years old this year. Possessing exceptional talent, but not astonishing. How could he attain grandmaster status? Such ludicrous fabrications, how can you expect me to believe them? The rogue sobbed, struggling to catch his breath. Though he had deceived for most of his life, every word he spoke today was the truth. He pounded his chest in agony, wishing he could extract his heart to show this living ancestor. Heaven above, is there no law left in this world? Who could have imagined that reality would be so absurd? The once useless prince not only succeeded in slaying the Yi matriarch and Yi Gazu, but also annihilated the Yi family. He possessed peak grandmaster followers, and his personal strength was unparalleled. Li Fuyao stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her deep, starry eyes glimmering with the wisdom of one who has seen through it all. I suspect you wish to cast the blame for the Yi family's demise upon the second prince. The rogue wailed, nearly losing consciousness. I speak only the truth. The second prince executed the Yi matriarch, annihilated the Yi family, and ascended the throne. If you merely glance at the palace, who sits upon the dragon throne now? Seeing that this rogue remained unwilling to speak the truth, Li Fuyao sighed, a flicker of respect appearing in her gaze. Who would have thought that such a mere spy possessed such fortitude? Very well, I respect you as a man. I shall grant you a swift end. The rogue completely lost his mind, erupting into a torrent of curses. Truly a foolish woman. In this lifetime, I have deceived countless individuals. Yet the sole occasion I spoke the truth, I met my demise at the hands of a remarkably foolish woman. Li Fuyao's gaze was icy, and with a gentle wave of her hand, the obstinate rogue was instantly reduced to ashes. Chapter 24. The general of the north betrays. Li Fuyao captured several spies lurking near the ruins of the Yi family. However, to her astonishment, the intelligence these spies relayed was identical to that of the rogue. Li Fuyao furrowed her brows, her expression grave. Had all the spies in Chang'an been unified in their accounts? It seemed that Chang'an had been thoroughly infiltrated. My royal brothers lack such capability. Could it be that those hidden sects have directly intervened? If that is the case, numerous grandmasters must be stationed in Chang'an, making the rescue of the second prince increasingly daunting. Li Fuyao initially intended to investigate the palace, but the conjectures in her mind caused her to halt. Her current cultivation was merely at the 5th level of grandmaster, and the palace had undoubtedly transformed into a den of demons. To venture there recklessly could result in capture. As she weighed her options, a squad of soldiers clad in black armor marched into view from the end of the street. Li Fuyao swiftly slipped into the shadows to observe. Black dragon heavy armor? When did the Qin have such standardized armor? This 12-man squad moved in perfect unison, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, always maintaining a combat-ready stance. The leader possessed the cultivation of a second-level grandmaster, while the remaining soldiers were at the pinnacle of the Xianhai realm. More alarmingly, the murderous aura surrounding them was palpable, clearly indicating they were seasoned warriors. Li Fuyao scrutinized this elite squad of Black Dragon Guards. The strength of this team was astonishing. Pinnacle Xianhai and second-level grandmaster. How could they be so formidable? Their disciplined demeanor resembled that of a fearsome tiger wolf army. The dynasty I once belonged to had no such elite force. Li Fuyao gazed at them in shock, contemplating what kind of monster now occupied the palace. Otherwise, how could they command such a powerful army? A glint of cold light flickered in Li Fuyao's eyes as she quietly gathered her spiritual power, preparing to capture one of the soldiers. However, just as she was about to act, a chilling, low voice emerged from behind her. Does the 7th princess believe that Chang'an is devoid of people? The voice was so close that Li Fuyao could sense the solidified murderous aura emanating from it. In an instant, her hair stood on end, and a shiver ran down her spine. Who is it? She spun around, her spiritual power coalescing into a blade in her palm, facing the newcomer. From the shadows of the alley stepped a figure clad in a black robe, exuding an overpowering aura of invincibility, with only a pair of cold, knife-like eyes visible beneath the mask. It was none other than the infamous General Yuan Tiangang. Li Fuyao fixed her serious gaze upon Yuan Tiangang, daring not to underestimate him. This person had managed to follow her silently. Had he not spoken, she would have remained oblivious to his presence. When had her spiritual perception become so dull? At this moment, she recognized that this black-robed figure was indeed the pinnacle grandmaster spoken of by those spies. When did you begin to track me? Yuan Tiangang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing Li Fuyao. From the moment the 7th princess stepped through the gates of Chang'an, these words sent a shockwave through Li Fuyao's heart. Was every one of her actions being monitored by someone behind her? Li Fuyao let out a cold laugh, a hint of sarcasm flashing in her eyes. Ah, How heartless you are, watching me kill those spies without lifting a finger. Are they not your comrades? Yuan Tiangang shook his head. The seventh princess is mistaken. They are not our people. On the contrary, we owe thanks to the seventh princess for alleviating my burdens. Li Fuyo was momentarily at a loss. Were those spies not in league with him? Then what of the intelligence they had regarding Li Taicang? Seventh princess, did you come here to vie for the throne? As soon as the words left his lips, alarms blared in Li Fuyo's mind. She could sense a suffocating, murderous intent suddenly erupt from the black-robed figure. It seemed that should her response fail to please him, he would not hesitate to strike. Moreover, a feeling of fear unexpectedly surged within her. How could she feel this way, despite her current inferiority to the black-robed man? She had once ruled an entire dynasty as an empress, with countless trump cards at her disposal. Yet, she felt fear towards this mere black-robed figure. Nevertheless, Li Fuyo quickly dispelled that emotion, gathering her spiritual power, prepared for a lethal strike. I have no interest in your throne. I am here solely to rescue the second prince. He is merely an idle prince, posing no threat to you. Release him, and I shall depart immediately. Li Fuyo had assumed a fierce battle was imminent, yet unexpectedly, Yuan Tiangang immediately retracted all his murderous intent upon hearing her words. Follow me, His Majesty awaits you. Li Fuyo's pupils constricted as she coldly questioned, Who is your Majesty? Your second brother. In the northern border of the Great Qin, amidst relentless snow and wind. Within the command tent of the northern army, Xiao Dingbian sat alone, surrounded by several empty wine jars scattered across the table. This once magnificent general now bore a face of despair, his eyes bloodshot. It's over, all over. The prince I invested in is dead. From now on, I shall face suspicion and oppression from the new emperor, and my path forward will be fraught with peril. Moreover, reports from the spies indicated that the newly ascended second prince was rumored to have a mysterious grandmaster as his advisor, known for his ruthless methods. The news of the Yi family's annihilation left him sleepless. In the future, not only was his position at stake, but even his life hung in the balance. A grandmaster? Huh. At my pinnacle grandmaster level, what do I amount to in their eyes? Xiao Dingbian bitterly shook his head. Just as he wallowed in despair, a clear, melodious voice rang out. Master Xiao, are you truly willing to resign yourself to this fate? Who? Xiao Dingbian snapped awake, drawing his long knife with a flash of cold light. The tent flap stirred slightly, and a figure in black robes floated in. As the newcomer lifted her hood, an enchanting face emerged. Upon seeing her, Xiao Dingbian's pupils constricted. Princess Li Yegao? What brings you here? How did you get in? Xiao Dingbian spoke in a deep voice. Li Yegao's red lips curled in a smile as she produced a token inscribed with the words, as if I were present. With this token, where can I not go? Xiao Dingbian slowly straightened, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. The sixth princess possesses great audacity. With the new emperor's ascendance, the court has shifted. That token may no longer hold sway. If I were to capture you and present you to His Majesty, I might yet preserve my position as General of the North. Upon hearing this, Li Yegao remained unfazed, instead stifling a laugh. Why must Master Xiao deceive himself? Do you think presenting me will secure your position? You must have heard the news of the Yi family's slaughter, right? Do you believe that the new emperor, who dared to eliminate the Yi family, will spare you? A close aide to the Grand Prince. Xiao Dingbian's complexion turned ashen, his grip on the long knife trembling slightly. Every word Li Yegao spoke had crossed his mind. Indeed, given the new emperor's ruthless nature, how could he possibly spare a close aide to the Grand Prince? The tent fell into a suffocating silence. After a long pause, Xiao Dingbian sighed heavily and sheathed his knife. Sixth princess, state your intentions. Xiao Dingbian did not believe that Li Yegao had come here out of mere goodwill to warn him. Li Yegao's red lips lifted slightly as she spoke softly. It's quite simple. I only ask that Master Xiao allow the Zhang guard to pass through the gates. What? Xiao Dingbian sprang to his feet. The pressure of his grandmaster cultivation exploding forth, shattering the wine jars on the table with a loud bang. His eyes blazed red, and his hair stood on end. You want me to betray my country? Yet Li Yegao remained unperturbed, her expression unwavering, a confident smile adorning her face. Master Xiao, why must you be so angry? The Zhang guards of the Tianlang dynasty merely borrowed a path. Nonsense. Xiao Dingbian laughed in anger. If the 3 northern passes were breached, the iron cavalry of Tianlang would advance unimpeded into our great Qin's northern borders. Common folk? Li Yegao suddenly interrupted with a cold smile. Does Lord Xiao believe that the tyrant who slaughtered the entire Yi family would care about the lives of the common people? As for collusion? Li Yegao scoffed. Huh. I am of the bloodline of the late emperor. Should I ascend to the throne, I will be the rightful heir of Great Qin. My commands have nothing to do with treachery. Xiao Dingbian understood and coldly remarked. So the sixth princess is also interested in that position. Who wouldn't be? Li Yegao's gaze flickered, her voice dropping suddenly. Lord Xiao merely needs to open the gates. The rest shall be arranged by me. Once successful, even a general's position, or being conferred a title, would be a trifling matter. Xiao Dingbian inquired. Is the sixth princess so certain that the Zhang guards will assist you? Will the Tianlang dynasty yield the splendid lands of Great Qin to you? Li Yegao suppressed her confident smile and coldly responded. This matter does not require Lord Zhao's concern. Will you open the gates or not? Xiao Dingbian laughed heartily. Open. Of course I will. Li Yegao rejoiced, and after discussing certain matters, she departed the tent. As Xiao Dingbian watched her retreating figure, he couldn't help but sneer. Has she been blinded by the allure of the throne? What a fool. The Tianlang dynasty has long coveted Great Qin, and after conquering Chang'an, would they allow you to become the empress? Truly, a mixed breed is just that. Xiao Dingbian agreed to Li Yegao because he desired chaos in Great Qin. Once turmoil erupted, the new ruler would be too preoccupied to care for herself. When the realm descends into disorder, he too may profit from the chaos. The thought of that supreme position ignited an intense fervor in Xiao Dingbian's eyes. That foolish woman spoke a truth. Who wouldn't desire that position? Chapter 25. The Path of the Nine-Dragon Sovereign outside the northern borders. At the encampment of the Zhang riders, the north wind howled, swirling clouds of yellow sand. Deep within the military camp, in the central tent, the young wolf king Altai drank strong liquor, skillfully carving up a roasted leg of lamb. This man was the commander of the Zhang riders, and also Li Yegao's maternal uncle. Altai presented the sliced meat to Li Yegao with a hearty smile on his rugged face. Come, Yegao, taste our prairie craftsmanship. Li Yegao frowned slightly, looking at the still blood-streaked meat, shaking her head in mild reluctance. Altai burst into hearty laughter, stuffing the meat into his mouth with gusto. You grew up in Chang'an. It's only natural you aren't accustomed to it. He wiped the grease from his beard and gestured to the other commanders in the tent. Look at your uncles. They can't even be bothered to cut it. They chew the bones whole. A robust laughter erupted in the tent. Several commanders, their faces round and full, were tearing into whole legs of lamb, their greasy appearances making Li Yegao's stomach churn. She suppressed her discomfort and softly inquired. Uncle, when did Xiao Dingbian agree to our plan? Altai's eyes sparkled, and he chuckled lightly. What can't wait? Li Yegao's eyes burned with greedy desire. Yes. I can hardly wait to trample those arrogant nobles underfoot. I am eager to become the empress of the Great Qin dynasty. Altai laughed heartily, clapping Li Yegao on the shoulder. Ha ha, now that is the spirit of a woman from our prairie. We shall enter the gates tonight and seize Chang'an. Li Yegao could hardly contain her excitement. Upon entering the gates, we will strike under the banner of clearing the court of corrupt officials. By the way, uncle, how many troops have you brought? 300,000. Li Yegao was somewhat incredulous. Uncle, did you bring the entire Zhang riders? Altai replied solemnly. Indeed. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. If we wait for those noble families to react, it will be too late. Despite the fierce internal strife in Great Qin, once we involve the Tianlang dynasty, they often unite against a common enemy. There are precedents in Great Qin's history. Back then, 3 princes were vying for power in the central plains, neglecting the northern borders, which allowed our ancestors from the prairie to breach the gates and march south. Who would have thought that those 3 mortal enemies would unite and drive our ancestors back out of Great Qin? Therefore, Altai learned from history, seeking a swift resolution to seize control of the northern territories of Great Qin before slowly plotting for the south. The night wind stirred up the yellow sand, and the iron hooves of the Zhang riders shattered the silence of the northern borders. On the city walls, the soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their faces grave as they gazed at the enemy forces surging like a tide in the distance. Commander Xiao, the Tianlang dynasty has deployed the Zhang riders. The deputy commander knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse. An estimated army of hundreds of thousands. I request immediate activation of the city defenses. Xiao Dingbian stood with his hands clasped behind his back on the city walls. He stared intently at the smoke rising in the distance, and a barely perceptible smile crept across his lips. Open the gates. What? Does Commander Xiao know what he is saying? The deputy commander's eyes widened in disbelief. With 30,000 Zhang riders entering the gates, the Great Qin will surely descend into chaos. He had prepared himself for death in battle, but never expected the commander's first command would be to open the gates. Xiao Dingbian turned, his gaze sharp as lightning. Open the gates and let the Zhang riders in. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the soldiers on the walls. They exchanged incredulous glances, uncertain of what they had just heard. Several of Xiao Dingbian's staunch supporters had already prepared to execute the order. The deputy commander drew his sword, pointing it at Xiao Dingbian. I dare you. You Xiao Dingbian are betraying the country. After 18 years of guarding the northern borders, today you choose to be the traitor who invites the wolf into the house. Just as the crowd was engulfed in suspicion, a synchronized sound of footsteps suddenly resonated from below the city. A small squad of individuals clad in black had somehow ascended the city walls, surrounding everyone present. Xiao Dingbian spoke coldly. I am not betraying the country. I am executing the 6th princess's orders, allying with our friends to enter the gates and purge the corrupt officials. You have followed me for over a decade. Put down your sword, and you are still my deputy commander. The deputy commander surveyed the surroundings, realizing that a significant portion of the soldiers had quietly positioned themselves behind Xiao Dingbian. Humph. A traitor is still a traitor. No amount of words can change the fact of your betrayal. How laughable that I have followed such a scoundrel for so many years. He then smiled bitterly, raising his sword to strike at Xiao Dingbian. Great Qin will never surrender. In the capital of Great Qin, Chang'an, deep within the imperial palace, as the clock struck midnight, a notification from the system immediately appeared. Ding. Sign-in count refreshed. Does the host wish to sign in immediately? Li Taicang gazed at the system interface with anticipation. Ever since binding with this system, each sign-in had brought him unexpected rewards. He was curious about what treasures this sign-in would yield. Let us sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Path of the Nine Dragon Sovereign. The Path of the Nine Dragon Sovereign, the supreme imperial method, based on the national fortune of the dynasty, gathers the faith of all beings to forge the aura of the human emperor. As the national fortune grows, it can condense into the supreme heavenly dragon. When the 9 dragons are complete, they will embody the heavenly decree, and their words will be law. The human path can suppress the heavenly path. A new method? The name alone sounds extraordinary, Li Taicang murmured, especially the last line of the method's description, which states that the human path can suppress the heavenly path. How domineering. To contend against the ethereal heavenly path with the honor of a mortal emperor, one must understand that throughout history, which emperor has not claimed to be the son of heaven? Which monarch does not revere the heavenly path? Yet this method tells you that the supreme path of humanity can also suppress the supreme path of heaven. This is not merely a practice, but a spirit that looks down upon the heavens and the earth. If one were to become the human emperor, ruling over the world, why not also suppress that lofty heavenly path? Thinking too far ahead is futile. Mastering this method is undoubtedly a tremendous enhancement for me at present. He is now a transcendent being and does not need to toil over relearning as he once did. System, initiate the loading of the martial arts technique. Ding. Loading martial arts technique. Ding. Martial arts technique loaded successfully. At the moment the system's prompt sounded, a golden dragon manifested within Li Taicang's body. This golden dragon, though small, pulsated with an undeniable majesty. Simultaneously, Li Taicang's perception shifted. He could now glimpse the ethereal fortune of the nation. However, the fortune of the Great Qin was now as insubstantial as smoke, wavering in the void, as if it might dissipate at any moment. The golden dragon began to autonomously consume this meager fortune. With each fragment it absorbed, its form grew larger, and Li Taicang could feel his own strength gradually increasing. Yet, before he could revel in this, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The already thin national fortune suddenly trembled violently, then, at an astonishing speed, flowed northward. Li Taicang sprang to his feet, his expression dark as stormy waters. He fixed his gaze on the north, his eyes glinting with a cold light. There was trouble to the north. Just then, Gao Lisher entered and whispered, Your Majesty, the 7th princess, Li Fuyao, has arrived. Chapter 26. What have you done to my 7th sister? Let her in, Li Taicang said indifferently. His voice, though not loud, seemed to lower the temperature of the entire hall. The abnormal loss of fortune to the north stirred a flicker of anger within him, and his tone carried an icy chill. He had already begun to suspect that it was the northern general, Xiao Dingbian, who was causing this disturbance. Also, have Yuan Tiangang investigate what has happened at the borders. Furthermore, seal off Chang'an City. Do not allow those powerful families of Chang'an to escape. If there is calamity to the north, the first to receive the news will inevitably be those noble families of Chang'an. As you command, Gao Lisher replied, his demeanor exceedingly humble. After leaving the great hall, he resumed his formulaic, affable smile. Announced the 7th princess, Li Fuyao, to enter the hall. Outside, Li Fuyao's gaze was firmly fixed on Gao Lisher. This seemingly gentle eunuch was, in fact, a pinnacle master of formidable strength. With such talent, why would he willingly serve in the palace? Gao Lishir turned slightly, bowing his head with a soft chuckle. Seventh princess, please. Li Fuyao frowned. Although Gao Lishir's demeanor was respectful, she could still discern that he held her in little regard. He neither acknowledged her royal status nor feared her strength as a grand master. Such arrogance in a mere servant left her pondering who could command his loyalty. Was this still the great Qin she knew? A black-robed figure she feared, a young and talented eunuch. Who, then, occupied the throne? As her heart swirled with confusion, Li Fuyao stepped toward the grand hall. With each footfall, the Black Dragon elite guards patrolling the area halted, their cold gazes fixed upon her. Not far away, Yuan Tiangang's chilling, domineering aura also locked onto her. Gao Lishir's slightly squinted eyes sparkled with a dangerous light. Though Li Fuyao felt no trepidation toward these guards or the red-clad eunuch, the sensation of being encircled left her feeling vulnerable. The air was thick with a stifling pressure, as if a tempest of attacks could erupt at any moment. In an instant, Li Fuyao was transported back to her previous life, recalling the time when she had just ascended to the throne. Those court ministers had scrutinized her with such gazes, and just as she truly stepped into the palace, boom, an invisible pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. Her breath caught in her throat, as if she had entered another realm. Every inch of space within the grand hall was imbued with a terrifying authority, causing her body to tense involuntarily. I was an empress in my past life. How can I be intimidated by mere mortals? Li Fuyao shook her head, suppressing the turbulent waves within her heart, and continued onward. However, with each step, the invisible pressure grew heavier, nearly suffocating her. This grand hall she had traversed countless times now felt overwhelmingly oppressive. The source of it all emanated from the person seated on the throne. Merely his presence enveloped the entire hall, and indeed the entire palace, in a suffocating imperial majesty. This feeling reminded her of a place she had stumbled upon in her previous life, a cave once inhabited by a human emperor. Though it had been merely a transient dwelling, it still exuded an awe-inspiring might after millennia, having absorbed the essence of the emperor. Upon reaching the golden steps, Li Fuyao halted. Li Taicang observed her approach with careful steps. Realizing he had unconsciously begun to circulate the human emperor's suppression technique and the Nine Dragons' human emperor path due to his earlier anger. His cultivation already far surpassed that of Li Fuyao, and with the suppression of these two supreme techniques, it was no wonder she trembled before him. As Li Taicang withdrew the techniques, the oppressive atmosphere within the hall dissipated instantly. Li Fuyao visibly exhaled, her taut body relaxing slightly. He glanced at Gao Lishir outside the hall, puzzled as to why this master was unaffected while she, a grand master, reacted so intensely. Gao Lishir thought to himself, if I were to be frightened daily, how could I serve as the emperor's eunuch? Seventh sister, do you not pay your respects upon seeing me? A familiar voice echoed in Li Fuyao's ears. She looked up in shock, disbelief etched upon her face as she gazed at the figure on the dragon chair. Exclaimed, second brother, it truly is you. I did not believe the black-robed figure spoke the truth. Li Taicang's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a hint of amusement. Those spies you captured spoke the truth, did they not? Li Fuyao's face flushed with embarrassment. The information extracted from those spies, whom she had tortured, turned out to be accurate, leading her to realize she had wronged them. However, in the next moment, a chill ran through her. She suddenly comprehended that the Li Taicang before her was the one who had annihilated the Yi family, the emperor to whom the black-robed figure and the red-clad eunuch pledged their loyalty, the one who had personally killed the crown prince and the ninth prince. As she looked at Li Taicang's familiar face, the gentle and refined young man she once knew had vanished, replaced by an emperor's authority that was daunting to behold. Li Fuyao could not believe that this power was achieved overnight. This meant that for the past 20 years, Li Taicang had been secretly amassing strength right under everyone's noses. The depth of his restraint and cunning sent a shiver down her spine. Anyone who discovered that their gentle brother, whom they had known for over a decade, was, in fact, a ruthless and decisive hero, would feel a lump in their throat. Li Fuyao instinctively took a half step back. What? Seventh sister, did you not always wish to see me? Now that we meet, you dare not acknowledge me? Li Taicang's voice remained calm. Li Fuyao took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. After all, she was the reborn empress, and she quickly adjusted her mindset, re-evaluating the familiar yet unfamiliar figure of her second brother before her. I just did not expect you to have hidden so deeply. Li Taicang smiled noncommittally. Isn't it the same for you? Your cultivation has recovered quite rapidly. This realm is almost too small to contain you. Li Fuyao felt as if struck by lightning. The greatest secret of her rebirth had been discovered, and it was in the presence of someone stronger than herself, leaving her in a state of panic. What are you saying, second brother? I do not understand. My strength is due to an old man I encountered. He passed on his power to me. Li Taicang watched her defensively, smiling as she attempted to justify her claims. He could not reconcile the image of his once indolent seventh sister with that of the Grand Master, Li Fuyao. The 10,000 calamities star I activated, reflecting the ancient starry river within his gaze. Before my eyes, all your disguises are futile. National affairs are pressing. I have no time for games. I shall grant you one chance. Who are you truly? Where is my seventh sister? Li Fuyao gazed into those eyes that sparkled like the Milky Way. Her heart seized with shock. Yet, she still feigned calmness and said, Second brother, I am your seventh sister. With your lofty realm, can you not sense my presence? Before she could finish her words, a flash of sword light cut through the air. Li Fuyao was beheaded. I have said, I shall grant you but one chance. Li Taicang stated indifferently. However, he did not depart. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Li Fuyao's lifeless body and remarked, Are you waiting for me to utterly destroy you? With that, a dragon's roar echoed, and a golden dragon coiled around Li Taicang, ready to devour Li Fuyao's corpse. Stop! Li Fuyao's head interjected. In an instant, her severed body and head reunited, and she was resurrected. Impressive technique. May I speak now? Li Taicang's voice was laced with coldness. Remember, if I sense even a hint of deceit in your words, you shall not survive. Chapter 27. This world cannot bind me reborn. Li Fuyao gasped for breath, her eyes reflecting a flicker of fear as she regarded the indifferent Li Taicang. She understood that this man spoke no falsehood. Should she dare to conceal anything, he would undoubtedly execute her. Moreover, her own abilities could not escape Li Taicang's scrutiny. Taking a deep breath, she began to recount her past. She explained that she hailed from another realm, a sovereign of a dynasty. In a war, she met her demise and was reincarnated as Li Fuyao. It was only recently that she had awakened her past memories and barely restored her cultivation to the Grandmaster level. Li Fuyao laid bare everything she knew, including her reasons for risking her life to save Li Taicang and Chang'an. As she spoke, a subtle sense of grievance welled up within her. She had traveled thousands of miles from Jiangnan to rescue Li Taicang, yet he showed her such mercilessness. Tears began to well in her eyes. Li Taicang's starry gaze, enhanced by the power of the celestial eyes, revealed that he recognized Li Fuyao's honesty. Although her reasons for coming to Chang'an seemed absurd, claiming that a gentleman like him should not perish, he gradually softened in expression. However, as he listened to her past and her motivations for saving him, a profound meaning flickered across his face. Seeing his gaze, Li Fuyao felt a surge of indignation. I have revealed all that I know. Do you still wish to humiliate me? Li Taicang chuckled softly and shook his head, his demeanor unexpectedly patient, akin to that of an elder brother. He had always been patient with his own kin, especially upon discovering that this foolish sister had come to his aid for such nonsensical reasons. Had he not possessed his system, he might have truly been rescued by Li Fuyao and ended up as a wealthy gentleman in some corner of the Qin dynasty. Seventh sister, you are truly unfit to be a sovereign, who would risk imprisonment for such trivial reasons. Your downfall in the past was a result of your impulsiveness. As a ruler, one must not always rush in a battle. What purpose do commanders serve then? Li Fuyao was momentarily stunned. In a daze, she felt as if she had returned to her previous life. The old ministers left by her father had once advised her similarly. Back then, she believed they sought to control her, but now she realized they had spoken with genuine concern. Her head unconsciously lowered, and a flush of shame appeared on her face. Li Taicang's voice continued, imbued with the unique authority of an emperor and the warmth of a brother's concern. As a ruler, you must cherish your own life. It is permissible to lead your troops, but you must never place yourself in peril. Such actions not only fail to aid your army, but can also leave them vulnerable. Moreover, without a will before your demise, your nation would plunge into chaos over the succession issue, leading to the demise of countless innocent lives and widespread devastation. As Li Taicang's words sank in, Li Fuyao's complexion turned pale. She finally grasped the grave consequences her momentary impulse could yield. Her recklessness could cost the lives of many subjects. I have failed my father's trust. What shall become of my people? Tears glistened in her eyes, and soon, crystalline droplets rolled down her porcelain-white cheeks. The former empress now sobbed like a child caught in wrongdoing. Li Taicang looked at Li Fuyao with a hint of helplessness. You still call yourself an empress, yet you weep at the slightest provocation. Your father must have had no choice but to pass the throne to you. Though he thought this, he instinctively reached out, gently patting the top of Li Fuyao's head as he had in their childhood. His broad palm, radiating familiar warmth, gradually stilled her sobs. Li Taicang gently ruffled her hair, his voice softening, transforming back into the gentle elder brother he once was. Seventh sister, do not cry. By next year at the latest, I, your second brother, shall take you to your world. At this point, he suddenly chuckled. However, by then, your dynasty shall be renamed the Great Qin. Li Fuyao wiped her tears and looked up, still harboring a trace of skepticism. Second brother, crossing realms requires transcending the heavens. Li Taicang's lips curled into a confident smile, exuding an air of unparalleled majesty. Rest assured, this world cannot bind me. His voice was soft yet infused with an undeniable power. The sunlight outside the hall streamed through the window, casting a golden outline around him. In that moment, Li Fuyao beheld the true visage of an emperor. Outside the hall, Gao Lisher glanced at the brother and sister within. Since following the emperor, he had witnessed nothing but royal intrigues and fraternal betrayal. Each member of the royal family yearned to see the emperor meet his end, and he dealt ruthlessly with rebels. If they could be killed, he would not hesitate. This was the first time he had seen the emperor reveal such warmth. While Gao Lisher was lost in thought, Yuan Tiangang appeared, soaring through the air. He was drenched in blood, his eyes reflecting an indescribable fury. Gao Lisher's heart sank, sensing that something grave had occurred. Otherwise, Yuan Tiangang would not be so uncharacteristically discomposed. Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report, he urged. Without a moment's delay, Gao Lisher led Yuan Tiangang into the great hall. Li Taicang noticed the two men and reined in his gentle demeanor. Li Fuyao, sensing the change, discreetly stepped aside. Content in knowing that her second brother remained true to himself, Li Taicang observed the bloodlust emanating from Yuan Tiangang. The treacherous faction had yet to organize, and to obtain timely intelligence, it was imperative to interrogate the noble spies. It seemed that many heads had fallen in Chang'an during that brief interval. Nevertheless, Li Taicang remained unconcerned. This was the power he granted Yuan Tiangang. Kill first, report later. Imperial authority permits it. Upon seeing Li Taicang, Yuan Tiangang immediately knelt and proclaimed, Your Majesty, General Xiao Dingbian has betrayed the nation, allowing 300,000 Songlong riders to breach the gates. The leading commanders are Altai and Princess Li Yegao. They march on Chang'an under the pretense of purging the treacherous. Boom. The dragon throne beneath Li Taicang shattered into fragments. The oppressive aura filled the hall with tension, fury, and dominance. Gao Lisher immediately prostrated himself on the ground. Your Majesty, quell your fury. Li Taicang's voice was as cold as ice, each word reverberating through the hall with a thunderous resonance. The might of the heavens was indeed awe-inspiring. What a Xiao Dingbian! What a Princess Li Yegao! The late emperor truly indulged them too much. They dared to plunge headlong into the embrace of the wolf people. 1,000 cuts would not suffice to soothe my wrath. Standing to the side, Li Fuyao's expression mirrored the frost, her eyes ablaze with righteous anger. In her previous life, as an empress, she detested the treacherous act of inviting wolves into her home. The struggles for power in the world were somewhat understandable. After all, it was merely a matter of victory or defeat. However, colluding with foreign forces to invade transcended the realm of power struggles. It was outright treason. Losing an internal conflict might only lead to being labeled as less capable, but inviting wolves into the fold would leave an everlasting stain on one's legacy. History is as unforgiving as iron. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, those who commit such acts are destined to be forever inscribed on the pillar of shame, along with their descendants who will never be able to hold their heads high. Chapter 28, Summoning Huo Qubing. Yuan Qing. You are to immediately head to the frontier and take control of Xiao Dingbian. Once accomplished, seal the borders and trap the Songlong cavalry in the north. Upon reaching the frontier, you need not report. Act according to your own judgment. I accept the decree. Yuan Tiangang clasped his fists in response, and with a flutter of his black robe, he transformed into a shadow that darted out of the grand hall. Gao Lisher, summon 5,000 Black Dragon Imperial Guards to assemble immediately. I shall lead the charge personally. The servant obeys. Gao Lisher bowed and was about to leave to convey the orders when he was stopped by Li Fuyao. Second brother, you intend to lead the charge personally? Li Fuyao could scarcely believe her ears. Good heavens! You just admonished me that as a sovereign, one must cherish their life and allow their generals to fend off the enemy. Yet you turn around and forget, directly leading 5,000 against 300,000. That is 300,000. And they are the elite Songlong cavalry. No matter how valiant the Black Dragon Guards are, they cannot possibly overcome 300,000 Songlong cavalry. Li Taicang sighed and said, Seventh sister, I am not like you. I possess celestial prowess. Slaying them is akin to slaughtering mere chickens and dogs. Li Fuyao furrowed her brow, her voice grave. Second brother, What will happen to Chang'an after you leave? What about the south? Once they see that you can handle those Zhang cavalry alone, they will undoubtedly refrain from sending troops to aid you. She stepped forward, locking her gaze with Li Taicang's eyes. Second brother, you possess such elite guards. Is there not a general who can replace you in resisting the Zhang cavalry? Li Taicang chuckled. My resources are limited. There is no one else. As he spoke, he suddenly halted, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Li Taicang remembered that he still had 2 summoning opportunities left. The rewards from the system had always aligned perfectly with the challenges he faced. This time should be no different. In his mind, Li Taicang immediately summoned the system interface. System, do I still have 2 unused summoning opportunities? Yes. Use both summoning opportunities. Li Taicang commanded decisively. Ding. Summoning in progress. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning 8,000 cavalry. An image of a formidable iron-blooded army appeared on the System S screen, with warhorses neighing and banners fluttering. Cavalry camp, the elite forces of the Han Dynasty's champion general, who once pursued the fleeing Xiang Yu across the plains, breaking the Wolf Fortress. Their troops are swift as the wind, steady as the forest, fierce as fire, immovable as a mountain, inscrutable as shadows, and thunderous in movement. Splendid. With these 8,000 men, I can swiftly crush the Zhang cavalry within the borders. Li Taicang could not help but clap in admiration. However, he was perhaps a bit premature in his joy. Ding. Summoning in progress. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Huo Qubing. Li Taicang's pupils constricted suddenly, and his breath caught in his throat. By the heavens, Li Taicang's eyes nearly bulged with excitement. Who could have imagined that the 5th summoning would yield a top-tier SSR general? Who is Huo Qubing? He was a formidable man who was granted the title of Wolf Fortress at the age of 22. Throughout his life, he fought 6 battles. In his first expedition, at the tender age of 18, Huo Qubing dared to lead 800 light cavalry away from the main force, charging hundreds of miles deep into the Xiang Yu territory, directly assaulting the royal court and capturing numerous Xiang Yu nobles. In the second battle in Heshi, he trampled the Yinji mountain, slaying the Xiang Yu kings, instilling terror in their hearts. The third time, even when his allies were lost, he independently traversed the Chilean mountains to raid the Xiang Yu rear, achieving a resounding victory while bringing back a future minister to the emperor. This was a lament for the Xiang Yu. Losing Yinji mountain left our women in despair. Losing Chilean mountain rendered our livestock barren. In the fourth battle in the northern deserts, he shattered the Wolf Fortress, forcing the Xiang Yu to flee far into the northern deserts, leaving the southern deserts without a king. At the age of 22, he achieved the highest military honor in ancient China. He was granted the title of Wolf Fortress and drank from the vast seas. The western territories were secured, and the regions of Chilean were established. The subsequent 2 wars showcased the might of the Han Dynasty, adding immeasurable land to its realm. This young man was nothing short of a miracle in military history, demonstrating the true essence of a military genius through his astonishing victories. Perhaps heaven deemed Huo Qubing too extraordinary. He passed away at the young age of 24. Li Taicang could hardly fathom. Had Huo Qubing lived on, with his unparalleled strategies that required no rear support, would he have directly vanquished Rome in the west? And now, such a general belonged to Li Taicang. With this thought, all of Li Taicang's frustration evaporated, replaced by resounding laughter. He laughed heartily. Ha! The Tianlang dynasty. I have found you a living harbinger of doom. He could almost envision the Zhang cavalry crumbling under the iron hooves of Huo Qubing. This young general excelled at defeating the greater with the lesser at rapid long-range assaults. With 8,000 light cavalry under his command, he could undoubtedly unleash the power of 300,000 troops. Li Fuyao and Gao Lisher looked at the exuberantly laughing Li Taicang, bewildered. However, they found it difficult to comprehend the excitement radiating from him. The Zhang cavalry, the nomads of the steppe, the cavalry camp, and Huo Qubing were a perfect match. Li Taicang reined in his laughter, his eyes gleaming with determination as he called out, "Where is Huo Qubing?" "Here I am." A youthful, melodious voice rang out from outside the hall. At the entrance stood a fiery figure, bursting into view like a flame. He was a boy of about 17 or 18, clad in a striking black armor beneath a red robe, resembling a divine general descending from the heavens. He walked slowly into the hall, like a blade radiating brilliance at all times. It is often said that the tallest trees attract the fiercest winds. A young man must conceal his brilliance. Yet, the champion general does not need to. He was born with privilege and must constantly showcase his heroic demeanor to the world. The moment Li Fuyao laid eyes on the boy, she thought. He is so young. With a youthful face, he had not even shed the fuzz from his ears. He was merely a boy yet to grow. However, his eyes burned with fierce intensity, making one reluctant to underestimate him. I am Huo Qubing, here to pay my respects to your majesty. The young man clasped his fists in salute, his voice ringing clear like the sound of a sword. Beneath his sword-like brows, his bright eyes flickered with fervent battle intent, as if ready to charge into battle at any moment. Huo Qubing was born for the battlefield, for the vast plains. This blade was destined to pierce the hearts of the enemy. Otherwise, it would be a gem dulled by dust. Li Taicang gazed at Huo Qubing, growing more delighted with each passing moment. Huo Qubing is mine. How extraordinarily exhilarating. Excellent. With you, my Qubing, it is as if I have gained wings like a tiger. Huo Qubing's lips curled into a proud smile. He was still a youth, and would naturally feel a sense of pride from the emperor's praise. But do not underestimate him for that. Whatever command your majesty gives, I shall undoubtedly brave fire and water to fulfill it. Chapter 29. The Minister's Council Against the Southern Expedition. However, looking at Huo Qubing's attribute panel, Li Taicang felt somewhat dissatisfied. Character: Huo Qubing. Realm: Grandmaster Level 5. Technique: Breaking Army Thunderous Strategy. Is the system mistaken? How can the realm of my cavalry general be so low? Shouldn't he at least be at the peak of celestial level? Li Fuyao looked at the youth in splendid attire and asked, General, how old are you? Huo Qubing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. He was merely 17 this year. What? 17? Li Fuyao exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the youthful figure who appeared even smaller than her current form. Is the Great Qin truly a realm filled with hidden talents? A mere 17-year-old possesses the prowess of a grandmaster. It is essential to note that this is a realm lacking in spiritual energy. Grandmasters are typically individuals who have lived for centuries. Of course, this does not include her second brother. Observing such a young prodigy, Li Fuyao immediately turned to Li Taicang and said, Second brother, this exceptional talent must be well protected. Among the 300,000 troops, there surely cannot be a grandmaster concealed within. We cannot allow this young man to venture into danger. Therefore, let this mission to repel the Zhang Liang cavalry be entrusted to me. In my previous life, I was also a formidable figure. Grant me an army, and I shall completely eradicate these iron cavalry. Li Taicang cast a sidelong glance at Li Fuyao, internally scoffing. Grant you an army? I fear I would lose my own elite cavalry in the process. He then looked at the overly youthful Huo Qubing and felt a twinge of uncertainty. If Huo Qubing were 20, he would have no objections. He could even accompany him as a vanguard. However, at only 17, sending such a young man to confront 300,000 Zhang Liang cavalry felt excessively perilous. Perhaps it would be prudent to keep him in the palace for a few more years of training? Huo Qubing, sensing Li Taicang's underlying doubts, grew anxious. His youthful visage crumpled in distress as he implored, Your Majesty, please allow me to join the army. If I do not undergo trials, when will I ever become capable on my own? He began to lament his predicament. Li Taicang, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. All right. He recalled the historical Huo Qubing, who, at the age of 17, would frequently visit the palace to urge Emperor Wu of Han to wage war. This incessant pestering had greatly troubled the emperor, leading him to send Huo Qubing with 800 cavalrymen to gain some experience. Emperor Wu's intention was to teach Huo Qubing that warfare was no trivial matter. Wei Qing, too, found Huo Qubing's enthusiasm overwhelming and sent him to capture a few enemy scouts to understand the cunning and ferocity of the Xiong Yu. Little did anyone expect that he would charge hundreds of miles, capturing the Xiong Yu's uncle and prime minister, and slaying the Xiong Yu chieftain's grandfather, along with 2,028 enemy soldiers. Both Wei Qing and Emperor Wu were left utterly astonished. Was this truly a 17-year-old? Was he truly the one who had humiliated the Han dynasty for 3 generations? Eventually, Emperor Wu ceased to concern himself with Huo Qubing, allowing him to roam freely in his pursuits. Li Taicang sighed and shook his head, reflecting, I am quite idle to question Huo Qubing. Just as he prepared to issue an edict for Huo Qubing to lead troops against the Zhang Liang cavalry, he heard a commotion outside the hall. Sensing the disturbance, he realized it was the nobles of Chang'an arriving. There was no need to guess. After the Black Dragon Imperial Guard sealed off Chang'an, they had nowhere to run but to the palace to seek him out. As he observed their self-righteous expressions, Li Taicang felt a fleeting urge to eliminate them all. Li Fuyao, standing beside him, sensed a surge of violent energy emanating from her second brother. Huo Qubing, oblivious to the nuances, instinctively placed his hand on his weapon. Gao Lishir, with narrowed eyes, revealed a cold talisman hidden in his sleeve. The nobles of Chang'an knelt anxiously outside the hall, led by an elderly official holding a memorial. Your Majesty, the 300,000 troops are advancing directly towards Chang'an. For the preservation of the Great Qin, we humbly request your command. Li Taicang coldly scrutinized the assembly of officials before him. President, the memorial flew into Gao Lishi's hands. He turned and respectfully presented it to Li Taicang. Upon opening the document, Li Taicang noted its convoluted language, yet it was imbued with a sense of righteous fervor. Even he could not help but admire the scholar's erudition. Capable of composing such a memorial in such a short time. Simplified, the memorial contained only 2 words, southward migration. What did this mean? It called for Li Taicang and his officials to abandon the north and migrate southward. The northern families, led by the Yi clan, had been decimated by Li Taicang, and they were no longer willing to support the Great Qin. They would rather be captives of the Zhang dynasty than let Li Taicang triumph. Thus, the officials sought to have Li Taicang relocate the capital southward, rallying the southern families to resist the Zhang dynasty's invasion. When they noted Li Fuyao's arrival in the capital, their eyes brightened. Li Fuyao bore the bloodline of the Su family, a prominent clan in the south. They believed Li Taicang had already contemplated a move southward. However, they thought he required a pretext. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched a large army to seal off Chang'an. Consequently, the officials hastily drafted a decree requesting the southern migration, extolling Li Taicang as a sage ruler of the realm. Should he agree to relocate the capital, he would be hailed as a sovereign of unparalleled merit, capable of reviving the Great Qin. They observed Li Taicang, trembling in his throne, and assumed he was merely overwhelmed with emotion. The barbaric Zhang Liang, who does not fear them? The picturesque Jiang man, who does not yearn for it? They had even made arrangements for their possessions in Chang'an, now merely awaiting Li Taicang's order to migrate southward. Good. Excellent. Li Taicang's voice quivered from the dragon throne. The officials beamed with joy. However, the tone suddenly shifted. The Great Qin truly deserves to perish for having nurtured such a group of scoundrels. Li Taicang roared, rising to tear the memorial apart. The officials were taken aback, clearly unprepared for Li Taicang's reaction. Southward migration? Are you suggesting we surrender Chang'an, which has endured for over 2 millennia, to the barbaric Zhang Liang? To be hailed as the sage ruler capable of reviving the Great Qin? If I were to heed your words, future historians would not need to use the likes of Jie and Zhou to describe tyrants. They could simply refer to me as Li Taicang. Li Taicang's fury was blazing. To relinquish power and humiliate the nation, ceding territory and tribute, and migrating southward? Let it be known, even if he were still a mere prince, he would never entertain such notions. Better to perish in the north. Several elder officials immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty is the rightful sovereign of the realm. If you do not migrate southward, the southern heirs will undoubtedly fight for legitimacy, leading to the demise of the Great Qin at the hands of the Zhang dynasty. Your Majesty cannot sacrifice the state for fleeting bravado. Furthermore, they argued, all of this is your fault. Had you not exterminated the Yi clan, the northern families would not be in such a state of panic, leading to our swift downfall. The South has numerous talented individuals. After migrating, there is no reason we cannot rise again. Your Majesty, please migrate south. Your Majesty, please relocate the capital. The Zhang Liang is insurmountable. Chapter 30. 8,000 elite cavalry paired with the champion general. Li Taicang's eyes burned with fury as he gazed at the white-haired generals. Most of them had followed Li Yutian into battle. In the past, they had repelled the Zhang Liang army by 100 miles. Yet now, these same individuals wished to migrate southward. The civil officials sought to flee, and the military leaders also sought to escape. What meaning was left in such a court? The generals, with downcast expressions, grumbled. Without the support of the northern clans, it is impossible for the army to mobilize. Logistical support is also lacking. We cannot hope to contend with 300,000 Zhang Liang cavalry. Your Majesty, should we engage directly, the only outcome will be total annihilation. Your Majesty, if the late emperor were still alive, he would surely advise against a direct confrontation. We must first migrate south, recuperate and train our soldiers, and then strategize. A pack of cowards. Li Taicang gazed at the entire court with disappointment. Previously, he had hoped to intimidate the officials after ascending to the court. After all, he was in desperate need of capable individuals and would have to make do with them for the time being. However, he has already made up his mind. Every day this malignant group survives is a waste of the heir of the Great Qin. Even if the Great Qin court is left unattended, it is still better than having these individuals around. If you lack the courage to fight, I shall find someone who will. Huo Qubing, the young general is here. 17-year-old Huo Qubing's eyes are filled with a thirst for military glory. He was never meant for the marketplace, nor for Chang'an. He belongs to the battlefield, to the wilderness. Whether he is the 17-year-old Huo Qubing or the 22-year-old version, I grant you 8,000 cavalry, along with 5,000 elite Black Dragon troops and 20,000 soldiers. Can you face the 300,000 wolf cavalry? Just as Huo Qubing was about to accept the decree, the elder generals below cautioned him. This young man. Warfare is no child's play. Over 30,000 against 300,000. Even a grandmaster would struggle, unless you are a celestial being. Look at your youth. Your milk teeth have yet to fall out. Is it you who has persuaded His Majesty to go to war? Huh. He is barely an adult. His Majesty is truly resorting to desperate measures. Entrusting command to him might lead to the loss of all our resources. These men only know of the Black Dragon troops. Yet they are unaware of where the 8,000 cavalry and 20,000 soldiers mentioned by Li Taicang are coming from. They mistakenly believe Li Taicang intends to divert their private soldiers. They cannot possibly agree to that. They still need these private troops to establish a foothold in the south. They cannot become fodder for a youth who has not yet shed his baby face. How could the young Huo Qubing endure such insult? He swiftly turned around, knocked an arrow, and unleashed a flurry of shots. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Those who had just mocked him found their heads pierced by arrows. The court officials were struck with terror. They then realized that this seemingly innocent boy was, in fact, a grandmaster. They cast pleading glances toward Li Taicang. For shooting down officials before the emperor is a grave disrespect. However, upon looking at Li Taicang, their hearts sank. At that moment, Li Taicang's eyes gleamed with admiration and affection as he gazed at Huo Qubing. What is it to have my cavalry general slay a few traitorous ministers? The young cannot endure humiliation, and they have every right to vent their anger on the spot. Originally, Huo Qubing had dared to shoot the Marquis of Guanyi, Li Gan, and then seek an audience with Emperor Wu of Han to offer his apologies. What could Emperor Wu do? Perhaps he might have given Huo Qubing a good beating. But to kill him? That is a jest. 100 Li Gans are worth less than a single Huo Qubing. He fabricated a rather ridiculous excuse, claiming that the valiant Marquis of Guanyi was killed by a deer's antler. After venting his anger, he would still need to ask the royal physician to check if he had injured Huo Qubing. Li Fuyo and Gao Lishir were also astonished by Huo Qubing's audacity. This lad is incredibly bold, Li Taicang remarked. If the youth is not bold, can he truly be called a youth? When Li Fuyo and Gao Lishir noticed Li Taicang's reaction, they were at a loss for words. The decisive emperor indulges this Huo Qubing so, Li Taicang declared. That is Huo Qubing. If I do not cherish him, whom should I cherish? At this moment, Huo Qubing anxiously raised his eyes to meet Li Taicang's gaze. Upon seeing the fervor in Li Taicang's eyes, he realized he was not being blamed. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with earnestness, he stated, Your Majesty, why require 30,000 troops? Grant me 8,000, and within 10 days, I shall conquer their forces and slay their commander. Huo Qubing's confidence was laced with defiance. Even after witnessing Huo Qubing's grandmaster prowess, the others remained unconvinced. Does this youth truly believe there are no grandmasters hidden within that 300,000-strong army? In every national battle, there are two fronts of combat. One involves hundreds of thousands of soldiers clashing beneath the grandmasters, while the other features the grandmasters of both nations dueling high above the clouds. The Tianlang dynasty would not dare to send 300,000 troops across the border without having more than one grandmaster among them. How youthful and naive he is. Yet, at this moment, Li Taicang had placed complete trust in Huo Qubing. This lad dared to venture deep into the heart of the Xiang Yu with merely 800 men. Grant him 8,000 cavalry. 8,000 cavalry against 300,000 wolf cavalry. The advantage lies with Huo Qubing. Excellent. Huo Qubing, I appoint you as the cavalry general. Led my 8,000 cavalry to confront the wolf cavalry. Nevertheless, Li Taicang still reminded him, Take care of your safety. Huo Qubing excitedly bowed in acceptance. I shall obey the decree. After saying this, Huo Qubing could not contain his excitement any longer and asked, Your Majesty, where are my 8,000 cavalry? Huh? Look at you, why so impatient? Li Taicang chuckled lightly. Huo Qubing sheepishly scratched his head. Li Taicang, with a serious demeanor, called out, Where is my cavalry camp? No sooner had he spoken than the heavens erupted in thunderous roars, the sound waves like thunder, causing the clouds to churn and the mountains to tremble. The cavalry camp is here. The cavalry camp is here. The cavalry camp is here. The voices roared like the beating of war drums, like a raging dragon howling, causing the very firmament to tremble as if the heavens themselves would be torn apart by this soaring martial spirit. The crowd looked up in astonishment and saw, high above, 8,000 iron steeds descending from the sky like divine beings. What a magnificent sight! 8,000 steeds, bright red as blood, their hooves igniting flames. Their manes billowing like flowing fire, each one a rare dragon blood warhorse, capable of traversing 10,000 miles, riding the winds. Upon their backs, 8,000 cavalrymen adorned in red cloaks, clad in cold black armor, with long swords at their waists and powerful bows upon their backs, each standing tall like a spear. Their faces stern as iron. They are all young soldiers. Each of their eyes sparkled with a desire for military achievement. 8,000 iron cavalry arrayed in formation, united as one, their dark mass overshadowing the sun. The cavalry camp is willing to serve your majesty unto death. The voice roared like a tempestuous sea, sweeping across the land, shaking the very earth. Huo Qubing gazed at these 8,000 cavalry, and a surge of boiling blood surged within his chest. His eyes shone bright as torches, nearly unable to contain the impulse to leap into action, although he had never seen these men before. A subconscious awareness told him that this army was intertwined with his very blood. Only he could command these proud warriors, sweeping across the vast desert. Invincible in all the world, Huo Qubing's lips curled into a wild smile. I, as your humble servant, am willing to clear away the foes for your majesty. Chapter 31. The ministers raise the flag. Huo Qubing sets out excellent. I shall await the triumphant return of the cavalry general here in Chang'an. Taicang then turned to the ministers kneeling in the square. As for you, as subjects, you do not think of serving the nation loyally, but instead engage in acts that disgrace and undermine it. What use have I for you? Today, let your blood serve to honor the military banner of my cavalry camp. Boom. The ministers trembled. They were horrified. The emperor actually intends to execute them. A few elder ministers rose to question him. Your Majesty, do you intend to slaughter the civil and military officials, seeking to plunge the realm into chaos? Your Majesty, in this era of decay, without the assistance of ministers, how can you govern the realm? One elder spoke earnestly, a hint of sorrow and reluctance in his voice. Your Majesty, if you were to slay all the civil and military officials today, who among the scholars would still follow you? Tomorrow, who will shepherd the people for you? Who will collect taxes for you? Who will guard the four corners of the realm? Your Majesty, the Yi family harbors ambition. You may annihilate the Yi family, and the scholars will understand. But we only seek to preserve the integrity of the empire. What wrong have we committed? Taicang coldly gazed at the ministers, suddenly breaking into a laugh. That smile did not reach his eyes, but instead radiated a chilling aura. The foundations of Great Qin are truly decaying with you parasites among them. My dynasty does not require parasites to uphold it. He slowly raised his hand, pointing to the heavens. I have the cavalry camp. 8,000 iron steeds simultaneously raised their blades, their cold light reflecting the sun. I have Huo Qubing. Huo Qubing knelt on one knee, cupping his fists in response, his eyes blazing with martial fervor. I shall reconstruct this fractured empire. Taicang's voice thundered. As for you, corrupt and incompetent, traitors seeking personal gain, do you even deserve to speak of the realm with me? Kill them. Kill. The 8,000 iron cavalry roared. They drew their long swords and charged towards the ministers. The ministers began to exert themselves in resistance, their spiritual energies surging forth, summoning a tempest. Those who could reach the court were indeed the creme de la creme, possessing both talent and formidable cultivation. However, how could these pampered dignitaries withstand the overwhelming malevolence of the 8,000 elite cavalry? In a flash, a cold glint swept across the scene. The 30 or so civil officials in the front row had yet to utter a sound of alarm when a fine red line, as slender as a hair, appeared around their necks. Their heads remained frozen in expressions of shock, clearly unprepared for such a swift demise. The ministers were not fools. Upon realizing their inability to resist, they immediately began to burn their cultivation in a desperate attempt to flee the battlefield. Some even resorted to begging for mercy. Your Majesty, have mercy. This old minister is willing to sacrifice all his wealth for military funds. I am willing to go to the borders to tend to the horses. I once saved the late emperor. Yet, all their struggles were in vain. From the ranks of the 8,000 iron cavalry, 1,000 riders swiftly split off, drawing their bows and knocking arrows. Fire! At the command, 1,000 taut bows quivered in unison. In an instant, a rain of arrows descended upon the ministers. Thud! 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 Countless officials were pinned against the palace walls. Some valiant generals, known for their defenses, managed to deflect the incoming arrows. Yet, what awaited them was another volley of arrows. If one shot couldn't kill, then let there be another. The scene was too gruesome to behold. Ah, tyrant! How dare you commit such an act that enrages both man and God? Such a tyrant deserves to be struck down by all under heaven. Some composed officials shot a distress signal arrow from their sleeves. The shrill whistle sliced through the air. Simultaneously, 30,000 elite soldiers surged forth from Chang'an. These soldiers slaughtered indiscriminately, igniting their spiritual flames with the intent to raise the entire city of Chang'an. They were all private troops, and before entering the palace, they had been ordered to destroy Chang'an should any upheaval arise within the palace. Humph, since the tyrant shows no mercy, do not blame us for our lack of righteousness. Today, let us fight to the last. Li Taicang watched the fearful ministers with a mocking laugh. Fight to the last? Are you even worthy? He then roared skyward. Black Dragon Imperial Guard, eliminate those traitors. As commanded. Before the words fell, the sound of armored clashes echoed from the city walls of Chang'an to the palace interior. The Black Dragon armored soldiers from within the palace charged towards the traitors simultaneously with those guarding the city walls. Boom. Like the roar of a black dragon. The Black Dragon soldiers brandished their blades. The traitors had yet to discern who their attackers were before being cleaved in half like straw. Among these Black Dragon warriors, any single one surpassed the cultivation of the traitor leaders. The traitors fell like weeds. The Black Dragon soldiers trampled upon them, taking their lives without mercy. None were spared. The voice of the Black Dragon Imperial Guard's deputy commander sounded like the decree of death. The wails of the traitors rose and fell, quickly drowned out by the clash of blades. Within Chang'an, rivers of blood flowed. This was the emperor's personal army, the Black Dragon Imperial Guard. In the center of the square, the ministers faced an even more harrowing fate. The iron hooves of the cavalry trampled down upon the faces of the purple-robed officials. Countless officials had their skulls crushed beneath the hooves. Amidst the swirling mist of blood, Huo Qubing saw an elderly minister struggling to crawl towards the corner of the hall. The old man trembled as he raised his ivory tablet, seemingly intent on offering counsel. Huo Qubing swiftly brought down his blade, severing the tablet and the old man's arm in one stroke. Li Taicang coldly observed the scene, ignoring their struggles and pleas for mercy. Cleansing the nation of its vermin brought him no discomfort. Rather, it filled him with a sense of exhilaration. Li Fuyo similarly watched in silence, occasionally delivering a fatal blow to a few stragglers. Although she was pure-hearted and passionate, she was no saint. Having once been a sovereign, she loathed those self-serving officials who cared not for the nation's interests. Regrettably, she lacked the resolve to execute all the ministers, for such an act would have far-reaching consequences. If she did so, would scholars dare to serve in the court again? Without officials, how would the court function, and how would the realm be governed? If Li Taicang knew of Li Fuyo's thoughts at this moment, he would undoubtedly scoff. This world lacks many things, but it does not lack those who aspire to power. As the final cries of despair faded, the 8,000 iron cavalry reformed their ranks. At this moment, the entire square had transformed into a scene of carnage. Besides the 8,000 elite cavalry, no officials remained alive. Only tattered fragments of official robes floated amidst the pools of blood. The emperor's decree stained the long steppes with blood. On this day, the sky over Chang'an blazed with a glaring red. Cavalry General, I await your good news. Your Majesty, leave it to me. The blood sacrifice complete, the battle standard of the 8,000 cavalry flapped in the foul wind. Huo Qubing mounted his steed. He turned back to glance at the still wet pool of blood in the palace hall, soaked with the crimson robes of countless officials, now serving as the finest offering for his expedition. Cavalry Corps, march forth. With Huo Qubing's command, the mist from the steeds' breaths crystallized into frost in the cold wind. This time, they would not return until the enemy army was vanquished or the iron cavalry of the Qin lay buried in the yellow sands. 8,000 cavalry roared in unison. Their figures, clad in red and black, cast long shadows in the twilight, resembling a drawn sword, pointing towards the north. Huo Qubing knew that this journey would either result in a river of blood among their 300,000 troops or the iron cavalry of the Qin buried in the sands. Yet at this moment, his heart burned solely with the fervor of battle and the crimson banner forged from the blood of the ministers. Li Taicang's dragon robe fluttered in the wind as he watched this iron-blooded force march further away, ultimately transforming into a black lightning bolt at the horizon. Li Fuyo's expression turned melancholic. Second brother, I too am a grandmaster. Should I assist in the fray, I could hold off a few grandmasters from the Zhang cavalry. Li Taicang shook his head. No need, that is Huo Qubing. Chapter 32. A sudden change at the borders at this moment. The border of the Qin was steeped in tension. Altai had been ever vigilant against Xiao Dingbian, deliberately leaving 5,000 cavalry at the border. This was to prevent Xiao Dingbian from suddenly reversing his stance, leaving the Zhang cavalry to attack from both sides. The enmity between the soldiers at the Qin border and the Zhang cavalry was deep-rooted, and now, faced with the brazen display of the Zhang cavalry, their hearts were ready to explode. Brothers, are we to just stand by and watch these Zhang cavalry insult us? What can we do? The commander won't allow us to resist, so we must endure. Damn it, this is infuriating. I joined the army to slay the Tianlang scum, and now I have become an accomplice to their invasion of the Qin. I can't take it anymore. I refuse to live like this. I'm going to kill a few Tianlang bastards first. A burly man roared, about to draw his blade to slay the nearby Zhang soldiers. But before he could act, he was fiercely restrained by his comrades. Biao, are you out of your mind? If you kill him, you'll be violating military law, and we will all suffer the consequences. The man known as Biao's eyes reddened as he gasped for breath, his body trembling. So we are to live in such humiliation. It would be better to die. After all, living means being constantly stabbed in the back. The others fell silent. Indeed, they all had families. Now, having become accomplices of the Tianlang army, if the northern borders fell, they would be branded as traitors of the Qin, traitors to their homeland. They would be unable to rest in peace even in death. Their names would be erased from the family lineage. Damn it, Biao, I will follow you into battle. Even if my head rolls, I would rather be a hero in life than a coward in the grave. The others released their hold on Biao, cracking their knuckles, ready to ambush the Tianlang soldiers ahead. But just as they were about to act, a stern middle-aged man approached. What are you all planning? Captain. The group immediately saluted, their faces paling. It's over. The captain has discovered us. The captain was known for his strict adherence to military law, showing no mercy to those who erred. They did not regret their decision. They simply felt that dying held no value. The middle-aged man approached them with a stern expression and whispered closely. Are we going to act? Yes, Biao shouted, instantly drawing the attention of others. Lower your voice. The captain slapped him across the face. Noticing that he was reprimanding a soldier, the others returned their gazes. Biao, feeling indignant, retorted, if the captain wants to strike, then let him. If he wishes to kill, so be it. Can't you wait until I've taken down a few of them before punishing me? I can explain to my ancestors when I descend to the underworld. The captain slapped him again. Didn't I tell you not to act? Can you not keep your voice down? You might ruin our commander's major plans. At that moment, Biao, though still bewildered, sensed the gravity of the situation. The others also directed their piercing gazes at the captain. Taking a deep breath, the captain spoke solemnly. The commander has issued an order. All soldiers with higher cultivation levels will befriend the Zhang soldiers and await the signal. The captain made a slashing gesture across his throat. Everyone's eyes gleamed with excitement. Biao was particularly elated, realizing he had nearly jeopardized a significant matter moments ago. Captain, it was my fault. Please, slap me a few more times. Get lost. You have such a thick skin. My hand is already sore from slapping you. Biao chuckled innocently, before breaking into laughter and approaching several Zhang soldiers. Hey, brothers, take it slow. The Zhang soldiers drew their swords, eyeing Biao warily. Biao produced a hidden wine pouch. I see you all have wine pouches at your waists. Are you connoisseurs of fine spirits too? The wine from your grasslands cannot compare to the potency of that from Daqin. The Zhang soldiers sheathed their swords. Humph. The wine from Daqin is merely water. Our grassland wine is fire. Laughter erupted as camaraderie blossomed between the men over their shared love for drink. Biao stepped forward, throwing an arm around the shoulders of several Zhang soldiers. It was hard to believe that just moments ago Biao had been brimming with hostility. Now he was as close as brothers with the Zhang soldiers. Was this still the honest and simple Biao? One could only conclude that hatred and humiliation can hasten a person's growth. However, at that moment, the captain's expression was as cold as frost. Where did Biao obtain the wine? There were strict military orders against alcohol. Biao's comrades looked to the sky and the earth, pretending not to see anything. Humph, just wait, I will deal with you. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Daqin seemed to have undergone a transformation, mingling harmoniously with the Zhang cavalry, completely devoid of the previous animosity that had once made them wish to devour one another. Initially cautious, the Zhang cavalry soon succumbed to the flattery of the Daqin soldiers. These Daqin sheep must surely fear the might of the Zhang. Once our General Altai has killed their dog emperor, they will have nowhere to go but to rely on us Zhang riders. Very well, let us give these Daqin sheep some face. Meanwhile, in the military tent of Xiao Dingbian, a sumptuous banquet was laid out to entertain the various leaders of the 30,000 Zhang cavalry. The leaders devoured the food, occasionally giving thumbs up. The cuisine of Daqin is truly delightful. No wonder the general's niece, Li Yegao, Doesn't he eat their cattle or sheep? Xiao Dingbian laughed heartily from his high seat. Generals, eat well. And later, do speak a few good words for me in front of General Altai. The Zhang leaders scoffed but, out of courtesy, still agreed. At that moment, Xiao Dingbian's confidant leaned in to whisper something. Xiao Dingbian nodded, raising his cup. Xiao Dingbian, toast to all of you. He then tilted his head back and drank deeply. Crash. After finishing, his cup accidentally fell. Clang. This seemed to be a signal. As the Daqin soldiers in the tent instantly drew their swords, reducing the leaders to a bloody pulp. The poor leaders had hoped to use their powers to defend themselves, unaware that the food had already been laced with a binding poison. A single spark ignited a tidal wave. The Daqin border erupted into chaos. At the place where Biao was drinking with the Zhang soldiers, upon hearing the command, he laughed heartily as he grasped the head of a nearby Zhang soldier. The soldier assumed this boisterous fellow was merely playing around, but unexpectedly, hey, Biao suddenly widened his eyes fiercely, exerting tremendous force. Crack. The heads of the two Zhang soldiers were crushed like watermelons. The same scene unfolded in various locations. The 30,000 Zhang cavalry were nearly decimated in an instant. In Xiao Dingbian's tent, General, we have already controlled the remaining Zhang cavalry. Xiao Dingbian nodded coldly. Well done. Now seal off the border and trap Altai completely in our Daqin northern territory. As you command. The soldiers, filled with admiration, withdrew. In their eyes, Xiao Dingbian had become a renowned general, bearing the weight of humiliation. Yet, they failed to notice the slight dullness in his gaze. At that moment, in the shadows, Yuan Tiangang toyed with the head of a grandmaster, coldly observing the scene. Humph, you are unworthy to be a martyr. Once this is accomplished, I will expose your wolfish ambitions. He then vanished without a trace. Indeed, it was Yuan Tiangang who had manipulated Xiao Dingbian into issuing those commands. Moreover, it was Yuan Tiangang who had dealt with the grandmaster hidden among those 30,000 Zhang cavalry. In less than a day, Yuan Tiangang had completely taken control of the border and trapped Altai in the northern frontier. In the deep of night, the air was frigid. The 8,000 cavalry moved swiftly, encountering the scouts of the Zhang cavalry in less than a day. After gathering information about the Zhang cavalry's position from the scouts, the 8,000 cavalrymen rubbed their fists together in anticipation. Chapter 33. Huo Qubing annihilates 3 grandmasters. Huo Qubing and his men could even smell the unique miasma of the Zhang cavalry. Had these people been raised among sheep? The stench was so strong they could detect it from afar. I can endure the smell of blood, but this odor is intolerable. Some soldiers frowned, discussing their disgust. Silence. Huo Qubing barked, and the 8,000 cavalry fell instantly silent. Zhao Ponu Li gone. Here, General. You two lead the team at a slow pace. I'll be right back. General, Zhao Ponu immediately urged, what do you intend to do alone? Huo Qubing cast him a sidelong glance. I'm going to confront the grandmasters. Do you wish to follow? Hearing this, Zhao Ponu chuckled awkwardly and promptly stepped aside. Go. Huo Qubing unleashed his grandmaster cultivation and charged towards the direction of the Zhang cavalry. Every scout he encountered was slain. If you do not reveal yourselves, I will charge into your camp and slay your banner. Haha, esteemed grandmaster, why trouble yourself with a mere junior? The 3 grandmasters rushed towards Huo Qubing. Which sect do you belong to? Huo Qubing looked proudly at the 3 Zhang grandmasters, calmly responding, I have no time for your nonsense. Prepare to be slain. One of the grandmasters was the ancestor of Altai. Humph, arrogant. The other 2 grandmasters' expressions turned icy. They had been enticed by Altai with great benefits to join the army, specifically to guard against the grandmasters of Daqin. How naive they were to think that being grandmasters entitled them to act with impunity. In an instant, the 3 radiated murderous intent, their spiritual power swirling violently. This drew the attention of all. In the Zhang cavalry's central camp, Altai gazed at the distant whirlwind with a grin. The grandmasters of Daqin have finally lost their patience. Huh? Thankfully, I enticed the 3 ancestors from other tribes with the interests of Daqin's north. Otherwise, I truly would not have dared to come. At this moment, Li Yegao spoke solemnly. Uncle, there is a small elite cavalry force of fewer than 10,000 harassing our army. Their movements are elusive, only slaying scouts on the periphery. Our cavalry cannot catch up to them. Altai waved dismissively. Do not worry about them. Await the return of the 3 grandmasters. Upon hearing Altai's nonchalance, Li Yegao's expression relaxed slightly. Seeing her so tense, Altai comforted her. Night Song, there is no need for such tension. With the noble families of the northern Qin not present to confront us, our Zhang cavalry shall remain unimpeded. Just as our three ancestors engage in battle with the great master of Qin, you have the opportunity to break through the cultivation you have long suppressed. Li Ye exhaled softly, nodding in agreement. Very well, uncle. I shall take my leave. After the entry of 300,000 troops, they raced unceasingly towards Chang'an. There was no time to pause for a breakthrough. Now is the perfect moment to advance. The scene shifts back to Huo Qubing. The three great masters surrounded Huo Qubing in a triangular formation, blocking all avenues of escape. The Zhang Liang ancestor drew his curved blade, speaking in a grave tone. You are young and vigorous. We shall not engage you in a fair contest. They had long surpassed the age of bravado. They denied Huo Qubing any chance to retaliate. Enough of your nonsense. Huo Qubing snorted coldly. The Zhang Liang ancestor's gaze sharpened as he swung his blade. The curved blade glimmered like a waning moon, slicing through the air towards Huo Qubing in an instant. The spirit energy surged, brimming with murderous intent. The other two ancestors unleashed their lethal moves as well. The trio's attack sealed off every escape route for Huo Qubing. He was cornered. Yet, Huo Qubing maintained his proud demeanor, his spear bursting forth with spirit energy. The killing intent surged like an ocean. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the clear skies. Huo Qubing transformed into a flash of lightning, his spear resembling a dragon. The blade of the Zhang Liang ancestor morphed into a stream of light. His pupils constricted to pinpricks as he beheld the impending thunderous might. Boom! A muffled thud. Huo Qubing's spear penetrated the Zhang Liang ancestor, creating a gaping hole in his chest, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The Zhang Liang ancestor's eyes dimmed, words dying on his lips. Boom! Before he could finish, the heads of the Zhang Liang ancestor shattered under the spear in the terrified gaze of the other two great masters. His headless body collapsed heavily to the ground. One great master had perished just like that. The remaining two masters of the Tianlang dynasty were horrified. They had anticipated a fierce battle, yet could not fathom how effortlessly this master of Qin dispatched one of their own. Without hesitation, they turned to flee. They ran towards the border, disregarding the 300,000 Zhang Liang cavalry. After all, it was not their tribe. If they perished, so be it. Who could have known that this young man was such a prodigy, slaughtering great masters as easily as drinking water? Observing the two fleeing figures, Huo Qubing furrowed his brow. I have no time to indulge you in a game of cat and mouse. The broken army thunder technique activated. His spear erupted with divine thunder. Die! Huo Qubing hurled it with all his might. The spear transformed into a breathtaking bolt of thunder, hurtling towards one of the Tianlang great masters. The master had scarcely made it a distance when he sensed a great danger looming behind him. Before he could turn back, boom, the spear crashed into him. He did not have time to scream before being obliterated by the thunderous force. Only a mist of blood remained, leaving no trace of his form. The last great master, trembling with fear, resorted to a secret technique that would cost him his lifespan to escape. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Trying to escape? Huo Qubing drew his bow and knocked an arrow. Instantly, spirit energy surged, enveloping him in radiant light. Huo Qubing pulled the bowstring taut like a full moon. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth, plunging the world into darkness. The arrowhead tore through the heavens, trailing ethereal blue sparks, akin to a comet piercing the sun, aimed directly at the last great master. Thud! The arrow struck the Tianlang great master between the eyes, blood spilling forth like a torrential rain. After vanquishing the three great masters, Huo Qubing took a deep breath. Boom! A muffled sound resonated within him. His cultivation had broken through. He had ascended to the 6th level of the great master. He was indeed an unparalleled talent, born for the battlefield. As long as he fought, his cultivation would continually advance. The most tedious aspect for him was to cultivate methodically in a peaceful environment. To Huo Qubing, the most exhilarating breakthroughs occurred amidst the chaos of battle. He swiftly caught up with the 8,000 cavalry. Zhao Ponu, Li Gan, Huo Qubing bellowed. At your service. Zhao Ponu and the 8,000 cavalry looked at him with admiration. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Huo Qubing's extraordinary form. A true man should be like this. Only Li Gan's face turned pale. For some reason, upon seeing that final arrow from Huo Qubing, a dull pain throbbed at his forehead, as if he had also been shot down in such a manner. Huo Qubing remained oblivious to Li Gan's unease, only solemnly commanding, heed my orders. Charge into the Zhang Liang camp. Understood. Chapter 34. Total Annihilation, Capturing Li Ye. Altai noticed the dissipating storm of spirit energy in the distance and smiled broadly. It seemed the three ancestors had dealt with the great master of Qin. He commanded, send word down. Once the three ancestors return, The entire army shall depart for Chang'an. With that, Altai prepared to receive the three ancestors with utmost respect. Boom. The oppressive aura of a great master approached. However, Altai sensed something was amiss. Why was there only a single aura, and it did not resemble any of the three ancestors? As Altai fell into contemplation, the soldiers around him fell silent. Just then, a violent wind swept in. The earth trembled, rumbling ominously. In the distance, thousands of figures appeared, like dark clouds obscuring the sky. The presence of these thousands was even more terrifying than that of their 30,000 Songlong cavalry. The leading commander exuded the aura of a great master. His fiery red figure standing out against the overwhelming tide of darkness, like a flame burning in the night. Many Songlong soldiers in front were paralyzed by the oppressive force, struggling to breathe. Their hands gripping curved blades trembled slightly. Altai's pupils narrowed in alarm. That was neither of the three ancestors. It was the great master of Qin. If the great master of Qin was still alive, then what of their three ancestors? Altai dared not contemplate further. If anything happened to the three ancestors, their Songlong cavalry would be doomed. Without the Qin's intervention, they would be wiped out by the Tianlang dynasty. The 8,000 figures became increasingly distinct. Each rode upon unimaginable divine steeds from the Tianlang dynasty, clad in red robes and black armor. Their youthful faces radiated murderous intent. They surged forward like an unstoppable tide. Their hooves thundered through the air, carrying an unassailable force that left one breathless. They were like celestial soldiers descended to the mortal realm. Altai was the first to react. He shouted hoarsely, "Do not be afraid. They are but a few thousand. Form ranks and charge." The Songlong cavalry quickly organized their troops. Tens of thousands of vanguard forces surged towards the 8,000 figures. 8,000 against 300,000. The 8,000 were filled with fervor. The 300,000, however, were already steeped in fear. How could this battle be fought? Kill them. Huo Qubing roared. His spear erupted with divine thunder, the clouds gathering ominously overhead. The thunder rumbled, heralding the end. Huo Qubing charged into the throngs of Songlong cavalry. Boom. Thunder crashed down. Thousands of Songlong cavalry were instantly reduced to ashes. The spear swung, embodying an unparalleled might. In that moment, the Songlong cavalry facing Huo Qubing felt their hearts quaking. They had once been the fiercest cavalry, viewing the Qin as mere sheep. Yet now, the general before them seemed like a celestial being descended from the heavens, mercilessly reaping their lives. Their flesh and blood could not withstand even a moment. Turning to dust, they gripped their long blades tightly, fervently chanting the name of the heavens. However, fear had already engulfed them, rendering them incapable of controlling their own bodies. The legs gripping the steed trembled. The 8,000 cavalry fiercely clashed with the 30,000 wolf riders. The sound was akin to scissors slicing through fabric. The 8,000 cavalry plunged directly into the heart of the vast wolf riders. Huo Qubing, accompanied by his 8,000, charged toward the central camp of Altai. His strategy was straightforward: to storm the enemy's central camp without hesitation. If Li Taicang were to witness such a spectacle, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Are you a champion or a tyrant? Kill!" Huo Qubing's eyes sparkled with a cold fury, resembling a vengeful deity emerging from the depths of hell. The masters among the wolf riders lunged at him, recognizing that if they did not halt this man, their entire army would be ravaged. If they could just delay him for a moment, their 30,000 troops could encircle the 8,000 and claim victory. Yet, Huo Qubing slaughtered the grandmasters as if they were mere livestock, dismissing the threat posed by a few lesser masters. Huo Qubing fervently channeled the thunderous military strategy. Arcs of electricity dancing around him, the aura of slaughter palpable. At this moment, he embodied the wrath of the heavens. His spear cleaved down, unleashing a tempest of fury. The approaching masters were severed as easily as tofu, their bodies charred beneath the thunderous onslaught. Onward! Onward! Altai bellowed, commanding his 30,000 troops to press forward. The Grandmaster is not invincible. He too will tire. History is replete with Grandmasters felled by mere ants. Huo Qubing had already set his sights on Altai, roaring like thunder as he charged. Kill! At this moment, the 8,000 cavalry harbored no fear, only the thirst for battle. They pressed on, trampling their foes. Huo Qubing's helmet shattered, his black hair dancing wildly, drenched in the blood of wolf soldiers. His spear, overwhelmed, splintered into fragments. He drew forth 2 long blades, relentlessly tapping into his inner strength, unleashing terrifying arcs of light. Countless wolf riders fell beneath his relentless assault. In this frenzy, he finally depleted his energy. Hope rekindled in the eyes of the wolf riders. Altai could hardly conceal his elation. Even without the Grand Master, their wolf riders could still vanquish him. He is weakened. Kill him. If we slay him, we shall triumph. From all directions, the wolf riders surged toward Huo Qubing. Protect the general. Zhao Ponu and Li Gan fought valiantly alongside him. You wish to kill me? With mere rabble like you? Huo Qubing scoffed, a deep rumble emanating from within. His realm broke through once more. Grandmaster level 7. Huo Qubing had returned to his pinnacle. His bones resonated, his energy surged. Unable to restrain himself, Huo Qubing reveled in his newfound strength, transformed into a force of thunder, unstoppable. The generals beside Altai could hardly contain their rage, roaring, "Stop him! Protect the general! If anything happens to him, we shall never return to the grasslands." Yet, Huo Qubing had grown even stronger, and the wolf riders continued to fall from their mounts. The 8,000 cavalry tore through the 30,000 wolf riders like a gaping maw. Though Altai was himself a grandmaster, he dared not confront Huo Qubing and turned to flee. Huo Qubing stormed into the central camp, his right hand wielding a blade to slay wolf soldiers, while his left grasped Altai's hair with an iron grip, yanking him back. Huo Qubing sneered, "Did you not proclaim to cleanse the court? I am a general of the current emperor. Would you dare draw your blade against me?" Altai's eyes blazed with fury, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet fear consumed his humiliation. He pleaded, "I am General Altai of the Wolf Riders. I concede. Can you spare my life?" "Ah, General, spare me." In the midst of Altai's terrified wails, Huo Qubing forcefully severed his head from his body. Meanwhile, within a finely crafted military tent, Li Yegao's breakthrough approached a critical juncture. To prevent any disturbances, she had sealed the tent with formations, oblivious to the chaos outside. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, tearing the tent apart. Poof! As Li Yegao was interrupted during her pivotal moment, her vital energy surged backward, causing her to spout blood. With a venomous glare, she shrieked, "Who dares interrupt this princess's breakthrough?" She looked up to see the valiant Huo Qubing riding toward her, and she shouted fiercely, "You seek death. Do you not know I am a princess of the Great Qin? My uncle is General Altai. He shall have you torn to pieces." Silence. A traitor dares claim to be a princess of the Great Qin? Huo Qubing looked down at her with disdain from his steed. "Bring forth a few men. Take this traitor back to Chang'an." Upon hearing Huo Qubing's command, Li Yegao finally took stock of her surroundings. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood lay before her, the ground littered with the bodies of wolf riders. And even her most revered uncle's head hung from the standard of the wolf riders. Li Yegao's mind reeled. Trembling, she pointed at Huo Qubing, stammering, "It is Li Taicang." Before she could finish, Huo Qubing's gaze became sharp as a blade. He thrust a sword deep into her dantian, mercilessly stirring it. Poof! Li Yegao clutched her dantian, stumbling backward. Her cultivation had been utterly shattered by this youth before her. Dare to utter the emperor's name? Someone cut out her tongue. Chapter 35, Summoning Mao Chong. The Imperial Guard's 30,000 troops were thrown into disarray by Huo Qubing's cavalry. His crimson robe and black armor were soaked through with the blood of the wolf riders. He radiated an aura of death, roaring toward the heavens. Boom! His realm ascended once more. Grandmaster level 8. Not only he, but the entire 8,000 cavalry also cried out to the heavens. Their realms had all experienced breakthroughs. The cavalry camp thrived on the battlefield. Remaining in a comfortable environment would only stifle this formidable force. Huo Qubing pointed his spear at the remaining wolf riders. "Follow me, and you may yet live." The remaining wolf riders looked upon Huo Qubing, who resembled a divine being, in terror. They dropped their weapons and dismounted, kneeling in surrender. "General, we wish to follow you. General, we wish to follow you. General, we wish to follow you." From 30,000 wolf riders, only about 20,000 remained. It could be said that they truly were the elite cavalry of the grasslands. To be slaughtered to such a degree, they had finally shattered. The men of the grasslands revered strength above all. In their culture, should they fail to overcome a powerful adversary, they would become the other's slaves. Even their wives and children would belong to the victor. Thus, at this moment, their surrender to Huo Qubing, the one who had slaughtered them, was not so hard to accept. On the contrary, some were even elated. As cavalry, what a fortune it was to follow such a general. At this juncture, Zhao Ponu stepped forward, joyfully inquiring, "General, are we to return to Chang'an to receive our rewards?" Li Gan and the other cavalry looked at Huo Qubing with anticipation. Huo Qubing snorted, "Is this sufficient? The emperor has gone to great lengths to send me out. Would I return so easily? This 30,000-strong army is my original mission. I must bring back some gifts for the emperor." With that, he turned his horse around. "These 20,000 wolf riders shall serve as our guides. Onward! Follow me to the wilderness, and sweep through the territory of the Heavenly Wolf King. Zhao Ponu and Li Gan's eyes gleamed with excitement, immediately following him. The remaining 8,000 cavalry were equally invigorated, roaring as they trailed Huo Qubing. Fighting alongside Huo Qubing was exhilarating. There was no need to consider anything else but the sheer thrill of battle. The exhilaration of pushing their bodies to the limit and breaking through their realms was addictive. If 30,000 wolf riders could be so easily dispatched, what of the Heavenly Wolf dynasty, renowned alongside the Great Qin dynasty? So, Huo Qubing led nearly 30,000 troops, marching resolutely toward the border. Far away in Chang'an, Li Taicang was entangled in a mountain of governmental affairs. Li Taicang began attending to state affairs from the break of dawn, tirelessly laboring until the depths of night, scarcely finding a moment to sip water. Alas, in the initial fervor of conquest, he had overlooked the management of governance. Had he known, he would have retained a couple of capable aides as diligent servants. Li Taicang was responsible for the administration of the entire northern territory of the Great Qin. The 30,000 Songlong Iron Cavalry had wreaked havoc upon numerous towns in a short span. Consequently, reports from various regions poured in like a flurry of snowflakes. Beside him, Gao Lisher incessantly processed these reports, alleviating some of Li Taicang's burdens. As a sagacious official with the capabilities of a chancellor, he managed the intricate matters of state with remarkable ease. Meanwhile, Li Fuyao had been dispatched by Li Taicang to the northern front to keep a close watch on the factions with grandmasters. Once the situation stabilized, those influences would be eradicated. When the Heavenly Wolf invades, you offered no assistance. Thus, you have no right to exist, Li Taicang mused. System, summon me as Zhuge Liang. And also bring forth a Xiao He or Guanzhong. Gao Lisher interjected at an opportune moment. Your Majesty, these reports are all from the northern regions of the Great Qin. Li Taicang's gaze turned icy. It seemed the south was experiencing too much tranquility and required no intervention from him. The foundations of the three princes were all rooted in the south. And now that the Yi family had been obliterated, the forces they had cultivated in the south had likely been devoured. If left unaddressed, Li Taicang would merely be a half-hearted emperor. Beep. Sign in attempts refreshed. Sign in. Congratulations. Host has gained one summoning attempt. Another summoning attempt? The previous day as sign in also yielded a summoning attempt. With 2 summoning chances, I hope to summon Zhang Wensheng as an SSR. Eyeing the 2 summoning attempts stored in the system, Li Taicang rubbed his hands together like a gambler. System, utilize both summoning attempts. Beep. Summoning in progress. Beep. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host successfully summoned 3,000 Jinyue. Jinyue, the Emperor's personal army, patrolling on behalf of heaven, dressed in flying fish attire, wielding embroidered spring sabers. They tread through the night as if it were day, instilling terror wherever they go. They govern the prisons, inspect officials, and apprehend wrongdoers. From nobles to commoners, all who defy the imperial might are imprisoned at the royal decree, with their lives at the emperor's discretion. Their ranks range from the 5th level of Xianhai to the 5th level of Grandmaster. Beep. Summoning in progress. Beep. Summoning successful. Congratulations. Host successfully summoned the Jinyue commander, Mao Chong. Character, Mao Chong. Realm, Grandmaster level 7. Technique, Heavenly Prison Demon Suppression Scripture. Upon seeing that the summoned figures were not top-tier civil officials, Li Taicang felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, witnessing Mao Chong's formidable Grandmaster level 7 prowess brought him a flicker of solace. He had found the candidate to resolve the southern dilemma. Li Taicang rose and called out. Where are the Jinyue? Where's Mao Chong? Boom. As if a time-space tunnel had been opened. 3,000 handsome youths clad in flying fish attire appeared in the vast hall. The Jinyue represented, to a certain extent, the emperor's visage. Hence, every individual among them was a valiant warrior, strong and agile. At the forefront stood Mao Chong, adorned in striking golden flying fish attire. Historically, he was the first commander of the Jinyue, the sharpest blade wielded by Zhu Yuanzhang, clad in flying fish attire, with an embroidered spring saber at his waist. His very step heralded a storm of bloodshed. His words dictated life and death. He was the sovereign of the royal prisons, the nightmare of all officials. An embodiment of imperial authority, he was also Zhu Yuanzhang's most loyal hound. Sadly, he ultimately became a victim of imperial power. When the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. When the birds are gone, the bow is hidden. Once Zhu Yuanzhang no longer required this bloodstained blade. Mao Chong's fate was sealed, relegated to a tool for the emperor to vent his frustrations upon the officials. Yet, even in the face of death, he stood tall. For as the Jinyue commander, he could perish but would never endure humiliation. To be honest, serving Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang was no easy task. In his eyes, aside from his wife and children, all else were mere weeds, easily dispensable. Mao Chong leads 3,000 Jinui to pay homage to your majesty. The golden flying fish-clad figure knelt before Li Taicang. Behind him, the 3,000 Jinui knelt with utmost reverence, offering their deepest salutations to their emperor. Li Taicang, feeling gratified, assisted Mao Chong to his feet. There is no need for excessive formalities. My loyal minister, I entrust you with a mission. Mao Chong knelt once more, his forehead pressed against the cold stone floor. I shall serve with my life. His voice was hoarse yet resolute, as if it emanated not from his throat but from the depths of his marrow. The Jinui were the imperial hounds, the emperor's most loyal dogs. With a single command, they could strike at anyone. Li Taicang's gaze was piercing. Take the 3,000 Jinui southward and seek out the whereabouts of the three princes. Once found, you shall decide their fate. Mao Chong raised his head, locking eyes with Li Taicang. Upon perceiving the murderous intent in those eyes, Mao Chong understood. Your Majesty, should I encounter, I have spoken, you shall decide. Understood. Mao Chong rose, preparing to depart. He would soon receive various intelligence regarding the south, needing time to unravel the intricacies. As Mao Chong and the 3,000 Jinui were on the verge of leaving, Li Taicang's voice resonated through the hall. Exercise utmost caution. Chapter 36. Punishing the traitor Li Yegao. Your Majesty, the rebel Li Yegao has been brought back. Would you like to meet him? Gao Lishur inquired respectfully. Bring him forth. Li Taicang, engrossed in the reports before him, did not lift his gaze. Yes, Your Majesty. Gao Lishur retreated respectfully. Before long, a disheveled Li Yegao was dragged into the hall. At this moment, Li Yegao had lost all semblance of the dignified Great Qin princess. Her dantian shattered, her tongue severed. She had become a mere shell of her former self. Li Yegao raised her eyes to the figure on the throne, her gaze filled with resentment and jealousy. This position should have been mine. You all should be kneeling before me in reverence. Sensing the complex emotions of hatred emanating from Li Yegao, Li Taicang looked upon the frail figure. Your tongue has been removed? Who did this? Gao Lishur replied respectfully, reporting to Your Majesty. General Biaoqi ordered someone to sever the sixth princess's tongue. Oh, it is Huo Qubing. Li Taicang slowly descended the jade steps, looking down upon the collapsed Li Yegao with a glint of coldness in his eyes. You were once a beauty, yet you chose the path of a thief. You sought to purge the court, yet here I stand before you. What can you do? Li Yegao struggled to prop herself up, emitting indistinct whimpers from her severed tongue. Her bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Li Taicang, brimming with malice. Li Taicang scoffed, his gaze filled with unutterable disdain. I almost forgot. You are indeed the offspring of a barbarian lineage. My father was foolish to take a foreign woman as a concubine, resulting in your birth. Upon hearing Li Taicang insult her mother, Li Yegao's eyes suddenly ignited with fierce fury. Ignoring her grievous injuries, she lunged forward in rage. However, even at her peak, she was no match for Li Taicang, let alone in her current state as a mere wretch. Her movements were as sluggish as a dying creature. Li Taicang did not even shift his stance. He merely raised his right foot and forcefully stomped down on her face. Bang! Li Yegao's head was brutally pressed against the ground, producing a dull thud. Li Taicang's boot rested firmly upon her delicate cheek. One side of her face lay against the cold ground, while the other was contorted beneath Li Taicang's boot. Li Yegao struggled to rise, but with Li Taicang's weight upon her, she could hardly move. Li Taicang pressed down harder, watching her face contort beneath his boot. Your father, in his weakness, spared your wretched life, yet you remain ungrateful, still coveting the throne. Which of the princes does not hold a more esteemed status than you? Even the mother of the 8th prince is a woman of unblemished lineage, while your barbarian mother is but a dog of the Li Qin. And now, you are less than a wild dog. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of humiliation engulfed her. Li Yegao struggled desperately, her hands clawing at the ground, leaving behind several streaks of blood. A tumultuous blend of anger and shame surged within her, compelling her to shed tears. The tears of humiliation mingled with blood, creating a dark crimson stain upon the ground. How dare you cry? He scorned. When you colluded with the celestial wolves to breach the borders, did you ever consider the tears of the northern populace? Your rebellion against the throne, I can comprehend, but you must not, under any circumstances, have allowed your savage relatives to enter the realm. With a sudden motion, he lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick, sending Li Yegao flying. Her body collided heavily with a stone pillar in the hall, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth, staining her chest in a vivid scarlet. Because of you, 100,000 lives have been lost in the 3 northern counties. No amount of torture could atone for your sins. Li Taicang was indeed furious. He could understand the struggle for power, but what he loathed most was the betrayal of one's kin and the slaughter of compatriots. Such treachery, even if met with 100,000 deaths, would not quell his rage. Li Yegao curled beneath the stone pillar, blood continuously spilling from the corner of her mouth. Her gaze had grown vacant, and a desire for death surged within her. At that moment, Li Fuyao returned from the north. Elder brother, all the major master forces in the north have sealed their mountains. Should we forcefully breach them? Li Fuyao strode into the grand hall, but upon seeing the scene within, her steps halted abruptly, her breath catching in her throat. Li Yegao also noticed her seventh sister, whom she had once scorned. Observing Li Fuyao's resplendent attire and commanding presence, and contrasting it with her own disheveled state, her sense of humiliation deepened. She was reluctant for her sister to witness her in such a state, and with great effort, she closed her eyes and turned her head away. Li Fuyao was acutely aware of the heinous crimes Li Yegao had committed, inviting foreign tribes into the borders, leading to the devastation of the northern lands, and countless citizens left homeless. Had it not been for the numerous capable individuals under Li Taicang's command, Chang'an might have truly fallen. The very foundation of the Qin dynasty could have crumbled. Thus, when Li Fuyao regarded her former sixth sister, not a shred of sympathy crossed her face. Elder brother, grant her a swift end. Li Taicang, however, scoffed coldly. Desire death? It is not so easily attained. Did you not claim to care for your mother? Gao Lisher, at your command, let her witness as you unearth her mother's grave and scatter her remains. As you wish. Li Yegao's eyes sprang open, her pupils trembling violently, disbelief etched upon her pale face. Li Fuyao was equally taken aback. In any circumstance, respect for the deceased was paramount, and Li Yegao's mother had committed no transgression during her lifetime, aside from originating from the grasslands. A glimmer of pleading appeared in Li Yegao's eyes as she turned to Li Fuyao. Li Fuyao sighed softly, urging, Elder brother, must you proceed in such a manner? The deceased deserve honor. Li Taicang chuckled dismissively. I have already scattered my own father's remains. Do you think I care for this? He turned to Gao Lisher, continuing his orders. Moreover, after you have dug up her mother's grave, execute Li Yegao by the slow slicing method. 3,000 cuts. You shall do it yourself. Gao Lisher replied respectfully, as you command. He then dragged Li Yegao away like a lifeless dog. Li Fuyao did not intervene, but sighed instead. Elder brother, simply kill her. There is no need for further humiliation. Li Taicang's gaze remained icy. For such a person, death would be a release. Let her endure torment, for it shall offer a semblance of solace to those innocent lives lost because of her. A brief silence descended upon the hall. Li Fuyao watched the retreating figure of Li Yegao, her heart a tumult of emotions. Had Li Yegao chosen to remain compliant or assisted Li Taicang? Would it have come to this? All that transpired was a consequence of her own actions. She had no one to blame but herself. Chapter 37. A near conflict amongst allies. Meanwhile, the 30,000 troops led by Huo Qubing had arrived at the border, poised for confrontation. The soldiers of the Great Qin gazed at the distant smoke and flames, gripping their long swords tightly. Hey, usually, we face the enemy to the north. This is the first time we defend the south. Some soldiers attempted to lighten the tense atmosphere with banter. The current border had been fortified like a steel fortress, designed specifically to prevent the 30,000 Celestial Wolf cavalry from escaping the Great Qin territory. They aimed to completely trap these 30,000 Celestial Wolf cavalry within the northern lands of Qin. In their hearts, they believed that should this endeavor succeed, their names would be etched in history. Ha ha ha. Do you think those Celestial Wolf soldiers will become desperate when they see our fortifications? I must admit, I'm rather eager to see their expressions. Following the soldiers' gazes, high mounds of Celestial Wolf cavalry corpses had been erected within the border. After eradicating the station's Celestial Wolf cavalry, Xiao Dingbian had issued such a brutal command as a means to demoralize the enemy. Anyone witnessing their fallen comrades turned into fortifications would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow to morale. Look, they are coming. A voice called out, and all turned their eyes to the horizon. The very ground trembled in the distance. Accompanied by the roars of the Celestial Wolves, an aura of dread filled the air. Clearly, the Celestial Wolf cavalry was marching. Observant soldiers of the Great Qin had already discerned the distinct figures of the Celestial Wolf cavalry. All troops, stand ready. It is the vanguard of the Celestial Wolf cavalry, numbering over 20,000. Form ranks. Charge the spirit cannons. All soldiers at the Great Qin border were on high alert. However, the next scene left them utterly dumbfounded. The 20,000 cavalry paid no heed to the towering fortifications before them, charging straight past. They had assumed that the fortifications would shake the resolve of the celestial wolf cavalry, but to their astonishment, the cavalry pressed on as if they were soldiers from the depths of hell, unwavering. When did the celestial wolf cavalry become so formidable? The ones we fought at the border lacked such combat spirit. Could it be that only the weak and infirm remain at the border? In response, the current celestial wolf cavalry had their own words to say. 30,000 troops were cut through by 8,000 iron cavalry, led by one person. The bodies of comrades piled high, severed limbs littering the land, blood pooling into rivers. Moreover, facing that unparalleled divine figure, every time they were exhausted, they would break through and return to their zenith. One person stormed the command camp. After witnessing such carnage, what do a few fortifications mean? Just as the border soldiers stood at the ready, a young general in red robes and black armor burst forth from behind the celestial wolf cavalry. Accompanied by 8,000 elite cavalry, they surged forth. The fierce and valiant aura rendered the vigilant border soldiers momentarily stunned. Who were they? The Great Qin soldiers had never encountered such standardized armor. These 8,000 warriors appeared so imposing that the 20,000 celestial wolf cavalry seemed inconsequential. Huo Qubing observed the several fortifications and frowned slightly, raising his hand. In an instant, the 8,000 cavalry fell silent, stirring up a cloud of dust. The 20,000 celestial wolf cavalry slowed, coming to a halt. Huo Qubing, exuding the authority of a master, bellowed towards the border. Who commands the Great Qin border now? Huo Qubing had initially intended to smash through the treacherous Great Qin border, but upon seeing the numerous celestial wolf fortifications, he realized that the Great Qin border had been reclaimed by the Qin people. A profound silence settled over the Great Qin border. A master. The young general in red robes and black armor was indeed a master. The border soldiers feigned calm. Who are you? Why do you lead the celestial wolf cavalry to our Great Qin border? Huo Qubing scoffed. I am the cavalry general bestowed by His Majesty. You dare inquire why I am here. Had you not recklessly allowed 30,000 celestial wolf cavalry to enter the borders, would I have come to this desolate place? Huo Qubing's words filled the Great Qin border soldiers with shame and anger, their faces flushed red. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a fact that they had allowed 30,000 troops to breach the border. Huo Qubing merely stated the facts. Furthermore, these 20,000 Songlong cavalry are my captives, already incorporated into my cavalry regiment. As for the 300,000 Songlong iron cavalry, I have annihilated them. They are nothing but cowardly weaklings, expecting me to clean up their mess. Do not be deceived by Huo Qubing's docility in the presence of Li Taicang. His true nature is fiercely rebellious. Looking down upon most people, he embodies the essence of a spoiled young master. Faced with the suffering soldiers of the Great Qin border, his failure to charge through their defenses is merely a concession to the fact that they have transformed those Songlong iron cavalry into a formidable barrier. However, his declaration stirred tumult among the Great Qin border forces. What? Am I mistaken? Did he just claim to have killed all 300,000 Songlong iron cavalry? Impossible. Even if he is a grandmaster, there are limits to his strength. The Songlong cavalry are not to be trifled with. Yet, look at the fear in the eyes of those 20,000 Songlong cavalry. They regard him with more dread than respect. Our numerous fortifications could not sway these Songlong cavalry. Huo Qubing, visibly irked, glared at them. I care not who you serve. Open the border immediately. I have received the Emperor's command to sweep through the Tianlang royal court. Delay, and it will cost you your heads. Upon mentioning the opening of the border, the soldiers of the Great Qin border straightened their posture, their previous clamor vanishing into silence. They had once made a grave mistake by opening the border and nearly lost face with their ancestors. Now, this unknown young general in red wishes for them to open the border? Not even a grandmaster can command such a thing, even if it meant their deaths. They would not open the border. Damn it, you want me to open the border? The spiritual artillery is ready. Blast them away. What does it matter if he is a grandmaster? There are already grandmasters' corpses beneath the border's formations. The spiritual artillery is charged. Seeing their attitude, Huo Qubing snorted coldly, preparing to lead his troops to breach the border. How dare you traitors act recklessly before me? At that moment, Xiao Dingdian shouted, Halt! The soldiers of the Great Qin border immediately restrained their anger. Xiao Dingdian commanded with an imposing presence, especially after ordering the annihilation of the Songlong cavalry stationed at the Great Qin border. They had long regarded him as a noble general enduring humiliation. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Huo Qubing's mind. General Huo, I am the Emperor's appointed envoy. May we converse privately? Huo Qubing tightened the reins. A grandmaster as transmission? Moreover, he claims to be the Emperor's appointed envoy? It appears this individual is to take control of the Great Qin border. Wait here, I shall return shortly. As you command. With that, Huo Qubing sped toward a specific direction. There, a figure clad in a black robe awaited him, concealed by a mask. Upon encountering the masked figure, Huo Qubing's gaze sharpened. A formidable presence. This was not a Grand Master from the Zhang Liang cavalry, whom he could easily slay. This was an absolute powerhouse. Though he himself had reached the 8th level of Grand Master, he still sensed danger emanating from this individual. Huo Qubing had unwavering faith in his instincts, for they had never failed him since birth. Yuan Tiangang, upon seeing Huo Qubing, immediately recognized him as a person of the emperor. Such youth and talent could only be tamed by the emperor himself. Yuan Tiangang, being a person of lofty aspirations, perceived that the young general in red was akin to himself. In all the world, he served only Li Taicang. He believed Huo Qubing felt the same way. Huo Qubing dismounted, cupping his fists and fixing his gaze on the mysterious figure donning a bronze mask. Elder claims to be the emperor's appointed envoy. Do you have any proof? Yuan Tiangang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile playing beneath the bronze mask. You claim to be the emperor's appointed cavalry general. Do you have proof? Huo Qubing furrowed his brow, hesitating. This is an urgent military situation. The emperor has not granted a seal. As he spoke, Huo Qubing instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, observing Huo Qubing's readiness for combat. Yuan Tiangang revealed his intent. The emperor has commanded me to regain control of the border, sealing the 300,000 Zhang Liang cavalry within the Great Qin territory. You are the emperor's trump card against them. Trust me, for if I wished you harm, I could exploit the border's defenses to thwart your cavalry. Do you have the confidence to break through the border I command? Yuan Tianggang's confidence was undeniably evident. Although Huo Qubing was fiercely rebellious, he was not foolish. If the border was under Xiao Dingbian's control, he could easily conquer it. However, if it were this individual safeguarding the border, he had no certainty of victory. Thus, he began to believe Yuan Tiangang was indeed the emperor's trusted confidant. He relaxed his grip on the sword's hilt. Everything felt too coincidental. Li Taicang had just dispatched Yuan Tiangang to stabilize the border, and he had summoned Huo Qubing with 8,000 cavalry. Moreover, Li Taicang remained unaware that Huo Qubing, after annihilating the Zhang Liang cavalry, intended to sweep through the Tianlang royal court. This nearly led to a confrontation between two of his most formidable subordinates. General, do you intend to assault the Tianlang royal court? Indeed. Now that the northern borders of the Great Qin are free from foreign threats, I plan to decisively eliminate the Tianlang dynasty. Yuan Tiangang nodded, not underestimating Huo Qubing. Such a prodigy could not be approached with ordinary reasoning. Take care on your journey. General, if you return to the court beforehand, please convey my regards to the emperor. At the Great Qin border, Xiao Dingbian ordered. Open the border and allow them to pass. The soldiers dared not defy Xiao Dingbian's command, complying and opening the border. Huo Qubing led 30,000 troops into the steppe. Upon entering the grasslands, Huo Qubing felt an inexplicable sense of belonging. Zhao Ponu approached and asked, General, where shall we head next? Inquire with the captured Zhang Liang cavalry. Which tribe is nearest from here? Marching 2,000 miles from here, there is the Qiuyang tribe. But I hear they have a Grand Master stationed there. Then we shall confront the Grand Master. Huo Qubing urged his army forward. The Tianlang dynasty comprises countless tribes, akin to the aristocratic clans within the Great Qin, merely under a different name. They occupy the most fertile pastures and possess their own private soldiers. The Zhang Liang cavalry, for instance, hail from the Zhang Liang tribe. Li Taicang was reviewing memorials when he suddenly sensed something. Lifting his gaze toward the north, he beheld the rise of national fortune in the Great Qin. The Nine-Dragon Emperor's technique was in motion. The supreme heavenly dragon within him absorbed and merged the surging national fortune. With this, Li Taicang, at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the celestial being, broke through to the 4th level. Filled with satisfaction, Li Taicang mused, truly remarkable, Qubing. He assumed the surge of national fortune was due to Huo Qubing's victory over the 300,000 Zhang Liang cavalry. Little did he know that at that very moment, Huo Qubing had already ventured deep into the wilderness. Now, Huo Qubing, with a Grand Master's head beneath his sword, had attained a staggering 9th level of Grand Master. In recent days, he had slaughtered at least 6 tribes led by Grand Masters. The number of obliterated smaller tribes was incalculable. He had directly swept through the entirety of the southern Tianlang dynasty. The cost, however, was that Huo Qubing's captured soldiers suffered heavy casualties, leaving only the 7,000 cavalry he had brought from Great Qin. Not a single one of the 20,000 Zhang Liang cavalry remained. In truth, Huo Qubing had also recruited numerous cavalrymen from the obliterated tribes. The nomadic people revered strength, particularly leaders like Huo Qubing, who were akin to divine beings, compelling the rebellious to lay low. However, Huo Qubing commanded his troops with the indifference of sand through fingers, showing no regard for the lives of the cavalry, let alone those of these foreign tribes. Zhao Ponu looked at Huo Qubing with joy. "General, where are we headed?" Huo Qubing replied coldly. "Why do you concern yourself with such matters? Just follow me into battle. Kill upon sight, do not linger." At that moment, within the Tianlang royal court, Xiang Yu sat in a dark mood upon the throne. Below, the various wolf kings bowed their heads like quails, unable to bear the wrath of Xiang Yu. He roared, shattering the table before him. "Who can tell me what has transpired?" Suddenly, countless bodies of our kin have appeared in the southern deserts. And even Altai's Zhang cavalry has lost contact. Was he not stationed at the borders of the Great Qin? The Yin Wolf King spoke solemnly, according to scouts. "It is a force of fewer than 10,000 Qin cavalry sweeping through our Tianlang royal court tribes. There are grandmasters stationed within the tribes. Yet the royal court has been nearly annihilated. As for Zhang King Altai, he has charged into the Great Qin's borders." Xiang Yu's fury erupted like a volcano. "Altai, that fool, does he not know the hidden dragons and crouching tigers of the Great Qin? The disappearance of 4 grandmasters, including Zhang Liang's ancestor, must be his doing." Xiang Yu was infuriated beyond measure. The Tianlang dynasty had lost 10 grandmasters and countless elite cavalry, inflicting severe damage to its very foundation. Even hundreds of years of recuperation would be insufficient to restore its vitality. Drawing his sword, Xiang Yu commanded, "Return and gather the army. I shall personally lead the charge to obliterate this tribe of less than 10,000 on the grasslands." Chapter 39. The Assault on the Tianlang capital with a grim expression. Xiang Yu's chest heaved violently, his eyes ablaze with indescribable fury. He thrust his long blade into the ground and roared at the assembled wolf kings. "You are all a bunch of useless fools. A mere force of less than 10,000 Qin cavalry has left you in such disarray? Perhaps we should surrender to the small emperor of the Great Qin and offer him our horses. Return and rally your armies, summon your ancestors. I will personally pursue this Qin cavalry." The wolf kings bowed their heads, enduring the wrath of Xiang Yu. Each wolf king was at the pinnacle of master-level prowess, while Xiang Yu possessed even greater strength as a grandmaster. It was precisely his overwhelming dominance that kept the rebellious wolf kings from showing their fangs. A middle-aged man standing beside Xiang Yu rose, unafraid of his father's might. Though clad in a wolf-headed hat and beast armor, he lacked the crude ferocity typical of the steppes. Instead, he exuded an elegant demeanor, resembling a learned scholar of the Great Qin. "Father, please temper your anger. This army is led by a grandmaster and conducted a lightning assault. The rapid response of the royal court tribes against such a foe is understandable. The urgent task is to summon the ancestors of each royal court to locate the Qin cavalry's movements. Once found, we can wait for our Tianlang army to encircle them." As he spoke, the expressions of the wolf kings brightened considerably. The speaker was Shuo Feng, the son of Xiang Yu. He was of the same generation as Liu Tian and had also reached the pinnacle of grandmaster strength. Unlike Xiang Yu's other sons, who were merely reckless, Shuo Feng was known for his steadiness and strategic mind, earning the respect of the royal court tribes. Although the Tianlang dynasty had not officially appointed a crown prince, Shuo Feng was already regarded as the likely successor. Privately, some even jested that Xiang Yu was merely the general of the Qin expedition under the banner of the heroic Shuo Feng. Xiang Yu did not grant his favored son a kind expression, glaring with intensity as he solemnly declared, "The Tianlang dynasty has reached this point, and the wolf kings of each royal court should commit seppuku in atonement. To be so humiliated by a cavalry of fewer than 10,000 Qin men. How can we Tianlang people return to our ancestral war gods?" The ancestral war god, worshipped by the Tianlang people, was embodied by a wolf totem. In their culture, the ancestral war god represented the spirits of past Chanyas and warriors. After death, they would return to the embrace of the ancestral war god, becoming part of him and revered by future generations. Xiang Yu's scornful words caused the wolf kings to tremble, their faces pale. Shuo Feng, seeing his father growing increasingly extreme, quickly interjected, "Father, the wolf kings." Xiang Yu pulled the long blade from the ground, dirt splattering onto Shuo Feng's face. He shouted in fury, "I am not dead yet. It is not your place to instruct me. Or would you prefer to take my position as Xiang Yu? After all, I am but the general of your heroic Shuo Feng's Qin expedition." Shuo Feng's heart sank. though his expression grew even more respectful. His father was the son of the steppes. How could he compare? Xiang Yu snorted coldly and commanded, "Very well, let it be so. Wolf Kings, return and summon your ancestors. Gather the armies to fully encircle these Qin cavalry. I will personally lead the charge. Shuafeng, you shall remain in Longqing." Understood. Shuafeng felt a sense of helplessness. He believed his father had become blinded by anger. With such a mindset, how could they defeat a formidable foe? Yet, he remained unaware of Xiang Yu's true state of mind. The Qianyu had long been prepared to pass the mantle to Shuafeng. Shuafeng was both scholarly and martial, able to command respect, and the royal court tribes acknowledged him. Moreover, Xiang Yu was aging and needed to break through his limits for longevity. Yet, there was one matter of utmost importance that he still cherished: his reputation. With the southern deserts ravaged and the Qin cavalry advancing northward, how would future warriors regard him if he did not personally resolve this? A Qianyu who had been cowed by the Qin? Thus, Xiang Yu was determined to participate in this battle, aiming to achieve a grand and mighty victory, even if it required some sacrifices. However, as Xiang Yu led his army out of the city to encircle the enemy, the less than 10,000 strong force of Huo Qubing had already circled around to the rear of Longqing. Zhao Ponu, weathered and with cracked lips, could not suppress the grin that split his face. The general is truly a celestial being. He has arrived at the capital of the Tianlang dynasty, Longqing. Huo Qubing gripped the reins, his gaze fixed intently on Longqing. At last, we have found it. The cavalry remained silent, tightening their grips on their lances, readying their bows and crossbows, their eyes burning with intensity as they regarded Huo Qubing, who could fathom the hardships they had endured over the past few days. Galloping through desolate lands, they had encountered nothing but wind and sand. Yet now, the general had miraculously led them to the rear of the Tianlang capital. Huo Qubing was undoubtedly a divine being, endowed with celestial sight. Otherwise, how could he have accurately discerned the correct path while the Tianlang captives lost their way? Let us rest for an hour to regain our strength. Then we shall strike down the Qianyu's head. Huo Qubing exhibited no signs of fatigue. Instead, he appeared invigorated, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. An hour later, he commanded, "Let us go. Crush this city." Huo Qubing led over 7,000 cavalry towards Longqing. Shuafeng adeptly handled administrative affairs, yet his thoughts drifted far away. He was concerned about Xiang Yu, though his father led a formidable army alongside numerous grandmasters. For some reason, he felt an unsettling premonition. Am I being overly anxious? Such a force, even at the peak of the Great Qin, would struggle to make an impact. What can a mere force of fewer than 10,000 cavalry do? Shuafeng furrowed his brow, rubbing his temples. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. Shuafeng looked up, his first thought being that someone was practicing lightning techniques. Yet in the next moment, he heard the resounding crash of the city walls collapsing. The cold wind swept through with a shocking intensity, causing Shuafeng to rise abruptly, his complexion dark and foreboding. "Your Majesty, the Qin cavalry has launched an attack on Longqing. The northern wall has already collapsed." A disheveled armored soldier rushed in to report. Despicable Qin scum. Even Shuafeng, known for his stoic demeanor, could not restrain himself, delivering a resounding punch to the table. He could not believe the coincidence. His father had just departed with the ancestral leaders and the army when the Qin cavalry dared to strike from the north. There must be a traitor among the Wolf Kings. How infuriating that I failed to see it, jeopardizing everything. Shuafeng seethed with rage. Yet, if Huo Qubing were to learn of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly mock him with arrogance. How laughable. Do you truly believe such effort is necessary to deal with you? I am destined for greatness. Victory is inevitable. Huo Qubing and his men slaughtered anyone they encountered in Longqing, regardless of age or status. Those who resided in Longqing were all nobles of the Tianlang dynasty. None were innocent. 7,000 cavalrymen were drenched in blood, yet it was all the blood of their enemies. Most of the elite had been taken away by Xiang Yu, leaving behind insufficient forces to withstand the fearsome cavalry regiment. Though Huo Qubing was a grandmaster, he showed no discrimination. He would slay anyone, regardless of their martial prowess or lack thereof, with a single stroke. There was no trace of the grandmaster's ferocity perceived by ordinary eyes. "I shall not spare you, scoundrel." The fury within Shuafeng surged, threatening to explode. However, the old minister beside him restrained him. "Your Majesty, do not act impulsively. You must retreat and seek aid from Qianyu." Although Shuafeng was furious, he quickly regained his composure. Without a grandmaster in Longqing, they could not withstand the onslaught of the Qin general. After much internal conflict, he took a deep breath and declared, "Withdraw." He was not one to act on impulse. Knowing he could not win, it would be foolish to place himself in danger. Where's that old dog Huyen? Show me. Huo Qubing bellowed at a Tianlang noble. The noble trembled in fear, his lower garments soaked in a puddle of urine. I don't know. The great Xiang Yu took many generals away. Bang. Huo Qubing crushed the noble's skull with a single blow. Damn it, what terrible timing. That old dog Huyen is nothing but a coward. Fleeing at the mere thought of my arrival. His laughter echoed throughout Longqing. Upon hearing Huo Qubing's insult towards his father, Shuofeng's shoulders trembled, gritting his teeth. Silently blending into the crowd of fleeing people. General, that appears to be the Tianlang royal palace. A fire ignited. What audacity to rival his majesty with a palace of such grandeur. Shuofeng closed his eyes tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, hastening his pace. He silently vowed that those who aspire to greatness must endure what ordinary men cannot. General, it seems this is a place of worship for the Tianlang people. Shuofeng turned back with indifference. Even the experienced Tianlang elders lifted their gazes. Huo Qubing stood in a plaza, observing the various deities being worshipped. Well, who would have thought these barbarians still engaged in worship? Let's take everything. He intended to bring these artifacts back to Chang'an as offerings for his majesty. However, he suddenly realized he was in the capital of the Tianlang dynasty, and the massive, heavy idols could not be easily moved. Never mind, let us travel light. We cannot take these things with us. But, destroy everything we cannot take. As you command, with a single order. Huo Qubing's cavalrymen howled as they demolished the idols. The Tianlang nobles shed tears of humiliation, their cries muffled for fear of drawing the attention of the Qin cavalry. Shuofeng's chest felt as if it would explode. He felt as if he had transformed into a blazing inferno, radiating heat. Were these truly the Qin people? Were they not mere brigands? Barbarians. In comparison, his kin appeared as paragons of virtue. However, in the next moment, Shuofeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He saw Huo Qubing standing atop the grandest statue of their ancestral war god, relieving himself. The stream flowed directly into the wolf's mouth. Oh, what a splendid place to relieve oneself. Too bad this dog's head cannot be taken back to Chang'an. Subsequently, Huo Qubing brazenly crushed the wolf's head of the ancestral war god. Ah, I will kill you. In that moment, even the most timid Tianlang noble could no longer contain himself. He drew his long knife and charged at Huo Qubing and his men. Huo Qubing smiled at the approaching noble, his lips curling into a smirk. Indeed, he had intended this all along, to provoke the Tianlang noble into a frenzy. Otherwise, it would be too time-consuming to hunt them down one by one. Even if some astute Tianlang people discerned Huo Qubing's scheme, it would be futile. They would still recklessly charge forward. The ancestral war god held immense significance in the hearts of the Tianlang people. It was the embodiment of the spirits of past Chanyas and warriors, their souls destined to return to their homeland. Such an insult was intolerable. One could only imagine. If someone desecrated your ancestors' grave and urinated on your forebears, who could remain calm? Even knowing the odds were against them, they would still seek to spill blood. Huo Qubing laughed heartily as he reaped the lives of the Tianlang nobles. Suddenly, he froze in place. Among the rushing crowd, a solitary figure moving southward stood out, incongruous. This person was not fleeing in fear. Rather, their strides were resolute, exuding no hint of panic. It was Shuofeng. At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his face, his teeth clenched to the point of fracture, yet he steadfastly marched forward. Death is easy. To live with ambition despite humiliation is the mark of a true man. Huo Qubing reigned in his arrogance, narrowing his eyes. This individual was extraordinary. I cannot let him escape. With that, he drew his bow, aimed at Shuofeng's retreating figure. Shuofeng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sensing a fierce beast watching him from behind. In an instant, alarm bells rang in his mind. He turned, unleashing 8 Grandmaster artifacts simultaneously. His armor radiated an indomitable spirit. He unleashed the full power of his Grandmaster realm and fled into the distance. Whoosh! The arrow flew like a streak of lightning across the sky. The 8 Grandmaster artifacts emitted sounds akin to shattering porcelain. Thud! Shuofeng used every ounce of strength to evade. The arrow pierced through his armor, shattering half of his body. Yet, gritting his teeth, Shuofeng sprinted southward. Zhao Penu stepped forward and spoke gravely. General, you have missed your mark. Fool! How could I miss? His status in the Tianlang dynasty is undoubtedly significant. He must be seeking that old dog Huyen, with half his body shattered. I have already left a traceable scent on him. We must eliminate these Tianlang nobles at once and pursue Huyen. Zhao Penu, Li gone. and the more than 7,000 cavalrymen gazed at Huo Qubing with eyes alight with determination. As you command. Chapter 41. The fall of the Wolf Dynasty. Xiang Yu searched the vast expanse of the grasslands for a long time. Yet he could not locate the forces of Huo Qubing. At this moment, the various Grand Masters accompanying him were beginning to grow impatient. Are we, the Grand Masters, mere servants of Xiang Yu, wandering aimlessly in the grasslands? However, they refrained from voicing their frustrations, mindful of Xiang Yu's formidable presence. Xiang Yu, aware of the discontent brewing among the Grand Masters, felt his countenance darken. A dangerous glint flickered in his eyes as he regarded them. These esteemed Grand Masters were greatly respected, and although his son was cherished by the clans, he was merely at the pinnacle of mastery. It was inevitable that these Grand Masters would hold a degree of disdain for the young Shuafeng. This expedition served not only to conquer, but also to suppress the influence of the Grand Masters. If any of them dared to show disrespect, they could let their tribes face the Qin cavalry alone. The Wolf Kings followed the Grand Masters like obedient lambs. Though these Wolf Kings were typically unruly, they behaved submissively in the presence of their Xiang and ancestors. When the leaders of the wolves clashed, the rest could only expose their bellies in submission. Amidst the myriad thoughts of the gathered assembly, a formidable aura of a Grand Master surged from the distance. Accompanied by a tempest of fury and an overwhelming intent to kill, Xiang Yu and the ancestral masters raised their heads, narrowing their eyes as they sensed the swiftly approaching presence. Xiang Yu laughed heartily. "Ah, my son Shuafeng, have you broken through to Grandmaster?" The expressions of the ancestral masters grew grave, their minds racing. Shuafeng was a man of both literary and martial prowess, wise and decisive. Should he ascend to the rank of Xiang Yu, the clans would no longer enjoy their current freedoms. Yet, as Shuafeng's figure became clearer, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. In that moment, Shuafeng bore none of the dignity of a hero of the grasslands. One side of his body was shattered, and blood tears streamed from his eyes. His expression twisted in anguish and rage. "My son," Xiang Yu cried out in despair, springing forth to embrace the gravely injured Shuafeng. Who did this? Holding the barely conscious Shuafeng, Xiang Yu resembled a volcano long suppressed. His gaze swept over the ancestral masters of the clans, fierce as an enraged lion. "Has someone coveted my position as Xiang Yu?" The murderous intent emanating from him caused the Grand Masters to instinctively retreat. They understood the unspoken message in Xiang Yu's eyes. While they feared Shuafeng's ascendance to Grand Master, they were not foolish enough to harm him. The ancestors of their respective clans were not that reckless. Xiang Yu was still alive, and though the lion was aged, its might remained. No one could predict the brutality of a ruler who had lost his heir. Shuafeng, on the brink of death, attempted to speak, but blood choked his throat. He had already sustained grave injuries and only managed to find Xiang Yu through sheer will. Now that he had seen his father, the tension drained from him, and he could no longer hold on. Observing this, Xiang Yu hastily retrieved the rare sunset restorative herb from his storage bag and placed it in Shuafeng's mouth. Shuafeng's eyes glimmered with gratitude. This herb was a precious elixir used by Xiang Yu to extend life and facilitate breakthroughs, and he possessed only this single specimen. After consuming the herb, the once dulled pupils of Shuafeng regained their focus. The flesh of his shattered side began to regenerate at a visible rate, gradually reforming blood vessels and bones. However, the severity of his injuries meant that one arm was still missing as the medicinal effects waned. Xiang Yu placed a trembling hand on Shuafeng's shoulder. "My son, what has transpired?" In his twilight years, Xiang Yu cared for only three matters: the breakthrough of his cultivation, his legacy, and the future heir. Shuafeng was his most exceptional son, if he were to perish. The thought of passing the Xiang Yu title to his ruthless other sons filled Xiang Yu with dread for the future of the Wolf dynasty. With tears in his eyes, Shuafeng recounted all that Huo Qubing had done. In that instant, the entire grassland trembled. Countless ancestral masters howled, and a million-strong army roared. The storm of spiritual energy swept across the remnants of the clouds. "Damn that child! The blood of countless clansmen of the Wolf dynasty shall be avenged upon the scorched earth of Qin. Having insulted our ancestors and slaughtered our kin, I shall devour him alive. Not even the women and children shall be spared, ancestors and war gods, as long as a single descendant of the Ice Wolf clan breathes. We will annihilate the cities of Great Qin. We merely sought to seize some population resources, yet the Qin wish to exterminate us entirely. From this night forth, I vow that no Qin captive shall stand before my tent until justice is served." The million-strong army pounded the ground in fury. The ancestral masters roared with rage. and the Wolf King's eyes burned with crimson fury. Huo Qubing had shattered their stronghold and slaughtered their families, while also desecrating their ancestral war gods. In this moment of shared grief and anger, the previously divided ancestral masters and royal clans united as never before. With unwavering resolve, they vowed to eradicate Huo Qubing's forces and descend south to capture the dragon, in a feat that no Xiang Yu of the Wolf dynasty had accomplished before. Huo Qubing had achieved it all in a single day. As they seethed in fury, a sudden roar echoed from afar. The force surged through the clouds like thunder, reverberating across the plains. At last, I have found you. Do you fear me so much that you would flee with a million-strong army? Huyan Xiang eyes widened with rage as he bellowed. Today, I shall feast upon your flesh and wear your skin. The ancestral masters of the royal clans, fueled with fury, unleashed their powers and charged toward Huo Qubing. Huyan Xiang, gathering his lethal strike, turned back to Shuo Feng, advising, if I meet with misfortune, you must lead our kin to safety. Father, Shuo Feng's expression was filled with sorrow. Do not act like a coward. With that, Huyan Xiang charged toward Huo Qubing. Huo Qubing, mounted on his steed, cast a disdainful glance at the approaching Grand Masters. He did not lead his cavalry into a reckless charge against the million-strong army. Such an act would be folly, not valor. By eliminating these Grand Masters, the million-strong army would crumble without a fight. Furthermore, he sought an exhilarating battle to facilitate his own breakthrough to the celestial realm. Huo Qubing swung his spear, unleashing a fierce momentum that shattered the ranks of the enemy like a divine force. It was as if the heavens themselves unleashed their wrath upon the battlefield. Huo Qubing stood enveloped in a storm of thunderous energy, his murderous intent surging toward the Grand Masters. By slaying you, I shall attain the celestial realm. Time passed in a blur, and the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The setting sun bled crimson across the desolate expanse, staining it a dark red. Severed limbs and shattered armor littered the ground. The heads of some ancestral masters were charred black, their eyes wide in terror, as if they had glimpsed something unnameable before death. Fragments of the Grand Master's artifacts lay scattered across the ground. A heavy stench of blood filled the air, thick enough to suffocate. Huo Qubing grasped Huyan Xiang by the neck, standing triumphantly in the air. At that moment, his aura had reached the first level of the celestial realm. Huyan Xiang had lost consciousness, his pupils vacant, his body trembling. Huo Qubing's gaze remained defiant, and he scoffed. Not worth the effort. When his eyes swept over the million-strong army below, their previously formidable demeanor had vanished, replaced by a silence filled with horror. The scene before them was too horrifying to comprehend. Their once revered ancestral masters had been obliterated by this man. The great Xiang Yu himself lay at his mercy. Was this the might of a divine being? Lay down your weapons. I shall spare those who surrender. Huo Qubing roared. His voice pierced through the ears of the million-strong army. Clattering sounds echoed as weapons fell to the ground. Several wolf kings knelt before him, bowing their heads in reverence. By the will of the heavens, we are willing to submit. Chapter 42. The order to dissolve the clans and sects of the world at this moment. Shuo Feng led several trusted wolf kings and over 10,000 elite soldiers deep into the northern reaches of the wolf territory, heading toward the snowy plains. Upon witnessing the formidable might of Huo Qubing, he immediately departed from that place, acutely aware that neither his father nor the esteemed ancestors could prevail. To preserve the lineage of the Tianlang, they had no choice but to depart in silence, enduring the pain of separation. In contrast to the collective sorrow of the others, Shuo Feng had already subdued his emotions. However, he was no longer as refined and cultured as before. His expression was inscrutable, rendering him even more enigmatic. Xiang Yu, are we truly to leave the grasslands? Shuo Feng tightened his grip on the reins, his gaze frosty. There is no longer a refuge for us on the plains. We must traverse the snowy expanse in search of a new abode. The mere thought of leaving the grasslands, which had been their home for generations, brought tears to the eyes of many rugged men. Observing their plight, Shuo Feng sighed. Do not despair, lift your spirits. In the future, we shall return to the grasslands to exact our vengeance. Yes, we must seek revenge. Yet, despite these declarations, Shuo Feng harbored little hope for retribution. Huo Qubing was far too young. Even if he were to miraculously cultivate to the realm of celestial beings, he would undoubtedly surpass them in prowess. Moreover, the emperor of the Qin, capable of commanding such a remarkable general, was no ordinary figure. Shuo Feng did not yearn for revenge. He merely wished to find a place to settle, ensuring that the legacy of the Tianlang dynasty endured. Meanwhile, in Chang'an, Taicang paced anxiously in his study. This Huo Qubing is exceedingly audacious. He dares to penetrate the grasslands with thousands at his command, as if he believes himself invincible. It was no wonder that the nation's fortunes had surged inexplicably. He had suspected that merely defeating 300,000 cavalry could not have caused such a dramatic rise. Gao Lisher entered the study, holding a report and bowing respectfully. Has there been news from the general of cavalry? Gao Lisher shook his head. It is a report from the unruly general, inquiring how your majesty intends to handle the traitor Xiao Dingbian. Li Taicang's expression grew icy. What is your opinion? Possessing extraordinary talent and the capabilities of a chancellor, Li Taicang always sought Gao Lisher's counsel before making decisions. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Lisher replied, I believe that Xiao Dingbian has become a symbol in the hearts of the border soldiers. If we act rashly, it may provoke unrest among them. The soldiers at the borders are predominantly loyal and valiant, and we must not dishearten them. Li Taicang furrowed his brow. If we do not execute him, will we allow the unruly general to continue manipulating him? Gao Lisher shook his head. No, the unruly general possesses extraordinary talent. He will undoubtedly be of great use to your majesty in the future. We cannot allow him to be constrained by someone like Xiao Dingbian. Instead, I propose that we shift this conflict elsewhere. Continue, Li Taicang urged. We could assassinate Xiao Dingbian and frame it as the work of the northern aristocratic clans. Gao Lisher whispered. Simultaneously, the court should formally honor Xiao Dingbian, exaggerating his achievements. This way, the northern clans will surely be loathed by the border soldiers. When the soldiers' wrath has an outlet, the court will have eliminated the traitor while simultaneously weakening the northern clan's power. Li Taicang pondered for a long while before finally shaking his head slowly. No, let Yuan Qing awaken Xiao Dingbian, publicly expose his treachery, and then subject him to death by 1,000 cuts. Furthermore, let his family be executed as well. There is no need to pursue the others. Gao Lisher immediately bowed in acquiescence. As you command. Do you not wish to inquire why I will not employ your seemingly flawless strategy? Gao Lisher was momentarily taken aback, then bowed deeply. Your majesty has your own considerations. I am but to carry out your orders. Gao Lisher was such a person, astute and clear-minded, executing the emperor's commands without questioning the reasons. If he served a wise and virtuous ruler, he would be remembered as a sage minister throughout the ages. If he served a tyrant, he would be seen as a corrupt courtier. He was like a mirror, reflecting the emperor's intentions. Li Taicang coldly declared, to allow a villain like Xiao Dingbian to be heralded as a hero and martyr, and to have me bestow honors upon him, is intolerable to me. I am well aware that your strategy is commendable, requiring only a semblance of false glory to placate the border soldiers and turn the northern clans into targets of public ire. However, the thought of a traitor's family basking in the glory of martyrs while the common people suffer due to Xiao Dingbian's treachery is simply unjust. This path is unacceptable to me. Gao Lisher's expression softened, and he spoke gently. Your majesty, your power is unmatched, and the unruly general is indeed a rare talent. Even if unrest arises among the border soldiers and northern clans, you could quell it with ease. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. I have been overly concerned. Why should we care about their reactions? Upon hearing this, Li Taicang's stern demeanor softened slightly. I am neither foolish nor ignorant of the intricacies of power. I merely wish for the world to recognize that traitors shall meet a grim fate. Your wisdom is unparalleled, your majesty. Gao Lisher bowed deeply. I shall convey your decree, ensuring that Xiao Dingbian is executed before the multitude of soldiers, as a warning to others. After Gao Lisher departed, Li Taicang suddenly gazed towards the north, where the nation's fortunes surged dramatically. Within him, the supreme heavenly dragon manifested, devouring the burgeoning national fortune. Thunder rumbled as he broke through to a new realm, celestial being level 6. Yet this was not the end. Once the supreme heavenly dragon consumed all the national fortune, Li Taicang ascended to celestial being level 7. Simultaneously, the supreme heavenly dragon expanded to a length of 100 zhang. The supreme heavenly dragon soared through the heavens, surveying all of Chang'an below. Feeling the immense power coursing within him, Li Taicang found the experience surreal. In recent days, he had relied on the cultivation gained from his sign-ins to reach celestial being level 5. Yet, before he had even grown accustomed to this strength, he had ascended to level 7 in a single day. Moreover, his technique, the 9-Dragon Emperor's path, had become even more formidable. The 100 zhang supreme heavenly dragon could crush all in its path. Li Taicang soon comprehended the reason behind the sudden surge in national fortune. It was Huo Qubing. Undoubtedly, he had swept through the entire Tianlang dynasty, incorporating the vast grasslands and lakes into the territory of the Qin. The calamity that had plagued our dynasty for years had been eradicated. Truly, he is the champion marquis. Li Taicang resolved never to inquire about Huo Qubing's military exploits again. Let him roam freely. Such a prodigy cannot be gauged by conventional standards. Li Taicang laughed heartily. My general of cavalry is destined for greatness. He shall prevail in every endeavor. He then cast his piercing gaze towards the horizon and strode out of the palace with grandeur. Proclaim my edict. Command the aristocratic clans of the realm to disband, and summon the grandmasters to the court. Those who dare defy this decree shall be executed without mercy. Chapter 43. Huo Qubing returns to Qin, Your Majesty. A great victory. A great victory. Huo Qubing's legion penetrated the grasslands, shattering the capital of the Tianlang kingdom, Longcheng, slaughtering over 120,000 Tianlang soldiers, and recruiting 96,753 from the Tianlang army. The ancestral masters of the Tianlang royal court fell, and Huo Qubing has escorted Xiang Yu Huyin back to the capital. Listening to Gao Lishur recount Huo Qubing's military achievements, Li Taicang, though already aware of the downfall of the Tianlang dynasty, was still astonished by the detailed accounts of the victories. Can you believe it? A general at the 5th level of the Grand Master realm, leading 8,000 cavalry, has obliterated the neighboring dynasty's overlord, even imprisoning their emperor and recruiting nearly 1 million enemy troops. He can no longer be called a 5th level Grandmaster. Huo Qubing has already informed me of his breakthrough to the 1st level of celestial being. How absurd. He led his cavalry for a month and advanced 5 levels in one go. Li Taicang nearly suspected that Huo Qubing possessed a system of his own. Your Majesty, how shall we arrange for this million-strong army? Li Taicang replied, Let Huo Qubing lead these 100,000 men to breach the gates of the northern aristocratic clans. Additionally, instruct him to refrain from disturbing the common people. As you command, Gao Lishur bowed and exited. Since the issuance of the decree to dissolve the esteemed clans and sects of the realm by Li Taicang, the southern regions have been engulfed in turmoil. Numerous voices of dissent have arisen, branding him as the most notorious tyrant and foolish ruler in history. The royal princes have united in their denunciation, accusing him of patricide and usurpation. Meanwhile, the northern clans have descended into a state of lethargy, retreating from public life, claiming ignorance of the emperor's decree. In response, Li Taicang dispatched Huo Qubing, leading a formidable army of 1 million, to the gates of these clans. If you have not heard the proclamation, let this vast army force open your gates and deliver the message directly. As for the south, Li Taicang harbored no concerns. Mao Chang and his imperial guards had thoroughly infiltrated the entire southern region, gathering detailed intelligence on every hidden sect, including their locations and peak combat abilities. Li Taicang was even privy to the daily routines of the 3 princes. It is evident that Mao Chang, in his previous life, was indeed the foremost intelligence chief of the Ming dynasty. No wonder Zhu was able to employ him so effectively. Master Su Yuanshan and the head of the Su family, Su Yunhe, presented themselves before the emperor. In the grand hall, Li Taicang gazed with satisfaction upon the 2 members of the Su family. The Su family is the maternal clan of Li Fuyao, whose mother is the legitimate daughter of the Su lineage. Upon the issuance of the decree, Li Fuyao returned to the southern Su family to persuade her grandfather and the patriarch to comply. Contrary to her expectations of fierce opposition, the patriarch and her grandfather deliberated briefly before promptly dissolving their extensive clan and making their way to Chang'an to meet Li Taicang. Master Su and Su Yunhe may bring their families to reside in Chang'an from now on, Li Taicang declared. This dissolution does not forcibly separate you from your kin, but rather dismantles the loyal retainers, private armies, and extensive branches, relocating them away from their original lands. This action directly undermines the foundation of the clan's local dominance. Your Su family has displayed remarkable wisdom. A smile graced Li Taicang's face as he regarded the 2. Your Majesty's might is unparalleled. The Su family would not dare oppose you, they reverently replied. Remember, Li Fuyao is the grand princess of the Qin dynasty. A member of the Li family, Li Taicang reminded them, waving his hand dismissively. The 2 bowed again and took their leave. Upon exiting the grand hall, they felt the chill of sweat soaking their backs. Su Yunhe inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with trepidation. It was unimaginable that the once gentle gentleman concealed such terrifying power. Had it not been for the patriarch's calming presence, he feared he would have been rendered speechless. Su Yuanshan, though slightly better composed, still bore traces of panic in his eyes. The emperor was undoubtedly a celestial being, and he had traversed far along that path. Our choice was prudent. We would rather dissolve the Su family than provoke the emperor. Yunhe, ensure your descendants remain prudent and do not use Fu Yao to incite the emperor's ire. He has already warned us. Su Yunhe nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Su Yuanshan continued, do not lament the dissolution of our family's power. One man's misfortune may well be another's blessing. The fate of those clans will not be favorable, and this emperor harbors grand ambitions. As long as we follow in his footsteps, the Su family shall not be constrained by this decision. Su Yunhe solemnly nodded in agreement. Regrettably, they had missed the chance to meet General Hua, who was said to have led over 8,000 cavalry to annihilate the 30,000 Songlong iron cavalry. He must be an extraordinary master. The enigmatic figure in a black cloak, General Hua, that child Fu Yao, and that red-robed eunuch. Truly, the emperor's side is filled with hidden talents. Li Taicang pondered as he watched the two retreating figures. The Su family displayed remarkable acumen. Prior to the untimely demise of Li Yutian and the ensuing chaos in Chang'an, they had successfully extracted Li Fuyao and her mother to Jiangnan. Now, they had willingly dissolved their vast clan and relocated their family to Chang'an. This decisive severance of ties impressed Li Taicang. Frankly, when he issued the decree to dissolve the clans, he had not anticipated anyone would genuinely heed it. Yet, the Su family had done so. Their profound depth and restraint compelled Li Taicang to consider their elimination. How could he trust their loyalty while allowing such individuals to remain by his side? Alas, should he eliminate them, Li Fuyao would also be lost. Gao Lisher, what is your perspective? The servant congratulates your majesty. The two from the Su family are rare talents. Their brilliance lies not merely in their martial prowess, but in their insight, rationality, and decisiveness. Upon meeting your majesty, they have resolved to pledge their loyalty. Oh, the instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm is inherent in humanity. They recognize that opposing your majesty yields no favorable outcome. Conversely, if they diligently assist you, the Su family is bound to achieve greater heights. Gao Lisher's words dispelled Li Taicang's thoughts of eliminating the two Su members. Shortly thereafter, Xiang Yu was brought before the Grand Hall. The once mighty Xiang Yu of the Tianlang was now disheveled, bloodied, and appeared like a stray dog. Li Taicang regarded him with curiosity. In his youth, he often heard Li Yutian sighing deeply. With Hu Yin as the formidable leader of the Tianlang and his son Shuo Feng being a prodigy, it seemed that his reign would endure the humiliation of the Tianlang people. Xiang Yu strained to lift his head, casting a wrathful glance at Li Taicang on the throne. His cultivation had been utterly crippled, and the combination of his severe injuries and the tumultuous journey had left him on the brink of death. The Tianlang and Great Qin are brother nations. Why would the great emperor seek to annihilate us? Li Taicang's expression turned icy. Brother nations? Did you think of that when you invaded our borders and plundered my people? Did you consider brotherhood when your hands were stained with the blood of the Qin? Now, like a stray dog, you stand before me, yet you recall brotherhood? It is too late. With a cold laugh, he added, however, I had not intended to eradicate the Tianlang at this time. Who would have known you were so weak that you fell to General Hua and his 8,000 cavalry? This was the truth. Although Li Taicang harbored intentions to extinguish the Tianlang, he had planned to wait until he resolved the domestic clans before launching an attack. However, Huo Qubing had acted independently, swiftly conquering the Tianlang. Xiang Yu seethed with anger, but could only swallow his humiliation. I hope the great emperor treats my people kindly. You need not worry. Your people have become my subjects, and I shall ensure their welfare. As for you, I shall use your blood to honor the ancestral temple of Great Qin. Xiang Yu closed his eyes, calmly accepting his fate, filled with sorrow. In pursuit of fame, he had become a sacrificial offering to the ancestral temple of Great Qin, the greatest sinner of the grasslands, bringing shame upon his warrior ancestors. Meanwhile, in the northern borders of Great Qin, Huo Qubing led a 1,000,000-strong army, marching grandly towards the frontier. The movement of such a colossal force required time. Hence his battle reports had already reached Chang'an by the time they arrived at the borders. Although the soldiers stationed at the Great Qin borders had received prior word, witnessing the vast army still sent chills down their spines. The earth trembled beneath them, with resounding war cries and the neighing of fierce steeds. The endless expanse was soon teeming with Tianlang warriors. The unparalleled General Hua rode forth on a steed of dragon blood, proudly leading the charge. His gaze was piercing, exuding an indescribable nobility. He blazed like a fire, so intense that one dared not look directly upon him. In this moment, all the soldiers gazed upon Huo Qubing with admiration. What man, in his youth, does not harbor grand aspirations? A true man should wield a 3-foot sword and establish unparalleled achievements. Yet, in the end, it is often mediocrity that prevails. However, Huo Qubing defies this fate. He rides forth with laughter, brimming with vitality like the sun rising anew. His eyes and brows radiate the exuberance and rebellious spirit unique to youth. Leading 8,000 cavalry, he sweeps away the celestial wolves, returning with 1,000,000 armored warriors. Such monumental feats evoke nothing but veneration in those who witness them. Surely, not only the soldiers stationed at the border, but all the youth of the Great Qin will come to regard Huo Qubing as their idol. The surrounding 1,000,000-strong army, though imposing, regards Huo Qubing with the reverence one might show a deity. Like wolves before a lion, they can only expose their bellies in submission. Once again, Huo Qubing encounters Yuan Tiangang, who cannot help but exclaim, "General, you are truly valiant." Chapter 44. Winds of the North and South. In the northern frontier of Qin, at the ancestral grounds of the Wang family, the mountain has long been sealed, and the area within 100 miles is enveloped in layers of protective formations. Ordinary individuals approaching can only see the mist-laden woods, unable to discern an entrance. Huo Qubing has surrounded the Wang family's stronghold with 1,000,000-strong army, leaving no avenue for escape. Crash! Zhao Penu strikes with his sword, and sparks fly as it collides with the barrier formed by the defensive array. Yet, that is all it accomplishes, continuing to apply force. The sound of sword against shield resonates sharply. Suddenly, the defensive barrier concentrates its energy, returning Zhao Penu's strength tenfold. Be careful. Zhao Penu's expression changes drastically as he hastily dodges. The rebounded sword energy carves a deep trench into the ground, leaving him covered in dust. He turns to Huo Qubing and bows. "General, this formation is peculiar. A direct assault is not advisable." Huo Qubing coldly gazes at the Wang family stronghold, his voice echoing through the valley. "By the decree of His Majesty, you are ordered to disband your forces. Do you not understand? If you persist in your silence, do not blame me for being impolite." Silence reigns in the mountains, save for the luminous flow of the formation in response. Huo Qubing snorts with disdain and raises his hand. The 1,000,000-strong army unsheathes their swords, drawing longbows and crossbows, all aimed at the Wang family stronghold. His voice, icy and piercing, commands, "I will ask once more. Will you open the gates or not?" Receiving no reply, Huo Qubing waves his hand. "Attack! Kill!" The 1,000,000-strong army descends upon the defensive formation from all directions. Release the arrows. In an instant, thousands of arrows rain down like a tempest, each tipped with a breaking array talisman, crashing against the defensive barrier with a deafening explosion. The defensive formation flares brightly, launching a retaliatory strike tenfold. These counterattacks wreak havoc among the 1,000,000-strong army, causing significant casualties. Huo Qubing, along with over 7,000 cavalry, observes indifferently from the rear. Huo Qubing employs his troops with the callousness of sand, particularly these celestial wolves. He feels no remorse, merely using lives to fill the ranks. The effect is immediate. The defensive formation can no longer withstand the assault, cracking and teetering on the brink of collapse. From within the mist, an elderly voice finally responds, "General Huo, why must you be so aggressive? My Wang family has guarded the northern frontier for generations without overstepping our bounds. Old fool, why do you not continue to feign ignorance? It is not that my Wang family refuses to respond, but rather that His Majesty's decree is to." Huo Qubing draws his sword, pointing its edge directly at the gates of the Wang family. "Since you refuse to heed the imperial edict, allow me to personally teach you what it means to defy the royal command." With the clamor of the 1,000,000-strong army crashing and the myriad of breaking array arrows pouring down, the Wang family's defensive formation finally succumbs. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the entire defensive array collapses. The thick mist enveloping the woods dissipates, revealing the ancestral grounds of the Wang family, with pavilions and towers built against the mountains. A sight of grand magnificence. Kill! Huo Qubing sweeps his sword, and the army surges into the gates like a tidal wave. Wang family retainers, private soldiers, and branches of the family desperately resist, yet do not dare to confront them. The ancestral master of the Wang family, his hair and beard bristling, channels his spiritual energy, condensing a lethal attack and charging towards Huo Qubing. This grandmaster strikes with fury, creating sonic booms as the air is torn asunder. Yet, Huo Qubing does not even glance back. He casually swings his sword behind him. Whoosh! The sword light, as fierce as thunder, cuts through the air with brilliance, freezing the Wang family master midair, his face contorted in a mask of rage. In the next moment, his body splits in two from forehead to groin, blood gushing forth like a waterfall. Thud! The severed halves of his corpse crash to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Huo Qubing slowly sheaths his sword without even a glance back. When the 300,000 troops ravaged the northern frontier of Qin, Where was your ferocity then? This scene sends tremors of fear through the Wang family. Their most revered master has been effortlessly slain. The Wang family's descendants, private soldiers, and retainers begin to retreat under the onslaught of the million-strong army. Zhao Penu leads the charge, his spear lifting several Wang family guards as he heads straight for the Wang family hall. The earlier defensive barrier had left him in a state of disarray, and he seeks to vent his fury. Over 7,000 cavalry dispersed to seal all critical routes. Wang Xinfeng, the head of the Wang family, laments. I am willing to disband the Wang family. I implore the general to show mercy. Huo Qubing snorts disdainfully but nonetheless replies, those who surrender shall not be harmed. His voice reverberates throughout the Wang family stronghold. Some Wang family descendants, upon hearing this, drop their weapons and kneel in supplication. Yet, stubborn factions persist in their resistance and are swiftly crushed by the iron cavalry. In less than half an hour, this nearly 1,000-year-old family of the Great Qin is utterly dismantled. Upon seeing the Wang family has surrendered, Huo Qubing orders the cessation of hostilities. However, some of the barbarian troops within the million-strong army have been driven mad by bloodlust. Living daily in fear, the Wang family now lies vulnerable, and they take this opportunity to unleash their savage instincts. Some celestial wolves seize the women of the Wang family, intent on committing heinous acts. Huo Qubing's gaze turns frigid as he strikes out with his sword. In an instant, all within 5 zhang are obliterated, including those of the Wang family. Huo Qubing bellows, do you not understand my words? Stand down. His formidable presence jolts the frenzied celestial wolves back to their senses, causing them to retreat in fear. Kneeling submissively, the once unrestrained celestial wolves now appear as loyal hounds. Huo Qubing snorts once more. They are still Qin people. You may kill them, but you shall not humiliate them. Moreover, my orders must be executed with utmost precision. Should anyone defy me again, 100 will die together. Huo Qubing sheathes his sword, gazing at the captured leaders of the Wang family, coldly declaring, defiance of the imperial decree is an unforgivable crime. Return them to Chang'an for His Majesty's judgment. He then mounts his horse, pointing in a direction. Onward, to the next stronghold. As the blood-red sun sets, it casts its light upon the devastated ancestral grounds of the Wang family. This battle not only obliterates a clan of cultivators, but also proclaims the court's resolve to the entire northern frontier. Across the southern lands, in a secret chamber, 3 princes gather once more. The third prince, Li Tai-ming, speaks first. Half of the Yuan Tiangang in Jiangnan stands behind me, with 2 grandmasters willing to assist. The fourth prince, Li Tai-hung, appears sullen. My maternal clan, the Zhao family, seeks a status akin to that of the previous Yi family. The Zhao family grandmaster is prepared to lend aid. The fifth prince, Li Taiyan, wears an impassive expression. 3 grandmasters from the Qingshao sacred land stand with me. However, they demand half of the southern territory. The third and fourth princes cast sidelong glances, astonished that the reclusive Qingshao sacred land possesses such depth. Subsequently, the fifth prince, Li Taiyan, produces a piece of intelligence. Additionally, a grandmaster has emerged in the south. I have entrusted the sect to investigate thoroughly. His identity is clean, and he can be relied upon. Li Taiming and Li Taiheng examined the information on this individual from birth to the present, finding nothing amiss. Since the Qingshao sacred land had conducted a thorough investigation, it was time to place their trust in him. With 7 grandmasters, alongside the armies of the 3 clans and the support of the remaining families and sects in the south, I refuse to believe we cannot overturn this unfavorable situation. They have forced us to hide in the southern region. I will not spare Li Taicang. When the time comes, I shall humiliate him thoroughly. The 3 princes gazed at the throne of Chang'an, their eyes filled with rage, as if they could bleed from their longing. Just as they continued to discuss the details, the door to the secret chamber swung open. A handsome middle-aged man entered. Li Taiyan's eyes brightened. Third brother, fourth brother, this is the grandmaster I have allied with. Senior, please take a seat. Your presence is awe-inspiring, and we are deeply honored. Mao Chang scrutinized the 3 of them. It matches. With that, he drew his embroidered spring knife. His Majesty has commanded me to take your heads. The faces of the 3 princes changed dramatically. Chapter 45. The death of the 3 princes and the ferocity of Li Fuyao. Li Taiyan's voice was low, filled with suppressed anger and confusion. I treated you with the respect due to a teacher. Why, then, do you betray us? Li Taiming and Li Taiheng had been attempting to contact their own grandmaster. Mao Chang's eyes glimmered ominously, his expression impassive, as if he were gazing upon 3 corpses. The embroidered spring knife emitted a humming sound. His Majesty has ordered me to bring back your 3 heads. His Majesty? The 3 princes' pupils constricted, and then they were consumed by fury. Once again, it was Li Taicang, yet another grandmaster loyal to him. What charm does Li Taicang possess to command the allegiance of so many grandmasters? Why are these pinnacle martial artists, who look down upon the world, willing to bow their heads and serve him in death? Li Taiming's voice trembled as he struggled to suppress his fear, exclaiming, "If you assist us, we are willing to share the world with you." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a flash. The blade gleamed like lightning. Vanishing in an instant, Li Taiming felt a chill at his neck, as if a gentle breeze had brushed past, only to be followed by a surge of excruciating pain. In the next moment, a fine line of blood appeared on his neck. With a splatter, blood gushed forth as his head fell, the headless body still maintaining a raised hand, crashing to the ground. The third prince, Li Taiming, was dead. Li Taiyin's eyes widened in horror, while Li Taihing felt a chill envelop him, as if descending into an icy abyss. In this world, there is no land that does not belong to the emperor. This realm is his majesty's. How dare treacherous ministers speak of sharing the world? Mao Chang twisted his wrist, and the embroidered spring knife gleamed coldly once more. Li Taihing didn't even have time to comprehend that flash of light before the blade had sliced through his throat. The terror of death caused his pupils to shrink to the size of pinpricks. His lips trembled, as if he wished to say something, but a bloodline had already burst forth from his neck. "Fourth brother," Li Taiyin howled, terror and rage making his eyes tremble uncontrollably. In the next instant, Li Taihing's head tilted and fell, blood spraying like rain, splattering on Li Taiyin's pale face, warm and sticky. The headless body swayed twice before crashing to its knees. The fourth prince, Li Taihing, was dead. Mao Chang stood with his knife sheathed, the tip dripping with blood, his gaze indifferent, as if observing mere ants. "Now, only you remain." Li Taiyin trembled all over, despair and fury surging within his chest. He knew there was no escape left, yet he clenched his fists tightly. Gritting his teeth, "Are you not afraid of the vengeance from the Qingxiao sacred land, the Xiantian sect, and the Zhao family? What has Li Taicang given you?" Mao Chang's lips curled slightly as he slowly raised the embroidered spring knife. "They will soon come down to accompany you." In the next moment, the door to the secret chamber opened. Mao Chang emerged, clutching the severed heads of the three princes. Outside the chamber stood the formidable Yue Wei. The corpses below belonged to the Grandmaster guards left for the three princes by the three major factions. One of the Yue Wei stepped forward. "Take these three heads back to Chang'an for His Majesty's review. The rest of you, follow me to raid the Qingxiao sacred land, the Xiantian sect, and the Zhao family." Normally, with the cultivation of these three, a few Yue Wei at the Grandmaster level could easily handle them. However, given the special status of the three, Mao Chang came personally to ensure nothing went awry. When hunting lions, one must exert their full strength, particularly in an organization like the Yue Wei, which allows no room for error. "My lord, when shall we deal with those 6 grandmasters?" "That is no longer our concern." The 6 grandmasters of the Qingxiao sacred land, Xiantian sect, and Zhao family raced toward the secret chamber. They had already received distress signals from the princes, their chests nearly bursting with rage. "How foolish of you! Qingxiao sacred land. A grandmaster of pure lineage suddenly appears in the martial world, and you do not find it suspicious? You dare to allow Li Taiyin to approach him. Have you hidden away so long that you have become foolish?" The Qingxiao sacred land, aware of their guilt, wore grim expressions and fell silent. They had originally intended for the supported Li Taiyin to secretly win over that grandmaster, drawing him into their ranks. However, they never anticipated such a catastrophic failure. The Zhao family's ancestor stepped in as a mediator. "Dear friends, let us calm down first. Our immediate priority is to rescue those 3 juniors." Yet ahead of them, an elegant elder stood in their path. The Zhao family ancestor's expression turned cold. "Su Yuanshan, have you not become the lapdog of that dog emperor? What brings you here?" The Zhao family and the Su family were both prominent families in Jiangnan, and due to their differing styles, often clashed. Su Yuanshan smiled slightly. "By the emperor's command. To execute traitors. You dare. Get lost." The grandmasters of the Qingxiao sacred land and Xiantian sect roared, unleashing their most potent killing moves. They were eager to rescue the 3 princes and had no time to waste dealing with this Su family ancestor. The Zhao family ancestor unleashed a killing intent like a tempest. "Do you think you can stop us? What about me?" The figure of Li Fuyao slowly materialized, her gaze indifferent, as if observing mere ants. She was, after all, the empress from her previous life, with countless trump cards in hand, and truly regarded these grandmasters with disdain. "Li Yutian's daughter? You actually possess grandmaster-level prowess? Humph. You audacious girl. How dare you speak so brazenly? A frog in a well? How can you comprehend the vastness of the world? Despite their words, Li Fuyao's cultivation still astonished the 6 grandmasters. How old could she be? Was she perhaps a reincarnated immortal? Realizing that further dialogue would bear no fruit, the 6 grandmasters simultaneously focused their immense energies on Li Fuyao and Su Yuanshan. Prepare to die? 6 figures streaked through the air. The elder of the Qingshao sacred land, with hair and beard standing on end, gathered blinding golden light between his palms. He was an 8th level grandmaster, the strongest among the 6. Su Yuanshan's expression darkened. He was equally matched with the Zhao family ancestor and was no match for this grandmaster from the Qingshao sacred land. However, this was an order directly from the emperor, and he had no choice but to press on. Otherwise, the Su family would not fare well in Chang'an. Li Fuyao waved her hand, and a faint sound of a phoenix's cry resonated, completely dissipating the elder's palm strike. She calmly said, "Elder, you should deal with the Zhao family ancestor. I will handle the others." Su Yuanshan looked at Li Fuyao, who seemed confident, and nodded. He knew she harbored great secrets and chose to trust her. He condensed his killing move, leading the Zhao family ancestor to the other side of the battlefield. How dare you act so strong when you are still wet behind the ears? 5 killing moves erupted simultaneously. Li Fuyao faced these terrifying 5 strikes without a hint of panic. Her right hand suddenly burst forth with a dazzling blood radiance, while her left hand revealed a thin blade as delicate as a cicada's wing. This sent chills down the spines of the 5 grandmasters. Boom. The 5 killing moves were entirely neutralized by the blinding blood radiance. Li Fuyao moved like a specter amidst the 5's assault, with each flash of her blade. A grandmaster was forced to defend. How is this possible? This girl is far too powerful. Her battle experience surpasses ours. The 5 were filled with dread. First, there was Li Taicang, and now there is Li Fuyao. Is it truly possible for the Li family to possess such exceptional bloodlines, giving rise to these extraordinary talents? As the thought lingered, the dagger in Li Fuyao's hand transformed into a crimson arc of light. The elder with white hair, representing the Qingshao sacred land, wore a grave expression, raising his artifact in defense, only to witness the blood-red arc tracing 7 indistinguishable afterimages in the air. Qingshao 9 turns, the elder proclaimed, a green aura emanating from him. Yet, the 7th blood shadow suddenly solidified, and with a sharp crack, the artifact shattered. The blood arc continued unabated, gently encircling the elder's neck. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The elder maintained his defensive stance, a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes. Such swiftness in the blade. Before the thought could dissipate, a line of blood slowly emerged from his neck. This once reclusive grandmaster had fallen. The sight sent tremors through the hearts of the remaining 5 grandmasters. They perceived clearly that this seemingly simple strike embodied the essence of returning to one's roots. Lacking any earth-shattering momentum, it struck at the most opportune moment, following the most concise trajectory to achieve the most fatal of kills. Su Yuanshan looked on in astonishment at this once lazy junior. Is this truly a descendant of the Su family? Li Fuyao's gaze remained indifferent, devoid of any compassion. Do not be deceived by her innocent demeanor before the Su family and Li Taicang. In her previous life, she was an empress who ruled over a vast empire. Her methods towards enemies were equally ruthless. As her second brother decreed, those who defy the command shall face merciless slaughter. Time passed, and Li Fuyao stood silently. Her cold visage splattered with crimson droplets. Before her lay the bodies of 6 grandmasters. Master, you shall once again convey my second brother's decree to the southern sections. Immediately disband all sects and summon the grandmasters to the court. Those who dare defy this order shall face death, without mercy. Su Yuanshan momentarily froze. Oh, understood. In Chapter 46, the 3 great forces face annihilation. At the Qingshao sacred land, the Xintian sect and the Zhao family simultaneously received unwelcome guests. Today marked the wedding of the Zhao family's legitimate son, gathering numerous guests. Yet, the head of the Zhao family wore a troubled expression, for reasons unknown. The Zhao family's patriarch had departed, causing him unease. Just as the atmosphere was festive, a commanding voice rang out. The Jinui are conducting an investigation. All unauthorized individuals step aside. With a thunderous crash, the main gate of the Zhao residence was kicked open. Dozens of Jinui clad in flying fish attire, wielding embroidered spring knives, surged in, led by a stoic captain whose gaze cut through the assembly like a blade. The music ceased abruptly in the courtyard. Guests exchanged bewildered glances, some drunkenly chuckling in confusion. Jinui? What is that? I've never heard of them, though they seem quite impressive in appearance. Another chimed in, downing his drink with an air of disdain. A member of the Zhao family's collateral line laughed boisterously, I have no idea what this Jinyui does. Come. Let us continue drinking. Who cares what they are? Can they truly wreak havoc in the Zhao family's domain? Before his words could fade, a flash. The embroidered spring knife gleamed. The mocking individual had no time to react before he was cleaved in two. Blood sprayed forth, innards spilled, and his severed body crashed to the ground, toppling the banquet table and shattering vessels. A chorus of screams erupted, and the guests scattered in terror. The women covering their faces in tears. The once convivial courtyard descended into chaos. The captain of the Jinyui slowly sheathed his knife, the blade dripping with blood. His expression as frigid as ice. He surveyed the crowd, his voice cold and deliberate. The Jinyui are the emperor's personal troops. Today, we come under his command to cleanse the Zhao family. Is that clear enough? The Zhao family's head's countenance darkened like iron, his eyes aflame with rage, nearly consuming him entirely. He slammed his hand on the table. Preposterous. With his mastery of the Grandmaster realm unleashed, his spiritual energy surged, and his robes billowed without wind. Do you, court hounds, dare to disregard the Zhao family? The head of the Zhao family glared fiercely at the Jinyui captain, murderous intent boiling within him. The Zhao family had stood for nearly a millennium. How could they be so brazenly insulted? Furthermore, today was his son's wedding banquet, filled with esteemed guests. Yet the Jinyui publicly executed his kin, a monumental disgrace. Do you believe that with these mere blades, you can wreak havoc in the Zhao family? When our patriarch returns, you shall all perish. Not a single one shall escape. The Jinyui remained silent, slowly drawing their embroidered spring knives. A quarter of an hour later, the captain of the Jinyui crushed his foot onto the face of the Zhao family head, pressing half of his face into the blood-soaked mud. The Zhao family head's eyes bulged, blood pouring from his mouth, yet he could no longer utter a word of defiance. The captain leaned down, the embroidered spring knife poised at Zhao Yunhao's throat, his voice icy as the depths of winter. The Zhao family defies the emperor's command, death without mercy. Surveying the scene, the Zhao residence had transformed into a hellish landscape. Crumbling walls and mountains of corpses bathed in blood. The sound of weeping women echoed from the side courtyards, while the cries of children abruptly ceased. The captain of the Jinyui stood upright, shaking off the blood droplets from his knife. His voice was merciless. Seize their assets. Annihilate their lineage. With those 4 words, the final torch was hurled into the Zhao family's ancestral hall. A millennia-old family, reduced to ashes. A similar scene unfolded at the Xiantian sect. Without the protection of grandmasters, the Xiantian sect and the Zhao family were deemed inconsequential by the Jinyui. Merely a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. The Xiantian mountain, home to the Xiantian sect, was soaked in blood. The grand and solemn sect gates crashed down. 1,000 Jinyui, bloodied spring knives in hand, surged into the main hall like wolves. The leader of the Xiantian sect knelt before the captain of the Jinyui, his hair disheveled, forehead striking the ground with a heavy thud. My lord, I am willing to disband the Xiantian sect. I shall take my own life to atone. I only ask for mercy, to spare my family and disciples. With a single stroke, the captain of the Jinyui ended his life. A flash of cold light. The head of the Xiantian sect fell, his decapitated body slowly collapsing. The expression on his face remained frozen in a plea. Submitting now is too late. The captain of the Jinyui sheathed his knife, casting a cold glance over the trembling disciples of the Xiantian sect. By the emperor's decree, not a single soul from the Xiantian sect shall remain. Amidst the anguished cries, the Xiantian sect was utterly annihilated. At the Qingshao sacred land, the location of this sect was exceedingly secretive. Even with Mao Chang personally leading the charge, it took considerable time to locate. A blood-red arc of light descended like thunder, shattering the gates of the Qingshao sacred land. Mao Chang led dozens of Jinyui as they entered slowly. Who dares to intrude? The guarding disciples had yet to finish their words before their throats were torn open. Where Mao Chang passed, blood blossomed, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. The Qingshao disciples couldn't even draw their swords before they fell into the blood-soaked ground. Some frantically attempted to form a formation. But as soon as their sword array was established, a blade of energy spanning 10 zhang cleaved them and their swords in half. The leader of the Qingshao sect burst from the main hall upon hearing the commotion. Who dares? A flash of blades. The leader's head soared into the air, his face frozen in shock. Mao Chang valued efficiency and had no time for their prattle. Before the scripture pavilion of the Qingshao sacred land, the falling leaves ceased abruptly. The stooped old man sweeping the floor suddenly straightened his back, and his murky eyes erupted with a terrifying light. His withered hand struck the broom, revealing a slender sword. Entirely azure. You have gone too far, my friend. The Qingshao sect has stood for 1,000 years. Today, We shall enact divine justice. You shall face judgment. The formidable might of a grandmaster erupted. This was Mao Chang's purpose for coming here. After all, no one knew the depths of this hidden sect's foundation. The embroidered spring knife crossed before him, the blade reflecting his icy gaze. Mao Chang spoke coldly. Apart from your majesty, no one is capable of judging me. The embroidered spring knife swings forth, radiating a crimson shell. Clang. The ethereal blue sword light collides violently with the sanguine blade aura. The elder's sword intent surges like a dragon. Mao Chang's knife takes an unexpected turn. After 30 exchanges, the blood light pierces through the sword curtain. Time became an abstract concept as the imperial guards returned from the sacred land of Qingshao, laden with countless tomes, elixirs, and more. Behind them, the millennia-old sanctuary was engulfed in a blazing inferno, staining the sea of clouds crimson. The sacred land of Qingshao has perished. Chapter 47, Shared Experience. Summoning Zhuge Liang with the annihilation of the three major factions, the southern clans and sects hurriedly submitted their letters of surrender. Fearful that any delay would place them in Li Taicang's crosshairs. They had witnessed the might of the imperial guards. Despite their youthful and athletic appearances, each was ruthless enough to instill terror. However, Li Taicang bestowed upon them no leniency akin to the Su family. Instead, he shackled their kin and conscripted them for labor. As for the northern clans and sects, their fate was even grimmer. The secluded clans were crushed under Huo Qubing's relentless onslaught. The once mighty army dwindled to a mere 40,000. Upon learning the news, Li Taicang immediately ordered Huo Qubing to cease the torment of these werewolves. These werewolves represented invaluable labor. Such resources must not be squandered. Li Taicang disbanded the 40,000 surrendered soldiers and integrated them into the Qin army. The Qin dynasty was on the verge of rejuvenation, particularly in the south, while the northern territories lay in ruin. Not to mention the vast new steppes recently incorporated into the Qin domain. The need for reconstruction was immense. At this juncture, the conscripted members of the clans proved their worth. Remarkably, despite their pampered upbringing, their proficiency surpassed that of ordinary laborers significantly. Often, tasks that would take a common worker months to complete could be accomplished by those with cultivation in mere days. Moreover, these cultivators recovered swiftly. After exhausting their spiritual and physical energy, they would rejuvenate by absorbing spiritual energy for just a few hours, returning to their peak state. Thus, the Qin overseers were relentless in their exploitation of these young masters. Under this intense pressure, many of them experienced breakthroughs in their cultivation. Indeed, following these ascensions, they became even stronger, more capable of labor, and their efficiency soared. The cycle of breakthroughs fostering labor and labor fostering breakthroughs established a commendable positive feedback loop. The most sought after were the grand masters of several clans. Whenever faced with a stubborn boulder or low hill, the grand masters would be summoned to shatter it with a few strikes. When river rerouting was necessary, they would be called upon to cleave it with all their might. In no time, these grand masters became hot commodities, with requests pouring in from all corners requiring appointments for their services. These centenarians flitted between the north and south, tirelessly attending to tasks across the Qin realm. Amidst this frenetic infrastructure development, the workload equivalent to a decade's efforts was accomplished within a month. Chang'an regained its former splendor, and the imperial palace was restored to an even grander magnificence. At this moment, Li Taicang diligently reviewed official documents within the palace. With the Qin realm in dire need of revitalization and the addition of an expansive grassland, the volume of daily reports was staggering. Out of the 12 hours in a day, Li Taicang devoted 10 to this task. Fortunately, as a transcendent being, he required neither sustenance nor rest. With just an hour of meditation, he could regain his vitality. For the past month, Li Taicang yearned for the summoning of a premier scholar to alleviate his burdens. Yet, each day's rewards consisted primarily of rare materials, elixirs, formations, and troop numbers, with no opportunity to summon a hero. Nevertheless, the various treasures acquired over the month significantly augmented his strength. Both the Black Dragon Imperial Guard and the Cavalry Corps reached a formidable 30,000. The Imperial Guards numbered 10,000, tasked with overseeing the officials of the realm. Even Yuan Tiangang's rogue faction had been re-established. The rogue faction's functions overlapped with those of the Imperial Guards, albeit with greater secrecy. Moreover, during his 27th attendance, Li Taicang unlocked an extraordinary feature, experience sharing. This allowed him to transmit 50% of his experience upon each breakthrough to his bound subordinates, who were summoned from the system. However, the extent to which subordinates could absorb this experience still depended on their innate talents. Those with exceptional gifts, like Huo Qubing and Yuan Tiangang, could fully absorb the 50, while ordinary soldiers might only manage 5. Nonetheless, this resolved the predicament of his subordinates lagging behind his own advancement. After a month, Li Taicang himself achieved 2 more breakthroughs, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of transcendence. Under the influence of experience sharing, Huo Qubing and Yuan Tiangang ascended directly to the 7th level of transcendence. Mao Chang, although slightly less gifted, still reached the 6th level. Gao Lishur transcended an entire major realm, achieving the 3rd level. Furthermore, his Black Dragon Imperial Guard, Cavalry Corps, and Imperial Guards all attained the Master level, with some exceptional individuals even becoming Grand Masters. The news of Li Taicang's breakthroughs spread like wildfire among the soldiers. Were these truly divine beings, breaking through 7 or 8 major realms overnight? Surely, this must be a dream. Ha ha ha, I am a prodigy, rising from the pinnacle of the Xianhai to the 4th level of mastery. What are you compared to us? Our captains have become Grand Masters. The 2 members of the Su family gazed upon the Imperial Guards and Black Dragon Imperial Guard, now all Grand Masters, feeling incredibly fortunate for their initial choice. How could one contend with such power? Even the peak era of the Qin and the Tianlang would struggle to withstand this. This matter astonished not only the reckless Huo Qubing, but even the composed Yuan Tiangang and Mao Chang. Even Gao Lishur, while attending to Li Taicang, appeared somewhat dazed. Li Taicang threw his head back and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. A trifling matter, my esteemed ministers need not concern themselves. I am the emperor, ordained by heaven. You all have toiled diligently, so I decree that heaven and earth bestow upon you greater cultivation. As Li Taicang's claims grew increasingly extravagant, the internal and external troubles of the Qin had been resolved, revealing a glimpse of the nature befitting his age. Long live your majesty. Huo Qubing looked at his sovereign with admiration, clearly believing in Li Taicang's boastfulness. In his heart, he regarded Li Taicang more as an omnipotent elder brother rather than a fearsome emperor. Yuan Tiangang, Mao Chang, and Gao Lishur exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, your majesty. They understood that, while it might not be as outrageous as the emperor claimed, such extraordinary events were undoubtedly orchestrated by him. After all, they had noticed that whenever their emperor broke through, so too did their own realms. The atmosphere of celebration enveloped Chang'an as the breakthroughs illuminated the city. The common folk rejoiced at the prospect of an imminent prosperous era. Streets were adorned with lanterns, and storytellers in taverns passionately recounted tales of how the emperor eradicated the external threats, pacified the realm, and vanquished the Tianlang. Yet, Li Taicang had little time for revelry. As an overwhelming tide of official matters awaited his attention, Li Taicang remained unfazed by the onslaught of duties. He had long since grown accustomed to it. Gao Lishur stood respectfully by, diligently pouring tea and water, cautious not to disturb the emperor's thoughts. When Li Taicang finally set down his vermilion brush upon reading a secret report from the Imperial Guards, he sighed deeply and turned to Gao Lishur. Tell me, is it truly so easy for a person to be corrupted? The confidential report once again revealed the corruption of several local officials. In this vast expanse of the Great Qin, with myriad matters awaiting resolution and the influential families providing substantial support, the stakes are exceedingly high. Although Li Taicang has endeavored to cleanse the bureaucracy and appointed a multitude of passionate young officials, instances of corruption still emerge among them. Just a month prior, they were idealistic youths, fervently despising the corrupt. Yet within a mere month, they began to indulge in malfeasance, even deceiving Li Taicang. Gao Lishur, with his head bowed, remained silent. Li Taicang rubbed his temples, a glimmer of weariness flashing in his eyes. I have granted them opportunities, bestowed upon them power, and provided resources for their cultivation that far exceed the norm, yet they ultimately transform into those whom they once loathed. He understood the nature of humanity. These scholars, in their pursuit of knowledge, all aspired to be incorruptible officials. However, when faced with the allure of glittering spirit stones, elixirs, and rare treasures, how many could resist the temptation? In the past, Emperor Gao detested corrupt officials, vowing that anyone caught would face the annihilation of their entire clan. Yet countless officials devised ways to deceive the court. Li Taicang was an idealist. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to ruthless measures to purge the court of its corrupt elements. Yet, reality left him feeling helpless. Gao Lishur softly remarked, Your Majesty, human hearts are fickle, and greed is hard to extinguish. Li Taicang sneered coldly, his eyes glinting with determination. Indeed, greed is difficult to eradicate, but I shall ensure it is vanquished. Contemplating, he retrieved the report from the young official, inscribing 4 simple yet profound characters. Do not forget your original intention. The crimson ink, as vivid as blood, bore a sharpness in its strokes. Li Taicang set down his brush and calmly declared, "Dispatch this report back to him, unchanged." He was willing to grant them another chance. However, should they continue their corrupt practices, exploiting the people? The next warning would not merely be a missive from Li Taicang, but a strike from the embroidered spring blades of the Jinyue. As the hour of the rat passed, the system nudged, "Host, it's time to sign in." Li Taicang, without lifting his gaze, replied. He tirelessly reviewed documents, his peak cultivation preventing any sense of fatigue. Thus, he was punctual in his nightly sign-ins. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 summoning of extraordinary talent." Li Taicang raised his head. This was the first time he had encountered such terminology. The individual summoned by the system would undoubtedly be remarkable. System, utilize the summoning. Ding. Summoning in progress. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the unparalleled Zhuge Liang. Li Taicang's pupils constricted, his form abruptly rising. His breath quickened, and he did not even notice the brush slipping from his fingers. After countless anticipations, the Chancellor, I have finally awaited your arrival. Chapter 48. Does your Majesty lack long-term ambitions? My Kongming has finally come. No words can encapsulate Li Taicang's excitement at this moment. In his previous life, he grew up listening to the tales of Zhuge Liang. Whenever the stories recounted Zhuge Liang's unparalleled wisdom and decisive victories, he could not help but cheer. Each mention of Zhuge Liang's 6 campaigns against the Qishan, tirelessly striving day and night, drew forth his sighs. When he read of Zhuge Liang's passing at Wuzhong Plains, tears would fall unbidden. The strategist always smiled, while the Chancellor always wept. In Li Taicang's heart, Zhuge Liang was the greatest Chancellor of ancient China. Not even Guanzhong or Shao he could replace his esteemed position. Zhuge Liang's name became synonymous with wisdom. To Li Taicang, Zhuge Liang was his moonlight, irreplaceable by anyone else. This Chancellor had become a pillar capable of supporting the nation in its time of peril. Despite knowing the futility of the northern expeditions, understanding the inevitability of failure, and facing certain death, he nonetheless acted with magnanimity. Many later historians, ignorant of the past, would deem this foolishness, reckless ambition, or a futile struggle. In their eyes, would it not be better to govern Shu in peace, enjoying a tranquil life? Why exhaust oneself and succumb to illness at Wuzhong Plains? Such reasoning defied logic. Yet they failed to grasp that it is precisely the knowledge of impossibility that elevates Zhuge Liang's most admirable quality. In later generations, whenever the nation faced peril, there were always those who rose to the occasion. The successful transformed into beacons of light amidst the darkness, striving against the tide. The unsuccessful became mere kindling, igniting a spark of hope. Through countless tribulations, they embodied the spirit of dedication, to serve wholeheartedly until death. Li Taicang could hardly contain his excitement, his voice trembling. "Kongming, are you there?" Outside the hall, a majestic figure approached. Li Taicang fixed his gaze upon the solidifying silhouette, fearing that a blink might shatter this beautiful dream. The figure exuded an indescribable sense of security, as if the sky could fall, and all would be well as long as he remained. Zhuge Liang materialized in the morning light, his towering stature akin to a pine, each step seemingly measuring the very fabric of the universe. With a feather fan and a silk cap, his starry eyes gleamed with light. His thin lips bore a subtle smile. When the warm, jade-like figure fully appeared, Li Taicang's eyes grew moist. "Your Majesty," Zhuge Liang smiled and clasped his hands. Li Taicang could no longer contain himself. He rushed forward, grasping Zhuge Liang's hands tightly. The touch was warm as jade, yet bore the strength to govern the heavens and the earth. "Kongming, I wish to entrust the great Qin to you." Zhuge Liang's lips curled into a smile, and he slightly inclined his body, his hand holding the fan gently resting on Li Taicang's. "Should your Majesty not forsake me, I am willing to serve with all my might." At this moment, Li Taicang also took note of Zhuge Liang's attribute panel. Character, Zhuge Liang. Realm, peak of Tianren 9 levels. Technique, Taishu Wanxiang record. As Li Taicang grew stronger, the summoned talents also reached ever greater heights. Li Taicang promptly appointed Zhuge Liang as Chancellor, overseeing national affairs with authority akin to that of an emperor. The following day, Li Taicang announced in the court, "From this day forth, the Chancellor may review all memorials and command the armies of the realm without requiring further approval." This proclamation naturally caused a stir among the officials, as it equated to bestowing the entire empire's authority upon a single individual, a move unprecedented throughout history. Moreover, the sovereign before them was the greatest sage monarch of all time. an emperor who had eliminated the power of the relatives, pacified the realm, and conquered the grasslands. His achievements even surpassed those of Emperor Gao. Yet, this emperor was willing to delegate such power to a young man. This decision left even Yuan Tiangang, Mao Chang, and Gao Lishur astounded. They speculated on the true identity of Zhuge Liang. With authority over all memorials and confidential reports, Zhuge Liang possessed the power to deceive Li Taicang at any moment. Yet, would Zhuge Liang act in such a manner? He skillfully exercised his capabilities as a political leader, deftly managing the various state affairs. Many complex matters only required a single approval from Li Taicang. Li Taicang's burden of governance lightened considerably. Countless nights, he grasped Zhuge Liang's hand, exclaiming, with Kongming, "I am like a fish in water." Zhuge Liang's ideals aligned harmoniously with Li Taicang's. Both aspired to establish a society where talents were fully utilized. The elderly were cared for, and the young were nurtured, governed by the rule of law. They were both idealists, albeit with differing methods. Zhuge Liang's policies subtly nurtured the populace. Regardless of whether they liked or disliked him, all respected him. In contrast, Li Taicang, though harboring the welfare of the common people in his heart, wielded tyrannical measures against officials. Any who persisted in wrongdoing, failing to reform after warnings, would find the embroidered spring blades swiftly descending upon them. Zhuge Liang offered many words of caution. Your Majesty's benevolence towards the people is deeply admirable. However, governing a nation is akin to delicately cooking a small fish. Excessive heat will cause it to lose its inherent flavor. I shall heed all of Kongming's counsel. The embroidered spring knife may sever corrupt officials, yet it cannot eradicate the avarice that resides in human hearts. It would be more prudent to establish a supervisory agency to conduct both overt and covert inspections, to set up a department of integrity funded to uphold virtue. This will enable officials to comprehend that integrity and righteousness are not only for the nation and its people, but also for their own benefit. I shall heed all of Kongming's counsel. This is the assessment system I propose for the officials. Those who perform commendably shall be rewarded with elixirs and spiritual stones, while those who falter shall have their cultivation and salaries penalized. This approach provides a lifeline while also establishing regulations. I shall heed all of Kongming's counsel. Your Majesty, there are still administrative matters to attend to. I shall heed all. Li Taicang released his firm grip on Zhuge Liang's hand. Since all governmental affairs were entrusted to Zhuge Liang, Li Taicang found himself considerably more relaxed, often with little to occupy his time. On this particular day, he experienced yet another breakthrough. He attained the first level of spiritual martial arts. From Li Fuyao, he learned that this was a realm above that of mortals. Above mortals lies the realm of spiritual martial arts, followed by the yellow martial arts, black martial arts, earth martial arts, and heavenly martial arts. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels. At this moment, Li Taicang possessed the strength to leave this world and explore the vastness beyond. Yet, he was reluctant to depart. Everything he cherished was here, and should he choose to leave, he would take the entirety of his great Qin with him. With his realm breakthrough, Li Taicang was in high spirits and summoned Li Fuyao. Fuyao, having dwelled in Jiangnan for so long, you must be familiar with its enchanting landscapes. I wish to travel there. Will you be my guide? Since his arrival in this world, he had ventured out of Chang'an only a few times. And with the realm now stable, he yearned to explore the water towns of Jiangnan. To his surprise, Li Fuyao shook her head seriously. Elder brother, I must dedicate my time to cultivation. Observing those around her breaking through their realms as if drinking water, she felt a surge of urgency. Were they all reincarnated immortals? Had they conspired to break through multiple realms simultaneously? Thus, Li Fuyao abandoned her previous indolence and diligently resumed her own cultivation, now having reached the 9th level of Grandmaster. Seeing this, Li Taicang could hardly protest. How could he ask his sister to accompany him on leisure pursuits when she was so intent on her training? Elder brother could invite my grandfather. He knows Jiangnan even better. Li Taicang's eyes brightened. Indeed, Gao Lishur summoned Su Qing. However, before Li Taicang could take action, he was intercepted at the palace gates by Zhuge Liang. Just as he was about to greet him with a smile, he noticed Zhuge Liang's furrowed brow and somber countenance. Does your Majesty lack ambition? With the realm still in its infancy, with myriad tasks awaiting attention, are you already inclined to frolic in the mountains and waters? The northern frontier is in the midst of reconstruction, new policies await implementation in the south, and trade routes across the grasslands remain unestablished. Do these not warrant your Majesty's greater concern than the misty rains of Jiangnan? Li Taicang found himself at a loss for words. The head of the Su family gazed in shock at this scene. Was the young chancellor truly this audacious? Previously, The emperor had executed countless officials in a single day without so much as a blink. When the ministers faced the emperor, they trembled in fear, unable to deceive him. Yet, this young chancellor dared to question him so boldly? Little did he know, the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Li Taicang sighed and placed a hand on his forehead. Kongming, I was mistaken. Simultaneously, he inwardly cursed, who informed the chancellor. I must punish him with labor. At that moment, Gao Lisher quietly entered the hall, holding today's memorials. Chapter 49, Summon Ming Tian, the Four Great Gate Gods. Time flew by, and a year had passed. Under Zhuge Liang's governance, the Qin dynasty flourished even further. It was evident that Chancellor Zhuge's ability to rule was beyond doubt. The roads of Qin were well connected, linking the vast central plains with the steppes. While it had not yet reached the ideal society, the people were well fed, warmly clothed, and every household had surplus grain. There was even enough money for children to pursue education and cultivation. In his 79th attendance, Li Taicang signed in at the Pavilion of All-Encompassing Scriptures. Pavilion of All-Encompassing Scriptures. The collection of techniques encompasses all, with the highest level of techniques determined by the host. This meant that since Li Taicang had reached the realm of spiritual martial arts, he could now cultivate the most potent techniques within. The Pavilion of All-Encompassing Scriptures resembled an ancient iron tower, shorter than the palace where Li Taicang resided. However, within the iron tower lay infinite possibilities. Upon entering, one would find endless shelves filled with an array of techniques. There were breathing techniques to strengthen the body at the mortal realm, as well as unparalleled techniques leading directly to spiritual martial arts. This Pavilion of All-Encompassing Scriptures held little personal value for Li Taicang, but for his nation, it was undoubtedly a treasure. He opened the pavilion, allowing its techniques to be transcribed and establishing schools within Qin for the free study of commoners' children. Those with talent would receive special training, and even those with lesser gifts would benefit in health. It was initially thought that Qin would settle into a relatively stable state, showing no significant advancements. Yet, unexpectedly at the end of the year, during his 341st attendance, Li Taicang signed in for the 5-element Source Ascending Dragon Array. In his 349th attendance, he signed in for the Celestial Star Guiding Array. In his 355th attendance, he signed in for the 9 Heavens Gathering Spirit Array. 5 elements Source Ascending Dragon Array, utilizing the power of the 5 elements in a cycle, purifying chaotic spiritual energy into a dragon-shaped spiritual essence that swirls within the array. Celestial Star Guiding Array, leveraging the power of the celestial stars, drawing starlight to transform into spiritual energy, most effective at night, allowing cultivators to absorb the essence of the stars, enhancing their physique and breaking through bottlenecks. 9 Heavens Gathering Spirit Array, drawing an innate spiritual energy from beyond the clouds, forming a waterfall of spiritual energy, increasing the concentration of spiritual energy within the array, allowing cultivators to bathe in spiritual rain, achieving results with half the effort. The original grand arrays were set up by Li Taicang in Chang'an. In an instant, the concentration of spiritual energy in Chang'an increased by more than 1,000-fold. The surrounding environment transformed into a veritable paradise. Ordinary plants, nourished by spiritual energy, began to exhibit sentience. Common herbs morphed into spiritual medicines, with century-old Ganoderma and millennium ginseng found everywhere. Stones were washed by spiritual energy, revealing natural patterns, and occasionally, stubborn rocks awakened, transforming into spiritual entities, birthing mountain spirits and stone monsters. Streams, enriched by spiritual energy, became as clear as nectar. Mortals who drank from them could dispel ailments and prolong life, while cultivators used the water for alchemy, enhancing their medicinal effects. Zhuge Liang and Yuan Tiangang collaborated, drawing inspiration from these 3 arrays to devise a simplified formation. Although this formation was not as extraordinary as the 3 arrays, it could still increase the surrounding spiritual energy concentration by several times. Implementing this formation transformed the entire Qin. Coupled with the Pavilion of All-Encompassing Scriptures, Qin truly realized a society where everyone could embody the essence of dragons. Every individual possessed cultivation abilities, as if the entire world had elevated. Meanwhile, the descendants of the once prestigious families found themselves in dire straits. With the enhancement of the cultivation environment within Qin, their realms experienced a dramatic surge. Accompanying this was an even heavier burden of labor. Although there was little left to construct within Qin, idleness was not an option. Zhuge Liang looked upon the current Qin with a countenance devoid of suffering. Despite facing an overwhelming tide of administrative duties daily, the chancellor relished every moment. For a person especially one like Chancellor Zhuge Liang. Witnessing his realm inch closer to his ideals was invigorating, for reasons unknown. Every time Zhuge Liang saw the people of Qin free from hunger and cold, with smiles gracing their faces, he would quietly shed tears in the stillness of the night. Li Taicang, observing the chancellor diligently managing state affairs, harbored no concerns for his health. Periodically, he would offer nourishing elixirs to the chancellor as if they were mere beans. Zhuge Liang, each time, could only resign himself. Having reached the realm of spiritual martial arts, he knew that exhausting himself with administrative duties was utterly impossible. Yet, these elixirs represented the emperor's deep affection, compelling him to consume them nonetheless. Through a year of diligent cultivation, Li Taicang has ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of spiritual martial arts. During this time, most of the rewards from his sign-ins have been beneficial to the nation, yet of little use to him personally. Thus, it is the combination of his fragmented cultivation and the enhancement brought about by the nation's growing strength that has allowed him to reach such heights. Meanwhile, Zhuge Liang and his companions have experienced remarkable elevation in their realms, thanks to the system's experience-sharing feature. Character: Zhuge Liang. Realm: 7th level of spiritual martial arts. Technique: Great Void Manifestation Record. Character: Yuan Tiangang. Realm: 6th level of spiritual martial arts. Technique: Heavenly Gang Formula. Character: Gao Lishir. Realm: 1st level of spiritual martial arts. Technique: Formless Een Symbol Scripture. Character: Huo Qubing. Realm: 6th level of spiritual martial arts. Technique: Breaking Army Thunder Formula. Character: Mao Shang. Realm: 5th level of spiritual martial arts. Technique: Heavenly Prison Demon Suppression Scripture. At the same time, Li Fuyao's cultivation has also recovered to the 1st level of spiritual martial arts. She practices without any bottlenecks, thriving simply by voraciously absorbing spiritual energy. Li Taicang is somewhat astonished. How is it that this girl, without the benefit of experience sharing, can keep pace with her cultivation? When he curiously inquired about her previous realm, Li Fuyao mischievously blinked and declared it a secret. The Su family, the only remaining noble lineage, has finally risen to prominence. Most of the young talents from the Su family have entered the court or engaged in local governance. The Su family has always maintained strict family values, standing as a beacon of integrity amidst the moral decay of other noble families in the South. Under the stern guidance of the Su family head and ancestors, these young elites are all paragons of righteousness. Li Taicang holds the Su family in high regard. Moreover, over the past year, Yuan Tiangang's band of rogues has spread throughout the Qin territory. Even in the most remote corners, their presence can be felt, effectively becoming the emperor's eyes and ears. Mao Shang's imperial guards have infiltrated the court and the residences of local officials, meticulously recording every action in the Book of Impermanence. His Black Dragon Imperial Army has grown to 50,000 strong, while the Cavalry Corps boasts an impressive 100,000. Furthermore, under the influence of the experience-sharing feature, their realms have surged dramatically, with all achieving the status of Grand Masters. Some commanders have even reached the realm of transcendence. This has decisively quelled any rebellious sentiments harbored by the noble families. How can they resist? Their armies could easily annihilate any opposition with a mere spit. Previously, the Qin army was retained by Li Taicang's decree and returned to local governance for maintaining order. The current Qin does not require such a large military presence. After all, with no enemies within or without, the populace enjoys peace and prosperity, leaving no wars to be fought. However, should an external threat arise, the Qin can swiftly mobilize an army in the millions. Recently, though, Li Taicang has grown somewhat taciturn. The last 6 sign-in rewards have left him with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Each sign-in has summoned powerful entities. Beep. System summoning in progress. Successfully summoned the first warrior of Qin, Meng Tian. Beep. System summoning in progress. Successfully summoned the 300,000 Great Wall Legion. Beep. System summoning in progress. Successfully summoned the twin heroes of the Tiger Ben, Dianwei. Beep. System summoning in progress. Successfully summoned the twin heroes of the Tiger Ben. Suchu. Beep. System summoning in progress. Successfully summoned the gate gods of the Tang Dynasty, Qin Xiong. Beep. System summoning in progress. Successfully summoned the gate god of the Tang Dynasty, Wei Qigong. These 5 generals all possess the 6th level of spiritual martial arts. The entire Great Wall Legion comprises Grand Masters. These 6 summons are clearly aimed at bolstering Qin's military strength. Historically, the system has discreetly tailored sign-in rewards to suit Li Taicang's circumstances. When he found himself ensnared, It provided him with cultivation boosts and summoned Yuan Tiangang and Gao Li Shi. When he sought to conquer the nomads, it called forth Huo Qubing and the cavalry corps. When he needed to manage state affairs, it summoned Zhuge Liang. Over the past year, the majority of rewards have served to enhance national strength. Thus, these 6 summons herald an impending brutal conflict for the Qin. Chapter 50. The Ending of the North Wind. News of the birth mother, the remnant of the wolf, North Wind, now tightly wraps himself in his wolf pelt. His iron-gray visage etched with frost. Behind him, over 10,000 elite riders remain silent as iron. The sound of their hooves crushing the snow, the only sign of life in this desolate expanse. Exiled from their ancestral grasslands, they traverse the snowy plains in search of a new refuge. Yet all that greets them in this frozen wasteland is an endless stretch of snow. The howling cold winds gradually chill the hearts of these men from the grasslands. To be buried in this snow, however, also carries a touch of grandeur. They have journeyed across this snowfield for an indeterminate number of days and nights, losing all sense of time. Since the pale sun last sank below the horizon, the world has been enveloped in perpetual night. The onset of polar nights brings them dread. My lord, the compass has failed, whispers one wolf king. North Wind does not respond, merely squinting into the distance. After a long while, his cracked lips part slightly. Continue forward. In a haze, they feel as if the stars have shifted, as if they could soar through the air, crossing thousands of miles in a single step. Yet the next moment, they succumb to a deep slumber. When North Wind suddenly awakens, the damp scent of earth assaults his senses. Instinctively, he grasps the long knife at his waist, only to find beneath him no longer the biting ice and snow, but rather soft earth blanketed with decaying leaves. Towering ancient trees rise around him, their branches intertwining like a vaulted ceiling. The surroundings teem with lush vegetation, vibrant with life. The distant sounds of warhorses' snorts awaken the over 10,000 elite soldiers, who gaze around in bewilderment, astonished at their sudden transition from the snowfield to this locale. A wolf king steps forward. My lord, we were clearly on the snowfield. Where are we now? North Wind furrows his brow. Without sight of the snowfield, I too am at a loss. He lightly taps his toes and leaps skyward, surveying the surroundings. However, the sight before him causes his pupils to constrict. Majestic peaks rise, cloaked in verdant greenery. From his great height, North Wind can see countless towering mountains, resembling colossal black dragons coiling through the sky, instilling awe and trepidation. On the nearest mountain, 5 enormous claw marks mar the rock face, clearly not the work of nature. Farther in the distance, a mist-shrouded canyon reveals distorted outlines of structures, exuding an eerie aura. Yet, despite the surroundings, there is not a trace of the snowfield to be found. Returning to the ground, North Wind speaks in a low, somber tone. All troops, be on alert. In an instant, over 10,000 elite soldiers silently draw their curved blades, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. In unfamiliar territory, caution serves as the best safeguard for survival. Simultaneously, deep within those mountains, a host of crimson eyes flicker open, reminiscent of a den of monsters. Cloaked in black fur, these creatures move on all fours, drooling. They are not mere beasts, but rather the fearsome entities described in ancient texts. North Wind leads his men away from the canyon. Along the way, he notices vertical claw marks etched into certain tree trunks, with a few strands of black fur clinging to a height of 3 feet. Suddenly, a sharp crack of breaking branches echoes through the forest. All warhorses perk up their ears, anxiously pawing the ground. North Wind slowly unsheathes his blade, its surface reflecting the narrowness of his eyes. Surrounding them, thousands of blood-red eyes ignite one after another, accompanied by heavy, labored breaths. North Wind stumbles beyond the threshold of the great mountains, each step leaving bloody imprints on the parched earth. His armor lies shattered, his exposed skin marked with deep claw wounds, some even emanating an eerie black mist, as though cursed by some malevolent force. Among the over 10,000 elite soldiers and several wolf kings, only he emerges from the depths of that monstrous mountain. An old farmer, gathering firewood, widened his eyes as the bundle fell to the ground with a thud. Trembling, he stepped back, astonished. You emerged from the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. His voice quaked as he recoiled, as if he had encountered something that should not exist in this world. Shuafeng opened his mouth to speak, but only a metallic sweetness surged in his throat. His vision blurred, and a buzzing echoed in his ears, ultimately collapsing amidst the villagers' terrified gazes. When he awoke again, he found himself in a desolate village. He murmured to himself, "They're all dead." The village chief sighed, holding a bowl of dark brown medicinal soup, aware of the profound impact this revelation had on Shuafeng. Drink this, it will temporarily suppress the malevolent energy within you. Young man, cherish your life. Even if it is but for a day. Huo Qubing slowly turned his head to regard the seemingly ordinary village chief. However, upon sensing the restrained yet immense aura emanating from him, his pupils constricted suddenly. A grandmaster. What astonished him further was that the villagers surrounding the house, though emaciated and ragged, each possessed a formidable presence. The weakest among them was at the Xianhai realm. Such prowess, if found in the Tianlang tribe or the Great Qin Empire, would be revered as a formidable force. Yet here, they resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. Their eyes filled with numbness and despair. Huo Qubing struggled to speak. We won't survive much longer. The village chief offered a bitter smile, a flicker of sorrow flashing in his murky eyes. When the next beast tide arrives, this village may cease to exist. The beast tide struck, demolishing the impoverished village. The dark hordes surged like a flood, overwhelming the villagers' screams, which were drowned out by the roars of the beasts. Huo Qubing leaned against a half-broken wall, helplessly watching as a monstrous creature with bony spikes severed the village chief's neck. The grandmaster couldn't withstand even 3 breaths. Huo Qubing's right leg had been torn away, and a gaping wound marred his abdomen. Yet those monsters chose to prolong his suffering. As sharp fangs pierced his shoulder, Huo Qubing's bloodied hand suddenly reached skyward, fingers convulsing as if striving to grasp something. Visions of their greatest enemy, Huo Qubing, and the name Taicang surfaced in his mind. He realized that those prodigies could not be bound by that realm. 10,000 great mountains. The Great Zhou, await your conquest. Huo Qubing, perish. The Tianlang tribe is utterly annihilated. In the outskirts of Chang'an, a most unexpected visitor arrived. She was a woman clad in a scarlet gown, her eyes sparkling with allure, exuding an undeniable charm. Her snow-white skin and delicate form were barely concealed beneath the red veil, and as she moved with grace, the sound of her jingling ornaments filled the air with a fragrant breeze. Most strikingly, this enchanting beauty possessed a cultivation at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Though her smile was as radiant as a flower, and her demeanor soft as water, a cold arrogance lurked behind her gaze, dismissing all. Passers-by in the outskirts paused, some astonished by her beauty, while others frowned. A stranger? A formidable presence? In the Great Qin, any adept of notable skill fell under the jurisdiction of the court. As the woman stepped into the outskirts, shock gradually crossed her vibrant face. The spiritual energy here was even more abundant than their own. Upon gazing at the distant city, she was momentarily stunned. Spiritual energy transforming into dragons, resonance soaring to the heavens. Is this truly an ordinary paradise? As she approached Chang'an, the cheerful faces of the citizens greeted her. Entering the city required a permit. The woman smiled slightly, concealing her celestial cultivation to blend with the crowd. However, unbeknownst to her, the towering city walls were lined with the celestial realm's black dragon guards, who cast her fleeting glances. Once inside Chang'an, the woman was even more astonished. The cultivation environment surpassed even their secret realms. The palace, radiating golden light, resembled a celestial abode. She reigned in her pride and made her way toward the palace. However, she remained oblivious to the handsome youths in flying fish attire who surrounded her, their smiles concealing their intent. The citizens, some in tea houses, others in taverns, and some playing in the streets, subtly glanced at her. The Jin Yue Fei and the unsavory characters had been eyeing her since her arrival in the outskirts. Before the palace gates, a soldier of the Black Dragon Guard blocked her path. This is the royal palace, you. Before he could finish, the woman flashed a charming smile, lightly tapping her toes to leap into the palace. The Black Dragon Guards watched impassively, permitting this outsider's intrusion into the palace. Gao Lishur had been waiting and greeted her with a broad smile. Fair maiden, what brings you here? The woman smiled softly, her demeanor alluring, producing the queen's seal. May I summon the name of the Qin Emperor, Taicang? The emperor's mother sent me to pay my respects. Gao Lishur took the seal, which should have rested in the tomb of Empress Zhao. Boom. It was like a thunderclap. The Black Dragon Guards lowered their heads, showing increased reverence. The indifferent voice of Emperor Li Taicang echoed from within the grand hall. Announce her. Chapter 51. My mother is Empress Zhao. The woman smiled slightly as Gao Lishur stepped aside, gesturing her in with an appropriately courteous smile, though his eyes held no warmth. The woman extended her hand to reclaim the queen's seal. Gao Lishur's professional smile vanished instantly, his expression chilling. If the maiden wishes to retrieve the phoenix seal, she must accompany me to meet his majesty. With that, he turned and led the way, not affording her a second glance. Seeing Gao Lishur's disregard, the woman's expression hardened. How dare a mere eunuch act so arrogantly before me? Her eyes narrowed slightly, suppressing her rising anger as she followed his lead. The two red-clad figures advanced toward the grand hall, yet with each step, the oppressive gazes fixated on the woman intensified. She suddenly glanced around. The Jin Yiwei's eyes were icy, while the black dragon guards remained indifferent. It seemed that at any moment, a flurry of blades could descend upon her. The woman scoffed, unfazed. Yet, as she ascended the final step, her formidable auras bore down upon her. The Tiger Ben twins, with their double halberds crossed, and Su Chu, with his massive hammer resting on the ground. The guardians of the Tang dynasty, Qin Xiong with his shining golden hammer, and Wei Qi Gong with his iron whip, stood like four divine sentinels, their murderous intent coalescing into a palpable force that carved a 3-inch deep trench in the ground before her. This palpable aura made the woman glance sideways, for it was unrelated to cultivation. It stemmed solely from their innate presence. The four generals were exceptionally formidable, yet tragically born in this small paradise, destined never to break through to the celestial realm. She lifted her gaze toward the depths of the grand hall. Upon the 9-tiered jade steps sat a hazy figure upon the dragon throne, exuding an aura of sovereign dominion, though his visage remained obscured. To command such fierce warriors, the son of the minor palace master must be quite impressive. As she entered the grand hall, numerous scrutinizing gazes locked onto her. The woman's expression remained unchanged as she surveyed the assembly. Aside from Emperor Qin, 5 other figures stood out. To her right, a youthful boy clad in red robes and black armor, and a resolute young swordsman in black armor. To her left, a handsome middle-aged man in golden flying fish attire, and a mysterious figure in a black cloak. Closest to the emperor was a cultured scholar, elegantly attired, and with eyes glimmering like stars. As he lightly waved his feather fan, his gaze met hers, and in that instant, the woman felt as though her very soul had been laid bare. She recognized that these individuals were the upper echelons of this dynasty, the pinnacle of its brilliance. A smirk involuntarily graced her lips, a manifestation of her innate superiority. With her head slightly tilted back, a unique sense of superiority blossomed within her. What if you are unparalleled prodigies? You were still born in this limited realm, constrained and unable to break free from your shackles. Like a dragon ensnared in shallow waters, one may spend a lifetime without glimpsing the vastness of the true world. She merely needed to follow a systematic approach to reach the pinnacle of her cultivation, while these extraordinary talents would find it nearly impossible to behold the scenery beyond. Some things cannot be shattered by mere talent. The bloodline left by the young lady of the palace. Subsequently, she cast her gaze upon the imposing figure at the highest point, her eyes reflecting a newfound respect. However, that reverence was not directed towards the emperor, but rather towards the identity of the son of the young lady of the palace. The woman in red bowed deeply, expressing her deference. I am Lin Hongtang, a disciple of the 3rd generation of Tianyi Palace, and I pay my respects to the young master. Boom. The utterance of young master seemed to breach some forbidden boundary. An invisible roar reverberated, shaking her very soul. A pressure heavier than mountains descended abruptly, forcing her bowed figure down by half an inch. Her breath quickened. This was not a suppression of cultivation, but rather a tremor originating from the depths of her bloodline. It was akin to grass facing the thunderous skies or insects gazing up at the vast starry river, an instinctual reverence etched into the essence of living beings, causing every bone in her body to groan under the unbearable weight. With great difficulty, Lin Hongtang lifted her head, cold sweat trickling down her alabaster neck into her collar. There, beneath the shadow of the 12-feathered crown, the visage of Emperor Li Taicang was obscured, yet his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of an infinite cosmos. In a daze, she beheld the supreme heavenly dragon manifesting behind Li Taicang. It was not an illusion, but rather the genuine manifestation of a supreme existence. The most terrifying aspect was the innate indifference, akin to how humanity disregards the ants beneath their feet. The heavenly dragon viewed her with a purity, as if observing a mere speck of dust. As Li Taicang's cultivation deepened, the 2 human emperor techniques grew even more formidable. For an ordinary person, maintaining their composure in his presence was nearly impossible. Let alone when Li Taicang was engulfed in fury, he had become synonymous with majesty and dominance. Li Taicang's lips parted slightly, his tone cold and eerie. I shall grant you but a single opportunity. Boom. Li Taicang's cultivation erupted. A vast spiritual pressure surged forth, overwhelming and engulfing Lin Hongtang. Accompanied by Li Taicang's ferocious intent to kill, it assailed her very spirit. Lin Hongtang's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. The son of the young lady of the palace had indeed reached the pinnacle of spiritual martial arts at the 9th level. She was aware that the young master had broken through the heavenly shackles set by the young lady of the palace. When Li Taicang ascended, the young lady had already been informed. Yet, she could hardly believe that within a mere year, this bloodline, abandoned in a small cave, had achieved the 9th level of spiritual martial arts. Meanwhile, the pure killing intent around her surged like a tidal wave. She swiftly glanced around, only to discover that the 5 figures present were all cultivators above the 5th level of spiritual martial arts, not to mention those martial generals. Even the elegant scholar with a feathered fan radiated a dangerously fierce light. The 4 formidable generals at the entrance were all extraordinary warriors at the 6th level of spiritual martial arts. At this moment, their expressions were ferocious, resembling malevolent deities. Even the red-clad eunuch who had escorted her into the palace possessed the cultivation of spiritual martial arts. Gao Lishur wore an expressionless face, yet his hands concealed ominous and dark symbols. Li Taicang was their sovereign, not merely the young master of Tianyi Palace. Should this woman dare to utter another word of nonsense, they would not hesitate to deal with Lin Hongtang. The chief of the spies, Mao Chong, would ensure that Lin Hongtang faced dire consequences. At this moment, Lin Hongtang's expression was one of shock, her breathing labored. How could it be? This small cave had birthed so many spiritual martial artists. That fleeting sense of superiority from another realm vanished without a trace. Feeling the violent killing intent around her, Lin Hongtang knelt on her knees. Lin Hongtang pays homage to His Majesty, the Emperor. Bowing to the son of the young lady of the palace was not a disgrace. Moreover, this young master held the pinnacle of the 9th level of spiritual martial arts. Such cultivation would be regarded as an extraordinary prodigy, even in their realm. It was hard to imagine what might have transpired had the young lady of the palace brought the young master back for their personal training. Tianyi Palace would have been an entirely different spectacle. As the killing intent receded like a tide, the assembly within the hall regained their calm demeanor, as though the earlier tension had never occurred. Yet Lin Hongtang understood that any slight movement on her part would compel these formidable beings to act without hesitation. Li Taicang extended his hand, summoning the empress seal from Gao Lishur. He caressed the seal, an artifact not to be confused with the imperial jade seal. For each empress possessed her own unique seal. This particular item was meant to rest eternally within the tomb of Empress Zhao. The origins and purpose of the seal remained undisclosed, but Li Taicang's expression remained calm, his words few. However, Zhuge Liang and Gao Lishur, well acquainted with Li Taicang, recognized the fury brewing within him. Since discovering the mystery surrounding his lineage, Empress Zhao had become a taboo in the Qin dynasty, and none dared to speak of her. Now, this Lin Hongtang, possibly sent by Empress Zhao, ignited Li Taicang's wrath to a boiling point. The young master's biological mother is the young lady of Tianyi Palace. She entrusted me with this letter for His Majesty. Lin Hongtang produced a letter from her bosom. Li Taicang opened it. The contents were simple, stating that Tianyi Palace would settle in the Great Qin in 1 month's time, requiring Li Taicang to prepare for their arrival. Furthermore, the Great Qin was to be renamed. This cave would become the possession of Tianyi Palace. The letter bore no trace of maternal affection. Instead, the words dripped with haughty condescension. Yet, contrary to expectations, Li Taicang did not erupt in the anticipated fury. Instead, he scoffed and passed the letter to Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang glanced at it and instantly comprehended. It appeared they were seeking refuge, although the letter made no mention of it. Both Zhuge Liang and Li Taicang could glean from the text that Tianyi Palace was evading something. Otherwise, why relocate an entire palace to this insignificant cave they looked down upon? Observing the disdain in Li Taicang's eyes, Lin Hongtang furrowed her brow and cautioned, "Your Majesty must not underestimate the biological mother." Li Taicang reined in his smirk, the jade beads of the crown slightly swaying, concealing the emotions roiling within his eyes. "My biological mother is Empress Zhao Dai of the Great Qin, not your young lady of Tianyi Palace." Chapter 52. The truth of the past. My biological mother is Empress Zhao Dai. Li Taicang's voice was frigid, and the supreme heavenly dragon behind him roared in fury. The dragon's roar reverberated, shaking the entire palace. Lin Hongtang nearly pressed herself to the ground, her forehead resting against the cold tiles, her breaths becoming cautious and measured. In that moment, she no longer dared to harbor any contempt. Li Taicang's meaning was clear. His mother was Empress Zhao Dai, resting in her tomb. Should Lin Hongtang or Tianyi Palace dare to claim that the Emperor's mother was the young lady of Tianyi Palace, they would face the wrath of the Qin dynasty's elite, a fury that could result in a death toll exceeding 100,000. Reveal all that you know. Lin Hongtang dared not withhold anything further, trembling as she recounted everything she was aware of. "Your Majesty, The realm where the great Qin resides is actually a small cave. A cave? No wonder those at the spiritual martial level could not discern the path to ascension. Suddenly, a cold female voice emerged from outside the hall. Li Fuyao entered. Frowning, she was among the select few who could meet Li Taicang without prior announcement. Fuyao, do you know? Li Fuyao nodded. A small cave is a blessed land created by mighty beings. Mighty beings create blessed lands to nurture their powers and cultivate spiritual plants. However, when the mighty beings perish, and the blessed land is lost, absorbing the essence of space over the years, it gradually evolves into a cave world. However, the hidden realms are exceedingly elusive. To the outside world, they appear as insignificant as a mustard seed, nearly impossible to discover. Yet, within, they harbor their own vast expanse. Some hidden realms rival the grandest domains. Nevertheless, these realms possess a fatal flaw. They cannot naturally ascend, and entry and exit require specific methods or tokens. Lin Hongtang looked up at Li Fuyao in astonishment, momentarily forgetting her fear. Who on earth is this person? This seemingly youthful woman possesses a deeper understanding of the hidden realms than even the elders of the Tianyi Palace. Li Taicang addressed Lin Hongtang, urging her to continue. Steadying herself, Lin Hongtang recounted the long-buried past. The Tianyi Palace is the sect of the great Zhou dynasty. The master of Tianyi Palace, Xiao Xuanji, possesses the power of the Xuanwu realm, while the young palace mistress, the mother of Emperor Qin, Xiao Wanrong, wields the Huangwu realm. Countless disciples serve under them. In the great Zhou, the most powerful individual is the Zhou emperor, who has attained the Tianwu realm, with the rest of the practitioners barely reaching the 9th level of the Difu realm. Thus, Tianyi Palace stands as a first-rate force within the great Zhou dynasty. Their knowledge of the hidden realms is entirely due to the efforts of the young palace mistress, Xiao Wanrong. During her early ventures, she inexplicably found herself in a peculiar snowy expanse. After an indeterminate amount of time, she arrived at the Tianlang dynasty and subsequently discovered a realm resembling the customs of the great Zhou in the southernmost part of the Tianlang dynasty. By a twist of fate, she became acquainted with the unappreciated prince, Li Yutian. The ensuing tale is as cliched as it is melodramatic. The sect's saintess falls in love with a downcast prince burdened with the weight of the world. At that time, Li Yutian was young and handsome, with a mind full of strategies, dedicated to the welfare of the common people. It is only natural for a beauty to be enamored of a hero. With Xiao Wanrong's covert assistance, Li Yutian ascended to the throne. However, shortly after giving birth to Li Taicang, Xiao Wanrong discovered that her own cultivation had stagnated over the years, even regressing. Hence, she sought to take Li Yutian and Li Taicang away. Yet, Li Yutian could not bear to relinquish the throne he had fought so hard to attain, and refused her, leaving Li Taicang behind. Over the years, Xiao Wanrong has been plagued by regret, persistently searching for a way back in. Li Taicang suddenly scoffed. Lies. Lin Hongtang, perplexed, inquired. Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? Li Taicang continued. My father was trapped at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, unable to break through, ultimately succumbing to a grave illness. I, too, am bound by the restrictions of the realm. How can this be explained? Lin Hongtang fell silent, her head bowed. The little hidden realm causes outsiders to regress in their cultivation, yet you of Tianyi Palace intend to migrate your entire sect here? Have you truly reached an impasse in the Great Zhou? Lin Hongtang's complexion turned ashen. You are truly foolish, treating me as a simpleton. Mao Chong, at your service. In 3 hours, I demand to know the entire truth. As you command. Half an hour later, Mao Chong returned, dragging Lin Hongtang along. This pampered prodigy of the sect could hardly withstand the interrogation of the commander of the Jinyue. Once taken to the prison, a slight application of the unspeakable torture led her to confess everything. As the truth was laid bare, all present understood. The Great Zhou is encircled by the 10,000 great mountains, home to ferocious beasts and demons. Periodically, a beast tide strikes the Great Zhou. This time, the Tianyi Palace was summoned by the court, requiring the entire sect to head to the front lines to repel the beast tide. Confronting the beast tide is akin to condemning the people of Tianyi Palace to death. To defy the order would mean that the Difu realm practitioners would come with blades drawn to slaughter their Tianyi Palace. Since death was inevitable, Xiao Wanrong mentioned that during her youth, she had entered a hidden realm and encountered a man, giving birth to a child. Perhaps the entire Tianyi Palace could enter the hidden realm to escape disaster. As for the matters concerning Li Yutian and Li Taicang, Xiao Wanrong was carefree in love, yet dismissive when it no longer pleased her. Before leaving, she casually placed restrictions on Li Yutian and Li Taicang, though executed with little thought. Such restrictions were not something Li Yutian, at the Grandmaster level, could break. Over the years, the toll became too great, and he ultimately succumbed to illness. Li Taicang should consider himself fortunate. His two human emperor techniques allowed him to shatter the restrictions with formidable strength. Otherwise, he would have remained trapped at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm for his entire life. A cold smile crossed Li Taicang's lips. No wonder his father spoke ambiguous words before his death and passed the throne to him. It was likely out of fear of Tianyi Palace coming to replace the Great Qin, slaughtering the Li Qin royal family. Having him as a son at least preserved a glimmer of hope for the Li Qin clan's existence. Those who learned the truth regarded each other with strange expressions. The customs of the Great Zhou are indeed fierce. Not only do men have their fair share of romantic interests, but women too maintain connections with favored companions. Men may act callously, and women can abandon their offspring as if they were worthless. However, they would never dare to speak of such matters in front of Li Taicang. Li Taicang caressed the queen's seal, memories of the gentle smile of Empress Zhao flooding his mind. The figure who had vigilantly watched over him through childhood illness. The mother who had taught him to read and write, drew a sigh from him as he murmured, "My birth mother is Empress Zhao." He slowly raised his head, his eyes devoid of any ripples. Tianyi Palace has desecrated my mother's tomb, dishonoring my birth mother. Their sins are unforgivable. Issue a decree. All troops prepare for battle. Any Tianyi Palace practitioner who steps foot into the Great Qin shall be executed without mercy. As the command rang out, a thunderous horn sounded outside the palace. Above the palace, the Qin flag flapped wildly in the wind. Zhuge Liang stepped forward, softly advising, "Your Majesty, the master of Tianyi Palace is a Xuanwu realm expert." "Fear not. I have my plans," Li Taicang replied, unperturbed. "There remains a month of system sign-in time. After this month, let me show you how to eliminate you." The Tianyi Palace does not comprehend that this Qin emperor is no longer the easily discarded infant of yesteryear. The Great Qin before them is not easily replaceable. Chapter 53, The Heavenly Emperor's Scripture, A Century of Cultivation. Lin Hongtang has gone missing. This news fell like a colossal stone into the tranquil lake, stirring up a tempest within the Tianyi Palace. In the council hall, the elders debated heatedly. Surely, that hidden realm has been overrun by the ferocious beasts and demons of the 10,000 great mountains. The girl Hongtang is likely in peril. One elder with a red face slammed his palm on the table. In a corner, an elderly man in green slowly opened his eyes. I believe she may have been captured by the inhabitants of that small world. However, this viewpoint was met with immediate opposition from the members of Tianyi Palace. Absurd. The young palace mistress herself declared that the hidden realm is no higher than the Grandmaster level, and even the Tianren realm is merely a legend. How could Hongtang, a pinnacle Tianren, be subdued by such insignificant beings? Are you questioning the foundation of the Tianyi Palace? The arrogance of the great domain practitioners was laid bare at this moment. In their eyes, the small hidden realm was nothing more than a speck, with its practitioners akin to frogs at the bottom of a well. Even the mightiest Grandmaster would merely be on par with an ordinary disciple in Tianyi Palace. The elderly man in green scoffed, closing his eyes once more. He deemed it beneath him to argue with these short-sighted individuals. What of the hidden realm? Heroes abound across the land. How could the hidden realm fail to produce extraordinary talents? In the Great Zhou, are there not enough prodigies who ascended from the lower realms to shake the very foundations of the world? These short-sighted fools will eventually suffer a great loss. They dare to speak of the foundation of the Tianyi Palace, which has been driven to seek refuge in the hidden realm. Had the Great Zhou's emissary been present, they would not have been so passive. Enough. Stop the bickering. Xiao Wanrong's cold voice silenced the room. Instantly, all fell silent, though merely of the Huangwu realm. This young palace mistress wielded a ruthless hand and enjoyed a high reputation within the sect. In her palm rested a gleaming jade tablet, glowing with a crimson light. Hongtang's life token is in my possession. As long as the token remains unbroken, she is still alive. The prolonged absence is likely due to being trapped by the monks there. Upon this remark, the elders who had previously looked down upon the cave heaven were instantly flushed with embarrassment. It is normal for those within the cave to possess some unorthodox skills. Someone awkwardly commented. A young disciple murmured under his breath, "Could it be that those natives are stronger than us?" Xiao Xuanji let out a cold snort, the oppressive aura of the Xuanwu realm causing everyone to tremble. Regardless, we shall proceed into that cave heaven as originally planned in half a month. Understood. Came the unanimous agreement. The decision to enter the cave heaven had been made long ago. The atmosphere in the grand hall gradually lightened, with no hint of worry on their faces, replaced instead by a sense of relief. In their view, Lin Hongtang, who could trap a peak celestial being, was likely the limit of that small cave heaven. Tianyi Palace, Being a first-rate sect backed by the Xuanwu realm, could it truly transform in just 20 years? Could a mere small cave heaven warrant such a formidable response from Tianyi Palace? I wish to see if the inhabitants there possess 3 heads and 6 arms. Chuckled an elder of the Huangwu realm, stroking his beard. The tension dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of superiority. The great Zhou had relocated them to the borders to confront the beast tide. While they trembled at the mention of the 10,000 great mountains and the ferocious beasts and demons there, they lacked even the courage to draw their swords. Could the inhabitants of that small cave heaven be more terrifying than the beasts and demons of the 10,000 great mountains? Some rebellious disciples were eager to test their mettle, curious to see the one who had captured the heart of the young palace master. Surely, he couldn't withstand a single punch from me, huh? I heard the young palace master has a descendant there. Will he be groomed as the young master in the future? That depends on the young palace master's wishes. Shoo! Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged from behind. What are you all discussing? A handsome young man with a shadowy expression approached, causing the rebellious disciples to lower their heads in silence. This newcomer was Taicang, a mere 7th-level Grand Master, yet he instilled fear in these celestial disciples. He was the son of the young palace master, originally surnamed Li, but had adopted the surname Xiao, relying on his mother, Xiao Wanrong. He acted with impunity within Tianyi Palace. Brother Xiao, the disciples immediately fell silent, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Slap, slap, slap. A cold light flashed in Taicang's eyes as he raised his hand to deliver a series of resounding slaps. If I hear any more idle chatter, I will have your tongues removed. Now begone. The disciples fled as if granted a reprieve. At that moment, in Chang'an of the Great Qin, within the imperial palace system, commenced the sign-in. Although Li Taicang feigned indifference toward Tianyi Palace, the presence of Xiao Xuanji in the Xuanwu realm weighed heavily on his mind. The Xuanwu realm surpassed him by 2 major realms. Despite possessing 2 unparalleled techniques, the protection of the Wanjia starry eyes and the Teia sword by his side, Li Taicang felt he could not easily brush aside Xiao Xuanji without injury. He was no longer the invisible prince of the past, he was the emperor. When the emperor goes to battle, it must be a complete domination. To prolong a stalemate would be a desecration of the emperor's majesty. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. Host has obtained the technique Heavenly Emperor Scripture, an unparalleled imperial technique, rumored to have been created by the ancient Heavenly Emperor, containing the supreme truth of governing myriad paths. Those who cultivate this scripture can forge the body of a heavenly emperor, harness the fortune of mountains and rivers, and invoke the laws of heaven and earth with a mere gesture. Upon achieving mastery, a single thought can command the sun and moon. A single palm can overturn the universe, and all beings shall submit before imperial might. Another technique, moreover, one that rivals those 2 human emperor techniques. However, as Li Taicang gazed at the profoundly intricate scripture in his mind, he felt troubled. Currently, cultivating 2 techniques already consumed considerable resources and time, even leaving his innate path somewhat depleted. If he were to cultivate the Heavenly Emperor Scripture as well, simultaneously practicing 3 techniques would surely prolong the time needed for him to break through. In the past, he could break through a small realm in 2 to 3 years. Now it might take a decade. Yet, to leave the Heavenly Emperor Scripture unattended felt unsatisfactory. If he were to master the Heavenly Emperor Scripture, Li Taicang could already envision his future magnificent form. I am the Emperor of humanity, the Emperor of heaven. He struggled with this decision until the following day. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. Host has obtained a century's worth of cultivation. Li Taicang immediately made a decisive choice. Cultivate. Ding. Heavenly Emperor Scripture loaded successfully. Ding. Centuries worth of cultivation begins to be imparted. Ding. Human Emperor's world-subduing technique begins cultivation. Ding. 9 Dragons Human Emperor Path begins cultivation. Ding. Heavenly Emperor Scripture begins cultivation. Ding. Innate Path activated. Ding. Wanjia Starry Eyes activated. The power resonating with the laws of time and space enveloped Li Taicang. The auras of the Human Emperor and Heavenly Emperor manifested upon him. He emanated the essence of the Tao from within, his eyes sparkling with the light of the starry river. His realm began to ascend. In a mere moment, he broke through. Huangwu 1st level, Huangwu 2nd level, Huangwu 9th level, Huangwu 9th level perfection. It was only at this point that a century's worth of cultivation was exhausted. At this moment, Li Taicang resembled a fusion of the Human Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor. His celestial might resonated, commanding all beings. Surrounded by radiant golden divine light, a phantom of the 9 heavens materialized above him. The supreme celestial dragon transformed into two, coiling around him, merely standing there. He appeared to be the center of the universe, every gesture imbued with the supreme authority to command all beings. Simultaneously, due to his breakthrough, experience was shared. Zhuge Liang broke through to Huangwu 7th level. Yuan Tiangang and Huo Qubing broke through to Huangwu 6th level. Mao Chang broke through to Huangwu 5th level. Dian Wei, Su Chu, Qin Xiong, and Yu Qigong all broke through to Huangwu 6th level. Gao Lisher also reached Huangwu 3rd level. All three major battle groups under his command broke through to the peak of the celestial realm. The captain and commander levels even reached the spirit martial realm. This perfectly illustrated the principle that when one achieves the Tao, all connected rise. Moreover, the three unparalleled formations above the imperial palace simultaneously erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The five elements reversion ascending dragon formation transformed into five colossal dragons spiraling around. The surrounding celestial stars formation drew upon the power of the 9 celestial stars. The 9 heavens gathering spirit formation caused the concentration of spiritual energy throughout the Great Qin to surge 100-fold. Once again, the concentration of spiritual energy in the Great Qin was enhanced 100-fold. On the top floor of the myriad phenomena scripture pavilion, numerous Huangwu realm techniques were automatically generated. At this moment, the strength of the Great Qin surged by hundreds of levels. Li Taicang felt the vast power within him, not to mention the Xuanwu realm. Even the earth martial realm would be easily crushed. Alas, the heavenly martial realm might not be dispatched with a single punch. He would need several. However, this invincible emperor suddenly frowned at his hands, deep in thought. Gao Lisher, rushing in with excitement to report good news, halted in shock upon seeing his sovereign's contemplative expression. "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" Li Taicang replied solemnly. "I am contemplating whether it would be better to strike Xiao Xuanji dead with my right hand or my left." Gao Lisher was momentarily speechless. "Might I suggest, Your Majesty, why not simply crush him with a finger?" Li Taicang's eyes brightened. "Excellent. Then let it be as if I were squashing an ant, to crush him." Chapter 54. By the decree of His Majesty the Qin Emperor, eliminate without mercy. Half a month later, in the extreme north of the Great Qin, on the snowfields, the cold wind sliced through the endless snow plains. 300,000 armored troops stood silently, their dark formations stretching from the ground to the horizon, transforming the boundless white land into a black forest. The banners hung low, frost clinging silently to the armor. Meng Tian led the 300,000 Great Wall army stationed here. "General, 100 miles ahead lies the boundary between the snowfields and the outside world. Cross that line, and you will lose all 5 senses. By the time you regain them, you will find yourself in a peculiar forest." Meng Tian nodded slightly, his resolute face as sharp as if chiseled from stone. The foremost general of the Great Qin, at this moment, bears the significant responsibility of guarding the entrance to the cave heaven. Historically, he was the greatest warrior under Ing Zhang, the first emperor of Qin. His illustrious career primarily revolved around defeating the Xiongnu in the north, constructing the Great Wall, and managing the northern frontiers, thereby fortifying the defenses of the Qin dynasty. He was an exceptionally skilled and reliable general. Entrusting the border defenses to him filled Li Taicang with great confidence. Yet, do not mistake his defensive prowess for a lack of offensive capability. He had once led a formidable army on a northern campaign, decisively defeating the Xiongnu, reclaiming the Hetao region, and driving them south of the Yin Mountains. He had utterly routed the Xiongnu chieftain, the father of Maodan, forcing him to flee north for over a decade in fear of descending to pasture in the south. As for why Huo Qubing was not stationed here, Li Taicang feared that Huo might lead his 10,000 cavalry directly out of the cave heaven to conquer the Great Zhou and the formidable 10,000 mountains. The Great Zhou was a manageable target, but the 10,000 mountains were no easy conquest. According to Lin Hongtang, the entrance to the cave heaven lies at the edge of the 10,000 mountains, and should a beast tide arise, even those at the earth martial realm would struggle to withstand it, falling prey to the carnage. Until the situation was thoroughly assessed, Li Taicang was not prepared to advance into the 10,000 mountains. "Grandfather, I wish to be the vanguard, to ascertain the truth of the cave heaven. The third-generation disciples of Tianyi Palace shall enter the cave heaven with me," Xiao Taicang proclaimed, commanding the third-generation disciples of Tianyi Palace. "We shall heed our senior brother's command." Despite being merely a grand master, those disciples of the celestial realm listened intently to him, for after all, his mother was Xiao Wanrong, and his grandfather was Xiao Xuani. This lineage commanded respect from all. Xiao Xuani chuckled heartily, his voice resonating like thunder. "Youth is indeed a virtue. Grandson, go forth. Let those ants of the cave heaven witness the might of our Tianyi palace. The high-ranking cultivators would be the last to enter the cave heaven, as they needed to remain vigilant, keeping watch for the movements of the great Zhou envoys. They could not allow the great Zhou to discover that they had entered the cave heaven. Xiao Wanrong took graceful steps to adjust her son's attire. A flicker of complexity crossed her beautiful eyes, which ultimately transformed into a gentle reminder. Be cautious. Do not worry, mother. I shall return triumphant. Xiao Taicang turned, waving his hand to lead the multitude of disciples into the spatial rift. Throughout this time, Xiao Wanrong made no mention of Liu Tian and his son. The silhouettes of the third-generation disciples of Tianyi Palace gradually materialized at the snowy frontier. However, before their forms could fully solidify, arrogant laughter reverberated through the skies. Xiao Taicang's defiant voice echoed across the vast snowfield. Ha! Ants. Xiao Taicang has arrived. Boom. The heavens and earth suddenly shifted in hue. A thunderous roar reverberated across the snowfield. By the decree of His Majesty, any who enter the Great Qin territory from Tianyi Palace shall be met with no mercy. Xiao Taicang's pupils constricted sharply as a golden streak of light tore through the air. Meng Tian, wielding a Fangtian Huaji, exuded the oppressive aura of the Huangwu realm, akin to Mount Tai bearing down. With a sweep of his halberd, hundreds of Tianyi Palace disciples were instantly reduced to a mist of blood, their shattered bones raining down upon the snow, staining the pristine white a glaring crimson. The disciples of Tianyi Palace were filled with dread. This cannot be happening. We are merely ants within the cave heaven. The deluge of blood invigorated the Long Wall Legion's ferocity. Kill! 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 The roars shattered the flurrying snowflakes. The atmosphere of slaughter rendered the entire snowfield even colder. Amidst the cacophony of battle cries, the Long Wall Legion displayed their terrifying combat prowess. Each soldier was undeniably formidable, with any one of them surpassing the disciples of Tianyi Palace in strength, yet they exhibited unparalleled discipline. The heavy shield soldiers advanced in formation, compressing the panicked disciples of Tianyi Palace into a tight cluster. Archers unleashed a volley of arrows that pierced through their protective chi. Spearmen advanced like a forest, each thrust sending blood spraying into the air. The accompanying disciples of the spirit martial realm had just summoned their treasures when they were besieged by 3 Qin army lieutenants of the same realm. In the flurry of blades, their limbs were severed, and they fell screaming into the snow, where their bodies were trampled into a bloody pulp. Faced with such a rabble, the Long Wall Legion regarded even a single death as a disgrace. I don't want to go into the cave heaven anymore. I want to go back. My lord, spare us. We are willing to surrender. Young palace master, you deceived us. You led us to our doom. Xiao Taicang, it's all your fault. Run. Quickly, Xiao Taicang sat in a pool of blood, trembling uncontrollably. His handsome face was smeared with the blood of his fellow disciples. He even witnessed the female disciple, with whom he had shared a night of passion, trampled beneath iron hooves. His close friend was beheaded by a Qin sword. All around him, the disciples of Tianyi Palace were slaughtered like sheep. Mother, you deceived me. Xiao Taicang cried out in terror. This once privileged son of the young palace master now found himself soaked with a warm, foul liquid trickling down his thighs, leaving small pits in the snow. Didn't Team Mother say that the strongest within the cave heaven is merely a grand master? Yet that army of 300,000 comprises at least those at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Furthermore, spirit martial cultivators are among them. The leader is even a Huangwu cultivator. Meng Tian approached, treading through the blood-soaked ground, the pressure of the Huangwu realm rendering Xiao Taicang breathless. Blood continued to drip from the halberd, freshly stained with the blood of the Tianyi Palace disciples. The usually composed commander of the Long Wall Legion suddenly erupted in a fury that could scorch the heavens. His hair bristled with rage, his eyes bloodshot, nearly tearing open with wrath. How dare you? Chapter 55. His Majesty is a twin. Mao Chang received an urgent message from Meng Tian. He had been handling affairs in the northern frontier and arrived at the Long Wall Legion's camp in less than an hour. Upon entering the camp, Mao Chang sheathed his embroidered spring knife and addressed the approaching Meng Tian. I just dealt with a corrupt official from the grasslands. You know, these greedy officials, despite their vast wealth and the emperor's generous rewards, are still insatiable, trampling upon the laws of the Great Qin. Take that corrupt official, for instance. He forcefully seized a spirit plant beneficial for cultivation discovered by a loose cultivator. That plant was worth only a few tens of thousands of spirit stones. Yet he refused to part with even that. You could say he lacked the means, but his daughter's hairpin was worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. The cultivator, indignant, reported him to Chang'an, and the emperor was furious, ordering me to handle it personally. Mao Chang produced a handkerchief to meticulously wipe the wet bloodstains from the knife sheath. Just as I finished that matter, I heard the wailing from afar. "You dogs, why don't you dare kill me? You wretched hillbilly scum. Do you know who I am? My mother is the young palace master of Tianyi Palace. When she arrives, I will ensure you are all flayed alive. Kneel and apologize to me now, and perhaps I will grant you a complete corpse." Mao Chang raised an eyebrow, his expression one of surprise, and said to Meng Tian, "You've captured Huo Qubing?" From that raucous display, he seems to be cut from the same cloth as that troublemaker in Chang'an. Speaking of Huo Qubing, the commander of the Jinyue found himself quite troubled. The 17-year-old cavalry general was indeed unstoppable on the battlefield, yet upon returning to Chang'an, he transformed into a reckless scoundrel. The emperor's pampering of Huo Qubing was even more exasperating. No matter the calamity he caused, he was always met with leniency, with the emperor dismissing it lightly. "Qubing is still young, impetuous in spirit. Let this one slide." Once or twice was acceptable, but could this leniency persist indefinitely? Under such indulgence, Huo Qubing grew increasingly unruly. Just last month, he had led a group to smash the residence of the Grand Secretary. The day before, he surrounded the Ministry of Revenue. Oddly enough, both incidents were in defense of the emperor, as the two officials had been discussing the emperor in private, and Huo Qubing happened to overhear. As Mao Chang contemplated this, he could not help but silently curse. "You, a distinguished general of the cavalry, a champion of the great Qin. How is it that you resemble the emperor's hound more than our own imperial guards?" Upon mentioning Huo Qubing, Meng Tian's countenance darkened immediately. In his eyes, Huo Qubing was a proud individual, brimming with arrogance, his words laced with defiance. When the emperor commanded him to guard the snowfield border with the Great Wall Army, Huo Qubing audaciously declared his intent to lead 100,000 cavalry to obliterate the stronghold of Tianyi Palace, dismissing Meng Tian as a mere incompetent. At least Huo Qubing possessed true prowess. Subsequently, Meng Tian walked silently ahead, each step heavy and deliberate. Mao Chang hastened to catch up, acutely sensing the shift in atmosphere. He suppressed his smile and asked earnestly, "Is something amiss?" Meng Tian nodded gravely, leading Mao Chang through layers of guards to a meticulously guarded tent. Outside stood several formidable personal guards, their expressions grave. Within the tent emanated the very source of the previous wails. As Meng Tian lifted the tent flap, a thick stench of blood assaulted their senses. Before them was a bloodied youth ensnared within a barrier. The moment Mao Chang beheld the youth's visage, his pupils constricted to pinpoints. An instinctive alarm surged through him as he approached, examining the youth's face. There were no signs of disguise. Upon scrutinizing his life force, he discerned a resemblance, yet noted subtle differences. This individual bore an uncanny likeness to the emperor. In a moment of confusion, he almost believed it was the emperor trapped within the barrier. However, this youth lacked the emperor's commanding aura, instead exuding a sinister harshness. Xiao Taicang observed their reactions with keen interest, a malicious grin curling at the corners of his mouth. He deliberately raised his chin, allowing his face, so reminiscent of Li Taicang, to be illuminated by the light, his eyes gleaming with treachery. He had already surmised that these individuals would not dare act against him, or rather, against his face. "What are you staring at? Release me at once. Do you wish to incur the wrath of Tianyi Palace? Do you know who my mother is? She is your Empress Dowager." Before the words could fully escape, Mao Chang erupted with fury. With a flash of cold steel, Mao Chang unsheathed his embroidered spring knife. The razor-sharp blade pressed against Xiao Taicang's throat, the icy edge even piercing the skin, drawing forth a trickle of blood. His voice was thick with unadulterated murderous intent. "Utter another word, and I shall end your life." Xiao Taicang's complexion paled, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he feigned bravado. "Do you dare? Would you challenge your emperor?" In a heartbeat, the blade flashed again, blood spilled forth, and an arm fell to the ground. Xiao Taicang let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig, blood gushing from the severed limb. To add to his humiliation, he felt warmth seep through his trousers, trickling down his thigh. This scene only fueled Mao Chang's wrath, intensifying his fury. The usually stoic commander of the Imperial Guards now exhibited visible rage, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes ablaze. Even his grip on the knife trembled. "I demand your attention. If you dare to maintain this facade with that face, I shall make you regret your very existence." Mao Chang bellowed, pressing the embroidered spring knife against Xiao Taicang's throat. "I will ask, and you will answer. Do not presume I lack the resolve to kill you, with your kind. I could dispatch 3 and still present their heads to the emperor, who would not utter a single harsh word to me." Xiao Taicang, utterly bewildered, trembled in fear. Nodding vigorously, he could not fathom why these seemingly composed individuals had suddenly lost their restraint. What is your name? Xiao Taicang, formerly surnamed Li. And who is your mother? The young mistress of Tianyi Palace, Xiao Wanrong. Mao Chong and Meng Tian exchanged glances, shock and fury reflected in their eyes. The mystery that had lingered in their hearts was laid bare. The emperor had a twin. This brother had been taken away by their mother, leaving the emperor alone in this realm. One could only imagine the sorrow the emperor would feel upon learning that his mother had not only abandoned him, but had also taken his brother away, leaving him isolated. Observing Xiao Taicang's demeanor, replete with cowardice and arrogance, it was evident he was the type of spoiled young master raised in indulgence. Mao Chong rendered Xiao Taicang unconscious. He could not bear to see that face, so akin to the emperor's, contorted in such disgraceful expressions. Hoisting Xiao Taicang, he declared, "I shall take him back to Chang'an." Meng Tian nodded solemnly, watching Mao Chong's departing figure, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He understood that this revelation, once it reached the emperor's ears, would incite a cataclysmic storm. Meanwhile, far away in Chang'an, Li Taicang stood atop the high platform of Weiyang Palace, gazing northward. An inexplicable sense of agitation surged within him. Chapter 56. I shall send you and your mother to meet Li Yutian. Xiao Taicang slowly opened his eyes, his vision gradually sharpening. He found himself no longer confined within the military encampment, but within a vast, shadowy hall. Awake? A detached voice resonated from above. Xiao Taicang, akin to a frightened pup, sought refuge behind a jade pillar, curling into a ball. He cautiously raised his gaze, only to see a blurred figure seated upon the imperial throne. Li Taicang regarded this brother, who bore his likeness, with a chilling gaze. Though his expression remained inscrutable, a profound coldness radiated from his eyes. This so-called brother, weak and indecorous, was nothing more than a pampered dandy. Truth be told, when he first laid eyes on Xiao Taicang, he had assumed Mao Chong had procured a stand-in for him. However, upon hearing all that Mao Chong had revealed, Li Taicang fell into a deep silence. He began to question his fragmented childhood memories. In those recollections presented from a third-person perspective, perhaps it was never he who was tenderly cradled by their mother. Could it be that Xiao Taicang had been the one nurtured and cherished by her? If not, how could one explain his abandonment while Xiao Taicang was taken away? Raising his head, Li Taicang spoke coldly. The frigid tone caused Xiao Taicang to shudder once more, and he tremulously lifted his gaze toward the figure on the throne. In his view, the figure was exceedingly indistinct, as if only a regal shade of dark gold existed within the dimly lit hall. Xiao Taicang's legs trembled uncontrollably. He had once accompanied his grandfather to meet the emperor of the Great Zhou, experiencing the oppressive atmosphere of the Tianwu realm. Yet, the authority emanating from this emperor was entirely different. It was not merely the pressure of cultivation, but an innate regal demeanor. This emperor seemed to embody both majesty and tyranny, as if the legendary sovereign of antiquity had descended, with an unfathomable aura. Li Taicang slowly descended the jade stairs, simultaneously tempering his own formidable presence. Only then did Xiao Taicang discern the visage beneath the 12-feathered crown, which mirrored his own. His suspicions were confirmed. Their mother had indeed borne twin offspring. As Xiao Taicang finally beheld that face identical to his own, an inexplicable fear dissipated within him, replaced by a swelling jealousy that consumed his heart like a venomous serpent. What man has not fantasized about reigning supreme? To indulge in the embrace of beauty and to wield authority over all, to issue decrees that shape the world. Moreover, this emperor was surrounded by loyal ministers and formidable generals, a sight of unparalleled grandeur. A true man ought to aspire to such heights. Li Taicang gazed down at the prostrate Xiao Taicang, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. He had already discerned the jealousy flickering in Xiao Taicang's eyes. You dare? Li Taicang grasped Xiao Taicang's face, applying a slight pressure with his fingers. You bear such a resemblance to me, yet you are nothing but a coward, utterly unfit for greatness. Releasing his grip, he wiped his hand on his dragon robe. I find no desire left to torment you. Fear and jealousy intertwined in Xiao Taicang's eyes as he suddenly erupted. You have merely gained mother-s favoritism. Li Taicang responded, his brows furrowing in confusion. Xiao Taicang sneered. Mother deceived me. This is not a mere small cave, but a top-tier realm rivaling the great worlds. The spiritual energy here is purer and more abundant than that of the great Zhou by dozens of times. His excitement grew, spittle flying as he continued. My father is the master of this realm, and mother took me from him merely to ensure you inherit this domain. Now that the Tianyi Palace intends to establish itself here, they aim to hand over the sect to you as well. Li Taicang initially paused, then burst into uproarious laughter, his mirth reverberating through the hall. Tears nearly spilled from his eyes as he pointed at Xiao Taicang, addressing Gao Li Shi. Did you hear that? This fool imagines my kingdom is a gift from others. Truly a rare breed of imbecile, one fit for a museum. Li Taicang could hardly fathom how Xiao Taicang could arrive at such a conclusion. The latter's face flushed with humiliation from the laughter. Is it not so? You are merely fortunate. Had we swapped places, I would exude the same grandeur. Li Taicang abruptly ceased his laughter, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Am I fortunate? His voice turned frigid as ice, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly palpable. Grasping Xiao Taicang's collar, he yanked the face that mirrored his own close. My father suppressed me for 20 years, and at his death, he hurled me into the abyss. My stepmother sought to slay me. My own brothers wished for my demise. My sister conspired with outsiders to destroy me. His fingers nearly pierced Xiao Taicang's flesh. Even your mother chose you over me. With a violent crash, Li Taicang hurled Xiao Taicang to the ground, stamping heavily on his chest. Had she chosen me back then, the Tianyi Palace would not have needed to seek refuge. The beast tide would be inconsequential. The great Zhou would merely be within my grasp. Alas, she chose a coward like you. I will not spare either of you. Xiao Taicang's pupils dilated in terror. The dread of death caused him to tremble, his trousers dampening once more. Li Taicang withdrew his foot in disgust. But suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he coldly remarked, I am curious to see the expressions on your mother and grandfather's faces as they witness your torment. To the snow plains. Preparations for the Tianyi Palace to enter the realm were complete. Xiao Wanrong wore a troubled expression. An unsettling premonition stirred within her. Are you concerned about your other offspring? Xiao Shuangge inquired. Xiao Wanrong shook her head. Father is mistaken. I only worry for Taicang. I have despised that child since his birth, or else I would not have placed a seal within him. During her difficult labor with Li Taicang, she nearly lost her life due to excessive bleeding, while Xiao Taicang's birth was remarkably smooth, further fueling her disdain for Li Taicang. Seeing her distress, Xiao Shuangge laughed heartily. Wanrong, do not fret over Taicang. He is still young and will surely enjoy himself in that realm. With so many celestial beings accompanying him, he will be fine. Xiao Wanrong managed a faint smile. Chapter 57. The encounter between Tianyi Palace and the Great Qin. The figures of the Tianyi Palace appeared against the backdrop of the snow plains. Xiao Shuangge inhaled deeply, reveling in the air. Haha, Wanrong, could you have been mistaken? The spiritual energy here rivals that of the Great Zhou. Xiao Wanrong furrowed her brows, a sense of unease washing over her. How could the spiritual energy of this realm be so rich? It was a stark contrast to her memories of the Great Qin. Just as she pondered, a piercing scream pierced the air. Master, look there. That seems to be our Tianyi Palace members. Xiao Shuangge and Xiao Wanrong turned towards the sound, and what they beheld caused their eyes to widen in horror. Their blood seemed to freeze in an instant. On the snow plain lay nearly 10,000 corpses clad in Tianyi Palace garb, scattered haphazardly, their blood staining the white snow a glaring crimson. The sight was gruesome. Some had been slain by swords, others pierced by spears, while some were trampled to pulp by hooves. Most appalling of all, the heads of the corpses were arranged into a grotesque pyramid, the topmost head maintaining a look of terror. It belonged to one of the most talented disciples. The ghastly scene made many second and fourth generation disciples retch. They had seen death before, but the brutality of this tableau was akin to hell itself. Fellow disciples, with whom they had shared wine and philosophical discussions just days prior, now lay as cold, lifeless husks. Their masters, who had guided their cultivation, now reduced to mere severed heads, the heads insultingly stacked into a grotesque display. The members of the Tianyi Palace burst into wails of anguish. Ah, that was my disciple. An elder collapsed to the ground, weeping over a headless body. My master, how could he die such a tragic death? A female disciple knelt before the grim pyramid, her trembling hand reaching for the head of a middle-aged man, collapsing into tears just before her fingers made contact. Xiao Shuangge trembled, the pressure of his Xuanwu realm exploding uncontrollably. His eyes turned crimson, his hair standing on end as he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Who dares to slaughter my Tianyi Palace disciples? Are they tired of living? Xiao Wanrong, equally furious, fought against her sorrow, her gaze swiftly scanning the horrifying pyramid. Upon confirming that Xiao Taicang's head was absent, her taut heartstrings relaxed slightly. If he was not among them, it meant he was still alive. In that moment, the grief of the Tianyi Palace members transformed into wrath. A chorus of anguished howls erupted. We shall not rest until we avenge this. Elders wept openly, clutching their beloved disciples' dismembered bodies, howling to the heavens. Master, let us wash this realm in blood. The crescendo of fury rose, the despairing cries of over 10,000 Tianyi Palace cultivators shaking the very mountains. Young master, they dare to slaughter our Tianyi Palace members. We shall repay blood for blood. Let us exterminate every living being in that realm. Xiao Shuangge, driven to fury, laughed maniacally, his Xuanwu aura surging. Very well. Today, let these ants learn the consequences of provoking the Tianyi Palace. Xiao Wanrong unsheathed her long sword, her voice icy. Father, I shall personally carve the orders of that beast. Just as the members of the Tianyi Palace were consumed by murderous intent, a figure clad in armor from the Black Dragon Guard appeared, sternly proclaiming, His Majesty the Qin Emperor has decreed that anyone from the Tianyi Palace stepping onto Qin soil shall be executed without mercy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanrong's face turned frosty. She sneered, her eyes filled with contempt and rage. The Qin Emperor? A presumptuous child who dares speak, so to his mother. The Black Dragon Guard leader attempted to continue, but Xiao Wanrong raised her delicate hand. With a flash of cold light, the leader's head was severed. Blood spurted from the neck, painting a bright red line across the snow. The headless body crashed to the ground. Kill! Xiao Shuangge shouted, swinging his heavy sword through the air. 100-foot wave of sword energy tearing through the snow. Today, let this realm pay for the lives of my Tianyi Palace disciples. Xiao Wanrong retracted her blood-soaked hand, her eyes filled with murderous intent. If a single hair on Taicang is harmed, I shall ensure that billions within the great Qin pay with their lives. A resounding dragon's roar echoed from the depths of the snowfield, halting the snowflakes mid-air. A dazzling golden figure strode forth, each step causing the snow within 100 miles to tremble. Whom do you intend to kill? These seemingly mundane words reverberated in the minds of the Tianyi Palace members like a celestial decree. The overwhelming murderous intent amassed by the thousands in Tianyi Palace crumbled under the weight of this simple inquiry. It was as though a supreme will had infused the world, causing even the howling cold winds to submit. It felt akin to facing an exalted emperor of humanity. The daunting celestial majesty was unfathomable, instilling terror. The over 10,000 cultivators from Tianyi Palace found themselves ensnared like insects in amber, struggling even to breathe. Xiao Shuangge furrowed his brow tightly. He was horrified to discover that the pressure of his Xuanwu realm had been forcefully suppressed back into his body. A formidable presence. An entity not inferior to the Xuanwu realm itself. Xiao Wanrong's complexion turned pale, her hand trembling around the hilt of her sword. She exchanged a glance with her father, both recognizing the incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. How could such a terrifying power emerge from this land they deemed insignificant? I ask you again, whom do you intend to kill? The golden figure drew ever closer. Beneath the 12-feathered jade crown was a familiar visage that haunted Xiao Wanrong's dreams. Yet at this moment, the coldness in those eyes plunged her into an abyss of ice. The crowd of Tianyi Palace gasped in unison. Young Master Taicang. But they quickly dismissed the notion. No, the young master bore no such overwhelming presence. This was an entirely different being. The newcomer moved with a majestic stride, surrounded by two supreme celestial dragons. Each step seemed to resonate with the very pulse of the universe. The aura of disdain he exuded starkly contrasted with the timid demeanor of Xiao Taicang. How could this be possible? I find myself sensing an imperial authority comparable to that of the emperor of the Great Zhou from a mere individual in a small cave. Whispers of the disciples reached Xiao Wanrong's ears. He must be the offspring abandoned by the young palace master in this small cave. Who would have thought he would be so powerful as to pose a challenge even to the palace master? Alas, if only the young palace master had brought him back. Silence. Xiao Shuangge barked, though the shock in his eyes betrayed him. As a strong Xuanwu realm cultivator, he understood better than anyone that this young man before him possessed strength that was absolutely on par with his own. Xiao Shuangge pointed his sword at Li Taicang. Are you the Qin Emperor? Do you dare to clang? Before he could finish, the sound of clashing armor erupted around them. A legion clad in black armor slowly emerged from the blizzard. Upon cursory observation, there were over 300,000 of them. Leading the charge was a commander in heavy armor, his visage resolute. It was Meng Tian. Following closely, a dark dragon seemed to tear through the sky, accompanied by approximately 50,000 troops. At the forefront were the four legendary guardians of the Great Qin, Dian Wei, Su Chu, Qin Xiong, and Wei Qigong. Their eyes fixed upon the members of Tianyi Palace like hawks. Hiss! The sound of the cavalry echoed like divine warriors descending. Commander Huo Qubing was a fiery figure, exuding an aura of unyielding ferocity. Immediately surrounding Li Taicang were his golden-clad guards, with Gao Lisher and Yuan Tiangang flanking him. Aside from Zhuge Liang, who was engaged in state affairs in Chang'an, Li Taicang had summoned his entire retinue, all to unleash the fury within his heart. Chapter 58. Let us choose again. The faces of the Tianyi Palace members drained of color. The anger and sorrow they had just felt were swiftly overtaken by fear. What on earth are we to do? Over 500,000 of them are pinnacle celestial beings. Among them, the spiritual martial experts are densely packed. The leading commanders radiated an aura that rivaled that of the young palace master. All were high-level Huangwu experts. Moreover, their Xuanwu realm palace master seemed to harbor deep apprehension towards the emperor who bore such resemblance to their young master. Xiao Wanrong took a deep breath, suppressing her complex emotions, and spoke in a low voice. Where have you taken your brother? Li Taicang raised an eyebrow. My brother? Are you referring to Li Taiming? Li Taiheng? Li Taiyan? Or Li Taiyuan? Just as Xiao Wanrong was about to explode, she was interrupted by Li Taicang. Oh, I forgot. You may not have met Li Taiyuan. He is my 9th brother. In the next moment, Li Taicang coldly declared, they are all dead. I killed them with my own hands. Xiao Wanrong staggered back 2 steps, gazing at Li Taicang's face, identical to Xiao Taicang's, gasping for breath. The anguish in her heart threatened to engulf her. Though Li Taicang did not explicitly mention Xiao Taicang's fate, his words implied it. Her son, Xiao Taicang, was likely in grave danger. Xiao Shuangge was consumed by fury, veins bulging on his forehead. Xiao Taicang is your own brother. What has he done to provoke you? Why do you wish to kill him? He has never met you, nor has he offended you. Why unleash such cruelty? Li Taicang shot Xiao Shuangge a disdainful glance, then turned his gaze back to Xiao Wanrong's pale face, a cruel smile curling his lips. Oh, so you were speaking of Xiao Taicang. This person dared to imitate my appearance. He truly deserves 1,000 deaths. But I, with a compassionate heart, did not kill him myself. I merely disfigured him. Clap, clap. Li Taicang applauded. Immediately, his guards presented a hunched figure. The figure was emaciated and riddled with grotesque wounds, with maggots writhing amid the decaying flesh. A metal helmet covered his head, leaving only 3 bloodied holes for his eyes and mouth. The helmet had clearly been welded onto his skull after being heated in a furnace. The exposed skin around the eyes and mouth was charred. Upon seeing Xiao Wanrong and Xiao Shuangge, the figure began to thrash violently, emitting a hoarse whimper. The sound was akin to a dull knife scraping bone, a remnant of the wounds inflicted by burning coal. Xiao Wanrong's legs buckled, and she sank to the ground. She trembled as she reached out a hand, yet hesitated to touch. Tentatively, she inquired, is it Taicang? Blood tears suddenly welled up in the eyes behind the iron mask, and the broken body nodded frantically. The burnt hands gesturing wildly as if attempting to convey the inhumane tortures endured. Beast, unworthy of being my son. How could the bloodline of the Xiao family produce such a brutal wretch? Xiao Shuangge's eyes nearly burst with rage, his spiritual energy surging uncontrollably. Li Taicang disregarded Xiao Shuangge's furious outburst, merely waving his hand lightly. Another figure was brought forth by his guards, chillingly similar to the previous iron-masked man. Also clad in a scorched helmet and covered in horrific scars. This iron-masked figure began to struggle violently as well, his hoarse voice barely managing to articulate a few words. Mother. Both Xiao Shuangge and Xiao Wanrong were rendered utterly speechless. How could there be 2 Xiao Taicangs? Ha ha. Li Taicang suddenly laughed heartily, his laughter laced with twisted delight. Did you not choose him back then? I wish to see if you can recognize him this time. Abruptly, he ceased his laughter. His gaze sharpened like a blade. Select one from these 2. The chosen one shall endure 1,000 cuts, while the other may live. Upon hearing this, a wave of chilling dread washed over everyone present, particularly the members of Tianyi Palace, trembling in fear. It was not the fear of death, but rather the terror of the emperor's ruthless methods. The chosen one would suffer 1,000 cuts, while the chosen one would be spared, though the outcomes appeared similar. Their implications were profoundly different. In a fit of rage, Xiao Shuangge's black iron sword erupted with blinding darkness. The momentum of his Xuanwu realm surged forth, instantly vaporizing the snow surrounding him. He moved like lightning, charging at Li Taicang with earth-shattering force. I shall slay you, wretched spawn. Li Taicang's eyes sparkled like the galaxy. The 10,000 calamities star pupil activated. The calamity of star decay rendered Xiao Shuangge utterly paralyzed with dread. You wretched creature. Today, I shall risk annihilation of both body and spirit to ensure your demise. Bathed in blood, Xiao Shuangge remained defiantly upright. You have interrupted me thrice. Since you crave death, I shall grant your wish. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the heavens and earth abruptly darkened. Li Taicang slowly raised his right hand, a colossal transparent finger coalescing in the void. 2 supreme celestial dragons entwined around it, their roars shattering the clouds for miles, possessing the might to crush all. Kneel. The seemingly casual 2 words caused Xiao Shuangge's bones to crack ominously. His bloodshot eyes fought valiantly against the overwhelming pressure. You shall not succeed. Today, I shall rend your body into pieces. Xiao Shuangge bellowed defiantly, charging forth once more. Boom. The transparent finger descended lightly. In an instant, Xiao Shuangge's protective aura shattered, and his legs sank heavily into the frozen ground. The once iron-like physique of the Xuanwu realm began to fracture, blood gushing forth from the cracks. Master. The members of the Tianyi Palace were gripped with terror. Their invincible master now lay suppressed like an ant. Xiao Wanrong dashed forward in a frenzy. Stop. He is your. I have commanded you to kneel. Li Taicang's gaze turned icy, pressing down once more. Father. Xiao Wanrong screamed in anguish. Crack. Xiao Shuangge's spine snapped in response. This once mighty master of the Tianyi Palace now lay like a sack of mud, yet he stubbornly supported himself with his hands. Kneeling before Li Taicang, the entire snowfield fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the staggering chasm of power. Li Taicang advanced slowly, kicking Xiao Shuangge into the embrace of an elder from Tianyi Palace. His cold eyes locked onto Xiao Wanrong. It appears you have made your choice. Allow me to assist you. Let them both die. Xiao Wanrong shrieked. Wait. I choose. I choose. Chapter 59. His Majesty did not say this. The Jin Yue roughly dragged two masked figures before Xiao Wanrong. Choose, and choose death. Choosing death, not life. If Xiao Wanrong selected the true Xiao Taicang, it would be no different from personally dismembering him. Her gaze flitted between the two iron-masked men. An indescribable panic rendered her throat parched, silencing her voice. Her heart raced within her chest, nearly bursting through her ribs. I choose. Xiao Wanrong trembled as she raised her hand, pointing to the figure on the left. The chosen iron-masked man suddenly convulsed violently, a hoarse whimper escaping him. Mother. The word mother rang out with chilling clarity. Tears streamed from the eyes beneath the mask, mingling with blood as they coursed down his charred skin. As a mother, Xiao Wanrong felt as if struck by lightning, her tears pouring forth. She abruptly retracted her finger, painfully pointing at the figure on the right. Mother. Though this iron-masked man's voice was equally hoarse, it carried a hint of sorrow. His eyes brimmed with grief, seeming to question why she would choose for him to die. Xiao Wanrong emitted a heart-wrenching scream, her fingers digging deep into her palm. Blood dripping onto the snow. How can I choose? She collapsed to the ground, her hair disheveled, appearing as if possessed. In that moment, she finally comprehended the meaning of a fate worse than death. Li Taicang observed coldly, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Did you not also make a choice back then? Why the turmoil today? The two iron-masked figures simultaneously cried out in despair, one pleading for his mother to save him, the other begging her not to choose him. Xiao Wanrong slumped in the snow, tears blurring her vision, unable to discern which was her Taicang. Her trembling fingers hovered between the two. Every time she beheld the mournful expressions of the iron-masked men, it felt like a dull blade slicing through flesh. Seeing her in such a state, Li Taicang furrowed his brow, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. Clang. He drew the embroidered spring knife at his side. He tossed it directly before Xiao Wanrong. Stop dawdling. I have changed my mind. Choose which one shall die. You shall strike the blow yourself. I grant you 5 breaths. He then addressed the Jin Yue flanking him. In 1 breath, sever an arm from each. In 2 breaths, their thighs, and after 5 breaths. If she has not chosen, take their heads. As you command. The 2 Jin Yue advanced, drawing their knives. Xiao Wanrong trembled as she picked up the embroidered spring knife, its blade reflecting her pale face. 1 breath. Whoosh. The knife flashed. Blood erupted, followed by agonized screams. 1 arm from each iron-masked man was severed. Must you be so relentless? Xiao Wanrong's eyes widened with fury, her voice hoarse. 2 breaths. The embroidered spring knife swung down once more. Another 2 flashes, and the remaining arms were severed. The iron-masked men writhed in pain, their cries chilling to the bone. I kept you for a reason. Your father feared the Tianyi Palace would conquer the Great Qin. I kept you to ease his worries. 3 breaths. The knife fell mercilessly, lopping off a left leg. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the snow red. Must I kneel and plead with you? I am your mother. 4 breaths. Whoosh. The 2 iron-masked figures were reduced to mere stumps. Their mutilated bodies convulsed in the pool of blood, unable to produce sounds. Only faint whimpers escaping from beneath their masks, akin to 2 writhing worms. Xiao Wanrong sat in the blood, her cries piercing the air. Li Taicang looked down at her coldly. 5 breaths have passed. Xiao Wanrong suddenly erupted, striking down the left iron-masked figure's head. I choose him. The head rolled onto the snow with a dull thud. Xiao Wanrong fixed her gaze on Li Taicang's expression, and when she saw the satisfied smile on his face, her heart plummeted. Could it be that the one she chose was indeed Xiao Taicang? She frantically lunged toward the headless corpse, trembling hands lifting the iron mask. Beneath it lay an unfamiliar face, somewhat resembling Xiao Taicang, but she could clearly sense that this was not her flesh and blood. Thank goodness. Xiao Wanrong exhaled deeply, turning to embrace the other iron-masked figure tightly. Mother did not choose wrong. Taicang, I have saved you. However, the iron-masked figure struggled to turn his head, gazing at Li Taicang. Your Majesty, the family of the guilty. Li Taicang nodded with a smile. They shall become commoners, living in obscurity. Should they possess talent in the future, they may serve as officials. You need not worry. The iron-masked man managed a relieved smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. Before the words could fully leave his lips, he perished. Xiao Wanrong's eyes nearly bulged, ripping off the mask. She discovered yet another unfamiliar face. Ah! Xiao Wanrong recoiled as if struck by lightning, releasing a heart-wrenching scream. She staggered back, collapsing into the pool of blood, her eyes wide with disbelief. No, this cannot be. If neither of these was Xiao Taicang, then where was her son? Xiao Wanrong trembled violently, as if all strength had been siphoned from her in an instant. Her complexion shifted from pale to ashen, then to a ghostly gray, her entire being frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Xiao Wanrong was on the brink of collapse. From hell to paradise, then back to hell. This jarring transition threatened to halt her heart. Her trembling finger pointed at Li Taicang. You, as a sovereign, how can you be so untrustworthy? Li Taicang stepped forward, bending down to retrieve the bloodied embroidered spring knife. He gently wiped the blade, speaking coolly. I merely asked you to choose one to kill. When did I ever claim one of them was Xiao Taicang? Boom. The word struck Xiao Wanrong like a thunderbolt. She abruptly lifted her head, the tears in her eyes evaporating in an instant, replaced by a tempest of resentment. You. Li Taicang turned away, tossing the embroidered spring knife back to Mao Chong, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Did I ever say that? Gao Lisher and Mao Chong exchanged faint smiles, about to respond, when a resounding roar erupted from the cavalry corps. His Majesty never said that. All eyes turned towards the cavalry, where Huo Qubing sat astride his steed. An unprecedented seriousness etched upon his face, his gaze piercing and regal. I report to Your Majesty. Every word you uttered is etched in my mind, and I dare guarantee. Your Majesty never said that. Gao Lisher and Mao Chong's expressions darkened. Gao Lisher inwardly fumed. I am a servant of the Emperor. What right does Huo Qubing have to interrupt? Mao Chong's eyes glinted with malice. I am the Emperor's hound. Can't you, a cavalry general, fight quietly? Zhao Ponu was taken aback. Before he could utter the word general, Huo Qubing slapped him. Huo Qubing's eyes widened. Everyone, are you all mute? Repeat what I just said. Zhao Ponu stumbled. Though he didn't grasp the general's intent, he had learned to obediently follow orders. He too roared. His Majesty never said that. The 10,000 cavalry echoed in unison. His Majesty never said that. This triggered a chain reaction. The Black Dragon Imperial Guard stomped thunderously, their voices like rolling thunder. The Great Wall Legion raised their long halberds. His Majesty never said that. His Majesty never said that. His Majesty never said that. The entire snowfield reverberated with the rising and falling shouts, while only the Imperial Guard stood solemnly, maintaining the dignity of the Emperor's personal army. Li Taicang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the corners of his mouth subtly curling upwards beneath the 12 tassels of jade. Mao Chong observed the chaotic scene, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Meng Tian shook his head, exasperated yet amused, watching the soldiers of the Great Wall Legion who had been led astray by the mischievous Huo Qubing. At this moment, they finally understood why the Emperor held Huo Qubing in such singular affection. Chapter 60. He believed until death that you would recognize him. Xiao Wanrong was as pale as a sheet, her gaze dim as she looked at Li Taicang. She had realized that Li Taicang sought to humiliate her, to disgrace Xiao Taicang and Tianyi Palace. Her voice hoarse, she remarked, you are unlike either me or your father. Abandoning you back then was the right decision. Bringing someone like you back to Tianyi Palace would only bring disaster. Li Taicang's laughter abruptly ceased, his gaze turning as cold as ice. I am curious. Why did you abandon your own child back then? Do you know that child has always regarded you as a loving mother? Missing you day in and day out for 20 years? Do not speak to me of appeasing Li Yutian. With your skills back then, no one in Qin could stop you. Xiao Wanrong looked at Li Taicang, a cold smile gracing her lips. Wanna know? I refuse to tell you. Li Taicang remained unfazed, replying calmly. Tell me, and I shall reveal Xiao Taicang's whereabouts. Despair filled Xiao Wanrong's voice. Do you intend to continue to toy with me? Is it not enough to humiliate me in Tianyi Palace? Li Taicang slowly raised his right hand, indifferently stating, I swear by the great Tao. I did not kill Xiao Taicang, nor did my subjects. A glimmer of hope flickered in Xiao Wanrong's eyes. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. When I bore you, I suffered greatly, nearly perishing, yet when giving birth to Taicang, everything went smoothly. She then closed her eyes, as though expending all her strength. Li Taicang remained expressionless, his eyes devoid of warmth. Is that all? Is that the reason for your hatred towards me? Silence enveloped the snowfield, broken only by the howling winds. Li Taicang stood still, his gaze deeply fixed upon the mother he had long yearned for. He had anticipated anger, pain. Yet at this moment, his heart was remarkably tranquil. Li Taicang suddenly recalled a historical tale from his past life. Of Zheng Bo who abandoned his son due to complications at birth. Wu Jiang, the mother, loathed him for it, even considering ending his life at birth. Yet she adored her younger son, Gong Shuduan. After Zheng Zhuanggong ascended, she bestowed lands upon Gong Shuduan, even plotting against Zheng Zhuanggong with him. Ultimately, after resolving the conflict, Zheng Zhuanggong vowed never to meet her before reaching the underworld. Yet, out of filial piety and a lingering affection for his mother, he later brought Wu Jiang back to care for her in her old age. But regrettably, Li Taicang was not Zheng Zhuanggong. What could a biological mother do? Xiao Wanrong lifted her gaze, looking at this imposing and dignified Li Taicang. He was leagues beyond Xiao Taicang, yet they bore the same visage. Nevertheless, she harbored resentment towards Li Taicang, while showering affection on Xiao Taicang. Perhaps it was the pain of childbirth that led her to vent her frustrations upon this child. Or perhaps it was due to Li Taicang's precociousness, which robbed him of the innocence of childhood. These subtle differences instinctively drew her favor towards the more ordinary Xiao Taicang. What you promised, where is Taicang? Xiao Wanrong's voice trembled with an air of pleading. Li Taicang's expression remained unyielding, his voice as cold as ice. You have already seen him, the moment you set foot on this land. Xiao Wanrong was puzzled. When? How? Before she could finish, realization struck her like lightning, her pupils dilating and her face paling. She dashed madly towards the distance, where a headless corpse lay. There was the Black Dragon Imperial Guard who had once reprimanded her upon her entrance. Trembling, she cradled the head she had personally severed. With quivering hands, she reached for the mask of the Black Dragon, seemingly using every ounce of strength to lift it. Beneath the mask, the lifeless face remained unblinking. Yet it bore an identical visage to the current Emperor of Qin. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if questioning his mother why she had killed him. Li Taicang approached slowly, his voice chillingly calm. I did not break my oath. I did not kill him, nor did my subjects. It was you who killed him. Xiao Wanrong trembled uncontrollably, the head in her arms nearly slipping from her grasp. I merely played a game with him. He masqueraded as a Qin soldier. If you could recognize him, I would spare Tianyi Palace. If not, then you shall meet Li Yutian in the underworld. I merely controlled him to utter a single phrase. You ended his life. At this point, Li Taicang suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth growing until it erupted into uproarious guffaws. Ha! He believed until his last breath that you would recognize him. Such a profound mother-son bond. You know, when I shared this plan with him, he was so frightened he wet himself. But in the end, he still agreed. He said, Mother has worked hard for me all these years. I cannot let her fall into danger. She will certainly recognize me. She loves me the most. This lad may be timid and lacking in courage. Yet he possessed some of the bloodline's bravery at the end. Xiao Wanrong trembled with rage. Her tears fell like rain upon the snow, creating small craters. Enraged, she quaked as the head slipped from her embrace. She yearned to curse, but found her throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force, rendering her voiceless. Li Taicang suddenly leaned in, the face identical to Xiao Taicang reflected in Xiao Wanrong's eyes. Ironically, at the moment of his death, he was still pleading for your help with his gaze. You know not how I laughed maniacally as I observed you ruthlessly slay him. Ha ha. Xiao Wanrong finally succumbed to despair, emitting a lament that was more beastly than human. She struggled desperately to grasp the severed head, only to be violently kicked away by Li Taicang. Li Taicang raised his hand, imposing several restrictions upon her. These constraints rendered Xiao Wanrong mute and immobile. Yet she could still see everything around her with clarity. Subsequently, Li Taicang cast her not a single glance more, entombing her within the mausoleum of Empress Zhao, allowing her to meet the former emperor alongside Xiao Taicang in the underworld. Mao Chang's throat constricted momentarily, hesitating. He was no fool. He understood the emperor's intent. The mausoleum of Empress Zhao now resembled a grave for the living. To bury alive Xiao Wanrong, the mother of the emperor? Chapter 61. the celestial envoy of the great Zhou, a single strike dispatched, as Li Taicang directed his gaze upon the multitude of over 10,000 individuals from Tianyi Palace. Several elders immediately sprang forth. The elder with a white beard prostrated himself, his forehead striking the snow with a resounding thud. "We surrender. Your Imperial Majesty, we yield. The entirety of Tianyi Palace wishes to pledge loyalty to your Majesty. For eternity, we shall be your servants. We beseech your Majesty to spare our lives." Upon uttering these words, the sounds of clanging and clattering echoed as various magical instruments and weapons were frantically cast onto the snow. Before Li Taicang could utter a word, the entire assembly of over 10,000 had already knelt in unison, awaiting their fate. The spectacle was so grand that even the seasoned soldiers of the Great Qin were left astounded. "You all." Li Taicang was momentarily rendered speechless. This maneuver left the men of the Great Qin somewhat dazed. Meng Tian could not help but frown. After all, they were a significant sect. Yet they displayed such a lack of fortitude. If it were him, Meng Tian would rather take his own life than surrender. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. What kind of resolute individuals could emerge from those who fled their own clan? The Tianyi Palace, in its desperation to evade the great Zhou's conscription, had forsaken a millennia-old legacy to escape to this cave realm. What sort of steadfast individuals could one expect from such a lineage? Had there been no call to arms from the great Zhou when the forces of the Great Qin reached the gates of Tianyi Palace? They would likely have been just as timid and fearful. Li Taicang, feeling disinterested, waved his hand. "Let them all be taken for labor. The Great Qin has significant plans ahead, soon embarking on an era of expeditions." Relying solely on the previous noble families to fulfill labor duties had become somewhat strained. These over 10,000 individuals possessed commendable cultivation and could alleviate the pressing needs of the Great Qin. Upon hearing the decree, the people of Tianyi Palace felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. The joy of surviving a calamity surged within them. Better to live in hardship than to lose one's life. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy." The elders flattered, fearful that Li Taicang might reconsider. They had completely forgotten how this emperor had obliterated their palace lord and young palace master. The Great Qin soldiers moved forward to bind the people of Tianyi Palace. Watching the soldiers approach to secure the captives, Li Taicang suddenly felt a profound emptiness. He gazed skyward, letting out a long sigh, as snowflakes fell upon his face, chilling him to the bone. He had truly become a solitary figure. His father feared him, his brothers conspired against him, and his sister betrayed him. He had thought he could at least count on his mother's love, only to realize that warmth had never belonged to him. Even the fragmented memories of warmth from his childhood were but distant observations of his twin brother and mother. At that moment, a violent spatial disturbance erupted at the edge of the snowy expanse. A towering figure descended from the void, emanating a terrifying aura of the earth martial realm, causing the swirling snow to be swept upwards. The people of Tianyi Palace turned in fear. They were all too familiar with that presence. The celestial envoy of the great Zhou, Meng Gaoi. He was a key figure tasked with apprehending deserters. "Ha! You of Tianyi Palace are truly foolish. Believing the great Zhou was unaware of your intent to flee to the cave realm? I must express my gratitude to you all. Discovering a new cave realm is a monumental achievement for the great Zhou." Following closely behind were tens of thousands of armored soldiers from the great Zhou, clad in dark yellow armor. These soldiers bore grim expressions, their faces marred by savage scars, their armor marked by the claws of wild beasts. They were clearly a bloodied force forged through years of battling ferocious creatures. The celestial envoy Meng Gao unfurled a golden imperial edict. By the decree of the emperor, those who evade conscription shall have their cultivation abolished and be exiled to the borders. The people of Tianyi Palace sank into utter despair. With the ferocious soldiers of the Great Qin and the pursuing forces of the Great Zhou, coupled with the impending beast tide, what sins had they committed in their past lives? Only then did Meng Gaoi take note of the situation. Upon seeing Li Taicang's visage, his pupils constricted sharply. He exclaimed vehemently, "Who are you to dare don the dragon robe? Do you seek to rebel?" The expressions of the Great Qin's soldiers shifted dramatically. All bore fierce intentions. To show disrespect to the emperor, this man had signed his own death warrant. Li Taicang, filled with pent-up rage, felt a surge of icy fury in his eyes. Roar! Two ethereal dragon phantoms soared into the sky, their resounding roars echoing through the heavens. The Tai sword was unsheathed with a melodious clang, its blade radiating a rich, imperial aura. The human emperor's suppression technique, the Nine Dragons' human emperor path, and the heavenly emperor scripture all activated simultaneously. A dazzling golden light enveloped Li Taicang. At that moment, he embodied the ancient human emperor and the heavenly emperor of the celestial court. Boom. The Taicang sword seemed to rend the heavens as it surged toward the great Zhou's envoy with an astonishing might. This strike contained all of Li Taicang's wrath and murderous intent, its power so immense that it altered the very heavens. Meng Gaoi's countenance paled at the sight, and he cursed vehemently. What the hell is this thing? He hastily summoned all his cultivation, the spiritual energy of the earth martial realm surging wildly, erecting 18 defensive barriers before him. Crack! The Taicang sword shattered everything, all defenses crumbling like thin paper. The sword's light, imbued with an invincible force, struck Meng Gaoi. All protective measures proved futile. Like a cannonball, Meng Gaoi was sent hurtling away. Boom! A distant snow mountain collapsed with a thunderous crash, as Meng Gaoi was impaled against its icy face. His bones shattered, blood gushed from his 7 orifices. The formidable life force of the earth martial realm kept him from death for the moment, yet he had utterly lost the ability to resist. Though he stood 2 major realms above Li Taicang, the gap in cultivation had ceased to be a measure of true strength in the face of Li Taicang's prowess. Li Taicang, possessing 3 supreme techniques, each capable of suppressing an era, combined with the Taicang sword, rendered the notion of battling beyond one's realm a mere jest. Li Taicang descended through the air, looking down upon the barely breathing Meng Gaoi. On the land of the great Qin, do you dare to invoke your great Zhou's decree? Meng Gaoi struggled to lift his head, disbelief flooding his eyes. He, a dignified expert of the earth martial realm, renowned in the great Zhou, was now severely wounded by a mere practitioner of the yellow martial realm. He lacked even the capacity to retaliate. Meng Gaoi coughed up blood. Impossible. How could there be such a monster in this world? Li Taicang regarded him coldly, a frog at the bottom of a well, daring to make presumptions about the heavens. Mao Chong had just prepared to issue commands to Mao Chong when he suddenly recalled that Mao Chong was to personally attend to the affairs of the mausoleum of Empress Xiaoda. After a brief contemplation, he amended his words. Yuan Qing, present. The unscrupulous General Yuan Tiangang instantly appeared before Li Taicang. Li Taicang sheathed the Taicang, a sword, and gestured towards the near-dead Meng Gaoi. Before we return to Chang'an, I wish to know all intelligence regarding the great Zhou. Subject. I shall obey. Yuan Tiangang bowed in acknowledgement, finding no difficulty in this command. Having spoken, Yuan Tiangang dragged the earth martial realm expert across the snow like a dead dog, leaving behind a long trail of blood. Li Taicang held great trust in Yuan Tiangang's abilities. In Li Taicang's heart, the unyielding commander is merely a brick, moved wherever needed. Whether it involves gathering intelligence, assassinating key figures, supervising major cases, or interrogating criminals, Yuan Tiangang consistently excels in his tasks. He is equally adept at leading troops, collaborating with Kongming on formations, or concocting elixirs. Your Majesty, how should we deal with these armored soldiers of the great Zhou? Meng Tian stepped forward to inquire. Li Taicang turned his gaze towards the distant great Zhou army. Not a single one of these battle-hardened elite warriors dared to meet his eyes. What a farce. The commander has been captured in a single move. With the arrival of the great Qin, there is no reason to let them go. Let us handle this alongside the people of Tiangong. The great Qin's expedition cannot be without labor. With a sweeping gesture, Li Taicang declared, return to Chang'an. I wish to confer with the chancellor about the expedition. Gao Lishur observed the retreating figure of Li Taicang, a slight smile gracing his lips. He felt grateful to this envoy of the great Zhou for allowing the emperor to vent his frustrations. In the snowy plains, the soldiers of the great Qin had begun to tally their spoils of war. Huo Qubing, hefting his spear, kicked the discarded great Zhou battle knife on the ground, scoffing. Can this shabby thing even be called a weapon? In the distance, the dejected great Zhou soldiers formed a long line, their heads hung low. They could not fathom how, having come to pursue fugitives, they had suddenly become captives themselves. Chapter 62. Summoning Sun Yu in the capital of the great Qin, Chang'an. Li Taicang summoned the civil and military officials. Yuan Tiangang knelt on one knee, recounting the details obtained from the interrogation. Your Majesty, the territory of the great Zhou is thousands of times larger than that of the great Qin. The emperor of the great Zhou is of the Tianwu realm. Among his civil and military ranks, there are 16 at the earth martial realm and countless at the Xuanwu realm. Zhuge Liang lightly waved his feather fan, his brow furrowed. What is the status of the sects within the great Zhou? Replying to the chancellor, although the great Zhou is replete with sects, only 4 possess earth martial realm experts. Li Taicang stated. Continue, he urged. Our great Qin's passage through the Dongtian lies precisely at the border of the 10,000 great mountains, making it susceptible to beast waves. According to Meng Gaoi, In the most recent beast wave, the Great Zhou lost 3 Earth Martial Realm experts. This is also why the Great Zhou has only one Tianwu realm leader. Each beast wave cost them several Earth Martial experts. Moreover, the unyielding commander, Yuan Tiangang, disclosed everything the Great Zhou envoy knew. As for the Earth Martial expert Meng Gaoi, he has already perished. Li Taicang's sword had rendered him incapacitated. Coupled with Yuan Tiangang's unspeakable tortures, Meng Gaoi had become utterly worthless. The Great Qin does not waste food on the useless, thus he was executed. Li Taicang nodded slightly. Turning to Zhuge Liang. What do you think, Chancellor? Zhuge Liang quietly calculated the manpower and resources required for the expedition, as well as the conditions upon reaching the Great Zhou's borders. With a sigh, he remarked, Your Majesty, we must deliberate further. Upon leaving the Dantian, we may very well face a dual assault from the Great Zhou army and the beast waves. Furthermore, the unyielding commander mentioned that the Great Zhou borders are fortified with towering walls capable of withstanding Earth Martial beast waves. They will be difficult for the Great Qin to breach. The civil and military officials fell silent. They were all young individuals selected by Zhuge Liang and Li Taicang, filled with ideals and ambition. Yet, they were not naive fools. They possessed a sense of caution. They understood that an expedition against the Great Zhou would not be a simple endeavor. Once they departed the Great Qin, they would face the pressures of both the Great Zhou army and the beast waves. How could the Great Qin withstand a beast wave capable of slaying Earth Martial experts? Would they have the Emperor himself confront the beast waves? What dignity would remain for them as ministers in the court? If that were the case, they might as well find a pillar to crash into. Li Taicang nodded. The Chancellor speaks wisely, but the Great Zhou must still be subdued. We must secure land for our descendants, a place for survival. We cannot leave this issue for future generations. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang's eyes flickered with approval. He was not a man of antiquated conservatism. Otherwise, he would not have undertaken 6 expeditions to Qishan in history. The difficulty of the Shu Road is akin to ascending to the heavens. As long as Zhuge Liang remains steadfast, he can avoid the depletion of resources for the northern expedition and solidify the survival space of Shu Han. Coupled with the strategy of Eastern Wu, Shu Han can be weakened but must not perish. The Wei Kingdom must suffer significant losses to consume Shu Han's vitality. However, Zhuge Liang understood well that waiting for demise is no better than taking the initiative to conquer. Conquest is imperative. We cannot avoid battle. To avoid battle is to invite slow death. Waving his fan lightly, Zhuge Liang stated, Your Majesty, I only wish to remind you of the risks. Not to oppose the expedition. Li Taicang continued, The Great Qin must not isolate itself. Otherwise, we will ultimately find ourselves trapped in this realm. In 1 month, the entire Great Qin army will advance into the Great Zhou borders. I will carve a path through the 10,000 great mountains and construct formidable fortifications. Centered around the Dantian exit, we shall establish an impregnable city as a stronghold radiating in all directions. This matter is settled. Zhuge Liang and the civil and military officials bowed in unison. We shall obey your command. Zhuge Liang then suggested, Your Majesty, I recommend dispatching elite scouts to ascertain the terrain of the 10,000 great mountains and the patterns of the beast waves. Now that the decision to strike has been made, I have already begun to contemplate strategies. Li Taicang nodded. Agreed. Unyielding commander, this matter is entrusted to you. Yuan Tiangang emerged from the shadows, responding hoarsely, I accept the order. Li Taicang was not a man who sought war for its own sake. He cherished every soldier of the Great Qin. His audacious decision for an expedition against the Great Zhou was born from meticulous preparation. Recently, during the system's sign-in, he had acquired 2 unparalleled formations capable of altering the tide of battle. The 9 Hells Suppression Formation, utilizing the blood of 9 ancient ferocious beasts as a catalyst. It connects to the Earth's veins, forming a 9-layered purgatory barrier. Each layer embodies a unique power. The ice prison freezes the soul, the flame prison incinerates the body, and the gale prison erodes bones and marrow. Anyone attempting to breach must conquer all 9 hells, lest their souls be shattered. The indestructible Xianhuang Formation. This formation harnesses the Earth's Xianhuang energy, transforming it into an unbreakable golden barrier, reputed to be invulnerable to all methods. Once formed, ancient runes appear on the barrier, capable of reflecting attacks tenfold. Even when struck by divine retribution, it can self-repair, perpetually enduring. Li Taicang had not deployed these 2 formations in Chang'an. In his mind, should a formidable enemy breach the borders and invade the capital, even these 2 defensive formations would merely prolong the inevitable. At that point, he and Chang'an would perish together. A ruler's death is merely the fate of a realm. Hence, these two formations had remained dormant in the system's repository. Now, to firmly establish a foothold in the Great Zhou, he required these two defensive formations. The 9 Hell Suppression Formation, drawing upon the blood of 9 ancient ferocious beasts, would effectively counter the beast waves, coupled with the formidable defenses of the indestructible Xianhuang Formation. The Great Zhou army would not gain an inch. Thus, he would first secure a stronghold at the border, then gradually plot their next moves. Once the strengths and weaknesses of the Great Zhou were discerned, it would be time for a full-scale assault. Beep. Sign in count refreshed. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 summoning opportunity. Which of my esteemed ministers shall arrive? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Li Taicang's eyes. Although he had summoned many talents already, each new summoning opportunity filled him with excitement. Each time he envisioned those historical figures, both civil and military, soon to become his trusted aides in forging unprecedented accomplishments, his blood surged with fervor. The system utilized the summoning opportunity. Beep. Summoning in progress. Beep. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the talent of a strategist, Sun Yu. Character, Sun Yu Realm. Huangwu 3rd stage skill. Wenxin Zhao Shijing. It is indeed Sun Yu. Is he not the Red Mole of Mengda? Sun Yu and Mengda met in their youth and pledged to support the Han Dynasty together. Regrettably, Mengda betrayed Sun Yu and the Han Dynasty. When Cao Cao aspired to declare himself the Duke of Wei, Sun Yu resolutely chose death to express his unwavering loyalty. Since there is no longer any Han bounty to sustain us, there is no longer a need for Sun Wenrua to exist in this world. Although it was Mengda who forced Sun Yu to his demise, he often found himself shedding silent tears in the solitude of unseen corners. Wenrua, my dear Wenrua, why can you no longer accompany me on this journey? Sun Yu possessed the extraordinary talent to govern and strategize. Akin to Xiao He's administrative prowess and Zhang Liang's strategic foresight. He had the vision to command the vassals in the name of the Son of Heaven and was instrumental in safeguarding Xuchang during the Battle of Guandu, ensuring logistical support while urging Cao Cao to resist Yuan Shao. Furthermore, he implemented the land reclamation policy to restore the economy of the Central Plains. Such was the talent of a true minister. Li Taicang softly called out, Lord Sun, where are you? I am here, came the reply. A wave of fragrant sandalwood wafted in from outside the palace, its crisp and distant aroma reminiscent of the moonlight filtering through the pines, akin to a gentle breeze rustling through bamboo groves, accompanied by the sound of measured footsteps. Li Taicang looked up to see a scholar clad in a pale moon-white robe ascending the steps. His countenance was clear and bright, with a jade pendant clinking at his waist, exuding an aura as warm and refined as jade, as if he were a living embodiment of a sage's tome. Sun Yu bowed respectfully, his voice resonating clearly. I, Sun Yu, pay my respects to your majesty. I am willing to share your burdens and contribute to your grand endeavors. Li Taicang, devoid of any imperial arrogance, hurried forward to assist Sun Yu, grasping his hand with palpable joy. Wenrua has arrived just in time. I am about to embark on a campaign against the Great Zhou, and I urgently require a minister of your caliber. Sun Yu smiled in silence. Li Taicang continued. With Wenrua by my side, I can confidently lead the campaign against the Great Zhou. To have you, Wenrua, is like a fish thriving in water, Zhuge Liang remarked. Oh. Chapter 63, Paving the Way. With Sun Yu present, there was no need to worry about the internal affairs of the Great Qin. Zhuge Liang was appointed by Li Taicang to oversee all matters at the front lines. With Zhuge Liang beside him, Li Taicang felt no trepidation in facing the unknowns beyond the cave. For reasons unknown, the presence of this wise man, gracefully waving his feather fan, always instilled in Li Taicang a profound sense of reassurance, as if no challenge could obstruct his path. With Kongming here, I am fearless, Li Taicang often mused. At this moment, as he gazed upon Zhuge Liang diligently strategizing at the sand table, a smile crept upon Li Taicang's lips. With such loyal and capable aides, how could he worry about the success of his grand ambitions? Even if the road ahead were fraught with peril, he felt confident in leading the soldiers of the Great Qin to carve out a new realm. Time flew swiftly, and a month had passed. Li Taicang experienced another breakthrough in his cultivation. Through diligent practice, his prowess reached the 2nd level of Xuanwu. Under shared experiences, Zhuge Liang, Yuan Tiangang, Huo Qubing, Meng Tian, and the 4 divine generals of the Great Qin all ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of Huangwu. Mao Chang, slightly less gifted, reached the 8th level of Huangwu. Gao Lisher and Sun Yu attained the 6th level of Huangwu. Over 500,000 soldiers summoned from the system broke through to the spirit marshal realm. The captain and vice-captain levels advanced to the high tier of spirit marshal, while the commanders and thousand-man leaders initially entered Huangwu. Such elite forces were already comparable to the most formidable imperial guards of the Great Zhou. Li Taicang led his army of 500,000, arrayed upon the snowy frontier as the cold winds howled. He spoke solemnly. Who is willing to be the vanguard? Just as Huo Qubing stepped forward to volunteer, Li Taicang raised a hand to halt him. The terrain of the 10,000 Great Mountains is complex and unsuitable for cavalry deployment. Qubing, you and the cavalry corps must remain on standby. Though reluctant, Huo Qubing respectfully bowed and returned to the ranks. Despite his rebellious spirit, he remained obedient to His Majesty's commands. For powerful voices boomed in unison. This humble soldier is willing to go. The four divine generals, Dian Wei, Su Chu, Qin Xiong, and Yu Qigong, stepped forward in unison. Each of these fierce warriors exuded a formidable presence, standing tall like iron towers, instilling awe in all who beheld them. Watching these four bear-like generals, Li Taicang nodded with satisfaction. Each of them was a formidable general capable of leading 10,000 men. Dian Wei donned heavy armor, wielding dual halberds, radiating an aura of ferocity. He was known as the Ancient Scourge by Mengda, and in terms of sheer martial prowess, he surpassed even Guan Yu. Most impressively, in a fierce battle when his weapons broke, he seized two enemy soldiers to use as weapons, continuing to fight with fearsome intensity, instilling dread in the hearts of his foes. Alas, such a valiant warrior fell victim to a cannon fired by Mengda, which also claimed the lives of his own son, Chaoang, and beloved nephew, Chaoanmin. It could be said that this was the most costly shot in history. Su Chu, with his tiger-like physique, wielded a massive hammer, his eyes flashing with intensity. He was regarded by Mengda as the Tiger Madman, and became one of Mengda's most trusted generals in later years, a true embodiment of loyalty and valor. Others might approach Mengda in the dead of night wielding knives, thinking him a potential assassin, but when this tiger approached with a weapon, Mengda would suspect that he had been misled by Sun Yu. Then there was Yu Qigong, clad in black armor and wielding an 8-foot-long spear, exuding an imposing presence. He was one of the beloved generals of the Tang dynasty, cherished by Emperor Taizong, who once remarked, "I wield the bow and arrows while you wield the spear in my company. Even against 1,000,000 troops, what could we fear?" Notably, this valiant warrior personally shot down Li Yuanji and, fully armed, confronted Li Yuan, compelling him to cede military authority to Emperor Taizong. Given these two feats, how could Emperor Taizong not cherish him? As for Qin Xiong, he appeared more handsome compared to the other three fearsome warriors, possessing an air of scholarly elegance. Clad in bright armor and wielding a golden mace, he bore a hint of literary grace. Yet, one should not be deceived by this exterior. As a divine general of the Tang dynasty, he was renowned for wielding the famed twin red cudgels. He was the foremost warrior under Emperor Taizong, capable of traversing the Yellow River and striking fear across 3 provinces and 6 prefectures. When it came to raw strength, he might be the strongest among the 4 champions. Li Taicang's gaze was piercing as he issued a solemn command, pointing towards the direction beyond the cave. "I entrust the 5,000 Black Dragon Imperial Guards to you. Conquer a foothold for me and for the Great Qin. I shall await your triumphant news here on this snowy plain." The 4 divine generals, upon hearing this, widened their fierce eyes and knelt on one knee in unison. "We pledge to uphold the military oath. We shall not return until we have breached the enemy camp." They vowed to instill fear in the hearts of the Great Zhou's rebels. "We are willing to serve you until our deaths." Li Taicang waved his hand decisively. "Good. Go." The 5,000 Black Dragon Imperial Guards surged forth like a black torrent, following the 4 divine generals towards the cave's exit. The sound of clanking armor and fluttering battle flags filled the air as the entire army radiated an intimidating aura of slaughter. Watching the grand army depart, Li Taicang turned to Zhuge Liang beside him and said, "Kongming, what do you think of my 4 generals?" His tone carried a hint of pride. Zhuge Liang lightly waved his feather fan, smiling as he replied, "All are tiger generals of unparalleled bravery. Dian Wei's ferocity, Su Chu's loyalty, Yu Qigong's valiance, and Shu Bao's majesty are indeed rare in this world." Li Taicang laughed heartily while secretly pondering, when might I summon the 5 tiger generals of my uncle? His admiration for Guan Yu and Zhao Yun was no less than for Huo Qubing, especially for the mighty Guan Yunchang, whose green dragon crescent blade had felled countless generals, and for Zhao Zilong, who, during the Changsaka slope, charged in and out with unparalleled bravery, instilling terror in the hearts of Chao's forces. As he contemplated this, Li Taicang could not help but feel a surge of impatience. Alas, the temptation was too great. Humph, just 4 brutes, Huo Qubing scoffed, crossing his arms and disdainfully curling his lip. His voice was low, yet just loud enough for the surrounding generals to hear. Li Taicang caught wind of it, but paid it no heed. This youthful general, Huo Qubing, had lofty aspirations in the original history. He held little regard for anyone in the art of warfare except his uncle, Wei Qing. Even the renowned General Li Guang, with his formidable personal strength, was looked down upon by Huo Qubing. If one could not win the battle, sharing hardships with soldiers daily was merely the mark of an incapable commander, a mere brute who could only rely on raw courage. Certainly, he possesses that confidence. In ancient China, among the commanders, the only ones who could earn the respect of Huo Qubing were Han, Bai, and Li Yu. These 4 were renowned alongside Wei Qing. All extraordinary leaders capable of transforming decay into the miraculous. Alas, among these 5, only Li Jing and Wei Qing met a peaceful end. What is the general contemplating? The deputy commander Zhao Ponu inquired. Huo Qubing scoffed. I am pondering when I might encounter a worthy opponent. I hope the great Zhou possesses some genuine capabilities. Zhao Ponu felt a surge of excitement. Shall we once again follow the general to conquer the great Zhou capital? Huo Qubing replied with pride. If 100,000 cavalry cannot be deployed, surely great Zhou can withstand us. Little do they know, their magnificent capital has already caught the attention of the champion marquis. Returning to the 4 great gatekeepers of the Great Qin, as they led the Black Dragon Forbidden Army out of the cave, they were met with the sight of decaying remnants surrounding them. Qin Xiong Pride opened the clothing of a corpse with his golden mace, revealing a totem of intertwining crescent moons and celestial wolves beneath. These were the remains of the remnants of the celestial wolves, left unburied after being attacked by ferocious beasts. The heavenly palace would not, and as scouts, Yuan Tiangang certainly would not either. Qin Xiong surveyed the area, where the primordial forest obscured the sky, vines entwined, and danger lurked everywhere. He commanded in a deep voice, "Soldiers, heed my command. Clear the mountains and create a solid ground for His Majesty to accommodate 500,000 troops." Understood. The 50,000 Black Dragon Forbidden Army sprang into action. Heavily armored infantry swung massive axes to fell ancient trees, while archers remained vigilant, and engineers began to level the land. The 4 gatekeepers coordinated seamlessly, with Dian Wei and Su Chu clearing the path, Wei Qi Gong directing the defenses, while Qin Xiong orchestrated the entire operation. Surprisingly, among these 4 extraordinary generals, Qin Xiong subtly emerged as their leader. Just as the 4 divine generals were discussing military matters, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared before them. Who goes there? Su Chu reacted swiftly, raising his massive hammer, creating a gust of wind. The figure appeared frail, yet moved with flamboyance. His gaze, however, was cold and piercing. He waved a black iron badge in his hand, speaking playfully. "I am the rogue, Shangwan Yunk. I come at the behest of the rogue commander to assist you, generals." Qin Xiong took the badge, inspected it carefully, and nodded in confirmation. Wei Qi Gong sheathed his spear and spoke in a grave tone. Yuan Tiangang indeed thought ahead. Shangwan Yunk twisted his waist and unfurled a map he had drawn over the past month, pointing towards the northwest with a serious expression. "Generals, the 100,000 mountains are not as simple as you think. There is a cave that has been rather restless recently. In a deep mountain not far from the Black Dragon Forbidden Army. Drip, drip, water droplets seeped from the cave's ceiling, falling onto a viscous fluid below. Upon closer inspection, the cave floor was drenched in a foul-smelling drool. In the darkness, countless crimson eyes suddenly opened, greedily gazing in the direction of the Black Dragon Forbidden Army. A massive figure slowly writhed. It extended its forked tongue, tasting the air for the scent of humans. Fresh blood and flesh. More red eyes illuminated the darkness, densely packed, countless in number. Chapter 64. Merely to defend our great Zhou against the beast tide in the dead of night, by the campfire. The 4 generals sat around the fire, holding the flesh of ferocious beasts. Dian Wei crushed the crimson snake head in his hand, the foul blood splattering onto the fire with a sizzling sound. These beasts are different from the monstrous creatures. They all exude a malevolent aura. They are utterly inedible. He disdainfully shook his hand. Su Chu stood over a tiger-like beast, which possessed the cultivation of the 5th level of Huang Wu, but could only emit meaningless roars at this moment. Humph! Su Chu snorted, applying pressure with his foot. The tiger's head shattered. Such cultivation, yet its intellect is no better than that of a 5-year-old child. The earlier black turtle serpent could only whimper about hunger. Qin Xiong gazed into the fire, gently sighing. If only we could tame these ferocious beasts for labor, it would be splendid. Unfortunately, they are hard to tame. Extermination is the only option. Suddenly, a strange rustling sound echoed from afar. Countless claws scraped against the ground, and a colossal creature writhed in the shadows. The atmosphere turned cold, the wind carrying a foul odor. The Black Dragon Forbidden Army remained unperturbed, setting down their tasks and grasping their weapons. Su Chu seized a massive hammer nearby, his muscles tensed, a fierce glint in his eyes. He roared, "Damn it, will this never end?" Dian Wei picked up his twin halberds, his murderous intent palpable. "Brothers, let us swiftly clear the nearby beasts." No sooner had he spoken than the distant forest began to tremble violently, ancient trees crashing down, the ground shaking violently. Following that, countless crimson lights illuminated the darkness, densely packed. Like demons awakening from hell, the beast tide has returned. This time, the ferocious beasts are far more formidable than before. Each possesses at least the cultivation of Ling Wu, with the leading ones reaching Huang Wu, their massive bodies adorned with sharp claws and surrounded by frenzied malevolence. They are exponentially stronger than the recent wave led by the giant snakes. The Black Dragon Forbidden Army coldly observed the approaching beast tide, showing no fear. These beasts, whether wolf, tiger, or bear-shaped, were all covered in pitch-black scales, their crimson pupils filled with the desire to kill and devour. They felt no pain. Even if their limbs were severed or their bodies torn apart, they would continue to bite fiercely, fighting to the death. No wonder the Heavenly Palace would go to such lengths to evade conscription, even risking the wrath of Great Zhou. Only the elite of Great Qin could remain calm. For other sects' armies, merely not fleeing would be remarkable. Yet, they faced 4 generals fiercer than the beasts themselves. Dian Wei charged first, his peak Huang Wu cultivation erupting with a thunderous roar, his twin halberds slicing down like lightning. A colossal black-scaled bear lunged at him, but he cleaved its head in two with a single strike, then horizontally slashed, tearing the beast into 3 pieces. Blood gushed forth, entrails scattering across the ground. Yet he didn't even furrow his brow. Su Chu let out a wild laugh, swinging his hammer down with the force of 1,000 pounds. A beast resembling a fierce tiger, just leaping into the air, was struck by his hammer on the head, instantly exploding into a shower of flesh and bone. He strode forward, his hammer sweeping across the area, reducing beasts to mush or shattering their bones, causing them to collapse in agony. Wei Qigong wielded his spear like a dragon, each strike precise and ruthless. His movements were as swift as lightning as he plunged into the throng of beasts, stabbing, lifting, slashing, and sweeping with fluid grace. A black-scaled giant wolf leaped, only to be pierced through the throat by his spear, which he then tossed, sending the carcass crashing into several other beasts. He continued unrelentingly, his spear severing the heads of countless beasts, blood spraying into the sky. Qin Shu Bao was the most ferocious, his twin maces whirling as a fierce wind howled around him. He plunged into the densest part of the beast horde, his maces raining down like a torrential storm, each strike imbued with the power to cleave mountains. A black-scaled giant lizard of Huang Wu rank opened its massive maw, only to have its jaw shattered by a mace strike, followed by another that smashed through its chest, spilling its entrails. He fought with fervor, his maces flying, the severed limbs and broken bodies of beasts accumulating around him like a mountain. Among the tide of beasts, the most powerful entity finally emerged, a black-scaled giant ape of the 2nd level of Xian Wu, standing nearly 3 meters tall, its muscles bulging like iron blocks, each step sending tremors through the ground. It roared to the heavens, the sound shattering nearby trees, its crimson eyes fixated on Qin Shu Bao. Yet, in just one encounter, Qin Shu Bao cleaved its head in 2 with his maces. With a crack, its skull, as hard as black iron, was split open, red and white matter gushing forth. Qin Shu Bao furrowed his brow, feeling that the head he just struck was particularly tough. However, he paid it no mind and continued his slaughter. The sight left Shangwan Yunk utterly stunned. What does it mean to possess the courage of 1,000 men? Who among you is the true beast? The Black Dragon Imperial Guard, with its strict discipline, swiftly dealt with the remaining beasts, ensuring no gaps were left unaddressed. The battlefield soon fell silent, littered with severed limbs and the pungent scent of blood. The 4 fierce generals stood resolute, their murderous aura lingering, as if 4 deities of slaughter had descended upon the earth. Su Chu slammed his massive hammer into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Wiping the blood from his face, he grinned widely. By the heavens, after stretching my muscles, I am no longer weary. He then brandished his colossal hammer and turned to bellow at the Black Dragon Imperial Guard soldiers behind him. Brothers, let us exert ourselves tonight, for the glory of our sovereign. To orders. 50,000 soldiers responded in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens. Qin Shubao sheathed his twin hammers at his waist and turned to gaze into the depths of the dense forest. Everyone, stay alert. The creatures lurking in this forest are far from finished. No sooner had he spoken than a series of deep, menacing roars echoed from afar, more ferocious than before. The four generals exchanged knowing smiles, not in fear, but in exhilarating anticipation of battle. The soldiers of the Black Dragon Imperial Guard gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes ablaze with the fervor of war, awaiting the next clash. In the capital of the Great Zhou, Xuanqing, deep within the Imperial Palace, the opulent study was illuminated by flickering candlelight. The Emperor of the Great Zhou, clad in a golden dragon robe, perused the latest battle reports, his expression devoid of emotion. His gaze swept across the lines, as if he held all within his grasp. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently behind him, kneeling on one knee, and spoke in a hushed tone. "Your Majesty, urgent reports from the border indicate an unknown army engaged in battle with the beasts." The Emperor did not look up, but chuckled lightly. It must be from that cave in Tiangong that escaped. Behind him hung a massive map, densely marked with the locations of thousands of caves, each representing different factions and resources. Yet, without exception, all had been subdued by the Great Zhou. On the map's edge, a newly marked red dot stood out conspicuously. It indicated the location of the Qin Cave. Who would have thought that cave was developing quite well? It could serve as a blessed land for our Great Zhou. The figure whispered, "Your Majesty, shall we crush that army now?" The Emperor of the Great Zhou wore a mocking smile. "Why the hurry? They are merely holding off the beast tide for us. Once they have sufficiently fed the beasts, we shall step in to claim the cave, thus saving ourselves considerable effort. Your Majesty is wise." The Emperor waved his hand, signaling the figure to withdraw. Once the study returned to silence, his gaze fell once more upon the map, a glimmer of coldness passing through his eyes. "I hope the new cave's forces can endure a little longer. Do not disappoint me too greatly." In a narrow alley of Xuanqing, a figure draped in a black cloak with a dark iron mask appeared. The intelligence within the capital of the Great Zhou is indeed comprehensive. Chapter 65, Hanga Pass. In just 3 days, the four formidable generals, Dian Wei, Su Chu, Yu Qigong, and Qin Shubao, led 50,000 Black Dragon Imperial Guards, sweeping through hundreds of miles with overwhelming force. They forged paths through mountains, flattened ancient forests, and eradicated beast dens, carving out a living space for millions. Li Taicang personally commanded an army of 500,000 to descend upon this newly cleared land. This place had transformed from a wild jungle with rolling peaks into a vast plain. Li Taicang then raised his hand. The 9 prisons town boundary array and the Xuanhuang indestructible array were simultaneously activated, 2 columns of light shooting skyward. At the instant the 9 prisons town boundary array was established, the presence of higher-level beasts sent ordinary beasts in the distant mountains trembling in fear. The Xuanhuang indestructible array began to absorb the power of the earth. The array's power enveloped hundreds of miles, as a massive shield, heavy as the earth itself, slowly took form. "Here, I shall establish an impregnable stronghold. This pass shall be named Hanga Pass." As soon as the words left his lips, the army of 500,000 sprang into action. Each soldier diligently performed their duties, and the outline of a magnificent city began to take shape swiftly. The 4 generals stationed themselves at the 4 corners, ensuring the construction proceeded flawlessly. As for the specifics of the city's construction, Li Taicang entrusted it wholly to Zhuge Liang. Li Taicang realized that the chancellor was indeed versatile. Whatever task he assigned, Zhuge Liang completed with excellence. Just like this time, the design of the Grand Pass was crafted by the chancellor after several sleepless nights. Fortunately, the chancellor possessed considerable prowess. Otherwise, he might not withstand Li Taicang's demands. Li Taicang summoned Xiang Yu. This officer, despite having a rugged appearance, displayed an excessive mannerism, exuding an effeminate demeanor with every gesture, particularly with fingers that occasionally fluttered like a delicate flower. The sight sent chills down Li Taicang's spine, especially since this character in the original story had a penchant for cut sleeves. Who would have thought that among the men of Great Qin, there would be such a unique individual as you? Li Taicang's tone was flat, yet it made Xiang Yu tremble all over. Kneeling on the ground, Xiang Yu quaked, filled with trepidation. Although he had been summoned by Li Taicang, the moment he was called forth, Li Taicang had handed him and the others over to Yuan Tiangang. Thus, strictly speaking, this was their first meeting. Xiang Yu felt a tumult of anxiety. He was utterly loyal to the rogue commander Yuan Tiangang and was steadfastly devoted to Li Taicang. However, he could only glean bits about this emperor's character from Yuan Tiangang. The emperor is a wise ruler who tolerates not the slightest grain of sand in his eye. This was how the commander evaluated the emperor, considering his peculiar inclinations. Yuan now felt as if he were sitting on needles. Your Majesty, I am guilty. I shall certainly amend my ways. I will not tarnish the name of great Qin's sons. Yang's voice trembled, beads of sweat dripping to the ground. Li Taicang looked at the burly man, trembling in fear, and found it somewhat amusing. In the original story, this character was quite adept at navigating situations, and Yuan Tiangang had even described him as a fence-sitter, lacking in steadfastness. Yet upon reflection, despite his complex personality, he was also a loyal and brave man. Whether it was his almost pathological obedience to the rogue commander or his dedication to Li Xingyun, he even faced death with a smile, fearing that he might err due to his poisoning. This sense of responsibility, this resoluteness, is not something an ordinary person can achieve. Though he may act effeminately, his actions resonate with the spirit of a true man. Li Taicang waved his hand. I do not harbor any grievances against you. Look up. Yuan stood up, still trembling, yet he did not dare to meet Li Taicang's gaze. His face was etched with anxiety, fearing that his actions might tarnish the image of the rogue commander in the emperor's eyes. I am aware of your circumstances. I ask you, have you forced anyone? Have you taken a child? Yuan shook his head resolutely. I would not dare. If any rogue were to violate the law of the land, the commander would purge them. Li Taicang continued. That is sufficient. Your actions are more upright than many who consider themselves noble. When I choose my aides, I value their abilities and loyalty, not these trifling matters. Yuan's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. For years, he had grown accustomed to being pointed at and ridiculed, often mocking himself in jest. Yet at this moment, this exalted emperor bestowed upon him unprecedented recognition. He recalled the comment about the emperor's intolerance for the slightest grain of sand, forgetting the subsequent praise of the wise ruler. Your Majesty, his voice choked. Not from fear this time, but from deep emotion. I shall serve you with unwavering loyalty, not failing your expectations. Present to me the intelligence you have gathered. As commanded. Your Majesty, please take a look. Yuan handed over the prepared confidential report to Li Taicang. The intelligence report is meticulously detailed, clearly marking the locations of all beast dens within hundreds of miles, along with the types of ferocious beasts and their distribution. It is no wonder that Dian Wei and his companions were able to sweep through this region with such momentum, accomplishing this feat in merely 3 days. However, the entire confidential report contains scant information regarding the Great Zhou, with only 2 sentences. One states that thousands of miles away, there stands a towering wall to fend off the beast tide. The other mentions a cult, self-proclaimed as the Beast King sect, which is fervently spreading the doctrine of worshipping ferocious beasts, particularly rampant along the borders, leading many subjects of the Great Zhou to begin offering sacrifices to these beasts. He raised his gaze towards the respectful Yuan. Did you encounter any troops from the Great Zhou? Yuan shook his head. No, in pursuit of intelligence. The commander has already ventured into the capital of the Great Zhou. Li Taicang nodded, inwardly exclaiming in admiration. Truly, Yuan Tiangang is a man of unconventional methods. I had sent him as a scout to survey the surroundings, and he has instead infiltrated the enemy's capital. Nevertheless, he was not concerned for Yuan Tiangang's safety. No one in the Great Zhou could capture him. With the cunning of that unorthodox commander, he might very well have already mingled within the Great Zhou court, observing everything from some hidden corner. Send word to expedite the construction of Hangu Pass. It must be completed before the commander returns. Additionally, instruct the 4 generals to strengthen border patrols and report any abnormalities immediately. I shall attend to it at once. Shortly thereafter, a flurry of hurried footsteps could be heard outside, followed by Li Fuyao's icy voice. Second brother, we've captured a few disseminators of the evil cult. Shall we interrogate them? Before the words had fully left her mouth, Li Fuyao strode in, single-handedly dragging 3 emaciated old men along. These elderly men were missing limbs, and the leading old man was blind in one eye. They wore black leather garments made from ferocious beasts, mumbling incomprehensibly. If we don't interrogate them, I'll just kill them, Li Fuyao declared fiercely, her sword already drawn. As the former empress who once wielded power over the world, she harbored a profound disdain for these insidious cult organizations that preyed upon the hearts of the people. In her view, regardless of the banner under which they operated, such religions ultimately undermined the foundation of the court. Moreover, these lunatics, who referred to themselves as the Beast King sect, worshipped those brutal, ferocious beasts. Li Taicang's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the 3 cultists. All 3 possessed considerable prowess. 2 were at the spirit martial realm, while the one-eyed elder was even at the yellow martial realm. Such individuals could be considered local tyrants within the Great Zhou, living quite comfortably. Yet, these three had fallen to such a lamentable state. Noticing Li Taicang's scrutiny, the one-eyed elder suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of crooked yellow teeth. Child, do you fear the beast tide? Do not be afraid. Offering your flesh and blood to the sacred beasts does not spell demise, but rather a return to eternal embrace. Their sharp teeth are the vessels that will ferry us to a land devoid of pain and suffering. Close your eyes, and when the breath of the beasts brushes against your hair, you will hear all your departed loved ones calling out. This is not separation, merely a different way to safeguard the mortal realm. Impudent, seeking death, the old man retorted, inciting the ire of Li Fuyao, Gao Lishir, and Mao Chong, who all shouted in unison. A chilling glint flashed in Li Fuyao's eyes as she raised her foot and kicked the one-eyed elder to the ground. The Imperial Guards had already drawn their swords, ready to execute the cultists at a moment's command. Li Taicang's expression remained indifferent as he waved his hand, signaling for calm. He approached the one-eyed elder, lowering his gaze to meet the fervent, frenzied eyes of the elder. Will you continue the charade? If you persist in pretending to be mad, I shall order the slaughter of all great Zhou civilians along the border. Do you see the army outside? You know I possess this capability. As Li Taicang observed that the three remained unresponsive, still muttering incantations, his gaze turned icy. He turned towards the palace exit and called out in a deep voice. Huo Qubing, this subordinate is present. Take your cavalry regiment out for drills. Kill anyone you encounter. I shall grant you military merit. Huo Qubing's eyes brightened. As you command. Your Majesty, leave it to me. He turned to leave. Wait. The one-eyed elder could no longer maintain his facade and hurriedly spoke up to stop him. His remaining eye now gleamed with clarity and sharpness, devoid of any semblance of madness. Your Majesty, as a ruler of a nation, why trouble yourself with the plight of those destitute and impoverished? Li Taicang let out a cold laugh. You possess the yellow martial realm, and could easily be a local tyrant in the Great Zhou. Why then spread such heretical doctrines? The one-eyed elder's expression fluctuated, hesitating to respond. To believe in those beasts devoid of reason, driven only by hunger, is indeed foolish. Even more detestable is the audacity to spread this evil cult onto the lands of my great Qin. The one-eyed elder's countenance darkened, and he muttered, Isn't this territory part of the 10,000 great mountains? Shall I gouge out your other eye? Are you blind to the fact that I have conquered this land and am fortifying it? With each word, Li Taicang stepped forward. From this day forth, all lands within 1,000 miles shall belong to Great Qin. Therefore, all mountains, rivers, flora, fauna, common folk, and even these ferocious beasts are subjects of Great Qin. With every proclamation, Li Taicang advanced. Including you cultists who conjure illusions. Once you set foot in my Great Qin territory, you must abide by the laws of Great Qin. In this moment, Li Taicang bore a striking resemblance to an unnamed ancient ruler of Huaxia. He gazed upon the vast expanse of land and its populace, exclaiming, All of this is mine. All of it belongs to me. The assembled generals glared in response. Li Fuyao's sword, glinting with cold light, was poised at the throat of the one-eyed elder. Gao Lishir stood with a grim expression, ready to strike at any moment. Mao Chong had encircled the three with the Imperial Guards, blocking all avenues of escape. The one-eyed elder trembled, suddenly straightening his back and asking in a deep voice, Will the 50,000 troops of your esteemed dynasty withstand the beast tide here? Will the common folk within 1,000 miles receive the protection of His Majesty the Qin Emperor? Huo Qubing scoffed, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. If the soldiers do not protect the nation and its people, they might as well find a pillar to die against. Li Taicang's expression remained indifferent, yet his tone was resolute. I intend to expand our territory, and thus, I must clear the 10,000 great mountains. The people within my lands are Qin subjects. As long as they obey my rule and adhere to the laws of Great Qin, I shall undoubtedly protect them. Before he could finish, the one-eyed elder suddenly lunged at Li Taicang. Li Taicang frowned, stepping back with a look of disdain. Gao Lishir reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick that sent the elder sprawling to the ground. Old fool, are you seeking death? Yet the one-eyed elder paid no heed, bowing deeply with tears streaming down his face. If His Majesty the Qin Emperor is willing to protect the border subjects of the Great Zhou, this old man is willing to lead all members of the Beast King sect to submit to Great Qin. Li Taicang frowned and replied, It is not about protecting your Great Zhou subjects, but my Great Qin subjects. The one-eyed elder, weeping, repeatedly knocked his forehead against the ground, producing loud thuds. It is as it should be. The common folk shall ensure all members of the Beast King sect submit to Great Qin. Sensing something amiss, Gao Lisher promptly signaled a guard beside him to summon Zhuge Liang for discussion. Zhuge Liang entered the hall with light footsteps. Li Taicang narrowed his eyes. The demeanor of this individual did not resemble that of a crafty, scheming cultist, but rather that of a concerned elder for the nation and its people. You have gone to great lengths to disseminate your doctrine, gathering so many followers, yet you are so readily willing to submit to Great Qin? The one-eyed elder let out a bitter smile, deep fatigue evident in his solitary eye. If it allows the border folk to survive, why would we need to establish the Beast King sect and deceive ourselves? Li Fuyao scoffed. Is survival so difficult? The military of your great Zhou is no less formidable than my Great Qin. Simply withdraw your borders. Your Highness is unaware, he replied, that the towering walls not only serve to deter the beast tide, but also prevent border civilians from entering the Great Zhou. What? Defending one's impoverished citizens with one's own military? Li Taicang furrowed his brow, perplexed. Why? To fend off the beast tide. Those common folks couldn't even slay ordinary ferocious beasts. Left outside, they would merely serve as fodder for the beasts. At this juncture, Li Taicang's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils contracting. Three gaunt old men bore sorrowful expressions. The one-eyed elder spoke. It seems His Majesty is already aware, indeed. They intend for the border populace to be the beast's sustenance, to satiate those ferocious creatures. Once a portion of the beasts is well fed, their ferocity in the tide will diminish. The court's calculation is to exchange the lives of border commoners for fewer casualties among the Dazhou army. As he spoke, the one-eyed elder chuckled bitterly. Even if thousands of impoverished citizens are sacrificed for the life of a single celestial soldier, it would still be deemed a gain. Everyone present shuddered in shock. Outrageous. Huo Qubing suddenly drew his sword. Li Fuyao's face turned pale, her hand gripping the sword trembling slightly. Even the usually composed Gao Lisher displayed an incredulous expression. Zhuge Liang's countenance was icy. Li Fuyao bit her lip and asked in a low voice, "Then how did you survive?" The one-eyed elder, expressionless, replied, "Indeed. The border citizens cannot resist the beast tide, but humans always find a way to survive. Regardless, people will always devise means to endure. Those who live on will continue to procreate. Moreover, Dazhou has been relentlessly driving citizens to the border. Initially, it was death row prisoners. Later, the elderly nearing the end of their lives, and ultimately, those with limited potential, women and children. Your Majesty, do you know that the populace outside those high walls is nearly catching up to the 36 states of Dazhou? The prosperity of Dazhou's 36 states is lauded by all, yet there are no women and children, no elderly, only able-bodied young folks selected as if they were livestock. How can it not thrive? Tears of blood flowed from the one-eyed elder's sightless orbs. The hall fell silent. Zhuge Liang sighed deeply. Regardless of the rise or fall of dynasties, the common people suffer. Li Fuyao felt parched. As a former empress, she was aware of many tyrants, but could not comprehend the atrocities of the Dazhou emperor. Li Taicang's gaze turned grave. And you? With profound cultivation. Why come to this wretched place? Why propagate the doctrines of the ferocious beasts? The three men straightened their attire, though it was the pelts of ferocious beasts, and performed a standard bow. We are commoners from the Yang family of Jiannan, students of the Dazhou Academy. We are from the Gao family of Yunzhe, students of the Dazhou Academy. We are from the Song family of Tsangwu, students of the Dazhou Academy. Li Taicang inquired, noble descendants? Scholars? Since you are aware of the border citizens' plight, why spread such a cult that harms them? The one-eyed elder chuckled self-deprecatingly. Your Majesty, a cup of poison wrapped in honey is far better than the corrosive, searing poison that burns the throat. We know full well that the Beast King's teachings deceive the hearts of the ignorant populace, yet they provide a modicum of comfort. Your Majesty, you see our wounds, all inflicted from battling the beasts. We have studied the sacred texts but cannot save the world. We can only use this cult to deceive ourselves. At this, the three elders could no longer contain their grief and fell to the ground weeping. Their cries were heart-wrenching, as if to release years of humiliation and despair. Li Fuyao was filled with murderous intent. Your Dazhou is truly rotten. What purpose does such a dynasty serve? Huo Qubing swung his sword. Damn it, Your Majesty. Eradicate Dazhou and bring its lands into the realm of Daqin. Let me lead the cavalry corps to crush their capital. At this moment, Li Taicang's eyes held no trace of revulsion. He stepped forward, personally helping the filthy one-eyed elder to his feet, solemnly stating, "This is a true man, a righteous soul. Come serve in my Daqin." Chapter 67. The land of mourning. These three old men truly deserve admiration. They were once scions of noble families and esteemed disciples of the Dezhou Academy, students of the imperial court. With their backgrounds and talents, they could have easily ascended to the court and become envied officials. Their relatives would never appear on the list of those expelled to the borders. Yet they chose to forsake a bright future, abandoning a life of luxury, renouncing their prestigious status. They resolutely came to this desolate frontier, advocating for those whom the Dezhou court deemed mere fodder for ferocious beasts. For decades, their potential had been gradually drained, their bodies marred with scars, their garments soaked in blood. Yet, despite this, they did not abandon the destitute citizens. They preferred to bear the stigma of a cult, leaving a sliver of solace for the despairing populace. Are they fools? No. They have read too many sacred texts. They cannot disregard the common people. They cannot watch idly as the populace suffers. A true scholar must be resolute, bearing a heavy burden, amidst the cries of the suffering and the bloodshed. Their sole thought is to save the living. Li Taicang felt a profound admiration for such individuals. Compared to those in the court who preach benevolence yet turn a blind eye to the suffering of the people, these three cult leaders are far more deserving of the title of disciples of the sages. You three should come serve in Taicang. Li Taicang gazed at them with appreciation. The one-eyed elder's voice was hoarse but filled with pleading. Your Majesty, I seek nothing more than your protection for the common people within our borders. Li Taicang solemnly nodded. This is only natural. All who reside on my territory and abide by the laws of Taicang shall be considered Taicang citizens. As their sovereign, I shall protect them. Meng Tian. Li Taicang called out to the hall. A middle-aged general clad in black armor entered, kneeling on one knee. This subject awaits your command. I order you to lead your Great Wall Army to expand our borders against Dezhou. Should any Dezhou soldiers obstruct you, show them no mercy. As you command. Li Fuyao interjected, Elder brother, I wish to join as well. Her countenance was fierce. Though a woman, she exhibited greater bravado than many men. Her character was carefree and unrestrained. Even as a former empress, she possessed a spirit of chivalry. Most importantly, she shared a trait with Li Taicang, a readiness to express her emotions openly when angered. Li Taicang did not dissuade her, but solemnly stated, Very well. But you must heed General Meng Tian's orders. At this moment, Huo Qubing could no longer restrain himself and declared, Your Majesty, I wish to join as well. Li Taicang nodded. You need not accompany them. With 100,000 cavalry here, we cannot advance. Take your 800 riders and return with a few tongues. Huo Qubing's eyes sparkled with determination. As you command, Your Majesty. Would Huo Qubing merely return with a few tongues? Certainly not. He was not the champion general who could swiftly penetrate the royal court. Did Li Taicang know this? Of course. He understood that Huo Qubing must not be constrained, but allowed to fully unleash his talents. However, 100,000 elite soldiers would be too conspicuous. 800 was just right. Meng Tian led 300,000 troops, advancing towards the high walls of Dezhou with overwhelming momentum. The demeanor of this Great Wall army mirrored that of their commander, meticulous and orderly. As they marched, they obliterated ancient forests. They moved mountains and filled rivers. Along the way, they encountered numerous barren villages. These villages were established by citizens driven to this desolate place. They looked on numbly as the elite soldiers of Taicang slowly advanced, their bodies mechanically searching for places to hide. Yet, in their eyes, there was little fear. For these citizens, who had suffered greatly and constantly teetered on the brink of death, these individuals, no matter how terrifying, cannot compare to the dread instilled by the formidable soldiers of the Great Zhou, nor can they rival the cruelty of the ferocious beasts. As they gradually discerned that these soldiers bore no malice towards them, their apprehensions began to dissipate. They emerged from their dilapidated abodes, surveying the well-equipped soldiers of the Qin with a mixture of curiosity and caution. The soldiers of the Great Wall Legion regarded the emaciated citizens with intrigue. To their astonishment, these seemingly frail refugees possessed formidable skills, with many reaching the realms of Xianhai and even the master stage, occasionally revealing a few grandmasters among them. However, they were scantily clad, draped in tattered garments of an unknown coarse fabric, subsisting on a dark, unidentifiable paste. Their gaunt bodies bore numerous scars, and their eyes reflected a sense of numbness and despair. The Qin soldiers recognized that gaze. It was akin to that seen in livestock confined to pigsties and sheepfolds. The soldiers exchanged incredulous glances, for in the Qin, the common folk were far less capable than these individuals. Yet, the ordinary citizens of Qin could satisfy their basic need for 3 meals a day and occasionally indulge in meat. If a family were to produce a child with cultivation talent, Qin would even provide free support for their training. Thus, It was the first time the soldiers of the Great Wall Legion encountered such wretched masters and grandmasters. "Is this truly a grandmaster?" whispered a young Qin soldier, gazing at an elder nearby gnawing on tree bark. The old man exuded an aura of a grandmaster, yet he hunched over, his trembling hands barely able to hold his sustenance. Members of the Great Wall Legion, intrigued, tossed dried fruits and snacks to the citizens of the Great Zhou, who scrambled eagerly for the treats. However, in the end, they reserved the bounty for their children, for the children represented their hope. The land here was soaked with the vile blood of ferocious beasts, the soil hard and exuding a pungent stench, utterly unsuitable for cultivation. Even if a few crops were to sprout, they would be destroyed by the frequent incursions of beast hordes. Consequently, many citizens of the Great Zhou, from birth, had never tasted anything of quality, subsisting instead on the decaying flesh of beasts, supplemented by leaves, wild grasses, and tree roots. The children clutched the dried fruits, savoring them as though they were rare treasures, their eyes sparkling with newfound delight. A young mother knelt on the ground, feeding the sweetmeats she received to her infant in her arms. As she witnessed her child's first smile, her calloused hands trembled uncontrollably. A centurion, observing his subordinate's exuberance, barked coldly, "Enough of this. Accelerate the march." His stern gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on the village chief, who approached unsteadily. This elder, a mere first-realm cultivator, now hunched over, his gaunt frame draped in tattered rags. "Sir." The village chief began to kneel in supplication, only to be abruptly interrupted by the centurion's harsh voice. "We have no time to take you captive. Surrender to the rear forces." Observing the village chief's emaciated form, the centurion furrowed his brow. "Submit to the Great Qin. Proclaim long live the Qin Emperor. The Great Qin will provide you with food and clothing." The village chief was momentarily taken aback, then erupted with joy. "General, is it true? We will receive sustenance without any cost?" The centurion cautioned. "You must submit to the Great Qin. Abide by the laws of the Great Qin. Reverence our emperor." A bold villager timidly inquired, "General, do we need to feed you? Or will we defend against the beasts?" The villagers looked anxiously at the centurion, accustomed as they were to the practices of the Great Zhou, where the blood of the people was used to quell the beast tides. If they could trade their own security for the sustenance and warmth of their children, they could accept it. "Nonsense." The centurion roared, glaring fiercely. "Fight the beasts. Do you think I need you? The beasts are my military achievements. Do you wish to take my glory?" Upon mentioning military achievements, the previously intrigued soldiers of the Great Wall Legion instantly grew stern and resolute. "Who dares to claim their accolades? Are you tired of living?" The centurion's voice boomed. "Listen well. The beasts are the prey of the Great Wall Legion. Anyone who dares to touch our military achievements will face my wrath." The soldiers echoed in unison with fervor. The village chief comprehended the intent of the Great Wall Legion. Trembling, he knelt and raised his withered hands high, striking them down heavily. Behind him, hundreds of villagers fell to their knees in unison, dust swirling as the old chief cried out with a choked voice, "We are willing to become subjects of the Great Qin. For generations, we shall pledge loyalty to the Qin Emperor. Long live the Qin Emperor." Their heartfelt shouts resounded through the valley. Tears streamed down the wrinkled face of the old chief as he turned to the villagers, urging, "Remember this. From this day forth, we are citizens of the Great Qin. Should anyone show the slightest disrespect to the emperor, I shall be the first to not let them off lightly." Similar scenes unfolded along the path of the Great Wall Legion. In another village, when a mother received a flatbread from the Qin army, she suddenly collapsed in tears, clutching her child. "My dear, you are saved. You are saved." Trembling, she broke the bread in half, offering one portion to her child and placing the other reverently before a makeshift altar for the Qin Emperor. A teenage boy clutched the cotton clothing he received tightly and suddenly dashed towards the marching troops, kneeling in the middle of the road. "Generals, I want to join the army. I want to fight the beasts with you." Behind him, dozens of young boys, eyes red, knelt in a line. The Qin soldiers paid them no heed, their military accomplishments still insufficient. In a distant village, upon hearing that submission to the Great Qin would grant them land, several elderly men wept bitterly. They trembled as they unearthed seeds they had cherished for decades, seeds that should have been sown in spring, now preserved for many years. Meng Tian, atop his steed, observed the citizens kneeling along the route and solemnly instructed his deputy, "Convey orders to each camp to form small teams to assist these newly submissive citizens in erecting temporary shelters. Additionally, send swift riders back to report to His Majesty, requesting more provisions and clothing." He had underestimated the number of these citizens. They emerged like wild grass from the most inhospitable of places. The deputy hesitated. General, this will slow our march. Execute the orders. Remember, His Majesty desires not a scorched earth, but a territory aligned with the hearts of the people. As the sun set, bonfires sprang up along the march of the Great Wall Legion. Amidst the rising smoke, citizens held steaming bowls of millet, while many elders knelt towards the direction of the Great Qin's heavenly realm. Children, dressed in new coarse garments, joyfully ran through the encampment. This was the first evening in their memories free from fear. Chapter 68. Huo Qubing, Your Majesty knows me. And I know your Majesty. Upon the towering border walls, the disciplined soldiers of the great Zhou patrolled with diligence. They were tasked with two primary responsibilities: to fend off the beast tide and to prevent the citizens of the great Zhou from illegally crossing into the walls. The absurdity of preventing the citizens from crossing into the great Zhou was a laughable order, yet these soldiers were bound to execute it with utmost rigor, to the extent that the latter command took precedence over the former. The city wall may allow a few ferocious beasts to enter for a measured response. Yet should a handful of lowly commoners be admitted, it would warrant severe penalties. Accumulated offenses of this nature would lead to their military status being stripped away, banishing them beyond the border walls. Initially, witnessing the horrific scene of the common folk being torn apart by savage beasts stirred anger and compassion within the soldiers. However, the relentless brutality of each passing day has long extinguished their sense of morality. Now, they merely find solace in the fact that they are not the ones being devoured, grateful for these flesh shields that absorb the onslaught of the beast tide. Yesterday, 3 blood wolves surged into the eastern quadrant. An old veteran, chewing on a root, remarked nonchalantly, "At least they took down a dozen commoners before retreating, saving us the trouble. After these lowly souls have served to satiate the beasts, their casualties will be minimal." The guards on the wall have reached a consensus. Even if the gates were to be flung open now, they would never permit those commoners to enter. After all, trading the lives of the commoners for their own comfort is an exceedingly profitable deal. Their emperor of the great Zhou is truly wise. Discarding a few useless individuals has brought forth prosperity within the realm. Yet, there are still some narrow-minded souls who criticize the emperor's policies. They should be sent beyond the borders to nourish the beasts with their bodies. It has come to my attention that a new army has emerged outside the borders to resist the beast tide. This army has established a stronghold near the Great Zhou's borders, claiming to shelter those commoners while audaciously declaring their intent to overthrow the Great Zhou and annihilate its royal family. The Great Zhou army scoffs at this. Let these deluded soldiers and their commoners become mere fodder for the beasts. Commander, there's a force outside calling itself the Great Qin. A soldier rushed to report to Commander Fong, responsible for the defense here. Commander Fong yawned, waving his hand dismissively. Didn't the higher-ups issue orders? We needn't concern ourselves with those troops. They relish capturing those commoners, so let them. After all, they will all end up in the beast's bellies. Commander Fong, a practitioner at the 4th level of the Xuanwu realm, is among the elite at the border. It is well known that positions of command in this harsh land offer no rewards for service and severe punishment for failure. The powerful of the Great Zhou thrive in affluent lands, while those at the pinnacle of the Xuanwu realm occupy high offices. This barren frontier is left to those on the fringes. Commander Fong, you should take a look at the wall, a soldier urged, his voice trembling with urgency. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fong ascended the wall. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his eyelids twitched in alarm, and he erupted in anger. What the hell? These people are getting too bold. They were indeed aware that the Great Qin army was constructing roads and fortifications to shelter refugees. Yet they had never anticipated that the walls would be erected less than a mile from the Great Zhou's borders. For cultivators at the celestial and spiritual realms, a mere mile is traversed in an instant. Thus, the Great Qin's fortifications were tantamount to encroaching upon Great Zhou's very face, a provocative challenge. We are that audacious. Come and fight if you dare. Yet, Commander Fong refrained from rash action. He turned and instructed. Report this matter to His Majesty immediately and seek guidance on how to respond. Also, relay orders to strengthen our defenses. No one is to act without my command. Meanwhile, the Great Qin army, busy fortifying their walls, was met with a solemn warning from Meng Tian. General Huo Qubing, where are you going? His Majesty only commanded you to capture a few scouts. What are you intending to do? Behind Huo Qubing, 800 elite cavalry were gearing up, each young knight standing tall, with fervor sparkling in their eyes. Huo Qubing, with pride, lifted his chin and flashed his signature rebellious grin. What am I doing? Naturally, I am charging the Great Zhou walls. The highest ranked among their ranks is merely at the middle level of the Xuanwu realm. Speed is of the essence. If we do not strike now, when will we? The 800 cavalry cast sidelong glances at the great Zhou legion, brimming with confidence. Undeterred by the overwhelming numbers on the walls. Did you see? Our general is leading us to earn military glory. The Great Wall Legion's soldiers closed their eyes, choosing not to witness the audacity of these youths. Out of sight, out of mind. Meng Tian shook his head, saying, His Majesty has not issued such orders. Besides, do you not hear what you are saying? You are merely at the 9th level of the Huangwu realm. How can you look down on the middle level of the Xuanwu realm? Huo Qubing laughed heartily, his voice echoing across the walls. His Majesty knows me, and I know His Majesty. If His Majesty wished for me to remain docile, he would not have released me. Li Fuyao, with a resigned shake of his head, interjected. General Meng, let him go. My second brother truly intends to do so. Meng Tian, taken aback, turned to him. Your Highness, how can you? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Huo Qubing broke free from his restraints, brandishing his spear as he charged toward the towering walls. Follow me. Engage the enemy and kill. The youthful knights, like arrows released from a bow, surged forward behind the fiery red cloak. Commander Fong, witnessing Huo Qubing and the 800 cavalry charging, was instantly consumed by rage. A mere 9th level of the Huangwu realm. This is intolerable. Before he could finish his sentence, Huo Qubing surged forth, his cultivation breaking through. 1st level of the Xuanwu realm. However, the overwhelming aura he emitted sent shivers through even the 4th level Xuanwu commander, as if he might become the young general's next victim. What kind of person is this? In the blink of an eye, Huo Qubing's spear pierced the air. Commander Fong hastily raised his blade in defense. And at the moment their weapons collided, a deafening roar erupted. A thunderous sound reverberated across the borders, a black-red lightning streaking through the sky. The blinding light compelled those at the border to instinctively shut their eyes. When they opened them again, Huo Qubing had impaled Commander Fong against the towering wall. Commander Fong clutched the spear that pierced his abdomen, coughing blood in desperation. As he beheld Huo Qubing approaching with a grim visage and bloodshot eyes, he questioned, Why do you attack my great Zhou? Do we hold enmity with the great Qin? What grievance do I, Fong Lin, have with you? Huo Qubing's expression turned icy as he stepped closer, a defiant smile gracing his lips. The midday sun illuminated his blood-stained face, casting an eerie and terrifying smile upon it. With a flash, he unsheathed the Qin sword. In a swift motion, a head soared into the air. Commander Fong's final expression was one of disbelief, his eyes wide open in death. His body slowly slid down, leaving a gory trail on the wall. Huo Qubing wiped the blood from his blade, his voice devoid of warmth. Your destruction has nothing to do with me. Silence enveloped the wall. The great Zhou guards stood in shock, witnessing their proud commander felled in a mere exchange. A section of the great Zhou's border had been breached, not by beasts, but by men. Poor Commander Fong, who perished without having the chance to activate the defensive formation or mobilize his troops, was struck through the abdomen and decapitated by Huo Qubing. The soldiers on the wall trembled before the sight of this young general clad in red and black armor. Having fought against beasts for so long, they had forgotten how to battle against humans. Typically, their greatest amusement lay in bullying those commoners who lacked the strength to reach the celestial realm. Huo Qubing, filled with murderous intent, coldly declared, The essence of warfare lies in swiftness. Our cavalry shall take no prisoners. Mercilessly they strike. The 800 cavalrymen roar in unison, brandishing their spears with fervor. In the gleam of cold steel, heads soar into the sky. They dispatch the soldiers of the great Zhou with effortless precision. These 800 riders are the elite, handpicked from 100,000. When faced with attacks of equal caliber, they seem scarcely affected, as if merely pecked. The battle swiftly devolves into a one-sided massacre. The morale of the great Zhou defenders crumbles rapidly, scattering in panic. Although the 800 cavalrymen pursue relentlessly, some manage to escape into the heart of great Zhou. A young cavalryman disdainfully spits on the ground. Humph, do not be deceived by their high realms. They can only contend with mindless beasts. Put them against humans, and they become as fragile as paper. No one opposed the young cavalryman's words, for he spoke the truth. Zhao Ponu eagerly approached Huo Qubing, excitement gleaming in his eyes. General, shall we press on? Should we charge into their capital? Huo Qubing shot him a cold glance. What is my cultivation level? The 1st realm of Xuanwu. And what of the governor of Yogu Prefecture? The 5th realm of Dihu. Zhao Ponu replied earnestly. Before our arrival, we gathered intelligence on the situation, so we know everything about the governor, even the identity of his nighttime consort. Huo Qubing's expression darkened. Do you truly believe that someone of the 1st realm can best one of the 5th? Certainly not. Zhao Ponu exclaimed. Then why the hell are you asking me to charge? Have I wronged you in any way that you would send me to my death? Zhao Ponu found himself momentarily speechless. He was confused. Wasn't this how things usually went? The general often broke through during battle. What was a mere fifth realm in the grand scheme? Zhao Ponu cautiously inquired. So, General, shall we retreat? Huo Qubing lifted his chin. Send word to General Meng Tian, instructing him to create a commotion at the border to capture the governor's full attention. Zhao Ponu's face brightened. Understood. Huo Qubing's gaze pierced the distance toward Yogu Prefecture. Now that we know the location of the governor's residence, why not plunder it? We cannot confront a Dihu realm master head-on, but we can certainly raid his lair and seize his family. If we cannot defeat the governor, can we not capture his wife and children? Huo Qubing chuckled coldly, tapping his fingers on the hilt of his sword. He harbored no fear of being encircled by the great Zhou forces. This was precisely the scenario he anticipated. His strategy was one of attrition. Let the enemy tire while we strike, gradually eroding their strength. Huo Qubing laughed heartily. Brothers, follow me. The 800 cavalrymen, far from feeling trepidation, erupted with fervor. In unison, they declared, we are willing to die for the general. Huo Qubing mounted his steed. His spear aimed directly at the heart of Yogu Prefecture, a chilling smile adorning his face. Remember our code. Do not linger in battle. Do not seek glory. Seize what we can and retreat. Let that governor experience the anguish of losing everything. The thunder of hooves echoed as the 800 iron steeds galloped forth toward the heart of Great Zhou. The people of Zhou witnessed but a flash of red lightning, scarcely glimpsing the riders before they vanished beyond the horizon. On the adjacent city wall, the Great Wall Army looked on enviously at the 800 cavalry. The caliber of a commander reflects in the quality of his soldiers. Huo Qubing, brimming with defiance and vigor, inspired a similar spirit in his cavalry, audacious and unafraid. In stark contrast, the Great Wall Army maintained a steadiness, eschewing reckless ventures. Meng Tian, with an icy demeanor, regarded a young cavalryman who brought news. The young rider, eyes ablaze with admiration, observed his general and the backs of his 800 comrades. No longer brimming with arrogance, he sheepishly remarked, General Meng, you wouldn't want me to stay behind, would you? I'm too troublesome and might corrupt your disciplined ranks. Perhaps I should take my leave? Meng Tian, maintaining a serious expression, shot the young cavalryman a sharp glance. Get lost. The young cavalryman's face lit up as if granted a reprieve. Bowing deeply, he exclaimed, General Meng, you are a good man. I shall cease speaking ill of you to our general. As he spoke, the surrounding temperature dropped. The young cavalryman dared not linger, swiftly mounting his horse to catch up with his comrades. General, wait for me. I'm not far behind. Don't leave me behind. Watching the young rider flee, Meng Tian could hardly contain his amusement. Haha, is this what the Qin soldiers have come to? What difference is there between them and bandits? Huo Qubing's command style was devoid of rigid rules. There was but one principle. Rewards and punishments must be clear. What belongs to you, I shall seize for you. What does not belong to you, dare to reach for it, and I will have your hands severed. While they could indulge in lax discipline, any defiance against his orders would lead to immediate execution. Thus, the cavalry maintained a duality in demeanor. In everyday life, they mirrored their commander's rebellious spirit, looking down upon other Qin troops. Yet, once battle commenced, they transformed into fearless warriors. Even if Huo Qubing commanded them to take their own lives, they would do so without hesitation. Meng Tian's deputy, his own brother Meng Yi, furrowed his brow as he surveyed the horizon where the 800 cavalry had vanished. General, what shall be our course of action? Meng Tian composed himself, regaining his resolute demeanor. General Huo's incursion into Yogu Prefecture will surely provoke a significant reaction. We must do everything in our power to draw the governor's attention. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Tian's killing intent surged, reminiscent of a butcher. He ordered the capture of Yogu's nobles and fleeing Great Zhou soldiers. They would have their hands and feet severed, hung upon the Great Zhou banner, enticing beasts to feast upon them. Meng Yi responded, I shall obey. Beside them, Li Fuyao stood in stunned silence, envisioning the scene. It resembled fishing for mortals, baiting the hook with nobles and soldiers, luring ferocious beasts from the mountains. She found it hard to fathom that this stout, bushy-browed general could conceive such a cruel stratagem. It seemed that beneath Meng Tian's reputation for steadiness lay the same iron-willed ruthlessness of the Qin army. She even thought it might have been a plan conceived by her second brother, Li Taicang. What shocked her further was the indifference of the Great Wall soldiers. As if this were the most ordinary tactic in the world. Meng Tian was steady in command, cherishing his soldiers like sons, yet he was not soft-hearted. He emerged from a sea of corpses, His methods toward enemies were invariably brutal. Otherwise, he could not have risen to become the foremost warrior in the militaristic Qin under the first emperor. Li Fuyao foresaw that such humiliation of great Zhou's nobility would incite tremendous ire within their realm. The governor of Yogu would undoubtedly come in person. Chapter 70. Fishing for beasts on the city wall. The border of Great Zhou was shattered beneath the iron hooves of Huo Qubing and his 800 cavalry. However, those once yearning to enter the gates now turned resolutely away, marching in the opposite direction. They stumbled, yet their resolve remained unwavering, paying no heed to the open gates behind them. To speak frankly, they are unaware of the true strength of the great Qin. They question whether the Emperor Qin, whom they revere, possesses greater prowess than the heavenly sovereign of the Great Zhou. They remain uncertain if the great Qin can successfully withstand the onslaught of ferocious beasts. What they do know is that the great Qin provides them with sustenance and garments. Most importantly, the great Qin treats them as human beings, rather than mere fodder for the beasts. They would rather perish as citizens of the great Qin than live on as livestock for the great Zhou. Let us depart for great Qin. As long as we have faith in Emperor Qin, he shall provide us with food, clothing, and land to cultivate, proclaimed an elderly man, leaning on his wooden staff, addressing the youth beside him. I shall no longer identify as a subject of Zhou. I am ashamed to have once been a Zhou person. A middle-aged man fiercely tore away the tattered garments of the Zhou dynasty. Let us place our faith in Emperor Qin. Let us offer him our utmost loyalty. Among the crowd, mothers clutched their children tightly, while the elderly leaned on one another. They would rather fight to the death as citizens of Great Qin than continue to exist as livestock for the Great Zhou. The procession grew longer, with new refugees joining along the way. They carried their meager belongings, helping the elderly and the young, advancing towards the newly constructed Hanggu Pass of Great Qin. Though the future was uncertain, each pair of eyes shimmered with the light of hope. For the first time in many years, they felt the dignity that every human being deserves. However, as these downtrodden souls approached the borders of Great Zhou, they were suddenly halted in astonishment by a horrific scene upon the city walls. Look, what is that? Someone trembled, pointing at the Great Zhou battlements. It appeared to be the esteemed lords of Yogu Prefecture. As the crowd gazed upwards, they beheld the once exalted nobles of Yogu, now gruesomely dismembered, suspended like dried meat from the banners of Great Zhou. These nobles, accustomed to opulence and delicacies, had become prime targets for the beasts. The ferocious creatures, emerging from the depths of the mountains, disregarded the common folk hiding in the shadows, their mouths salivating as they lunged towards the delectable offerings on the walls. On the battlements, hundreds of great Zhou nobles hung by iron chains at the parapets. Their former grandeur had vanished, reduced to bloodied stumps where limbs had once been, their white bones grotesquely exposed. Specially concocted meat powder corroded their wounds, with blood dripping down, leaving long trails of crimson across the walls. The faces of these once mighty aristocrats contorted in agony. Some had bulging eyes and throbbing veins upon their foreheads. Others bit their lips until they bled, frothing at the mouth. The youngest among them had succumbed to madness, cackling hysterically. The elders trembled, muttering prayers for ancestral protection, fully aware of their futility. They were hoisted upon the Great Zhou flagpole, then cast over the walls by the troops of the Great Wall like discarded banners. The first to be devoured was an elderly man in resplendent robes. 3 wolf-like beasts leapt simultaneously, sinking their fangs into his shoulders, abdomen, and thigh. With a sickening tearing sound, his body was gruesomely torn asunder. A middle-aged noble, dangling at the outermost edge, witnessed this horror and lost control of his bladder. Urine streaming down his silken trousers, mingling with blood as it dripped onto the beasts below. This only provoked their ferocity. A serpent-like beast flicked out its tongue, snatching away chunks of his flesh. "Oh, my daughter, Great Qin has avenged you. You may now rest in peace," cried an elderly woman, collapsing to the ground in tears. "Mother, do you see? These wretched beasts have become the prey of the ferocious creatures." A youth screamed, eyes ablaze with fury. Among the downtrodden of Great Zhou, a sound of soft weeping began to rise. These people had once been the subjects of Yogu, having personally endured the tyranny of the aristocrats. When the migration edicts of Great Zhou were announced, they had trembled in fear, pleading for the protection of the nobles of Yogu. They did not seek to save themselves, but rather to shield their innocent children and aging parents. They were not begging in vain. Serving as slaves in the nobles' households could exempt them from the migration to the borders. They were willing to be enslaved for life, simply to spare their families from the peril of relocation. The nobles had indeed taken them in, yet only selected the fairest maidens and the most handsome youths. The women became playthings, while the boys were turned into toys for the depraved. The rest of the desperate populace was ruthlessly cast out from the city walls. Did you think it ended there? No. The beautiful women and handsome boys, once the playthings of the nobles, would eventually be discarded like refuse. As the deadline for migration passed, the gates of the great Zhou border remained shut. Those nobles would then throw these women and children from the towering walls. The beasts gathered below, wide-mouthed like fledglings awaiting their feed. Those who fell to their demise would meet the best fate. The nobles atop the walls reveled in this cruel amusement. The atrocities committed by these nobles are beyond comprehension. I remember that rainy day. An old man trembled as he recalled how they had hurled a dozen maidens and children down, one maiden still gasping for breath, crawling a few steps amidst the beasts. Heart-wrenching cries erupted from the crowd. Some fell to their knees, retching, others beat their chests in despair. These memories are too painful, and now, seeing the perpetrators meet their just deserts, the pent-up rage of years found its release. Yogu Prefecture, being the closest to the celestial realms of Great Qin, had been thoroughly investigated by the nefarious. When stacks of intelligence reports filled General Meng Tian's desk, this usually composed commander smashed the table with a single palm. He had initially been cautious not to implicate the innocent, wishing only to punish the most grievous of the nobles. Yet, after reviewing the documents, he realized that in Yogu, identifying even a single innocent soul was a Herculean task. Out of 10,000 nobles, it was unlikely to find one who had not stained their hands with blood. Li Fuyao drew her sword, her expression cold. Initially, she had deemed Meng Tian's methods excessively cruel, but now, she felt they were too lenient. She strode directly to the execution platform, observing the dismembered nobles, and coldly directed the soldiers executing the sentence. Strike here. It will prolong his suffering by 3 more hours. After severing the limbs, sprinkle some meat powder and bone ash. Do not fear to torment them to death. It will only attract the beasts. The soldiers gazed in astonishment at the usually dignified princess of Great Qin, her eyes glinting with a chilling light. Remember, do not speak of humanity to these wretches. A noble bound to the rack widened his eyes in terror at her words. Spare me, my lord. I can offer all my wealth. Li Fuyao scoffed, personally seizing a pouch of bone ash. Fool, killing you means your wealth becomes mine. Enjoy this. It is your just retribution. Meng Tian stood at a distance, observing this scene without intervening. He turned to Meng Yi and commanded, order a heightened search. None involved in the persecution of the common people shall be spared. Chapter 71. The Destruction of the Prefectural Governor's Mansion. Shun Ryuan, the governor of Yogu Prefecture, surveyed the stacks of desperate pleas for help, massaging his temples in irritation. These letters all originated from the prominent families within the prefecture. Over the past fortnight, more than 100 nobles had mysteriously vanished. Another 3 gone? Shun Ryuan's brow furrowed deeply. Most of the missing nobles were of low status, none above the Xuanwu realm, and most were elderly. This situation had incited widespread panic throughout Yogu Prefecture. Some conspiracy theorists even suggested that their emperor of Zhou intended to apply the policy of eliminating the downtrodden to the nobility. They theorized that the low-ranking nobles would also be deemed useless and sent to the borders to feed the beasts. This claim sparked a tremendous uproar among the great families, with 3 factions dispatching representatives to the governor's mansion demanding an explanation. These matters left Shun Ryuan in a state of utter disarray, to the point where he scarcely had time to indulge his favored concubine. What on earth is happening now? He had thought that by retreating to the desolate valley of Yogu, he could escape the tumult of court intrigues, yet the troubles in this locality proved equally vexatious. Just as Shun Ryuan was overwhelmed with anxiety, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A servant rushed in, breathless with urgency. My lord, a man claiming to be a personal guard of Commander Fong Lin seeks an audience. He says there is a situation at the border. The guard's panic-stricken demeanor suggested he was not fabricating tales. A situation at the border? Heaven forbid it's news of ferocious beasts encroaching. Shun Ryuan exclaimed in fury. Fong Lin, whom he had personally promoted, though only possessing mid-level Xuanwu cultivation, had always been prudent, consulting him on all matters. Shun Ryuan had intended to summon him back for greater responsibilities in a few years, but if the threat of ferocious beasts truly loomed, he could scarcely avoid placing the blame squarely upon Fong Lin's shoulders. Bring him in at once. Shun Ryuan gestured irritably. A ragged figure soon appeared before him, and upon first sight, Shun Ryuan's initial flicker of disdain vanished. In Dezhou, the ingrained contempt of the aristocracy towards the commoners was profound. However, this individual, despite his shabby attire, bore a robust physique and exuded a formidable aura of celestial cultivation. It was evident he was deliberately disguised. What has transpired at the border? What folly has Fong Lin committed? Shen Ruan demanded, his voice laced with authority. The guard, trembling with trepidation, knelt and wept. Lord Governor, the border has been breached by the Qin forces. General Fong has been slain by them. What? Shen Ruan sprang to his feet, astonished. The oppressive force of his martial prowess surged uncontrollably. Are you jesting with me? The Qin are mere brigands emerging from the caves. How could they possess the strength to slay Fong Lin? The guard recalled the scene of Huo Qubing's ruthless strike against Fong Lin, his body trembling as terror overtook his features. That youth clad in crimson and black armor dispatched General Fong with a single blow. Fong Lin's head was displayed at the city gate. Shen Ruan's face flushed crimson, his narrowed eyes glinting with cold fury. Continue. The guard's voice quivered, his pupils quaking, his expression one of sheer horror. The Qin forces have dismembered the limbs of our esteemed officials, smeared them with ground flesh and bone powder, and displayed them on the city walls to lure ferocious beasts for feasting. The border echoes day and night with the cries of our lords. These beasts. Shen Ruan seethed, his anger erupting like a volcano, the immense pressure of his martial aura shattering the study into splinters. Amidst the flying debris, he grasped the sinister truth behind the recent disappearances of the nobility. Those cursed Qin undoubtedly abducted them in secrecy. The guard lay prostrate, trembling uncontrollably. Shen Ruan ground his teeth, roaring, the Qin have gone too far. I shall personally seek retribution. At that moment, the prostrate guard suddenly raised his head, eyes wide with terror. My lord, save me. Shen Ruan frowned, turning to look. He observed the guard's skin turning bright red, steam rising from his body, as if he were being boiled in scalding water. His lips quickly took on a purplish hue, and dark blood began seeping from his orifices. It was evidently a sign of poisoning. Shen Ruan immediately channeled pure spiritual energy to save him, only to find the poison had already infiltrated his very bones, causing his organs to dissolve. He could only watch grimly as the messenger succumbed to his agony, gasping his last breath. More horrifying still, the body swiftly began to liquefy, ultimately transforming into a foul puddle of pus. Shen Ruan stared at the repulsive pool, his countenance darkening to an extreme. This lethal toxin could only originate from a rare and ferocious toad beast, and Zhou had long evaded such creatures, making it impossible for them to have poisoned their own. Thus, it must be the handiwork of the Qin. Realizing the guard's disguise was riddled with flaws, it was clear the Qin had purposely allowed him to deliver their message. This was a blatant threat. Shen Ruan recognized it as a warning from the Qin not to act rashly. They have gone too far. They have gone too far. Shen Ruan trembled with rage. Feeling as though his lungs might burst, he whirled around, shouting at the servant, immediately mobilized the troops. We march against the Qin. But my lord, His Majesty has commanded us not to. That is my affair. You need only carry out the order. Shen Ruan interrupted furiously. The servant lowered his head in acquiescence, yet a glimmer of something unusual flickered in his eyes. Once Shen Ruan stormed off in a fury, he promptly summoned his confidant. Report this matter to the capital of Zhou. After Shen Ruan had departed with his army for half a day, a squad of 800 men stealthily approached a nearby hillside. These 800 moved like phantoms, soundless in their approach. In the dim light, only 800 pairs of eyes glowed like torches. Huo Qubing, leading the 800 cavalry, arrived shortly after Shen Ruan had vacated his residence. Along the way, they had swept through more than 10 noble estates like a tempest. Each time, they struck with thunderous force, the iron hooves scattering chaos, leaving a scene of devastation for the subsequent Great Wall Army to manage. Those fortunate enough to have survived the onslaught of the cavalry would soon discover that their misfortunes had just begun. Awaiting them were fates where they would be hung upon flagpoles by the Great Wall Army, serving as live bait to lure ferocious beasts. Compared to a swift execution by the cavalry's spear, such a slow and torturous demise was the most brutal punishment for these corrupt nobles. Along this route, the 800 cavalry also witnessed the opulence of the aristocracy. It was hard to fathom that the common folk beyond the border lacked even the most basic sustenance. While the nobles fed their pets with incomprehensibly rare delicacies, the destitute outside the border were threadbare. Yet the nobles wiped their dogs' drool with silk made from the ice silkworm, discarding it once used. The beautiful women selected from the commoners served as playthings, both for beauty and amusement. Even so, these women would kneel in gratitude, for in their eyes, serving as a maid in a noble household was 100 times better than awaiting a slow death outside the border. The rich feast while the road is lined with the bones of the frozen dead. Huo Qubing gazed at the brightly lit residence of the governor with a grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth. Zhao Ponu stepped forward quietly, awaiting orders in silence. Huo Qubing had commanded everyone before the battle to remain silent, with many cavalrymen opting to cut their tongues. After all, once the war ended, a few pills would regrow them. Huo Qubing's eyes glimmered with a thirst for blood as he slowly raised his right hand, making a swift gesture across his throat. The 800 cavalrymen trembled with excitement, silently grinning, revealing bloodied teeth. Their fingers tightened around their weapons, knuckles turning white, as a murderous glint flickered in their eyes. No words were necessary. Everyone comprehended the meaning behind this military order. No mercy. This night, not a single soul would remain alive within the governor's residence. With a thunderous crash, it was as if the heavens had split. The inhabitants of the Shun residence were bewildered. How could such a clear night suddenly erupt with thunder? Yet, merely a few breaths later, every eye widened in terror, their faces drained of color. Not far away, 800 figures surged forth like bolts of black-red lightning, propelled by an overwhelming aura of slaughter, racing toward the Shun residence. The murderous intent emanating from them was spine-chilling. Before the word attack could leave his lips, Zhao Ponu's spear had already pierced through his throat. With a flick of the spear, the head soared into the air. Boom! 800 black-red flashes crashed into the Shun residence. The force of their charge shattered the gates, the heavy vermilion doors splintering as if made of paper. Leading the charge, Huo Qubing swung his spear, instantly severing 3 advancing guards in half, their entrails spilling onto the ground. The 800 cavalry surged forth like tigers among a flock of sheep, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. Just as an official was about to ignite the warning signal, he was simultaneously pinned to the wall by 3 long spears. In this fleeting moment, the entire Shin residence had descended into a sea of blood. The towering flames illuminated the estate as if it were daylight, while Huo Qubing grasped the hair of the lady of the Shin family, dragging her forward with a deliberate slowness. This once regal woman, now smeared with blood, saw her splendid robe reduced to tatters as it scraped along the ground. Huo Qubing walked with an impassive expression. Whenever the woman's face shifted, her gaze flickered. He would unhesitatingly unleash a sharp flash of his sword. The sword energy swept through the shadows, mercilessly slaying the hidden kin of Shun Ruin. A youth hiding behind a rockery was cleaved in 2 by the sword's arc, his upper body still crawling in terror. Several ladies crammed in a wardrobe were split in half along with the wardrobe itself. Why? The lady of the Shin family cried hoarsely. What enmity exists between my Shin family and you? The 800 cavalry silently carried out the massacre, their severed tongues rendering the slaughter even more grotesque and terrifying. Only the dull thud of blades meeting flesh and the explosive sounds of flames consuming structures echoed through the night. Huo Qubing grinned, revealing bloodstained teeth. Who decreed that one cannot slay without enmity? What reason is needed to annihilate your entire clan today? With that, he released his grip, and in a flash of sword light, cleaved the lady of the Shun family in 2. Chapter 72. Shenrian was bewildered in the depths of the imperial city of the Great Zhou. Emperor Zhou perused a scroll in his hands, with a secret letter from Yogu Prefecture laid upon the table. Yet, this emperor did not exhibit the slightest rage over the contents of the missive. Indeed, he seemed entirely disinterested. His demeanor remained as tranquil as water, without so much as a furrow in his brow. It was as if the letter's claims of the Qin invasion, the breach of the borders, and Shun Ryuan's unauthorized mobilization were mere trivial gossip. Every few centuries, such events unfolded. This time was particularly intriguing, not due to internal strife, but rather a resurgence from the depths of the earth. The emperor's gaze was profound, as if he had witnessed such upheaval countless times. Your Majesty, the aging eunuch standing beside him hesitated to speak. The emperor waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw. Alone in the grand hall, he sighed. Is it not preferable to serve as mere fodder? Meng Tian stood upon the city walls, his gaze steady as he surveyed the newly acquired territory. He ordered his soldiers to bolster the defenses and construct fortifications while dispatching squads to gradually advance into the heart of Yogu Prefecture. Every step was meticulously calculated, and a defensive system was established for every inch of land seized. He commanded the various camps not to advance recklessly. Each strategic location captured must ensure timely support from all sides. Any violators would face military consequences. Meng Tian instructed Meng Yi. Though proud, he was not arrogant. He understood that while the Yogu garrison was easily overwhelmed, the vast terrain posed a risk. Advancing too greedily could lead to a stretched front and dispersed forces. Thus, he opted for a strategy of gradual encroachment, steadily expanding their control. When news reached him that Shun Ruin was personally leading an army, Meng Tian remained unfazed. Everything continued as planned. He silently prepared for all contingencies. He noticed that Li Fuyao had left the camp without him sending anyone to search for her. This princess always had her reasons for her actions. Soon, Li Fuyao returned, bringing someone with her. Meng Tian was taken aback upon seeing them. The next day, Shen Ruiyuan and his army arrived directly at the city walls. He galloped forth, disregarding the cities along the way occupied by the Great Wall's forces. To him, the immediate priority was to reclaim the border and rescue the captured nobles. As for the Qin army occupying the cities, they were merely fish in a barrel, easily dispatched upon his triumphant return. Upon reaching the city walls, Shen Ruiyuan was incensed to see the nobles of the great Zhou tied to flagpoles, taunted like bait by the Qin soldiers. His fury ignited, and he unleashed his martial prowess, charging towards the walls. How dare the Qin scoundrels insult the great Zhou? Death to the Qin scoundrels! Shen Ruiyuan's rage boiled over. The soldiers of the great Zhou, witnessing their governor's valor, were instantly invigorated, cheering with enthusiasm. "Governor, you are magnificent! Governor, you are magnificent!" As Shen Ruiyuan drew nearer to the border walls, he suddenly halted. He beheld a middle-aged general with a resolute countenance, standing respectfully behind a man. Beside this man stood a lady of extraordinary beauty. The stunning woman pointed at the approaching Shen Ruiyuan, exclaiming, "Elder brother, it is he." Li Taicang raised his gaze to the fifth tier of the earth martial realm represented by Shen Ruiyuan, nodding with interest. Indeed, the fifth tier is not something you can contend with. Li Fuyao recognized they could not match the fifth tier of the earth martial realm. Hence she had returned to the past to summon their superiors. Shen Ruiyuan's figure came to an abrupt standstill, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloping him. For some reason, despite the noble figure merely emanating the aura of the Xuanwu realm, he felt an instinctive urge that taking another step would result in his demise. He glared at Li Taicang, demanding, "Are you the Qin emperor? Why do you invade my great Zhou?" Li Taicang regarded Shen Ruiyuan with indifference, as if he were observing an insignificant insect. When he spoke, his voice, though calm, carried an undeniable authority. "The great Zhou has lost its virtue. The great Qin shall replace it." Shen Ruiyuan was instantly enraged. "How brazen! I am preoccupied with state affairs, and lack the time to waste with you. Perish." Though Shen Ruiyuan stood high above, and Li Taicang on the city wall, everyone felt as though Li Taicang was looking down upon Shen Ruiyuan from a position of superiority. The next moment, the heavens darkened. Chapter 73. The duty of a general. Li Taicang drew a single sword, and only one sword. The sword light flashed like lightning, arriving in an instant. Shen Ruiyuan did not even have time to react before he was paralyzed by the combined pressure of the Emperor of Humanity and the heavenly sovereign contained within that sword light. With a thud, a deep wound erupted from Shen Ruiyuan's chest, blood gushing forth. This strike was delivered with merely 70% of Li Taicang's strength. Had he used his full might, Shen Ruiyuan would have been cleaved in two. As for why he spared Shen Ruiyuan's life, it was because Meng Tian saw great potential in him. "Meng Qing, I leave Shen Ruiyuan in your care. I have pressing matters to attend to," Li Taicang said calmly as he sheathed his sword. "This subject bids farewell to your majesty." Meng Tian knelt on one knee, respectfully paying his respects. Li Taicang nodded slightly. He understood Meng Tian's character. This steady general would never act casually in the presence of someone like Huo Qubing. This was Meng Tian's nature and his steadfastness as a general. Yet before departing, Li Taicang could not help but remind him, "Stay safe. If you encounter a formidable enemy, notify me immediately. Were it not for Fuyao seeking me out, would you have planned to confront an earth martial realm expert alone?" Li Taicang's tone carried a clear reprimand. However, Meng Tian's expression remained resolute as he replied solemnly, "Since ancient times, it has been the duty of ministers to rescue their sovereign. When has a sovereign ever rescued a minister?" Li Taicang furrowed his brow. "Under my reign it has. Fuyao, do not return yet. Remain here. If any earth martial realm experts approach, come seek me immediately." "Understood, elder brother," Li Fuyao replied obediently. Li Taicang shook his head, choosing not to say more. He was well aware of Meng Tian's stubborn nature. Rather than waste words, it was better to depart directly. Li Fuyao approached Meng Tian and whispered, "General, although my elder brother's tone is severe, he values you greatly." Meng Tian's demeanor was solemn. "This subject understands. Precisely because of this, I cannot rely on His Majesty for everything. As a general, it is my duty to alleviate the worries of my sovereign. How could I instead add to his burdens?" After Li Taicang's departure, Shen Ruiyuan was brought before Meng Tian. The former governor of Yogu State found his powers stripped away, his hands bound tightly by specially crafted iron chains. 2 loyal guards flanked him, gripping his shoulders, preparing to kick him at the knees. "Kneel." barked one of the guards. Shen Ruiyuan snorted coldly and stood tall. In Yogu State, we have only beheaded governors, not kneeling ones. The guard's expression darkened as he was about to exert force to break Shen's knees, but was halted by Meng Tian's raised hand. In a grave tone, Meng Tian addressed him, General Shen, why cling to such stubbornness? If you submit to the Great Qin, you shall remain the lord of Yogu State. Shen Ruiyuan laughed derisively. Submit to the Great Qin? I shall live as a Zhou man and die as a Zhou ghost. Whether you choose to kill or mutilate me, I am at your mercy, but do so swiftly. Meng Tian continued to persuade him calmly. By yielding to the Great Qin, you can still enjoy wealth and honor. And your family can continue to live as they do now. Do you think to threaten me with my family? A flicker of cold light flashed in Shen's eyes. And he soon realized, I understand now. You intend to use me as a wedge to attack other great states, right? He straightened his back. His voice hoarse, yet laced with scorn. If one governor surrenders, the morale of the great Zhou army will surely waver. As long as your Great Qin controls the governors of each state, you can conquer the entire Great Zhou without shedding blood. Meng Tian's face darkened, not refuting him. The atmosphere in the tent grew tense. Although captured, Shen Ruiyuan's insight was indeed extraordinary. He accurately deduced Meng Tian's plan to use the governors as bait to dismantle the Great Zhou's defenses. It seems I was correct, Shen Ruiyuan scoffed. Unfortunately, you miscalculated. Though I, Shen Ruiyuan, may fear death, I will never become a traitor to my country. Meng Tian replied. Then what of your son? Shen Ruiyuan, holding his neck high, forced himself to respond. I tell you, do not think to use my family against me. Yet, a fleeting hint of panic in his eyes betrayed the fear within. Meng Tian smirked inwardly, recognizing Shen Ruiyuan as a blusterous coward. At that moment, a shadowy figure silently entered the tent, presenting a confidential report to Meng Tian before swiftly departing. Meng Tian unfolded the report, his brow furrowing deeper as fury threatened to erupt from his eyes. He looked up at the still defiant Shen Ruiyuan, an unexpected glimmer of pity in his gaze. Shen Ruiyuan was momentarily taken aback by this look. What is it? What has happened? Disappointed, Meng Tian waved his hand and instructed Meng Yi, drag him out, sever his limbs, and smear them with spices to attract the ferocious beasts from the mountains for our Great Qin. This way, he shall hold some value. What? Shen Ruiyuan exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend why Meng Tian's attitude had suddenly shifted so drastically. A sense of foreboding washed over him. What has happened? Speak. Is my family in danger? But Meng Tian chose not to waste further words, turning his back to him. Shen Ruiyuan was pulled outside by two guards, struggling wildly. His voice hoarse. Tell me, what has happened to my wife and children? Meng Tian, speak. As Shen Ruiyuan's cries faded into the distance, Meng Yi returned, perplexed. General, what has transpired? Meng Tian's face contorted with rage as he forcefully passed the report to Meng Yi. See for yourself. Meng Yi took the report. Discovering the grim details, General Huo Qubing led 800 cavalry to bloodily massacre the Shen family. Not a soul survived, their residence set ablaze. Meng Yi looked up in shock. But General Huo was only supposed to charge into battle, leaving us to handle the aftermath. Why did this happen? I originally intended to use the Shen family to coerce Shen Ruiyuan into submission. Yet who could have anticipated Huo Qubing's overwhelming bloodlust? Even a son of Shen Ruiyuan could have been spared. Meng Yi advised, given Shen Ruiyuan's deep-seated enmity towards our Great Qin, he cannot be spared. It's better to eliminate him early to avoid future troubles. Meng Yi attempted to reassure him. There is no need for excessive worry, General. The Great Zhou forces across the states are crumbling. Even without Shen Ruiyuan's influence, we can easily conquer. As the vice commander of the Great Wall Legion, Meng Yi possessed both confidence and capability. Meng Tian shook his head, speaking solemnly. You do not comprehend. Extracting the last vestiges of value from Shen Ruiyuan could significantly reduce the casualties of our soldiers. Even saving a single life is worth the effort. He rose, stepping to the tent's entrance, gazing at Shen Ruiyuan being executed in the distance. We need only utter a few words to preserve the lives of our comrades. Why not seize the opportunity? Meng Yi stood beside him, his gaze fixed intently upon his brother. To him, Meng Tian was not only an invincible general, but also the elder brother he would follow for a lifetime. Elder brother, I finally understand why His Majesty holds you in such high regard. Meng Tian turned, a rare softness breaking through his resolute demeanor. It is merely the duty of a commander. Remember, Meng Yi, a true general does not assert his worth through slaughter. Our mission is to safeguard our homeland, protect our people, and defend every soldier who follows us. Chapter 74. Await the consequences. Li Taicang's desk was cluttered with a mountain of pending memorials. the daily affairs of governance flooding in like an unrelenting tide. Li Taicang, Zhuge Liang, and Sun Yu, all within the Great Qin's mystical realm, were tirelessly occupied from dawn till dusk. As the borders of the Great Zhou continued to fall, the influx of refugees pouring into Hanggu Pass increased day by day. The once grand Hanggu Pass had undergone 3 expansions, yet it still could not accommodate the ceaseless stream of people. Fortunately, after capturing Yougu State, they acquired vast lands to settle the refugees. The most pressing issue was the food supply. The Great Qin's mystical realm lacked sufficient provisions to sustain such a multitude of Great Zhou refugees. Li Taicang could not allow the new Qin subjects to starve the old. Thus, he reluctantly ordered the capture of 100,000 ferocious beasts from the mountains, utilizing their blood and flesh as the primary sustenance for the Great Zhou refugees. Simultaneously, Li Taicang commanded the priority recruitment of soldiers from among these Great Zhou refugees to form a new army. The Great Zhou was vast. Relying solely on the current Qin soldiers, even if they captured territory, they could not hold it. Moreover, an extensive border required soldiers to fend off the beast tide. Thus, the establishment of a new army was imperative. The Great Qin's resources would not support the idle. Li Taicang needed these refugees to assist in his military campaigns. Soon, the Qin army began large-scale hunts for ferocious beasts. Teams of elite soldiers ventured deep into the fringes of the mountains, slaughtering captured beasts and returning them to provide sustenance for the newly allied populace. Under the relentless efforts of the Qin's formidable forces, the ferocious beasts near the border were nearly eradicated. Faced with the depletion of ferocious beast resources at the mountain's edge, the Qin adopted even more aggressive measures. Several influential figures from the Great Zhou, captured by Meng Tian at the border, were smeared with specially crafted spices and hung at the mountain's entrance. The unique aroma emitted by these spices successfully lured forth the powerful beasts lurking within the depths. These creatures, massive and far stronger than those near the border, still met their fate at the hands of the well-trained Qin army. The Qin even established a dedicated slaughter team for these beasts, primarily composed of the Jinyue. After all, they were accustomed to dealing with corpses. The methods for handling humans and ferocious beasts were strikingly similar. The skilled hands of the Xiaochun Dao adeptly stripped the beasts of their pelts, which were then fashioned into armor for the new army. The bones of the beasts required little processing to become weapons. The flesh and blood were evenly distributed among the newly affiliated Great Zhou populace. Li Taicang had initially worried that such distribution might incite unrest, as the taste of ferocious beast meat was notoriously sour and difficult to swallow, accompanied by a malevolent aura that could harm one's vitality and hasten decay. However, the outcome defied his expectations. Long live His Majesty the Qin Emperor! Countless commoners knelt towards the highest palace at Hanggu Pass, tears glistening in their eyes. To them, the flesh and blood of these ferocious beasts were akin to a divine delicacy. Before the arrival of the Great Qin, they survived on the tainted blood of these creatures, mixed with leaves and roots, food so unpalatable that even livestock would refuse it. The elders wept as they chewed, never imagining they would taste wholesome meat in their lifetimes. Even more astonishing was that the malevolent energy contained within the beast's flesh not only failed to harm them, but instead became a source of cultivation support. Many experienced significant breakthroughs after consuming the meat. Some even transcended their limits on the spot. These refugees, who had long dwelt on the fringes of the 10,000 Great Mountains, demonstrated an astonishing adaptability, managing to digest the sinister essence inherent in the beast's flesh. It is noteworthy that even the elite soldiers of the Great Qin, at the spirit martial realm, required several hours of meditation to dispel the malevolent energy after consuming the beast's meat. By contrast, these commoners of the Great Zhou, with their cultivation levels mostly at the mysterious sea realm, experienced merely transient discomfort, perhaps a brief bout of diarrhea, before returning to normal. Remarkably, some even achieved breakthroughs after digesting this energy. Even more astonishing was their training speed, which exceeded that of ordinary individuals by over 30%. No wonder these people, employing the most rudimentary techniques and lacking any cultivation environment, could reach the realms of Grand Master and Celestial Being. Observing these reports, Li Taicang sighed, acknowledging the incredible adaptability and endurance of the human race. Yet, behind these qualities, how many cared to consider the immense suffering endured by humanity? An abundance of beast flesh was distributed. To the new Qin people, the 10,000 Great Mountains represented a natural and boundless granary. Gradually, an unprecedented fervor spread among the new Qin populace. After consuming their fill, they began to gather spontaneously, shouting their desire to follow the Great Qin army back to the Great Zhou, to storm the capital, overthrow the Zhou Emperor, seek revenge, and avenge their fallen kin. The Emperor of Qin is the only true sovereign of this world. The cries of countless voices reverberated through the heavens, the scene teetering on the brink of chaos. Had it not been for the timely dispatch of emissaries by Li Taicang to pacify the seething New Qin populace, they might have formed a massive army, recklessly charging towards the borders of the Great Zhou. Your Majesty, the hearts of the people can be harnessed, Zhuge Liang remarked, gently fanning himself, his eyes glittering with insight. Li Taicang stood atop the city tower, gazing down at the impassioned New Qin citizens, a complex expression crossing his brow. He turned to Zhuge Liang beside him and inquired, Chancellor, how does that Zhou Emperor govern the realm? His gaze swept over the grateful New Qin people who had benefited from the beast's flesh, his voice heavy with contemplation. Just a modicum of basic sustenance can engender such loyalty from these citizens. If this sentiment is wielded wisely, what fear is there from the beasts of the 10,000 great mountains? This is clearly an inexhaustible natural granary. Zhuge Liang, though appearing somewhat fatigued, retained the brilliance of his wise eyes. He smiled gently. Your Majesty, why test your humble servant? Have you not already discerned the truth? Li Taicang's expression darkened abruptly as he rose, fixing his gaze on the endless black mountains in the distance. The primordial forest-covered 10,000 great mountains resembled a colossal serpent, tightly constricting the territory of the Great Zhou. As he surveyed the landscape, it seemed as though the world consisted solely of the Great Zhou and the 10,000 great mountains. His voice was icy. To confine humanity as livestock in a breeding ground, this world is indeed intriguing. His fingers unconsciously clenched, knuckles widening. In the distance, amidst the shadows of the 10,000 great mountains, the flicker of the beast's crimson eyes could be discerned. These beasts, along with the lofty Zhou Emperor, appeared to play their respective roles within this vast prison. Thunderously, the Yogu Prefecture was officially annexed into the realm of the Great Qin. The grand fortune soared to the heavens. The supreme celestial dragon devoured and replenished. Li Taicang's cultivation surged to the 6th level of the Xuanwu realm. With shared experience, the cultivation levels of the Great Qin ministers also advanced. They were all on the brink of greatness. Chapter 75. Who is the true harvester? With shared experience, the soldiers of the Great Qin collectively broke through, their strength soaring. The elite soldiers of the Great Qin underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming an unstoppable force. Huo Qubing led 800 cavalrymen, sweeping through the lands of the Great Zhou like a tempest. This elite cavalry now boasted enhanced prowess, charging forth with an unstoppable momentum. Huo Qubing grew even stronger with each battle. More crucially, after conquering a region, Huo Qubing and his troops seemed to vanish from the territory of the Great Zhou, only to reappear when another city had fallen. They moved like the wind, leaving the enemy in disarray wherever they went. The Great Wall Legion diligently managed the aftermath. They established a firm hold over the cities captured by Huo Qubing. The two state governors of the Great Zhou at the Earth Martial Realm also met their demise under the onslaught of the 4 divine generals of the Great Qin and Huo Qubing. Dian Wei's twin halberds, Su Chu's heavy hammer, Wei Qi Jingda's long spear, and Qin Shubao's twin cudgels, in conjunction with Huo Qubing's elusive spear techniques, directly breached the borders and annihilated the 2 state governors at the Earth Martial Realm. In the Great Qin, it was not solely the emperor who could transcend borders in battle. Who among them was not a prodigy? In less than a month, 2 more major states of the Great Zhou fell. The Great Qin now occupied 3 states of the Great Zhou. The monumental fortune gained from expansion propelled Li Taicang's cultivation to unprecedented heights. Under the supreme celestial dragon's nourishment, Li Taicang reached the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm. He was now merely a hair's breadth away from the Earth Martial Realm. Meanwhile, through the shared experience, Gao Lisher and Sun Yu ascended to the 4th level of the Xuanwu realm. Mao Chang reached the 5th level. Huo Qubing, Meng Tian, and the 4 divine generals of the Great Qin all attained the 6th level. Yuan Tiangang and Zhuge Liang reached the 7th level. The summoned soldiers nearly all achieved the Spirit Martial Realm. A few with exceptional talent even reached the Yellow Martial Realm. This is the terrifying power of the shared experience function. Each of Li Taicang's advancements elevated the strength of the entire Great Qin. The Great Qin grew stronger with each battle. Its might expanded like a snowball. The Great Zhou, comprising 36 states, was further bordered by the boundless 10,000 great mountains. What level of power will the Great Qin attain in due time? The 10,000 great mountains also settled into a semblance of tranquility. Even when the soldiers of the Great Qin adorned those powerful nobles with spices and hung them at the most conspicuous points along the borders, it became increasingly difficult to draw out more beasts. This region, once fraught with peril, now exhibited an eerie calm. The numbers of the new Great Qin army continued to swell. Each day, thousands of new Qin citizens joined the military, driven by a profound hatred for the Zhou emperor, training with exceptional diligence. Moreover, the Great Qin's stockpiled beast flesh was ample enough to sustain the cultivation of these new soldiers. Conversely, within the territory of the Great Zhou, the situation was alarming. The citizens here, though robust and fair of face, bore vacant expressions, resembling walking corpses. They lived mechanically, akin to livestock awaiting slaughter. The Great Zhou enforced a horrifying population policy. The less gifted were cast out to the borders to fend for themselves, leaving only the promising young adults. More cruelly, those who remained were mandated to bear a child every 2 years. Once the children grew, they too would undergo another round of selection. This near-breeding method astonishingly bolstered the national strength of the Great Zhou. Despite years of warfare against the beasts, the population remained vast, with the physical prowess of the citizens exceptional. Yet, the cost of this was the countless abandoned lives and the numbed souls of the survivors. Hence, when the Great Qin executed those nobles from the major states, the commoners of the Great Zhou offered no resistance, surrendering willingly. With each city the Great Qin captured, the citizens of the Great Zhou welcomed them with open arms. What is most poignant is the moment when the common folk within the borders recognized the familiar faces among the new army of the Qin. These are their expelled parents, their long-lost siblings, and their forcibly separated children. Tears finally glisten in their once-numb eyes, and hope rejuvenates their parched hearts. "Father, it is I." A young man rushes toward a trembling elder in the Qin army. "Little sister, you are still alive." A robust man tightly embraces a frail girl. Such scenes of reunion unfold incessantly in every liberated city. The scale of the Qin army is experiencing an explosive growth once more. Astonishingly, as the war progresses, the Qin forces not only suffer no losses, but rather grow stronger with each battle, multiplying in number. Even in various regions of the Zhou, voices have begun to rise in welcome of the Qin forces. The hearts of the oppressed, long stifled, are rapidly turning towards the Qin. Those who possess the Tao receive assistance, while those who stray from it find little support. The tyrannical reign of the Zhou dynasty, enduring for millennia, is finally facing a backlash. The world has long suffered under Zhou. It seems that everything is developing in a positive direction. The Zhou's passivity, the silence of the beast tide, and the populace's enthusiastic welcome are all evident. However, within the ancient families that have endured for millennia, a strange atmosphere of silence pervades. These families possess libraries brimming with tomes and have amassed vast resources for cultivation. Their descendants receive the most systematic training from childhood. Yet strangely, for hundreds of years, not a single individual has broken through the fourth level of the Earth martial realm. It is not due to a lack of resources. Rather, whenever someone approaches a breakthrough, the eldest patriarch of the family will take them aside, persuading them to cease their cultivation after a night of discussion. Even those gifted prodigies born every few generations are not met with joy. Instead, the family elders will join forces to employ secret methods, stripping away part of their spiritual roots, reducing unparalleled talents to merely adequate individuals. Within these ancient families, there are always a few living fossils who have witnessed multiple great eras. They hold the status of noble families and possess cultivation at the profound turtle realm, thus avoiding the fate of being cast beyond the borders. Yet, as they listen to the voices proclaiming the death of the Zhou and the rise of the Qin, they can only sigh softly, their murky eyes reflecting bitterness. Has another hero of humanity emerged? Alas, all is in vain. These living fossils, nearing the end of their lifespan at the profound turtle realm, begin to weep, unable to swallow the grief despite having experienced several great eras. In their youth, they too followed those heroes of humanity who stirred the winds and clouds, wishing to change the world. "When I followed Lord Lin, it was just like this," murmurs an elder with a missing right arm, trembling unconsciously. 34 cities were broken in succession, and we were about to breach the capital when I witnessed the sword master's sword shatter, and he himself was crushed, an old woman sobs. 300 years ago, the brilliant Lin clan prodigy emerged from the 10,000 mountains. 500 years ago, the sword master of the heavenly sword sect, who dominated all. 700 years ago, every time was grand, yet every time ended in failure. Even the families and sects of these heroes have vanished. Tens of millions of righteous armies turned to ashes overnight, and hundreds of millions were cast into the depths of the 10,000 mountains. But what is even more tragic is that humanity has never been a race that resigns itself to fate. Every few hundred years, new heroes arise to attempt to change the world and reclaim the land. Each time the outcome is equally devastating. How can this not evoke their sorrow? Humanity, alas, never learns to accept its fate, knowing it is futile yet proceeding anyway. Could this be our destiny? Outside, the sounds of celebration are deafening. Deep within the ancestral halls of the families, the tears of the elders fall silently. They have endured too many cycles of hope and despair, witnessing the rise and fall of countless prodigies. Each act of resistance has further weakened the already frail humanity, yet every few hundred years, new rebels always emerge. Resign yourselves. At least it will spare some lives. They have uttered these words countless times, yet never has anyone listened. Just like now, those jubilant youths, who would believe that this flourishing age will ultimately dissolve into nothingness. Presently, the situation appears exceedingly favorable. Yet Li Taicang stands alone atop the walls of Hanggu Pass, gazing intently at the endless stretch of the 10,000 mountains. The setting sun casts a blood-red hue over the dark mountains, creating an atmosphere so oppressive it is hard to breathe. The deep, rumbling roars from within the mountains send chills down one's spine. Your Majesty, the governor of Liyuan Prefecture has been slain by General Biaoqi. And soon we shall capture the 4th prefecture of the Zhou. Zhuge Liang, holding a feather fan, ascends the city walls to report. Li Taicang remains fixated on the dark mountain range, his expression revealing little joy. Zhuge Liang approaches him, also gazing at the seemingly endless mountains. Li Taicang breaks the silence. Does Kongming not find it peculiar? What does your Majesty refer to? The Zhou territory spans thousands of times that of our Qin and implements such harsh selection of its populace. Logically, one would expect prodigies to emerge abundantly. Yet those who break through to the earth martial realm are nothing but fragile weaklings. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang's lips curl into a knowing smile. Your Majesty, common folk select the frail and ailing for slaughter, but nobles have many requirements for their meat. It must be tender, fresh, young chicks, or piglets. Nobles, too, celebrate the new year. Each year, they present their carefully raised livestock at the table, waiting for the next year's festival. Zhuge Liang says nothing more, yet it feels as if he has said everything. A cold glint flashes in Li Taicang's eyes, and a chilling smile surfaces on his lips. The emperor shepherding the beasts, what a fine shepherd he is. No wonder the ancient families of Zhou would rather sever their roots than nurture true talents. They are not weak. They are evading the harvest. Zhuge Liang sighs softly. The old farmers in the fields know when to sow and also when to harvest early, based on years of experience. A brief silence falls over the city walls. In the shadows of the distant 10,000 mountains, the ominous, crimson eyes of fierce beasts flicker. The truths hidden in the mists of history are gradually revealing their sinister outlines, like rocks exposed after the tide recedes. The Zhou is a breeding ground, and the emperor is the shepherd of ferocious beasts. The cyclical harvest every few hundred years is aimed at reaping the finest sustenance. We cannot wait any longer. We must seize the initiative firmly in our grasp. He waves his hand, issuing a flurry of military commands with the urgency of a storm. Send word to Huo Qubing to lead 100,000 cavalry in a full-scale assault. Except for the Tianqi prefecture where the Zhou capital is located, let him roam freely. Instruct Meng Tian to abandon the steady and cautious strategy. Seize the remaining 35 prefectures of the Zhou as swiftly as possible, excluding Tianqi. Furthermore, cease the capture of ferocious beasts and have Qin Xiong and his 4 men lead the Black Dragon Guards to defend Hanggu Pass. The gravity in Li Taicang's voice is unprecedented. Indolence is not his character. He needs immense national fortune. Zhuge Liang bows to accept the order, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. He knows that the Qin is about to face not just the Zhou dynasty, but an epic-spanning cycle of feasting. When the iron hooves of the Qin crush Tianqi prefecture, they may not only contend with the Zhou dynasty, but also the entire backlash of the 10,000 mountains. Li Taicang stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the darkening sky, murmuring to himself, "If we are to reap, let us see who the true harvester is." In the distance, a deep, thunderous roar emerges from the heart of the 10,000 mountains, as if responding to the challenge of this human emperor. Chapter 76. The king dies for the state. It is only right. The exuberant Huo Qubing appears as if a deity has descended. With his formidable army of 100,000 cavalry, he swept through the lands of the great Zhou, leaving devastation in his wake. Even the mightiest warriors of the earth martial realm struggled to withstand the onslaught of Huo Qubing's troops, often falling beneath the hooves of their steeds with a single encounter. No longer adopting a cautious approach, Meng Tian revealed his ferocity. The brutal tactics employed by this commander of the Great Wall's legions instilled fear in all who witnessed them. The Great Wall army no longer accepted any surrenders. Arrows rained down like a torrential storm, transforming the defiant cities into pincushions. The iron hooves of the great Qin shattered countless city gates, and the banners of Zhou were reduced to ashes amidst the flames. Aside from the province of Tianqi, all 35 other provinces of the Great Zhou fell one after another. The territory of the Great Qin expanded at an astonishing pace, ushering in a national fortune akin to a surging river. Li Taicang's cultivation ascended steadily, reaching an unprecedented height under the benefaction of the supreme heavenly dragon. The mechanism of shared experience allowed the elite warriors of the Great Qin to experience a meteoric rise in power. By the later stages, even the reclusive masters of the Earth martial realm could scarcely endure a single exchange against the generals of the Great Qin. However, amidst this unstoppable tide of conquest, the Great Qin encountered fierce resistance. The provinces of Jiannan, Yunzhe, and Kangwu exhibited particularly intense defiance, to the point of preferring death over surrender. These provinces were the ancestral homes of the three elders of the Beast King sect, with the Yang, Gao, and Song clans having established their roots here for millennia. The spirit of the people in these provinces was fierce and unyielding. Even the three elders of the Beast King sect could not sway the resolve of these clansmen. They would rather perish alongside the Great Zhou than become slaves to a fallen nation. On the day the cities fell, these clansmen fought to the last man, with women, children, and the elderly all choosing to end their lives in loyalty to their homeland. Li Taicang gazed upon the war-torn lands of the three provinces and could only sigh in resignation. He ordered a grand burial for these unyielding clansmen, granting them the dignity they deserved in death. After all, how could clans that raised such fiercely resolute individuals as the elders of the Beast King sect be anything but strong-willed? Observing the sorrowful expressions of the three elders, Li Taicang solemnly declared, "Do not blame me." Although tears glistened in the elders' eyes, their gazes remained resolute. In their eyes, there existed only the celestial, the sovereign, and the teacher, no regard for the common people. If they were to perish alongside the Great Zhou, it would be a death worthy of their honor. This cleansing made Li Taicang acutely aware that within this land, there existed both willing subjects and those unbending in their resolve. It was often the latter that formed the true backbone of humanity. It was regrettable that such righteous individuals could not be utilized for his purposes. The emperor of the Great Zhou truly deserved his fate. As the last banner of Zhou fell, the territory of the Great Qin expanded to an unprecedented scale. Li Taicang's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Earth martial realm. Through shared experience, Yuan Tiangang and Zhuge Liang attained the Earth martial 7th level. Huo Qubing, Meng Tian, Dian Wei, Su Chu, Qin Xiong, and Wei Qigong all reached the Earth martial 6th level. Gao Lisher and Sun Yu achieved the Earth martial 4th level. Nearly 500,000 elite warriors of the Great Qin all ascended to the Huangwu realm. Yuan Tiangang of the Earth martial 7th level remained in the palace, gathering intelligence and thoroughly investigating the Great Zhou Emperor. He meticulously recorded every detail of the Great Zhou's map found in the Emperor's study. He even overheard a conversation between the Great Zhou Emperor and a ferocious beast. The Zhou Emperor referred to the beast as the Mountain Master, while the beast addressed the Zhou Emperor as the Shepherd. The information revealed during their discourse sent shivers down the spine of this seasoned commander, as it became apparent that the so-called Son of Heaven was, in a literal sense, a shepherd of mankind. The ancestors of those ancient clans, unwilling to see the heroes of humanity fall to the jaws of beasts, secretly sent a letter to Li Taicang. The contents of the letter were simple. They urged the emperor to preserve his living forces, along with a detailed map of the 10,000 Great Mountains, which marked a hidden escape route to the outside world. That path was carved out by the lives of countless ancestors of humanity, these living fossils of the clans. Having witnessed the astonishing breakthroughs achieved by the Great Qin in such a short time, understood this to be a divine favor bestowed upon humanity. Yet even so, they still doubted that the Great Qin could withstand the terrifying beasts lurking in the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. These were beasts that surpassed the Earth martial realm, capable of ravaging even the mightiest of warriors. Thus, they revealed their final trump card for an escape to the outside world. Li Taicang accepted this goodwill and specifically ordered Meng Tian and Huo Qubing to take special care of these clans, avoiding any intrusion into their territories. Yet, during the grand assembly the following day, he deliberately threw that sealed letter into a roaring fire in front of all the generals. His expression was indifferent, yet filled with killing intent. A monarch must sacrifice for his nation. This is the natural order. I shall never flee. I shall never abandon the people of the Great Qin. I stand with you in prosperity and ruin. As the flames consumed the letter, the entire Great Qin erupted with fervor. The soldiers of the Great Qin felt their blood surge, chanting in unison, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" Among them, Huo Qubing's voice rang the loudest. The young cavalry general's eyes glowed with excitement, eager to mount his steed and charge into the fray for his sovereign. Afterwards, Taicang seized Zhuge Liang's wrist, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. "Kongming, did you remember that map?" Zhuge Liang raised an eyebrow, concealing his face with his feather fan, revealing a knowing smile. "Oh, did your majesty not burn that sealed letter publicly? Why now seek a map for escape? Do not feign ignorance." Taicang lowered his voice, his eyes shimmering with intensity. "That map contains intricate details of the deepest regions of the 10,000 Great Mountains. I cannot wage war without it." Zhuge Liang's expression suddenly shifted, turning pale as a ghost, and the feather fan slipped from his grasp. Stammering, he began, "Why, your majesty?" "That map." Taicang felt a sudden weight in his heart, regretting, "Blame me. I became too excited." Before he could finish, Zhuge Liang suddenly broke into a smile, calmly withdrawing a specially crafted piece of parchment from his sleeve, seizing a vermilion brush to begin his work. With deft strokes, every perilous location and hidden path of the 10,000 Great Mountains sprang to life on the page, perfectly matching the map from the sealed letter. Taicang was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. "Well done, you crafty villager." Chapter 77. Let the feast begin. The iron cavalry of the Great Qin loomed like a dark cloud, surrounding the last territory of the Great Zhou, Tianqi province. Surprisingly, even in such dire straits, the emperor of the Great Zhou continued to hold court as usual, reviewing memorials and managing state affairs. As if the million-strong Qin army outside did not exist at all, Taicang did not conceal the truth of the world from the new subjects of the Great Qin. The Great Zhou was merely a breeding ground for ferocious beasts, and its emperor was a servant of those beasts. This harsh truth was printed as notices and posted throughout the various states and counties. The elders of the ancient clans, upon learning of this, were rendered speechless in shock. They could not comprehend why this hero of humanity would reveal such a cruel reality to the populace. Did he not fear that it would cause the hearts of the people and the morale of the army to waver? Nevertheless, they respected the hero's decision and subtly aided in spreading the entire truth. However, what transpired next astonished them even further. When the notices filled the streets and alleys, and the truth reached every corner, the former subjects of the Great Zhou, now the people of the Great Qin, merely paused in astonishment before returning to sharpen their weapons and reorganize their military. There was neither panic, nor unrest, nor excessive discussion. An elderly man with white hair stood before the notice, gazing for a long while before suddenly laughing. "What difference does it make? Outside the pass, beasts devour men. Inside the pass, men devour men." His voice was soft, but silenced those around him. He was one of the early residents forced to the borders, and his fierce will to survive had allowed him to endure until now, having experienced much along the way. For them, outside the pass, they faced the onslaught of fierce beasts amidst the treacherous mountains, suffering from hunger and deprivation of clothing. Inside the pass, they were reduced to mere livestock for the powerful of the Great Zhou, mere swine for the court, stripped of even the dignity of survival. One cup held the sour, spicy, and bitter poison, while another contained a lethal concoction sweetened with honey. The outcome was the same. What difference could there be? A young man polished his spear and spoke to his companions. "At least now, we fight for ourselves. If we die as individuals." These words resonated with the hearts of all. In the Great Qin, they experienced dignity as human beings for the first time. Even if the truth was harsh, it was better than living a lie. The elders of the ancient families observed this scene and finally understood Taicang's intentions. This heroic figure of the human race was not destroying the people's morale, but awakening the innate fierceness within them. Humanity had never been a race resigned to fate. When a person fears not even death, what could possibly intimidate them? The common folk of the Great Zhou had lived numbly for thousands of years, starving and suffering. These people, once tormented, had been herded like livestock and harvested like weeds for generations. Their silence was not weakness, it was a buildup of strength. Their obedience was not submission, it was waiting for the right moment. A clan that has endured for thousands of years possesses a repressed anger capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. In the capital of the Great Zhou, the emperor stood with his hands clasped behind him, overlooking the human territories from the Grand Hall. Even deep within the palace, he could distinctly sense the palpable fury emanating from all directions, a pent-up resentment of countless commoners that had simmered for thousands of years, now erupting like a volcano. A smirk of derision appeared at the corner of the emperor's mouth. A swarm of ants dares to gaze upon the heavens? This farce should come to an end. Suddenly turning, he addressed the empty hall. Mountain Lord, are you satisfied with the feast I have prepared for you? The temperature in the hall plummeted. From the shadows, a vague silhouette slowly emerged. This figure, neither entirely human nor otherwise, was shrouded in an oppressive aura, warping the very space around it. The being referred to as Mountain Lord spoke in an ethereal, profound voice. You may prepare to break through to the cosmic martial realm. The Zhou Emperor, usually inscrutable in his emotions, could not hide his excitement at this moment. He raised his arms solemnly and bowed, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. Thank you, Mountain Lord. But before the feast begins, let us deal with the little mouse in your palace. The Mountain Lord suddenly interjected. The Emperor's pupils constricted. What? Someone dares to infiltrate my palace? No sooner had he spoken than the Mountain Lord's illusory figure flickered, sending an invisible ripple that swept through the space. The ornate beams and painted rafters disintegrated into dust. A fierce wind surged, and a shadow shot out from the corner of the hall, its black robe billowing. The bronze mask on its face cracking under the force, revealing unblemished skin beneath. A Qin person? The Zhou Emperor squinted at the fallen figure. The cloaked figure sprang up, wiping blood from the corner of its mouth. Beneath the bronze mask, Yuan Tiangang's eyes flashed with surprise. He had been lurking for months, only to be discovered at the last moment. This Mountain Lord was certainly more than a cosmic martial practitioner. The manipulation of space was beyond that level. The Mountain Lord's ethereal form swayed slightly, his voice laced with mockery. Interesting, this mouse is stronger than the ones before. You humans are truly fascinating, even under strict surveillance. A prodigy emerges every few centuries. I find myself somewhat envious of your race. The Zhou Emperor cast a cold gaze upon Yuan Tiangang, astonished that someone could clandestinely lurk so close to him. It seemed future population policies would need to be more stringent. Yuan Tiangang's eyes glimmered with determination. Suddenly, he flickered and transformed into dozens of afterimages, scattering in all directions. Each afterimage bore the same aura, indistinguishable from the real one. A mere trick, the Mountain Lord scoffed. And the void suddenly froze. All afterimages shattered simultaneously. Yuan Tiangang's true form was seized by an invisible force, lifted into the air, unable to move even a finger. The Mountain Lord's voice turned dangerously low. Let me see who dares to pry into my secrets this time. Remove his mask, commanded the Zhou Emperor, suppressing his fury. And with a wave of his hand, he tore off the mask from the body. Beneath the mask was an exceptionally handsome face. It was not Yuan Tiangang's disfigured visage at all. As the Emperor recognized the face, his pupils constricted in shock. The person before him was one of his trusted subordinates, a powerful figure of the Earth martial realm. You betrayed me. But soon, he sensed something was amiss, his voice trembling with disbelief. You actually turned my confidant into a puppet. What alarmed the Zhou Emperor was that, despite his confidant's Earth martial third-tier cultivation, he had been controlled to such an extent without revealing any flaw. Yuan Tiangang's eyes suddenly radiated brilliant golden light, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His voice morphed into the distinctive raspy tone of the infamous rebel leader. Emperor Zhou, Mountain Lord, one day, I shall personally take your lives. The Emperor roared, gathering a terrifying cosmic martial killing move in his palm. However, it was too late. Yuan Tiangang's body suddenly expanded like a balloon, brilliant golden light shining through his skin. It was the sign of an Earth martial strongman's lifetime cultivation being detonated in an instant. Boom. In a thunderous explosion, the entire Golden Long Hall was reduced to ashes in an instant. The violent energy shockwave swept across, leveling half of the palace. In a dark alley of the great Zhou capital, the real Yuan Tiangang stood with his hands behind his back. He gazed at the mushroom cloud rising from the palace, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth beneath the bronze mask. This grand gift should leave quite an impression on the two of you. With that, he turned and melted into the darkness. As the dust settled, the Zhou Emperor glowered at the massive crater at the heart of the explosion. For the first time in his life, he felt genuine apprehension towards these Earth martial beings, long regarded as mere ants. The Mountain Lord's figure grew increasingly ethereal. You underestimate your clan's prodigies even more than I do. Let the feast begin, my kin can hardly wait. Deep within the 10,000 great mountains, the roars of fierce beasts reverberated through the skies. Countless beasts drooled with rancid saliva, anxiously clawing at the ground, yet stifling their instincts, awaiting their leader's command. The hierarchy among the beasts was rigid. In this dark forest, the hierarchy of bloodlines overshadowed rational constraints. Thousands of Earth martial beast kings lay prostrate at the forefront, their crimson eyes gleaming with greedy light. These beasts, having awakened their intellect, understood restraint better than their ordinary counterparts and knew how to savor the impending feast. Eat, eat. A beast king resembling a giant tiger growled, its sharp fangs stained with still-drying black blood. Clearly, it could no longer wait and had already devoured part of a weaker beast. Simultaneously, Taicang received news from Yuan Tiangang, immediately commanding an assault on Tianqi Prefecture. Taicang smirked. This harvest is about to commence. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan. Your Majesty, while the beasts seek to harvest the human race, we shall reap the rewards of this realm. Chapter 78. What do you take the human race for? Amidst the trembling earth and shaking mountains, the Earth martial beast kings deep within the 10,000 great mountains finally launched their full-scale assault. Thousands of colossal beast kings, as massive as mountains, led their millions of beasts charging towards the borders of humanity from all directions. These thousands of leading beasts all possessed Earth martial cultivation. With their roars, they exhaled terrifying malevolence. As the millions of beasts surged forth, the primordial forest was trampled and hills were shattered. Before the pass of Hanggu, the array of Xuandian erupted simultaneously with a dazzling brilliance. The intricate patterns wove into an impenetrable net, mercilessly shredding the first wave of approaching ferocious beasts into a crimson mist. The Nine Hells Town boundary array unleashed a radiant blood glow, the aura of ancient ferocious beasts erupting within, intimidating the oncoming tide of beasts. Countless blood-red chains extended from the void, dragging tens of thousands of ferocious beasts into the hellish array, utterly obliterating them. The flesh and blood of these beasts did not diminish the might of the two extraordinary arrays. Instead, they continually nourished the power of the formations. The might of the two arrays left even the beasts of the Earth martial realm in despair. Several beast kings had already met their doom. Yet, there was but this one pass of Hanggu. The vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains surrounded the entire realm of humanity. The other passes, lacking the protection of two formidable arrays, were on the verge of collapse. At a border outpost, the leading Earth martial ninth-tier ferocious beast, resembling a demon ape, roared to the heavens, pounding its chest with its arms while exhaling a malevolent aura that blotted out the sun. Behind it surged an uncountable tide of beasts. The ground trembled beneath the weight of countless beast hooves, the sky obscured by the rising dust. Elsewhere, the beast king resembling an evil tiger roared thunderously. With a single claw, it tore through the city walls of the outpost. Countless ferocious beasts poured in. Similar scenes unfolded across every border outpost, except for Hanggu Pass. This time, the commoners did not wait passively for their fate. They wielded weapons crafted from the bones of ferocious beasts and donned armor made from their hides. Their eyes burned with rage as they watched the tide of beasts assault their homeland. They were no longer livestock to be slaughtered. They were human beings. The foremost of all beings, the human race. The former commoners of the great Zhou bore an unquenchable hatred for the ferocious beasts, yearning to devour their flesh and drink their blood, to gnaw at their very bones. This time, they would not flee. The orders from their Qin commanders were no longer to charge as commanded by the Zhou leaders, but to charge alongside them. Kill. Annihilate them completely. Amidst the roars, the new army of Qin formed ranks. At the forefront, a Qin general wielded a blood-red battle knife, its blade entwined with fierce energy, as he shattered the ground beneath him and charged like lightning into the beast tide. Though he was merely at the Xuanwu realm, he boldly faced the beasts of the Earth martial realm. In the Qin, every soldier possessed the courage to fight beyond their means. The new army of Qin collided with the tide of beasts. Though their individual realms may not have been high, the clash of these overwhelming forces felt as though the very heavens and earth were collapsing. The ferocious beasts swung their sharp claws and gnawed with their vicious teeth. The human race fought back fiercely, opting for a strategy of mutual destruction. They were the most vengeful of races. Once they seized an opportunity and glimpsed a chance for revenge, one would witness humans more ferocious than the beasts themselves. With a deafening roar, the demon ape beast slammed its fists into the ground, causing the earth to explode, sending dozens of elite Qin soldiers flying. It grinned wickedly as it charged toward the Qin general, its colossal fists enveloped in a whirlwind of malevolent energy, crashing down with tremendous force. The Qin general's eyes flashed with cold light, and he swung his battle knife horizontally, the blade's aura resembling a blood moon, meeting the demon ape's fist head-on. Boom! A shock wave erupted, sending both beasts and Qin soldiers within 100 paces soaring into the air. The Qin general's iron armor shattered piece by piece, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The grip of his sword was already torn, yet his hand remained steady. His eyes threatened to burst from their sockets as he strained against the might of the demon ape's fist. But his spine never bent an inch. Our Qin general, unyielding and resolute. Similar scenes of carnage unfolded along the entire defensive line. At various passes, Qin generals with Xuanwu realm cultivation clashed with Earth martial realm ferocious beasts. But none of them retreated. Just as the defenses at each pass were on the verge of collapse, for overwhelming auras suddenly descended, causing the heavens to change color. With roars reverberating through the skies, the beasts cried out. The formidable Jiao Wei appeared, his bronze body adorned with ghastly scars. He discarded his twin halberds and, with a palm resembling a fan, clutched the head of the demon ape, his bulging muscles surging with power. With a swift motion, he tore the ferocious beast in half, its scalding blood cascading over him like a waterfall. Die! Su Chu's arms, muscular like coiling dragons, clamped down on the lower jaw of the evil tiger beast. With a thunderous shout, the head of this earth martial beast was wrenched around 360 degrees, the sound of its neck snapping sending chills down spines. Abomination. Qin Xiong's twin hammers gleamed with blinding light. Each hammer struck precisely upon the beast king's skull, its iron-hard bones shattering under the relentless onslaught. Red and white matter splattering for several yards, truly asking for death. Yu Qigong's spear transformed into a streak of dark light, piercing through the chests of 3 beast kings in an instant. At the moment the spear tip exited their bodies, the raging spiritual energy exploded within them, turning their innards into a bloody pulp. Wherever the 4 generals passed, the ferocious beasts fell like waves of wheat. The appearance of the 4 guardians of Qin instantaneously turned the precarious defense around. The pass of Hanggu remained unassailable as long as the heavenly martial realm did not emerge. They began to rush to aid the various passes. These 4 were unstoppable, slaughtering Earth martial realm beasts as if they were mere pigs and dogs. They were drenched in dark, filthy blood, their towering figures imposing. Except for Qin Xiong, the faces of the other 3 were terrifying beyond measure, more fearsome than the beasts themselves. In stark contrast to the brutal battles at the border, the situation in Tianqi Prefecture began unusually smoothly. In this province where the capital of the Great Zhou resided, countless cities offered only token resistance before surrendering. The Qin forces quickly approached the capital of the Great Zhou. However, at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Thick black clouds surged like a tide, swiftly enveloping the entire Tianqi Prefecture. The earth trembled, mountains crumbled, and countless famous mountains and rivers shattered amidst the roaring sound. A deafening roar emanated from the depths of the earth, from the shattered mountains and rivers. The ferocious beasts that had slumbered for centuries howled to the sky. They broke through the earth, their immense bodies obscuring the sun, each exuding an aura that suffocated all around. These beasts were indeed of the heavenly martial realm. The higher the realm of the ferocious beasts, the more intense their thirst for flesh and blood. To alleviate their hunger that had tormented them for centuries, they had chosen to slumber within the famous mountains and rivers of Tianqi Prefecture, awaiting a bountiful feast. And now, with the elite forces of Qin at their doorstep, this was undoubtedly a meticulously prepared banquet for them. As for why they remained in Tianqi Prefecture, it was simply because those who could invade the capital of the Great Zhou were the elite among elites. To the ferocious beasts, it was a selection of gourmet delicacies. The ferocious beasts, starved for centuries, madly lunged at the Qin army, seeking to devour everything. They aimed to fill their insatiable hunger with flesh and blood. Huo Qubing's spear erupted with blinding lightning, the power of thunder coalescing at its tip, piercing through the head of a heavenly martial realm ferocious beast. The violent lightning surged within the beast, shattering its organs. This mountain-sized ferocious beast crashed to the ground, the dust it kicked up obscuring half the sky. The young general stood proudly atop the beast's corpse, the lightning coiling around his spear, yet to dissipate. For a prodigy of his caliber, slaying formidable foes beyond his realm had become second nature. What of the heavenly martial realm? To him, it was merely a matter of a single strike. However, there were far too many heavenly martial beasts. Again, Huo Qubing grinned, his spear striking like a dragon. In the great Zhou capital, Emperor Zhou coldly smiled. He looked down upon the brutal battlefield, his gaze devoid of any ripple. Such scenes were all too familiar to him. For countless years, these so-called prodigies of the human race had always been so presumptuous. In the past, many human heroes had reached the foot of the capital. Among those heroes were not a few unparalleled prodigies of the heavenly martial realm. Yet, they perished, leaving not even a trace of their remains, becoming mere sustenance for the ferocious beasts. The roars of the creatures outside the city grew increasingly frenzied, yet the emperor remained unfazed, his brow unwrinkled. The beasts of the martial realm were merely an appetizer. The true terror lay ahead. Each mountain lord was a formidable presence, transcending the martial realm. And such lords were not few within the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains. Humanity could not prevail. The best outcome was to resign oneself to becoming blood food. Again and again, the ancestors of the ancient clans were driven to the brink of madness, their frail fingers digging into their white hair. They had endured countless cycles, each time witnessing the most brilliant talents of humanity fall beneath the fangs of the beasts. Flee. Do not resist the ferocious beasts any longer. The ancestors tore at their garments, their voices hoarse as if wrung from their throats. Their pupils trembled violently, as if the cataclysms of centuries past surged before them. Each time, there were unparalleled heroes leading armies to the imperial city, bravely fighting until they were devoured. Their entire forces reduced to naught. One elder collapsed to the ground, his fingers clawing at the stone slab, leaving trails of blood. Surviving is the only hope. Surviving is the only hope. This anguished wail encompassed centuries of despair and helplessness. These ancient beings understood better than anyone that each hero charging forth now was merely feeding their lives to the slumbering beasts. The dark clouds in the sky thickened ominously, threatening to crush the entire city. The ancestors gazed at the distant figure of Huo Qubing, still battling valiantly, as their murky tears streamed down their wrinkled faces. They knew another cycle had commenced, another group of human heroes destined to become the beast's feast. Just as the martial realm beasts were about to engulf the Qin people, boom! A resplendent golden light suddenly rent the heavens, the heavy clouds torn apart by a chasm of brilliance. In the tremor of the void, a colossal hand descended, its fingers entwined with the supreme celestial dragon, exuding an authority that suppressed the ages. The presence of the emperor and the celestial sovereign intermingled, causing the entire sky to tremble. The overwhelming divine might send all living beings into shivers. The once fearsome martial realm beasts froze in place, fear flickering for the first time in their crimson eyes. Even the lords lurking in the shadows, waiting to relish their feast, were momentarily stunned. Who can explain what in the world this is? This great hand seized dozens of martial realm beasts poised to devour humanity. Roar. Scream. No matter how these beasts struggled and howled, their sharp claws left not a mark upon the golden light. The next moment, an earth-shattering roar transformed the very heavens. What do you take humanity for? Before the words could fade, the colossal hand tightened its grip. Splatter. A torrential rain of blood poured down, as dozens of mountain-sized beasts were crushed in an instant. Those martial realm beasts, which had struck terror into countless hearts, were rendered as fragile as ants before this hand. Chapter 79. The souls of humanity shall not be desecrated. The skies above Tianqi Prefecture were drenched in a deluge of blood. The remains of dozens of martial realm beasts became a crimson mist, pouring down and staining the entire capital of the great Zhou Empire in blood. The anguished roars that echoed before their demise still lingered in the air. The emperor of the great Zhou stood in shock beneath the blood rain, his face splattered with dark red droplets, yet he remained oblivious, fixated on the dissipating phantom hand, his pupils quivering violently. How is this possible? A hoarse growl forced its way from his throat, his nails digging deep into his palm. In an instant, myriad thoughts surged. With a mere gesture, the hand had obliterated dozens of martial realm beasts. Such power surpassed his comprehension. In this realm, the mightiest of humanity was he. Yet even he was merely at the 9th level of the martial realm. When did humanity possess such formidable abilities? Could it be that beings from beyond the 10,000 great mountains had come to rescue humanity? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Legends spoke of a mightier human realm beyond the beast's domain. If they truly crossed over. In that moment, the emperor's countenance twisted in horror. For years, in his desperate bid for survival, he had secretly forged an agreement with the beast lords, offering the people of the great Zhou as tributes in exchange for their promises. If this were true, then with his countless sins, no, it cannot be. He shook his head in a frenzy. Yet the rising dread gnawed at his reason like a venomous serpent. With his transgressions, he feared he could neither live nor die. He cursed inwardly. Are these beasts truly so inept? I demand to know, what do you take humanity for? Amidst the thunderous roar that split the heavens, a second colossal hand materialized in the void. This hand was even grander and more terrifying than the first, its palm etched with patterns resembling mountains and valleys. It was unimaginable that the essences of the emperor and the celestial sovereign could coexist within a single hand. Two opposing sovereign energies now harmonized perfectly, radiating an unparalleled pressure that suppressed the ages. An overwhelming majesty, an absolute dominance. Screech. A piercing eagle cry shattered the clouds. In the distance, a renowned mountain erupted. From its depths, a beast with wings spanning 1,000 zhongs soared into the sky. Its erect black feathers resembled divine swords. Malevolence pervaded the atmosphere. The overwhelming malice stained the clouds a deep black. Humanity, I shall consume you to aid my ascent to the martial realm. The black eagle's roar stirred a tempest. This beast had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the martial realm. Its murderous aura was terrifying. The mere display of its might could obliterate those in the martial realm. The beast's words incited the master of the colossal hand to unleash his full, murderous intent. The 5 fingers radiated blinding divine light, and the slaughtering brilliance that erupted from the palm was akin to a starry river cascading down. The tempest of the black eagle's malevolence disintegrated the moment it touched the radiant slaughtering light. Today, I shall eradicate every martial realm beast. This declaration resonated like a decree from the heavens, shaking the very fabric of the void. The hand descended with unstoppable force. Yet the 9th level black eagle let out a piercing shriek. Its feathers stood on end, its dark wings gleaming with a metallic sheen amidst the malice. Caw, caw, caw. Does humanity dare to judge me? Thousands of black feathers detached, transforming into a rain of black swords in the air. More terrifying was that each feathered sword was entwined with 2 utterly distinct auras. The ferocious beast's overwhelming malice, and the purest essence of human sword intent. That was the sword intent of the sword master. The onlooking clan elders trembled violently, and several aged ancestors fell to their knees, their frail fingers digging deeply into the earth. That was the sword intent of the human heroes from centuries past. In those days, the sword master single-handedly battled the emperor of Zhou and 6 martial realm beasts. It was this very black eagle that ambushed from behind, tearing open the sword master's skull with its claws. More outrageously, this beast devoured the sword master's brain matter before the eyes of millions of humans, piece by piece. Beast, you wretched beast. Not only did it consume the sword master, but it also infused the sword master's sword intent into its feathers. Several white-haired elders spat blood. They had once followed the sword master, and now, centuries later, witnessing the humiliation of their leader, their fury surged to a breaking point. At this moment, the formation of the black feather sword array had taken shape. The blades pointed directly at the authoritative colossal hand. Boom! With a resounding crash, the sword array clashed with the great hand. Terrifyingly, those black feathers truly pierced through the golden light of the hand. This was the first time since the battle commenced that an attack could shake this mysterious hand. What an ironic scene it is, as the unparalleled sword intent of the human heroes is wielded by ferocious beasts to slaughter their own kind. With your own swords, you slay your own people. The black eagle beast cackled madly, its wings thrumming, unleashing tens of thousands of black feathered swords that screamed in piercing shrieks as they descended once more. The master of that colossal hand grew even angrier, his response colder than ice. 1,000 deaths cannot extinguish my wrath. Boom. It seemed he summoned something, and suddenly, the enormous hand was enveloped in an inexorable sword intent brimming with supreme authority. This sword intent was not sharp, but rather exuded an overwhelming will to suppress all ages. The Teia's sword intent, not the ordinary sharpness of sword intent, but one that embodied the power of human orthodoxy to impose restraint. Bolstered by the Teia's sword intent, the massive hand crushed the black feathers utterly. No, this is impossible. The black eagle beast, in terror, realized that no matter how ferociously it unleashed its deadly strikes, that hand, infused with sword intent, pushed through relentlessly. Its pinnacle of cultivation at the 9th level of the celestial martial realm felt like child's play in the face of this power. It desperately spewed forth its vital essence in an attempt to escape, yet the colossal hand firmly locked onto it. Boom. Tens of thousands of black feathered swords erupted simultaneously. But instead of the anticipated destructive energy, what burst forth was a pure, azure sword light. The sword intent left behind by the sword masters finally broke free from its shackles, transforming into a splendid rain of light across the heavens. It is your turn now. No. Amid desperate cries, the black eagle beast was grasped tightly by the giant hand. However, chillingly, the hand did not crush it instantly. Instead, it slowly closed its fingers, gradually piercing the Taicang's sword intent into its very being. Oh, The black eagle beast let out an unprecedented, heart-wrenching scream. The Taia's sword intent, like countless burning steel needles, began to sear its flesh and blood, grinding its bones to dust, starting from the roots of its feathers. The most agonizing part was that this sword intent specifically targeted its soul, ensuring it remained fully conscious of every ounce of suffering. What you have inflicted upon my people, I shall return to you 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. The thumb of the giant hand suddenly pierced into the black eagle beast's skull, just as it had once tormented the sword master. Now it too experienced the agonizing pain of soul and flesh being slowly eviscerated. The index finger traced across the beast's throat, turning its screams into feeble whimpers. As its body turned to mush, the last remnants of the beast's soul were eradicated, and this terror that had plagued humanity for millennia was finally obliterated. It died in the most excruciating manner. Its flesh transformed into a foul rain of blood, its soul shredded into countless fragments, leaving even its mark completely erased. The scattered black feathers suddenly resonated with a clear sword cry, as those sword intents, imprisoned for centuries, were finally liberated. They transformed into countless azure points of light amidst golden radiance, soaring skyward like a meteor shower in reverse, the final sword intent of the masters bidding farewell to humanity. How could the heroes of mankind be insulted by mere beasts? That chilling voice made the ferocious beast tremble. The elders of the ancient clans were already in tears, kneeling toward the direction from which the light rain dispersed, unable to rise. However, the wrath of humanity, capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, had only just ignited. The earth-shattering revenge was just beginning.